crossing into Doluo continent, becoming the grandson of Old Jack, possessing an auto-hanging panel. Hu Jio's confidence soars. Tang San, sorry, but Xiao Wu is mine, don't even think about it. Chapter 1. Martial Soul Awakening in Saint Soul Village. At the Martial Soul Hall, a handsome young man with a hint of pride on his face is awakening martial souls for a group of children. Your martial soul is a carrot. Innate soul power level 2. A carrot. Not bad at all. After visiting so many villages, I finally found a child with soul power. Su Yuntao smiles as he looks at Hu Jio in front of him. Although it's a useless martial soul, as long as there is soul power, one can cultivate, and with hard work, one can still become a soul master. Thank you, soul master. Hu Jio respectfully bows, a faint surprise flashing in his heart. He has been in this world for 3 months, and since he learned that this is the Doluo continent, he's been worried every day, afraid of becoming the unfortunate one without soul power. Level 2 innate soul power may not be great, but as long as he can cultivate, that's enough. The rest, of course, relies on his cheat. As a transmigrator, how could he lack such a cheat? After stepping aside, Hu Jio felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't it said that Brother Tao would recruit anyone with soul power? Why was there such a lukewarm response when it came to him? Did he find me undesirable? This must be disdain. What's wrong with level 2 soul power? Aren't you? Su Yuntao. Also level 2 innate soul power? Isn't it just a beast martial soul? What's wrong with a tool martial soul? Truly worthy of being the blind, indeed blind. Hu Jio glared at Su Yuntao, who was awakening the last child. No need to say, the last one to awaken is definitely the protagonist. Generally, important characters appear last. And the protagonist of this world is Tang San, a monster with twin martial souls and innate full soul power at level 10. At this moment, Tang San is awakening at a critical moment. In his left hand, a small blue silver grass appears, and at the same time, Hu Jio sees Tang San's left hand quietly clench. That must be the famous Hao-Ian hammer. Unfortunately, this kid is hiding it too. Well, Hu Jio didn't even get to see what the Hao-Ian hammer looks like. Tang San's awakening is quite grand, with more golden light spots in the awakening formation than others. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up at this sight, feeling that he seemed to have awakened an amazing genius. Unfortunately, what appeared before him was actually blue silvergrass. Another useless martial soul. All right, you can leave now. Su Yuntao sighed, waving his hand with a disappointed expression. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Seeing that Tang San awakened blue silvergrass, Su Yuntao lost interest in even testing his soul power. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San, not one to back down, earnestly requested a test. Su Yuntao turned his head without looking back and impatiently said, no need to test. I've never seen anyone with soul power from blue silvergrass. Let me try. Uncle, Tang San insisted. Unable to refuse Tang San, Su Yuntao eventually tested his soul power. What? It's actually full innate soul power. Brother Tao was shocked. Then he was blinded. What a pity to have full innate soul power appear on a blue silvergrass martial soul. What use is such a useless martial soul? In his mind, aside from beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, everything else is a useless martial soul. After testing Tang San's soul power, Su Yuntao left the wooden house with a face full of disappointment, leaving a group of children staring at each other in confusion. As soon as Su Yuntao left, Hu Jio was surrounded by other children. As the grandson of the village chief, Old Jack, and having awakened a martial soul, he was already a remarkable person in the eyes of the children. All right, stop messing around. Grandpa is still waiting for us outside. Let's go out first. Hu Jio waved his hand and smiled, feeling no interest in a bunch of little kids. After exchanging a glance with Tang San, Hu Jio took the lead in leaving this so-called martial soul hall. Having awakened his martial soul, he needed to go home and think carefully about the path ahead. After all, his martial soul isn't outstanding a mere carrot. He needs to think about how to develop it. Outside the martial soul hall, Old Jack looked at Hu Jio, who was walking towards him with anticipation. In his hand, he held the proof issued by Su Yuntao, with Hu Jio's name at the top. Hu Jio is his little grandson, and after so many years of anticipation, a soul master finally appeared in the village, and it was his own grandson. He couldn't be happier. Little Jio, let Grandpa see. Have you really become a soul master? Before Hu Jio could reach him, Old Jack excitedly stepped forward to ask. Yeah, Grandpa, I awakened it, look. Saying this, Hu Jio extended his right hand, and a small carrot floated in his palm. Good. Old Jack held Hu Jio's hand tightly. unable to speak for a moment due to excitement. After waiting for a while, old Jack finally let the other children go home. Then he held Hu Jiuhao's hand and went with him to send Tang San home. On the way, old Jack learned that Tang San's awakened martial soul was blue silvergrass, and that he was the child with full innate soul power. Little San, would you like to go to a specialized school to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters? Only there can you find the most accurate knowledge about martial souls. Grandpa Jack, I need to ask my dad about that. Tang San, who was on old Jack's right, replied. This kid only knows how to hide things. Seeing Tang San answer so slyly, Hu Jiuhao silently mocked beside old Jack. He and Tang San weren't very familiar during these 3 months. He was busy getting used to his current identity and had no time to interact with Tang San. All right, then you go home and discuss it with your dad, old Jack casually asked. But in his heart, he had already decided to give the village's student quota to his own grandson. Although his family could afford tuition, why not take advantage of free education? Isn't it better for little Jiuhao to have a better life with that money? Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Tang Hao, old Jack immediately began to scold him. He was angry that he was useless, a man who couldn't even feed his own child. Old Jack, disdained to associate with him. Watching his grandfather argue with the old man, Hu Jiuhao secretly felt a cold sweat for his grandfather. This was the legendary Hijack. Probably only his grandfather could scold a Diluo powerhouse like this. After a few exchanges, old Jack was driven away by Tang Hao. On the way home, he still angrily scolded Tang Hao a few times before calming down. Little Jiuhao, wait until we get home. I have something good for you. Old Jack said mysteriously to Hu Jiuhao. What is it, Grandpa? Follow me and you'll find out. Old Jack smiled, refusing to say what it was. Fortunately, it wasn't far from old Jack's home, and they arrived in a few minutes. Once home, old Jack carefully brought out a black box. Little Jiuhao, do you know why our village is called Saint Soul Village? Old Jack's face was filled with a sacred aura, his eyes filled with deep admiration. Hu Jiuhao was a bit confused as to why old Jack asked this, but still answered, Grandpa, I know, because a soul sage master appeared in our village before, that's why I called Saint Soul Village. Haha. Then today Grandpa will tell you, the soul sage master who once appeared in our village is actually Grandpa's great ancestor. Old Jack proudly pointed at the black box on the table. And this is the treasure left behind by your great ancestor. So amazing, Hu Jiuhao exclaimed with a look of astonishment, which made old Jack even prouder. Old Jack solemnly opened the black box and carefully took out 2 worn-out books. Xiao Jiuhao, look, this is the cultivation secret passed down from our soul sage ancestors. For the time being, you will learn here with me. Once you've mastered it, Grandpa will take you to the Junior Soul Academy in Notting City to study. Hearing that there were cultivation secrets left by a soul sage, Hu Jiuhao let out a breath, thinking that his golden finger would finally be useful. However, he was soon drawn to another piece of news. Soul Academy? Yes, our village has a work-study position available this year. Grandpa will give that position to you, so you can study at the academy. Great, great. I want to go to school. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiuhao's eyes nearly lit up like light bulbs. Was this position just for simple studying? No, it also represented Xiao Wu. This position was equivalent to a childhood engagement. Chapter 2. The Idle Panel. It's a pity for Tang San. Looking at his drunkard father, he definitely won't let him go to school. Old Jack sighed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There's only 1 quota for work-study students in the village. And if Tang San also wanted to go to school, it would really put him in a difficult position. After all, that kid Tang San has always been very well-behaved since he was young, and he quite likes him. Next to him, Hu Jiuhao was happily planning what means to use to win over Xiao Wu. For what he understood, it seemed that Tang San managed to win her over with just a new quilt. Maybe you should try this method too. He secretly noted this down in his heart and decided to let his mother prepare a new quilt later. Xiao Jiuhao, let me introduce you to the treasures of our family. The 2 volumes of secret manuals were truly treasures in old Jack's heart. From the moment he took them out, he didn't even let Hu Jiuhao touch them, only allowing him to come close to observe, but not to touch. Hu Jiuhao recognized the names on the books. One was called Soul Power Meditation Method, and the other was called 5 Senses Enhancement Technique. The Soul Power Meditation Method, needless to say, is used for cultivating soul power. However, this is a cultivation method left behind by a soul sage, which is definitely much better than ordinary cultivation methods. As for the other volume, the 5 Senses Enhancement Technique, through old Jack's introduction, Hu Jiuhao finally understood its purpose. This was a self-created soul skill that old Jack's ancestor relied on to become famous. Its function is to enhance the 5 senses of the human body, taste, hearing, vision, smell, and touch, all enhanced comprehensively. Successfully cultivating this soul skill would be very beneficial to a person. Even that ancestor, the soul sage, only reached the second level in his lifetime. Just the second level provided him with immense help, as enhanced senses allowed him to avoid many dangers in advance, greatly aiding him in both life and combat. Jiuhao was already very eager upon hearing the introduction, wishing he could learn it immediately and then use his golden finger to enhance it. Thinking of the golden finger, Jiuhao focused his mind, and immediately a translucent blue panel appeared in his view. This panel was very simple, square-shaped, somewhat resembling an item backpack in a game. The panel was divided into small squares, with 3 small squares already available for use, and the 4th square would probably be unlocked in a few days. He understood the function of this panel. It had only one purpose: to idle. It was a harmless idling mechanism. As long as the skills or techniques to be idled were placed in the small squares, they could be continuously improved 24 hours a day. The insights gained from idling would be added to him without any side effects. This was a must-have golden finger for lazy people, a blessing for transmigrators. So far, he didn't have any skills that could be idled, which is why he had been staring at the panel for 3 months without using it even once. Now the opportunity had come. The soul power meditation method and the 5 senses enhancement technique, both of which were skills, could be perfectly utilized on his golden finger. Old Jack seemed to value these 2 skills more than his own life, and was he planning to teach them to him today? The reason for taking them out now was merely to let Jiuhao have a glimpse beforehand. All right, Jiuhao, if you want to learn the skills on this, come to me early tomorrow. It's getting late now. You should go home. Your parents must be waiting anxiously. Old Jack carefully put the books back into the black box, locked it, and hugged it tightly, as if afraid Jiuhao would snatch it away. Disappointed, Jiuhao withdrew his gaze from the black box. Old man, you really know how to keep people in suspense. After a moment of complaint, Jiuhao obediently said goodbye to Old Jack. Grandpa, I'll head back now. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning. After leaving Old Jack's house, Jiuhao walked toward his own home. His house was not far from Old Jack's, and he could see it at a glance. Upon returning home, his father Rui and mother Emma had already returned from the fields. Jiuhao, how did it go? What kind of martial soul did you awaken? Rui, chopping firewood in the yard, looked up and asked. In truth, it was just a casual question. Rui never thought Jiuhao would have the talent of a soul master. After all, the probability was about as likely as winning the lottery. Just being able to casually ask what kind of martial soul it was already quite good. Just like you, it's also a carrot. Jiuhao said with a grin, but I have soul power, Dad. I'm going to get rich in the future. What did you say? I said my martial soul has soul power. I can cultivate and become a soul master. Jiuhao repeated. He understood this feeling very well. Having soul power meant having extraordinary strength. How could one not be happy? Didn't you see how excited Old Jack was back then? Have soul power? Really? What level? Tell Dad quickly. Upon hearing Jiuhao's words, Rui couldn't believe his ears. He excitedly rushed to Jiuhao's side and asked loudly, startling Emma, who was cooking inside. My martial soul is a carrot, and I have innate soul power at level 2. Jiuhao answered patiently. Ha, good son. Rui hugged Jiuhao tightly, joyfully lifting him up into the air, then turned to Emma, who was also stunned, and said, Emma, did you hear? Our son has soul power and is going to become a soul master. The news of Jiuhao having soul power made both Rui and Emma's faces break into broad smiles, and they excitedly discussed his martial soul and soul power even after finishing dinner. That night, Jiuhao lay alone in bed, summoning his carrot martial soul. Under the faint moonlight, he stared at it in a daze. Extraordinary power, he finally had it. Until now, he was still a bit dazed. Eventually, as time passed, he gradually calmed down and began to think about the future direction of his martial soul and life development. A carrot, even though it's a plant, is still food. Since his knowledge of martial soul was very limited, it was hard to say how to develop it. However, one thing was certain. His martial soul basically had no combat power. If he wanted to gain combat capability, he would need to think of other ways. After all, he possessed modern thinking, and the novel ideas in his mind were countless. The minor issue of an auxiliary martial soul being unable to fight was not a problem at all. There was just one troublesome point. His innate soul power was only at level 2. Innate soul power is the cultivation aptitude, with the maximum level being 10. So his cultivation aptitude was actually not very good. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Since his cultivation aptitude was poor, he needed to solve this problem first. Body strength, soul power cultivation methods, soul rings, immortal herbs, etc. could all enhance cultivation speed. In an instant, a series of methods to improve cultivation speed flashed through Hu Jiuhao's mind. This was the advantage of knowing the plot in advance. Chapter 3. Skills learned the next morning. Hu Jiuhao, with dark circles under his eyes, got up early on his own. Today he could learn the soul power meditation method from old Jack, and he couldn't wait. After hastily finishing breakfast, Hu Jiuhao quickly arrived at old Jack's house. Grandpa, I'm here. Before he even stepped into the yard, Hu Jiuhao shouted from outside. Haha, Xiao Jiuhao is here. Coming quickly. I didn't expect my little Xiao Jiuhao to not sleep in. In the yard, old Jack was drinking porridge from a large bowl. Upon seeing Hu Jiuhao, his smile grew even broader. After finishing the porridge in a few gulps, old Jack took Hu Jiuhao to the room. The soul power meditation method was carefully placed on the wooden table, and he began to explain it to Hu Jiuhao word by word. Although old Jack himself had never practiced the methods in the manual, he had studied it for a lifetime and had quite a bit of insight to teach Hu Jiuhao. Besides, Hu Jiuhao wasn't really a child. The steps for the soul power meditation method recorded in the manual were quite clear. After a whole morning passed, once Hu Jiuhao had completely learned the soul power meditation method, a transparent blue panel appeared in front of him, out of old Jack's sight. With a thought, the first small box on the panel was immediately filled, displaying the 5 characters soul power meditation method. In the lower right corner of the box, there was a level number, 0. Above the box, a transparent, circular ring occupied the space, with a small segment of progress slowly rising. After activating the soul power meditation method, in just a few seconds, Hu Jiuhao suddenly felt a surge of understanding about the soul power meditation method in his mind. This realization felt completely natural, as if he had come to this understanding on his own. Great. It was really great. Hu Jiuhao happily enjoyed the convenience brought by the external aid, feeling small bursts of insights about the soul power meditation method emerge in his mind every few seconds, without interrupting his thoughts, which was truly amazing. Although he had already acquired the soul power meditation method and was in the process of practicing it, in order not to appear too extraordinary, Hu Jiuhao patiently studied with old Jack for a whole day, until the next day, when he quickly flipped through the 5 senses enhancement technique while old Jack was preparing lunch. He placed the 5 senses enhancement technique into the second slot for automatic training. Thus, he had quietly learned the 2 manuals left behind by the ancestor, the soul sage. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and during these 3 days, he continued to study the soul power meditation method with old Jack every day. In front of old Jack, his learning progress was not slow. He had already learned more than half of the training methods and would finish learning them in 2 more days. On this day, the level of the soul power meditation method on the automatic training panel changed, rising from level 0 to level 1. Instantly, a large surge of insights regarding the soul power meditation method appeared in Hu Jiuhao's mind as if it had always been there. At the same time, Hu Jiuhao felt a sudden change in the soul power within his dantian, with slight enhancements appearing every few seconds. This enhancement was very subtle, and if he hadn't been carefully sensing it, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. What a magical feeling. Initially, because the automatic training panel had only been increasing his insights into the soul power meditation method over the past few days, he had thought that it couldn't directly increase his cultivation level. He never expected that at this moment, the automatic training panel would give him such a big surprise. It felt incredibly refreshing. The constant increase of soul power was truly delightful and addictive. It was only then that he realized that skills needed to be upgraded to level 1 before they would provide any increase in cultivation. He looked up at the circular ring in the second automatic training slot, estimating that it would take only a day to upgrade. And he was still very much looking forward to the 5 senses enhancement technique. Little Jiuhao, don't get distracted. Listen to me carefully. At this moment, old Jack's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Looking at old Jack, who was increasingly excited as he spoke, Hu Jiuhao felt helpless. Fortunately, he was not the original Hu Jiuhao. If he had followed old Jack's teaching methods, he would have certainly made little progress, even though he wouldn't have gone astray. After all, old Jack himself had no talent for cultivation, and despite having studied for a lifetime, he had never truly grasped the essence. Thankfully, this tedious and dull period finally came to an end after a week. On this day, He finally completed the learning of the soul power meditation method and the five senses enhancement technique in front of old Jack. Moreover, he even demonstrated what true meditation practice looked like. Through this period of automatic training, Jiuhao's insights into the soul power meditation method had reached a new level. Although the level of the meditation method hadn't increased to level 2, he had gained many more insights compared to when he first started upgrading. Just yesterday, his soul power had even risen to level 3. At this moment, meditating in front of old Jack was second nature to him. He could feel his soul power subtly flowing, giving an impression of radiance throughout his body, and a special aura emerged that could only be seen in soul masters. Of course, all of this was intentionally displayed in front of old Jack. In reality, there were no such effects during actual practice. All of this was just to make the old man happy. Genius. My little Jiuhao is truly a genius. Jiuhao's performance was not in vain. Just seeing him meditate made old Jack incredibly happy, repeatedly calling him a genius. In his eyes, his own child was undoubtedly the best. Grandpa, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with. After finishing his meditation, Jiuhao opened his eyes and began to express his plan that he had thought about for several days. What is it that you want Grandpa's help with? Just say it, and I will definitely help you. Old Jack straightened up, his back no longer hunched. Grandpa should know that when we cultivate soul power, physical fitness has a significant impact on the speed of cultivation, and my innate soul power is only at level 2. If I want to cultivate faster, I need to increase my physical strength. So, I'd like to ask Grandpa to talk to Uncle Tang, how, and let me train at his place. Do you think this can be arranged? Jiuhao looked at old Jack with anticipation. He had considered this matter for several days, not for anything else, but to more smoothly win over Xiao Wu in the future. After all, Xiao Wu wasn't as easy to win over as he had imagined. If he didn't have some skills, she probably wouldn't even look at him, let alone be won over by him. In order to have some combat capability before school started, he set his sights on the hidden powerhouse Tang Hao in Holy Soul Village. As for Tang San, that was out of the question. That kid was too stingy, and there was no possibility of passing down the Tang sect's techniques, so he was eliminated right away. Thus, what remained was the chaotic cloak hammer technique from Tang Hao. He vaguely remembered that the original text mentioned the chaotic cloak hammer technique was merely a forging skill in the eyes of blacksmiths, which indicated that the technique was not impossible to pass down. At the very least, there was a possibility of learning it in front of a disheartened Tang Hao. Besides, even if he couldn't learn it, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Opportunities are always left for those who are prepared. Chapter 4, Plotting the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Little Jiuhao. Blacksmithing is very hard work. You don't have to go to Tang Hao's place to train your body. You could just train at home. Hearing that Jiuhao wanted to train at Tang Hao's place, old Jack furrowed his brows. In his mind, Tang Hao was synonymous with unreliability, and training in a blacksmith shop was simply too exhausting. He couldn't bear to let Jiuhao go. Training at home isn't enough. I want to train in a more challenging environment. Grandpa, please agree to me. I know you have a way. Jiuhao dropped his pride, using all means to persuade old Jack to let him go to Tang Hao's place to learn the chaotic cloak hammer technique for free. He remembered that this was the right time when Tang Hao was teaching Tang San the chaotic cloak hammer technique. If he missed this opportunity, he would have another chance. After all, Tang Hao wouldn't specifically teach him the chaotic cloak technique of the Haotian school. Whether he could learn it for free would depend on luck. All right, Grandpa agrees to you. I'll go to Tang Hao's place in a bit. I believe that old drunkard will agree to such a small matter. Old Jack helplessly agreed to Jiuhao's request in the end. As for whether Tang Hao would agree to this matter, he didn't think much about it. After all, in old Jack's heart, he was still the village chief of Saint Soul Village, and this little matter was nothing. Then I'll go too. That way, we can show our sincerity. Seeing old Jack agree, Jiuhao grinned foolishly. All right, let's go. To ensure everything went smoothly, Jiuhao specially went home to bring 2 jars of fine wine collected by Rue, carrying them in a small basket on his back. And then he and old Jack headed to Tang Hao's house together. Tang Hao's house was located at the west side of Saint Soul Village, at the entrance of the village, not far from Jiuhao's home. After more than 10 minutes, he and old Jack had arrived in front of Tang Hao's door. This was still because old Jack walked too slowly. If it were Jiuhao alone, he would have arrived in just a few minutes. Tang Hao! In front of the courtyard gate, old Jack was not polite at all and shouted loudly before even entering. Who's making a commotion? Tang Hao's impatient voice came from inside. and the door curtain opened, revealing Tang Hao's figure. "Old Jack, what are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here for something," Old Jack called out. Noticing Tang Hao's disheveled appearance, his brows furrowed. However, since he had matters to ask for his help today, he didn't speak harshly. If it were in the past, they would probably have already quarreled by now. "Speak," Tang Hao said indifferently. "This is my grandson Jiuhao. He awakened his martial soul a few days ago, and I want him to train here and help you out a bit. Just enjoy it secretly," Old Jack proudly said, raising his cane. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was sending Jiuhao to Tang Hao, and Tang Hao should be thanking him instead. "No way." Tang Hao didn't even look at Jiuhao and flatly refused. "Uncle Tang Hao, please help me out. You know how much I appreciate your drinking. Today I specially brought you 2 jars of good wine." Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Old Jack was about to get angry, but Jiuhao hurriedly stopped his grandfather, stepped forward, and placed the basket on his back down, quickly and skillfully opening the wine seal. Immediately, a unique fragrance of rice wine wafted over. As a wine lover, Tang Hao couldn't resist this, especially since he hadn't had any wine for several days to ensure that Tang San ate well. The craving in his stomach made it impossible to hold back. Tang Hao directly approached Jiuhao, grabbed the wine jar, and started pouring it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. "Wow, this wine is quite good. In light of the wine, you can come here to train in the future, but I won't teach you anything. Whether you do it or not is up to you." Tang Hao glanced at Jiuhao and said, "Good for you, Tang Hao." Old Jack couldn't bear to hear this. This was his precious grandson, and he actually dared not to teach him anything. This was simply outrageous. Grandpa, seeing this, Jiuhao hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. He regretted asking Old Jack for help. If he had known that 2 jars could solve the problem, there would have been no need for this trouble. "Thank you. Unso Tang Hao. I will be on time tomorrow morning," Jiuhao said obediently. The first step of the plan succeeded, and Jiuhao felt relieved. However, there was still one thing he was a bit worried about. Although Old Jack agreed to let him use the work-study student quota, he remembered that Tang Hao eventually agreed to let Tang San go to the Soul Master Academy for study. He just didn't know how things would change with his appearance. Winning over Xiao Wu is a long way to go. Competing with Tang San, the destined child, for Xiao Wu, he felt he was really getting inflated. But who could blame him for liking Xiao Wu? Although he hadn't met her yet, having watched the original work and the anime, he was already craving her. Early the next morning, Jiuhao held 2 meat pies in his hands and walked alone towards Tang Hao's house. As for the meat pies in his hands, they were of course meant to build a good relationship with Tang San. He remembered that at this time, Tang San was still drinking porridge every day, in a stage of not being full. When he arrived at Tang Hao's house and saw that the courtyard door was still closed, Jiuhao stood outside waiting. Since he came to train and study, he needed to maintain a proper attitude. After waiting a short while, Jiuhao saw Tang San walking towards him quickly. He must have just returned from practicing in the morning. "Xiao San," Jiuhao greeted. "Xiao Jiuhao," Tang San replied defiantly. "I'm here to study. Have you eaten?" Jiuhao no longer competed with Tang San in addressing each other, and said with a big smile, "Not yet, come with me." Tang San shook his head, opened the courtyard door, and led Jiuhao inside. "Xiao San." Tang San turned back, looking at Jiuhao in confusion. Jiuhao took out the 2 meat pies from his pocket and handed them to Tang San. "These are meat pies my mom made. I brought them for you to try." Tang San stared at the meat pies in Jiuhao's hands, momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation where a friend brought him food, and his feelings were a bit complicated. "What are you dawdling for? Take it." Jiuhao pretended to be impatient and shoved the meat pies into his arms, then walked ahead into the yard. Although Tang San had lived 2 lives, he had always stayed in the Tang sect in his previous life and didn't understand social interactions at all, so he was no match for Jiuhao, this old hand. Just with those 2 simple meat pies, he had built a connection with Tang San. Inside the house, after declining Tang San's invitation to eat together, he accompanied Tang San and his father to finish breakfast, and the 3 of them then went to the blacksmith's room. "Xiao San, later you teach him how to work." Tang Hao, holding the wine Jiuhao brought yesterday, started drinking early in the morning. "All right, Dad." Tang San nodded obediently and then turned to look at Jiuhao, signaling him to come over. After Jiuhao stepped forward, Tang San began to pull the bellows and started explaining how to operate. Both of them had mature thoughts, so communication wasn't difficult. One was willing to teach, and the other was willing to learn, and they got along quite well. Chapter 5. Learning to Hammer Soon. The morning passed, and Jiuhao's work was on track. He didn't do anything else but pulled the bellows on the side and watched Tang San work at the anvil. For the entire morning, Tang Hao sat on the chair behind them, drinking without caring about what they were doing. Due to the fact that he had upgraded the 5 senses enhancement technique to level 1 a few days ago, Jiuhao's 5 senses had greatly improved. The enhancement of hearing, vision, touch, and smell provided him with a different experience. Just like now, learning to pull the bellows with Tang San. The enhancement of his senses allowed him to pick it up quickly. Tang San only taught him simply once, and he learned almost everything. Meanwhile, he also observed Tang San's hammering technique, watching as Tang San continuously brought down the hammer, the force accumulating with each strike, making the hammer's impact heavier and heavier. This was the purpose of his coming to Tang Hao's place, the chaotic wind hammering technique. On the surface, the chaotic wind hammering technique had no combat capability. It was merely for the disciples of the Haoyan school to train their bodies. However, based on the situation in the original work, where Tang San used it multiple times, as long as it was cultivated to a certain level, it could still be quite practical in combat. And this point was exactly what Jiuhao valued the most. Because his martial soul was a carrot, which meant he could basically only take the supportive route in the future. However, support-type soul masters generally had no combat capability. To increase his practical combat ability, he could only find ways in the aspect of soul skills. As long as he mastered the chaotic wind hammering technique, he was confident that he could use the idle time panel to elevate it to a high level in a very short time. By that time, it should be no problem to show off in front of Xiao Wu. Moreover, Jiuhao suddenly realized something. His martial soul was a carrot, the kind that could be eaten directly, making it perfectly suitable as a food-type martial soul. Xiao Wu was a rabbit, which gave him an inherent advantage over Tang San. At noon, Jiuhao returned home and, after finishing lunch, hurried to Tang San's house to continue stealing techniques for the hammering method. After all, there was nothing to eat or drink at Tang San's home. In just half a day, Jiuhao's relationship with Tang San improved dramatically. This was also because Tang San had few friends in both his past and present lives. Jiuhao's simple and sincere interaction made Tang San develop a strong fondness for him. It was known that Tang San was a very sentimental person, and during this period, he had no friends, so he naturally cherished having Jiuhao appear around. Seeing that Jiuhao was interested in his hammering technique, Tang San wouldn't directly teach him before Tang Hao spoke up, but he deliberately changed the angle of his hammering so that Jiuhao could see more clearly. This scene was naturally observed by Tang Hao behind them, but he acted as if he hadn't seen anything and continued sipping his drink. There was hope. Jiuhao was not foolish. Seeing Tang San and Tang Hao's reactions, he felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had guessed correctly that Tang Hao didn't care much for the chaotic wind hammering method. It would be impossible for him to learn the Haoyan 9 absolutes, which could only be taught to true disciples of the Haoyan clan, but learning the chaotic wind hammering method for physical training was not difficult at all. Of course, even so, Jiuhao could learn the chaotic wind hammering method from Tang San, albeit with only a basic understanding of his movements and techniques, while the rest remained unclear. 3 days later, Jiuhao's soul power meditation technique leveled up again to level 2. Compared to level 1, he clearly felt that the increase in soul power he gained while on autopilot had improved, with a roughly 10% increase. His 5 senses were also enhanced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed these changes. Notably, on this day, the 4th autopilot slot in his panel was finally unlocked, meaning he could now simultaneously use 4 skills on autopilot. Unfortunately, he only had the soul power meditation technique and the 5 senses enhancement technique in hand, leaving the other 2 slots empty. This also gave him great motivation. Over the 3 days, although he was still just working the bellows and hadn't touched a hammer, Tang Hao would occasionally come in front of Tang San and offer a few tips about the chaotic wind training method. Jiuhao also discovered that Tang Hao seemed to have a habit. As long as he had a bit to drink and was in a good mood, he would talk more, giving Tang San more instructions. With this discovery, Jiuhao made an effort to sneak some of the wine from his father, Rui's cellar, to give to Tang Hao, hoping to learn more about the chaotic wind training method. On the 4th day of learning to forge, the 5 senses enhancement technique was upgraded to level 2. After reaching level 2, he found that he could see and hear more clearly. Just watching Tang San forge was immensely beneficial to him. He estimated that if he stayed here for another 2 months, he could learn the chaotic wind hammering method simply by observing, without needing anyone to teach him. After all, Tang San was still in the early learning phase, and the chaotic wind hammering method was not that complicated, making it easy to learn by stealth. Kid, you want to learn my forging technique? One day, while Jiuhao was intently watching Tang San forge, Tang Hao suddenly asked from behind him, "Ah, yes." The ghostly voice startled Jiuhao, but he quickly reacted, pausing only briefly before explaining, "I think Xiao San's hammering technique seems to be better for physical training. Look, muscles are starting to show on Xiao San's arms." He pointed at Tang San's bulging muscles from forging, expressing envy. It was useless to lie in front of Tang Hao, and Jiuhao's intentions had never been hidden, so his words came out naturally. "Hey, good eye." Tang Hao looked at Jiuhao indifferently and slowly said, "Since you brought me so much wine these days, Xiao San, teach him later." "Yes, Dad." Tang San, who had been listening intently, immediately stopped and responded happily. In fact, Tang San had wanted to teach Jiuhao the hammering method for a long time, but since Tang Hao hadn't spoken up, he dared not teach. Now that Tang Hao had spoken, Tang San was thrilled for his little friend. In just a few days, Jiuhao had won Tang San over with some breakfast items like meat pies and buns, making Tang San view him as a true friend. Knowing that Jiuhao's goal was to train his body and understanding the effectiveness of the chaotic wind hammering method, Tang San was naturally happy for him. "Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao." Jiuhao was also very happy. In just a few days, he was about to obtain the hammering method he had longed for, and his joy was beyond words. Having already memorized Tang San's surface-level hammering technique, he just needed the key core method. After Tang San taught him once, Jiuhao learned it quite thoroughly. Chapter 6. Departure with a Thought. The autopilot panel appeared, and under Jiuhao's command, the third autopilot slot was instantly filled, officially starting the chaotic wind hammering method on autopilot. Just a few seconds later, Jiuhao began gaining experience in the chaotic wind hammering method in his mind. Although he had successfully activated autopilot, he did not give up the opportunity for formal instruction from Tang San. He had already experimented with this while on autopilot with the soul power meditation technique and the five senses enhancement technique. He found that if he continued to delve into his studies while on autopilot, he could actually gain improvements simultaneously. This way, his personal learning combined with the experience gained from autopilot would double his improvement speed. 2 days later, in the blacksmith shop, Jiuhao held a small iron hammer in his hand, his body filled with strength like a bent bow. Clang, clang, clang. He swung the small iron hammer at an incredibly fast speed, completing 9 strikes in just 2 seconds. In a short span of 2 days, through Tang San's instruction and the enhancement from the autopilot panel, he had already entered the basics of the chaotic wind hammering method, being able to charge power for 9 consecutive strikes, marking his true entry into the chaotic wind hammering method. At this time, Tang San was only a step ahead of him, having reached the realm of charging power for 18 consecutive strikes. "Xiao Jiuhao, it seems you've already learned this forging method that uses force to your advantage. You're truly a genius. I didn't learn it this fast when I started." Tang San praised with a smile. He knew his own talent. If it weren't for practicing the techniques from the Xian Tian Bao Lu, he wouldn't have entered so quickly. Yet Jiuhao, without any prior knowledge, learned even faster than him. In Tang San's heart, Jiuhao was the real genius. Unfortunately, Jiuhao was unaware of his thoughts. If he had known, he would have definitely said to him, "You don't understand the life of a cheat. It's not that fast after all. I've been watching your forging movements for so long, so of course it would be quicker to learn now." Jiuhao, while feeling proud inside, put on a humble face, as if he felt that taking 2 days to learn was still too slow. Jiuhao's words made Tang Hao raise an eyebrow behind them. Silently taking a sip of his drink, perhaps somewhat impressed by Jiuhao's audacity. In the following time, Jiuhao did not leave either, putting on a full act. Although he had already learned the chaotic wind hammer technique and achieved his purpose for coming to Tang Hao, he still helped Tang San as an apprentice from time to time, fanning the flames. Tang San treated him well, often switching tasks with him to let him practice blacksmithing. To this end, Tang San even found a piece of ordinary iron for him to train with, just like himself. As a result, Jiuhao's chaotic wind hammer technique, due to frequent practice, surprisingly exceeded the levels of the soul power meditation method and the five senses enhancement technique, which he had initially learned. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Jiuhao's soul power meditation method had reached level 3, an increase of at least 20% compared to normal training effects. The five senses enhancement technique also reached level 3, with significant enhancements in vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. He could see things clearly even dozens of meters away as if they were right in front of him, and his hearing extended further. especially at night when he could accurately determine the location of animals and insects by their sounds. His sense of touch had become even more acute. He could accurately judge the passage of time by sensing changes in the air. His taste and smell had also changed in various ways. In short, his five senses had started to evolve towards a superhuman level. His own soul power level had also seen significant changes. He estimated that he was now at level 5, close to level 6. With 2 months left before going to Dinghua City for school, he aimed to reach levels 8 to 9 before the semester started. This meant that shortly after school began, he could start preparing for his first soul ring. However, he needed to carefully consider how to arrange that first soul ring. As for the chaotic wind hammer technique, he had improved it to level 4, now able to swing the hammer 64 times in a row, with increasingly strong effects on his physical training. Every day, he felt his strength growing, and in terms of the realm of the chaotic wind hammer technique, even Tang San could not compare to him. At this time, Tang San could barely manage to swing 36 times in a row. However, Tang San was still a prodigy, with Xin Tiangong and Xin Yuhan at his disposal, making his strength something Hu Jiuhao could not match. When blacksmithing, he used Tang Hao's big hammer, while Hu Jiuhao was only using a spare hammer that had been idle for a long time, which was just slightly larger than a regular nail hammer. During casual chats, Hu Jiuhao learned that Tang San indeed hoped to attend the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and it seemed that Tang San going to school had become a certainty. Hu Jiuhao was a bit worried that old Jack might not be able to withstand the pressure and might give the only work-study student spot in the village to Tang San. It wasn't that Hu Jiuhao was reluctant to give up his spot. It was just that he couldn't bear to part with Xiao Wu. However, since the time had not yet come, he did not know how things would develop. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Early on, old Jack came to Hu Jiuhao's house to take him to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, being a beloved grandson, the work-study position did not slip away and became Hu Jiuhao's for the taking. Although he felt a bit sorry for Tang San, Hu Jiuhao had to endure it for Xiao Wu. At home, Hu Jiuhao had already gotten up, packing a big bundle of bedding and clothes, holding a small iron hammer in his hand, which he had taken from Tang Hao's house, claiming it was for self-defense. Thus, with a backpack larger than his body and a small hammer in hand, this was all his possessions. After reluctantly bidding farewell to his parents, Hu Jiuhao followed old Jack towards Nodding City. Hey, Grandpa, isn't this the way to Xiao San's house? How come? He had initially been happily imagining the scene when he would see Xiao Wu, but suddenly, Hu Jiuhao felt something was off. Haha, I forgot to tell you. Xiao San will also be going to the Junior Soul Master Academy with you. You'll have a companion, so you two should support each other. Old Jack said kindly. Xiao San's going to school too? Didn't they say there was only one work-study spot? Hu Jiuhao suddenly felt anxious. He hoped Xiao Wu wouldn't be taken away. Actually, I was surprised too. That drunkard Tang Hao finally did something good this time. It turns out he had enough savings for the tuition. Old Jack explained with a smile. Self-funded is good. Self-funded students won't stay in the work-study dormitory. As long as he doesn't snatch my Xiao Wu, we'll still be good friends. Chapter 7. Enrollment Xiao San. Xiao Jiuhao. Grandpa Jack. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Hu Jiuhao saw Tang San waiting for them. When old Jack was about to take Tang San away, Tang San looked reluctant, staring at the shabby adobe house for a long time, and after leaving a line of words on the ground, he finally followed them out. Xiao San, don't worry. Uncle Tang Hao is such a big person. You don't need to worry. Hu Jiuhao patted Tang San's shoulder to comfort him. No, I'm just reluctant. Shaking his head, Tang San silently tucked away his feelings of reluctance. It's not a big deal. If it comes to it, I'll just have Grandpa check on you often. Xiao Jiuhao is right. Xiao San, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. If he dares not take care of himself, I'll scold him. Old Jack said, turning back as he walked ahead. The three of them took half a day to reach Nodding City just before noon. In the city, they asked for directions several times before finally finding the Junior Soul Master Academy. Just as they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by the doorman. What do you want? Is this a place for you country bumpkins? Seeing this scene, Hu Jiuhao did not intervene, as it concerned whether Tang San could become a disciple. If it weren't for Tang San, Hu Jiuhao would have already smashed him with a hammer. Old Jack smiled and said, "This little brother, we are from Holy Soul Village, and these two are our students enrolling this year. What procedures do we need to complete?" From Holy Soul Village? That little village hasn't produced anyone with soul master talent in many years. Can a golden phoenix emerge from a grass nest? The doorman frowned and said sarcastically, "Damn it, If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Do you believe I'll smash you with a hammer? At that moment, Hu Jio's ears suddenly perked up. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he raised the hammer arrogantly, glaring at the doorman. The doorman, being someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, was instantly intimidated by Hu Jio's bully-like aura. Although Hu Jio looked like he was only 6 years old, he had a weapon. As an ordinary person, how could the doorman not be afraid? Why you outrageous? This is Nodding Academy. How dare you? The doorman stammered, his bravado fading. At this moment, he did not dare to approach like in the original story. If he got hit by Hu Jio's hammer, he might get hurt. What is going on? Just then, a hoarse, rigid voice came from a distance. Looking up, it was Master. Master was of average height, slightly thin, and looked lazy and dispirited. Master, you're back. The doorman's expression changed as if he had found support, and he stepped forward to say, "This kid is causing trouble. Look, he is holding a hammer and wants to hit me." Hu Jio scoffed. "If it weren't for your dog eyes looking down on people, would I bother with you?" Stopping Hu Jio's words, the master frowned. "Hello, teacher. We are here to enroll in school. This gatekeeper not only refuses to let us in, but also speaks harshly. My companion was also upset, which is why he reacted this way," Tang San explained from the side. The master glanced lightly at the gatekeeper, who was being the first to complain, which put immense pressure on him. The gatekeeper did not expect these two kids to be so quick with their words, revealing everything that had just happened. "Do you have the proof from the spirit hall? If you do, you can show it to me." The master turned his head, his expression softening. Facing an elderly man and two children, even a master would not maintain a cold face. "Here, master, please take a look." Old Jack, who had been the village chief for many years, quickly pulled out the proofs for Hu Jio and Tang San and handed them to the master. "Spirit, carrot, innate soul power level 2. This is indeed proof issued by the spirit hall." The master first saw Hu Jio's proof, but when he looked at Tang San's proof, his expression instantly changed. Innate full soul power, and the spirit is blue silvergrass. Upon seeing this, the master raised his head and looked deeply at Hu Jio and Tang San. "Which one of you is Tang San?" "Teacher, I am Tang San," Tang San said, feeling a bit confused. "Did something happen with the spirit?" Very good." The master nodded, then turned to Old Jack and said, "Old sir, I apologize for what happened earlier. I represent the academy to apologize to you. These two children will be entrusted to me. I will take them to enroll." Clearly, the master had already realized there was something special about Tang San's spirit, and his attitude towards them had become warmer. No need, it's all right. My child is just too impatient. Then I will leave these two children to you. Little Jio, little San, you just follow this master inside, and make sure to behave." After giving Hu Jio and Tang San a few reminders, Old Jack slowly left. After Old Jack left, the master glanced at the gatekeeper. "This is the last time. If you make another mistake, you won't need to come here again." This warning nearly scared the gatekeeper to death. It's known that although the master holds no official position in the academy, as a friend of the principal, dealing with him would be quite simple. "I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore." After reprimanding the gatekeeper, the master forced a stiff smile and said to Hu Jio and Tang San, "Children, let's go inside." "Teacher, thank you," Tang San said as he followed the master. "I'm not a teacher of the academy." The master glanced at Tang San and said lightly, "Not a teacher? Didn't you just say you represent the academy?" Tang San looked at the master in confusion. Beside Tang San, Hu Jio watched this scene with great interest. He knew the master had already taken a liking to Tang San, although he had no intention of becoming the master's disciple himself. He would be happy for Tang San if that were the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited to explode when a master arrived. Next, the master showcased his abilities and successfully helped Tang San become a disciple. In response, Hu Jio looked up to the sky in silence. It seemed he was being ignored again because of this damn talent. The master didn't even talk to him along the way. Today you look down on me, but one day I will make you unable to reach me." Hu Jio secretly vowed. It was his own choice not to become the master's disciple. But the master should not look down on him. As a dignified transmigrator, being ignored like this was humiliating. After this, the master finally took Hu Jio and Tang San to the academic affairs office. In the academic affairs office, the two smoothly became students of Nodding Academy, except that Hu Jio was a working student while Tang San was a self-study student. Hu Jio, who had successfully enrolled, was very excited. He was finally going to meet Xiao Wu. "Little San, it seems our accommodations are not in the same place. Once we settle down, I will meet up with you." Of course, he couldn't let Tang San be present for his first meeting with Xiao Wu. After all, Tang San was the destined child of this world, and Jiuhao was quite afraid of that power. Chapter 8. Xiao Wu, Dormitory 7, a special existence at Nodding Academy, where all the students were working students. Now, Jiuhao had arrived at this legendary dormitory where boys and girls lived together. Standing in front of Dormitory 7, Jiuhao tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. He would use this hammer to create a perfect first meeting gift for Xiao Wu. He knocked on the open door, attracting the attention of everyone inside, and smiled. "Hello, I'm a new working student. I look forward to your guidance. You are this year's working student?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and sturdy young man walked up to Jiuhao, looking down at him and staring at the hammer in his hand. "My name is Wang Sheng. My spirit is Battle Tiger, and I'm the leader here. What is your name, and what is your spirit?" Jiuhao, spirit, carrot. "Little Jiuhao, I'm the boss here, so you have to listen to me, okay?" Wang Sheng looked at Jiuhao's hammer and, feeling that it wasn't much of a threat, said proudly, "If you want me to listen to you, that's fine. But you should first ask my hammer if it agrees." Jiuhao smiled, raising the hammer in his hand. "That's fine. It's good to have a warm-up match before meeting Xiao Wu. You little brat are trying to play me. It seems I have to teach you a lesson." Wang Sheng instantly lost his smile, rubbed his wrist, and prepared to make a move. "Wait!" Jiuhao shouted loudly, startling Wang Sheng, who was about to strike. "What? Are you going to back down?" Wang Sheng sneered disdainfully. Jiuhao ignored him and walked to the nearest bed, carefully placing his backpack down. Inside was the tool to win over Xiao Wu. Whether he could sleep beside her depended on it. Picking up the hammer again, Jiuhao walked in front of Wang Sheng and provocatively said, "Now it's good, come on." Looking for a fight, Wang Sheng moved his feet and charged forward, throwing a punch at Jiuhao's face. "You should use your spirit. Don't forget, I have a weapon." With a movement of his right hand, Jiuhao's hammer made Wang Sheng's attack miss. You forced me." Wang Sheng glanced warily at Jiuhao's hammer, then roared. A circle of white light emerging around him as his body began to change. His hands transformed into tiger claws, and two fangs protruded from his mouth. A character resembling Wang faintly appeared on his forehead. Jiuhao was no fool. While Wang Sheng was transforming, he was already swinging his hammer, continuously accumulating power. Over the past 2 months, the chaotic cloak hammer method had been leveled up to level 5 through grinding, allowing him to continuously unleash 81 hammers, each one stronger than the last. If he could accumulate to 81 hammers, even a level 20 Great Soul Master would be injured by one. Boom! The tiger claw collided with the hammer, and Wang Sheng was sent flying by Jiuhao's strike. Knowing Wang Sheng's strength wasn't great, he had only accumulated 10 strikes. If he had done more, Wang Sheng probably wouldn't be able to get up now. This hit left Wang Sheng in considerable pain, struggling on the ground for a while before getting up. Oh no, Jiuhao, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Sheng swallowed hard, not expecting that Jiuhao, with an auxiliary spirit like Carrot, could be stronger than him, a battle spirit master. It was simply unbelievable. "No, this is a blacksmithing technique. Just that I applied it to combat." Jiuhao turned around and approached his package, picking it up and choosing a relatively good empty bed. He opened the package, revealing the new bedding inside, while eagerly anticipating the arrival of Xiao Wu. "What, is this still blacksmithing technique?" Jiuhao's words surprised Wang Sheng and the surrounding classmates. Just a moment ago, Jiuhao's hammer had sent Wang Sheng flying. Such a powerful soul skill was surprisingly referred to as blacksmithing technique. Was he just showing off? "You're really amazing, Jiuhao. You beat me. So from now on, you're the boss of the dormitory, and we'll all listen to you." Wang Sheng looked at Jiuhao with admiration, feeling relieved that finally someone could stand up for them when they were bullied by other dorms. Jiuhao gave Wang Sheng, who had thick brows and big eyes, a deep glance and nodded noncommittally, acknowledging the idea of being the boss. However, in his heart, he knew it was only temporary. He had no intention of taking on the role of the boss. Such childish bickering was better left to the little rabbit. He had no interest in managing these trivial matters. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" A crisp voice made Jiuhao instantly excited. He looked up and saw a tall girl with a rosy face, pink and tender like a ripe red apple, making one feel an impulse to rush over and take a bite. Her black scorpion braid hung down to her waist, and her big watery eyes seemed to be sparkling, holding a brand new school uniform in her hands. "Xiao Wu Ji is here." "Yes, this is the 7th dormitory. Are you also a new student?" "I am too. It seems we will be classmates from now on." Hu Jiu realized Xiao Wu was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Classmates? Hello. My name is Xiao Wu. Dance as in dancing. Seeing Hu Jiu's infatuated gaze, Xiao Wu chuckled, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Ah, you too. I'm Hu Jiu. Just as Hu Jiu was about to communicate with Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng suddenly nudged him and whispered in his ear, "Boss, according to our dormitory's tradition, you should compete with her to see who is stronger." Oh, I almost forgot that. Clearing his throat, Hu Jiu said with a smile, "That little sister Xiao Wu. In our dormitory, we have a tradition that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. I just defeated their strongest person, so now I'm the boss. Do you want to spar with me? Fight? I like it. Come on, let us get started." Hearing about the fight, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she became all excited. "Are you ready? Here I come." Xiao Wu stood on her toes, as if she was about to rush over to Hu Jiu at any moment. "All right, come on." Hu Jiu raised the hammer in his hand, not letting go. Whether man or woman, it was impossible to make him put down his weapon. As a support-type soul master with no attacking power, fighting with a weapon was his last stubbornness. "Yeah, take this." As Hu Jiu prepared to strike, Xiao Wu instantly jumped up, performing a beautiful flip in midair. Her long legs, striking out in an instant, poised to hit Hu Jiu. Meanwhile, Hu Jiu calmly swung his hammer horizontally, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be skillful without being showy. After more than 2 months of practicing the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he had gained strength comparable to that of an adult. Chapter 9. A wife won from a blanket. The graceful moves of Xiao Wu and Hu Jiu's boldness made their duel a delightful spectacle, extremely exciting. Especially Xiao Wu, who danced on the edge of danger. Each step was thrilling and deadly. Fortunately, Hu Jiu was no pushover. The enhancement of his 5 senses through the 5 sense enhancement technique was significant, making him seem almost godlike in battle. He could perceive even the slightest details that ordinary people would miss, such as airflow, scents, and sounds. It could be said that as long as he wanted to, Xiao Wu could not defeat him at all. You're so strong. Be careful, I'm gonna get serious." Seeing her regular attacks were ineffective against Hu Jiu, Xiao Wu's fighting spirit intensified. With a swift step, she distanced herself from Hu Jiu, her aura rising, and a pair of cute rabbit ears sprouted from her head, while a fluffy tail emerged from behind her pink skirt. Unfortunately, at that moment, Xiao Wu was facing away from everyone. Had it not been for Hu Jiu's extraordinary senses, he would not have noticed that Xiao Wu's martial soul transformation included a tail. Is live-action role-play more beautiful than real transformations? No, right? This world is simply a blessing for men. At that moment, he almost forgot he was in a fight. By the time Xiao Wu finished her transformation, it was too late for him to use the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Wait! Seeing Xiao Wu rush towards him at high speed, Hu Jiu quickly shouted to stop. He didn't want to get hit for no reason. "What's wrong? You don't want to admit defeat, do you?" Xiao Wu paused her attack and looked at Hu Jiu with wide eyes. She hadn't even started having fun yet. "Ha, come on, don't be angry, have a carrot." Hu Jiu smiled and used the power of his martial soul to produce a carrot in his hand. With the increase in his soul power, Hu Jiu's carrot had undergone tremendous changes. Not only was it bigger, but it also looked crystal clear, rivaling a work of art. After handing the carrot to Xiao Wu, Hu Jiu shrugged helplessly. "You see, my martial soul is a carrot, and yours is a rabbit. Do you think I have the ability to defeat you? So your martial soul is a carrot. That's great. I love eating carrots." Upon seeing the carrot, Xiao Wu completely forgot about the fight. Happily taking the carrot, Hu Jiu handed her and munching on it. "Delicious, delicious, so much better than the ones I dug up from the ground." As she ate, Xiao Wu praised the carrot. At that moment, Hu Jiu, who had summoned his martial soul, suddenly paused. He vaguely sensed that his martial soul was conveying something to him, but this sensation was too faint to discern any specific information. Could it be, "Hu Jiu, I guess you lost, right?" Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, Wang Sheng rudely interrupted them. "Lost? Is it strange for a support-type martial soul to lose?" "It would be strange if I won," Hu Jiu replied irritably. If it weren't to show off in front of Xiao Wu, he wouldn't even enjoy fighting. There was no benefit in it. Everyone already had a hanging panel, so why work so hard? Looks like I'm the boss of the dormitory now. From now on, you can all call me Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu joyfully nibbled on the carrot, swaying her head proudly, her scorpion braid dancing left and right, looking extremely adorable. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. With such a cute boss, the boys in the dormitory went wild with excitement. their cheers louder than when they called Hu Jiu earlier. Delicious, I want more. After finishing the carrot, Xiao Wu charmingly extended her little hand towards Hu Jiu, asking for another carrot. Haha, here you go. Seeing that Xiao Wu liked his carrot, Hu Jiu felt delighted. Winning her over brought him one step closer to success. Over here, Hu Jiu turned around and began to pretend to make his bed, observing Xiao Wu's reactions as he went. Hu Jiu's efforts paid off, finally. Xiao Wu noticed the brand new bedding in his hands. Hu Jiu, where did you get this bedding? Upon seeing the style of Hu Jiu's bedding, she had an ominous premonition. This. I brought it from home. At that time, I thought as a free working student, my living conditions wouldn't be very good. So I brought a blanket with me. Hu Jiu explained calmly. At critical moments, one must not lose composure. You brought your own? The academy doesn't provide any? Xiao Wu was dazed, holding a carrot in her mouth, mechanically nibbling on it, feeling that the carrot didn't taste good anymore. We are work-study students, and it's already quite nice that the academy can provide accommodation. As for bedding, we all brought it from home, Wang Sheng explained nearby. Sister Xiao Wu, why not use mine? I can squeeze in with my classmates. Sister Xiao Wu, use mine, my quilt is big. In an instant, the entire dormitory came alive, each person running to Xiao Wu with their quilts, trying to please her. Unfortunately, these dark quilts didn't appeal to Xiao Wu at all, as a beautiful fairy. How could she use a dirty quilt? Her gaze finally landed on Hu Jiu's new quilt. She stared just like that, fixated. How pitiful. Hey, Xiao Wu, please don't look at me like that. I also need to sleep, Hu Jiu said a bit awkwardly. Although he had rehearsed this scene in his mind for a long time, when it was about to happen, he still felt an urge to have a nosebleed. One word. Greedy. Hu Jiu, let us discuss something. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and said cutely. What? Look, your quilt is so big. It can't be covered by just one person. Why don't we push the two beds together and cover them together? After secretly glancing at Hu Jiu, who was dressed simply but very clean, Xiao Wu suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? He wished he could agree immediately, but pretended to be hesitant. Ding. The title of pretender leveled up. What is wrong with that? I'm not afraid, are you? I want to eat you. Xiao Wu's little face turned rosy. She must be shy at this moment too. But you just ate my martial soul. Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu suspiciously. Keep pretending. Must create a happy future for oneself. Xiao Wu silently looked at the half-eaten carrot in her hand, directly ignoring him, waving her hand grandly. It's settled then. You guys quickly help me push this bed over. In just a few moves, the two beds were pushed together. Hu Jiu, put your bag in the middle as a boundary. If you dare to cross it, see how I deal with you. Xiao Wu threatened fiercely while waving her hand. Okay. After Xiao Wu's strategy progress increased again, Hu Jiu was already very satisfied. There is plenty of time ahead. Xiao Wu is only 6 years old now, and he can cultivate his future wife into the person he likes from a young age. Perfect. Xiao Jiu. Just as Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu were making the bed, Tang San's voice came from outside. Oh, Xiao San, you're here. Sorry, you're late. Chapter 10. Tang San's disappointment. Why does it feel a bit painful? Am I sick? Outside the 7th dormitory, Tang San stared blankly at the harmonious scene of Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu tidying up the bed together, feeling that something extremely important was about to leave him. Xiao San, didn't I say I would go find you? Why did you come over by yourself? Hu Jiu's words interrupted the complex emotions that suddenly surged in Tang San's heart. I saw you hadn't come to find me for so long. So I came to see what was going on, Tang San replied after a moment of shock, smiling at Hu Jiu. Actually, he was a bit worried that Hu Jiu might encounter some trouble, but he found him happily playing with the little girl, which was infuriating. Oh, it's nothing. Let us go, it's already noon. Let us go have lunch. After tidying up the bed, Hu Jiu clapped his hands and turned to Wang Sheng, asking, you know where to eat, right? Tell me. Sure, let us go eat. I still want to eat your carrots. Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly. The 2 carrots she just had successfully whetted her appetite, and she felt she could eat 3 bowls of rice today. Well, just in time. We're going to eat too, so let us go together. Wang Sheng nodded, calling other students to walk along. Xiao Jiu, I want to go, you go by yourself. Tang San shook his head. He had spent all his money on tuition and didn't have extra money for meals. Besides, he brought dry food, so he was afraid of going hungry. Let us go together, I'll treat you. Hu Jiu, knowing what was going on, wouldn't let Tang San refuse. Draping his arm around Tang San's neck and walking together. Considering that he took away your Xiao Wu, Tang San, you're my brother from now on. By the way, does eating cost money? Like soul coins or something? Xiao Wu, who was happily bouncing along beside Jiuhao, suddenly paused, feeling something was off again. It's fine. Just follow me. I have money. Jiuhao waved at Xiao Wu, signaling that it was okay. As the grandson of the village chief, although he didn't have much money, as long as it didn't spend recklessly, it was enough for meals and living. Thank you. Jiuhao's generosity immediately increased Xiao Wu's favorability. Compared to Tang San, Jiuhao was slightly more handsome, although he was dressed plainly. He could still be considered good-looking. This led Xiao Wu to have no special feelings for this fellow villager, aside from nodding when they met. She hardly ever looked at him. Jiuhao was happy about this, and had no intention of introducing Tang San to Xiao Wu. At the same time, chatting separately with Tang San and Xiao Wu was very easy for him. They talked about their own things without interfering with each other. Aren't those the poor guys from Wang Sheng's group? As soon as they entered the cafeteria, an annoying voice came from over there. Looking up, a group of senior students stood on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them. The speaker was a male student about 12 or 13 years old, pointing at Wang Sheng, who was standing in front of Jiuhao. Poor guys will always be poor guys. They probably can never go to the second floor to eat. On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already told Xiao Wu about the 7th dormitory leader wanting to stand out. So when faced with provocation, Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward. Who do you think you are? What is so great about the second floor? As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, the male student on the second floor's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. What a beautiful little lowly. I'm going to eat now. I'll let you go this time. Damn it. Who do you think you are? Jiuhao picked up the hammer, and with a move of his feet, he was ready to go up and reason with him. This was a great opportunity to show off, and how could Jiuhao let it slip? Even if he couldn't win, he had Xiao Wu and Tang San with him. He believed they wouldn't just stand by. Sure enough, as soon as Jiuhao moved, Xiao Wu also followed suit. From Jiuhao's words, she had already heard that "who do you think you are" was a good phrase. However, at a critical moment, Tang San let them down. He quickly stepped forward, turned around, and stood in front of Jiuhao and Xiao Wu, shaking his head at them. Forget it. We're here to eat. Hey, why are you so afraid of trouble? Look, your brother isn't afraid, Xiao Wu said with great dissatisfaction, looking at Tang San with disdain. Tang San remained silent. Forget it then. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson in the future. Jiuhao waved his hand. Whether to fight or not wasn't important. What mattered was the attitude, and his performance just now would definitely score points in front of Xiao Wu. All right then, I will definitely teach them a lesson later. As the group of people disappeared from sight, Xiao Wu also lost interest. Oh, Xiao San, your master is here. Jiuhao, with his keen senses, suddenly felt a familiar aura appear. Tang San turned around to look, and sure enough, it was the master. Master. Tang San hurriedly walked over and respectfully bowed. Have you tidied up the dormitory? The master asked. It's all tidied up. Then let's go to the second floor to eat together. I'll take you to recognize the place, the master said. Tang San hesitated upon hearing this. He was a bit worried about Jiuhao, feeling that Jiuhao had become much more irritable since coming to the academy, and he was afraid Jiuhao would cause trouble. Master, I think I'll eat with my friends instead. After thinking for a moment, Tang San shook his head and refused. Hey, are you stupid? The food upstairs is obviously better. Just go eat. Jiuhao pushed Tang San slightly and smiled at the master, saying, Master, take Xiao San to eat. He doesn't know any better. Although Tang San had lost much goodwill in front of Xiao Wu, Jiuhao still decided to keep Tang San as far away from Xiao Wu as possible, just in case. In the end, with Jiuhao's persuasion, Tang San followed the master to the second floor to eat. It seems you're quite nice to that Tang San. Xiao Wu curiously stared at Jiuhao, guessing their relationship in her heart. Haha, of course. Xiao San is my brother. We grew up together. Jiuhao said sweetly, but inside he felt a bit guilty, as if he was robbing Tang San of his future wife. No, how could something that hasn't happened yet be considered stealing? Maybe in this world, Tang San's wife isn't Xiao Wu. Jiuhao tried hard to hypnotize himself, not letting his thoughts be limited by the original story. Did that Tang San become the master's disciple? At this moment, Wang Sheng walked over and asked, What's up? Jiuhao replied, No way. That master's strength isn't impressive at all. I've heard he's over 50 and still at level 29, unable to even break through to the Great Soul Master realm. Your brother wouldn't have been deceived, would he? Wang Sheng said, looking regretfully at Tang San and the master leaving together. All right, why are you worrying about others? Remember, don't say this in front of Xiao San in the future, or don't blame me for not giving you face. Hu Jiu waved his hand, not wanting to explain to this group of ignorant guys. Although Hu Jiu didn't have much need for the master's knowledge, he had to admit that the master's theoretical knowledge was indeed very rich. He might not compare to Hu Jiu in terms of innovative thinking, but in the Doluo world, no one could match his understanding of soul beasts. At least, when it came time for his first soul ring selection, he might indeed need to consult the master through Tang San. Chapter 11. About the theory of the top 10 core competencies, although he had anticipated it. Hu Jiu was still greatly disappointed when he actually saw the food in the cafeteria. Though there was some meat, it was hard to describe. Xiao Jiu, come have some carrots. Your carrots are so much better. The cafeteria food is so hard to swallow. Xiao Wu waved her little pink hands, not knowing how many times she had asked Hu Jiu for food, because the cafeteria food was so unpalatable. Xiao Wu completely relied on Hu Jiu's carrots to fill her stomach during this meal. You should eat a little less. My soul power is almost being consumed by you. Hu Jiu said half helplessly and half joyfully. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated Xiao Wu's appetite with his soul power level. He couldn't possibly fill up this little white rabbit who loved eating carrots. No way. I haven't eaten that much. By the way, Xiao Jiu, what level is your soul power now? Xiao Wu asked shyly, realizing she had eaten a lot of Hu Jiu's carrots. This wasn't her fault. Who told Hu Jiu's carrots to be so delicious? Wang Sheng and the others beside her were also curious about Xiao Wu's question. After all, just a moment ago, Hu Jiu had defeated Wang Sheng, the strongest among them. As an auxiliary system soul master, how strong must he be to defeat a battle soul master like Wang Sheng? Probably just level 9, Hu Jiu casually replied while eating the bad food. Indeed, after 3 months of grinding, his soul power had risen to level 9. In addition, his soul power meditation method and 5 senses enhancement technique had both reached level 4, while his chaotic wind hammer technique had even reached level 5, yielding great results. The level 4 soul power meditation method had increased his training efficiency by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. Under the level 4 soul power meditation method, his training talent was comparable to those soul masters with innate soul power levels 5 or 6. And don't forget, his grinding panel allowed him to practice 24 hours a day. Normal people couldn't train all day long. With his training speed, even a soul master with full innate soul power would probably not be able to match him. Impressive. Upon hearing that Hu Jiu only had level 9 soul power, Wang Sheng looked at him in admiration. Wang Sheng wasn't just giving false praise. He genuinely thought it was impressive. After all, Hu Jiu had defeated him at level 9. And once he obtained a soul ring and became a soul master, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Haha, not even close. By the way, let me ask a question. How did you obtain your soul ring at level 10? Hu Jiu asked Wang Sheng. Among this group of work-study students, only Wang Sheng had the highest level at 11. The others were all below level 10. By the way, what level is Xiao Wu now? I should ask her later. Our soul rings were all obtained with the help of the Academy's teachers in the soul hunting forest. However, the Academy's soul hunting activities are generally once a year, and the last soul hunting activity just passed not long ago. With your training speed, it probably won't take long for you to reach level 10, but you may have to wait for half a year to become a soul master, Wang Sheng explained to him. In Wang Sheng's view, Hu Jiu's soul power level was likely innate awakening, and level 9 innate soul power was considered a genius. After all, they were all children from ordinary families. How could they possibly have access to the soul power meditation method for training in advance? I see. That is indeed a problem. Hu Jiu frowned, not expecting such a hassle to be waiting for him just after starting school. Although in the original story, the master had some theory about the top 10 core competencies, saying that when reaching the peak of a major realm, one could continue training even without obtaining a soul ring, and then show it after obtaining the soul ring. This is nonsense. Although this theory has some minor validity at times, let's not forget that leveling up, especially after obtaining a soul ring, would result in dozens or even hundreds of times the enhancement in both soul power and physical quality. How can the training speed of a soul scholar compare to that of a soul master? Can a low-level soul master with the same talent train more soul power in a day than a high-level one? Isn't this nonsense? In Hu Jiu's view, the earlier one obtains a soul ring, the better. After just breaking through, the best time to obtain it is immediately after stabilizing the realm. Time waits for no one. Tang San became a god at 25. According to Hu Jio's own estimation, he would definitely break through to level 10 within a month. If he couldn't obtain a soul ring by then, it would delay his training time by a year. What to do? This question lingered in Hu Jio's mind until he returned to the dormitory, without coming up with a proper solution. Forget it. If worse comes to worst, I'll just ask Xiao San for help. Not thinking of a good plan, Hu Jio simply decided to stop worrying about it. The main thing was that looking at Xiao Wu, who was also sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her little feet. How could he have the heart to think about anything else? Isn't it nice to appreciate our lovely little white rabbit? Shortly after they returned to the dormitory, a male teacher in his 30s came to the dorm, who was the new work-study student. Step forward. Upon hearing this, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stood up simultaneously. I'm Mo Hen, but you can call me Teacher Mo Hu Jio. Xiao Wu, you are first-year work-study students, and from now on, you'll be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. Every day there are 10 copper soul coins. Remember, you must clean every day, especially the clutter. It must be cleaned thoroughly, otherwise, your wages will be deducted. If you show any negligence, the academy has the right to expel you. Do you understand? Hu Jio and Xiao Wu both nodded at the same time to indicate they understood. Mo Hen said, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will officially start the day after tomorrow. First-year students will have classes in room 1 on the first floor of the teaching building. Just be on time for class the day after tomorrow. From that day on, you can resume your normal work. I will conduct random inspections. All right, you can rest for now. Wang Sheng, you're the oldest here. Explain the rules to them. Yes, Wang Sheng replied. After the teacher left, Wang Sheng said to them, actually, the work at the school isn't too much. As long as you clean on time, there won't be any problems. Let me tell you about the classes. Generally speaking, the academy has 2 classes every morning, one for cultural knowledge and one for soul knowledge. In the afternoon, you can practice on your own. Most of us working study students arrange our work time in the afternoon so that it doesn't interfere with our studies. These working study students are all from poor families and cherish the opportunity to learn more than the rich kids. Thanks for the reminder. Hu Jio smiled and nodded. It seems this is what academy life will be like in the future. You're welcome. Wang Sheng waved his hand and turned to study. He left Hu Jio and Xiao Wu staring at each other. By the way, Xiao Wu, what level is your soul power? I feel like you're really fast. Unable to find a topic, Hu Jio casually created one. Let me introduce myself again. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit, and I'm an 11-level agility attack soul master. Impressive. Hu Jio gave a thumbs up in praise. Sure enough, this little rabbit was already level 11, higher than Tang San's level. Chapter 12. A brother's wife cannot be robbed. Just as teacher Mo Hen left, Tang San arrived. Xiao Jio. Tomorrow my master promised to take me to obtain a soul ring. I don't know how many days it will take, so I came to tell you. In this unfamiliar environment, Tang San subconsciously became closer to Hu Jio. The two, who already had a good relationship, became even closer. A soul ring? I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and go. It would be best to obtain a powerful soul ring to help me get one too. At this moment, Hu Jio regretted not spending more time on cultivation before. With his own cultivation and the improvements from the idol experience, he was probably already at level 10. If he could take advantage of Master once with Tang San now, it wouldn't be too difficult. What a pity. Okay, I'll help you then. Tang San nodded seriously. He knew Hu Jio's martial soul was supportive, and he would definitely need help when obtaining a soul ring. As a brother, he was naturally willing to help. Moreover, with the Xiantian treasure record in hand, preparing some hidden weapons to hunt soul beasts wouldn't be difficult for him. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. Glancing at Xiao Wu beside them, Hu Jio quietly pulled Tang San outside the door. What is it that's so mysterious? Tang San looked at Hu Jio in confusion, not understanding why he was being so secretive. Xiao San, do you think we are brothers? Hu Jio asked seriously. Of course, we've been brothers for a long time. Without hesitation, Tang San nodded. He recognized Hu Jio as a brother just because he brought him food every day before. Then, you can't rob a woman that your brother likes, right? Hu Jio continued asking. You mean? Tang San looked at Hu Jio in shock. I didn't expect you, little brat, to think about women at just 6 years old. Have some shame. What are you talking about? This is a reservation. Do you understand? When Xiao Wu grows up, I can just claim her. Hu Jio said assertively. What's wrong with liking someone? You have to be straightforward. Liking someone is liking someone. Age is not a problem. Tang San shook his head in speechlessness. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I like gentle girls. And that girl named Xiao Wu isn't suitable for me. Brother, do you know how gentle Xiao Wu will be when she grows up? When he said this, Tang San felt a vague emptiness in his heart and didn't know why, feeling puzzled. Haha, brother, you're really great. After getting Tang San's promise, Jiuhao excitedly patted his shoulder and laughed out loud. When it comes to fulfilling promises, Tang San is reliable. In this regard, Jiuhao trusts him even more than Tang San trusts himself. Enough talk, it's already dark. I'll head back first. Glancing at the sky, Tang San waved his hand, feeling that Jiuhao was acting strangely today. Perhaps it was because he suddenly arrived in a new environment and wasn't quite adapting. Jiuhao, do you have any carrots left? I'm a bit hungry. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Wu came over. All right, aren't you afraid of getting fat? After solving the trouble with Tang San, Jiuhao was happy and teased Xiao Wu, casually summoning a carrot and handing it over. Jiuhao had eaten this carrot himself. It wasn't much different from the ones from the field. If eaten raw, it didn't taste that great. Xiao Wu probably loved eating it because she was a rabbit. No way. No matter how many carrots I eat, I won't get fat. Xiao Wu proudly tilted her neck and said with a smug expression. That night, Jiuhao fell into a deep sleep with a strange emotion. The next day, there was the opening ceremony in the morning, and the afternoon was free for arrangements. Their work-study student duties would only start tomorrow. So boring. Jiuhao, aren't you bored? In the afternoon, in the dormitory, Jiuhao was lounging on the bed with his legs crossed, feeling relaxed and carefree. Bored? A little bit. How about we go to Nodding City and have some fun? Let's see the little white rabbits. Enjoying the improvements from the idle experience panel, Jiuhao wasn't bored at all. Plus, he was currently perfecting a new idea, so he was definitely not bored. But since he wanted to pursue Xiao Wu, even if he wasn't bored, he had to act bored. Nodding City? Sound good, let's go. Jiuhao's suggestion brightened Xiao Wu's eyes. She loved to play, and going to Nodding City, such a fun place, was something she couldn't resist at all. She was so eager that she reached out her hand to pull Jiuhao up from the bed, showing just how anxious she was. Her little hands are quite soft. Jiuhao smiled as he walked out with Xiao Wu, thinking that this could be considered a date. Although they were very young, it still counted as a date. That afternoon, Xiao Wu went absolutely wild, watching acrobatics, shopping, buying snacks. After a whole afternoon, Jiuhao regretted it. Indeed, whether adults or children, as long as they were female, they had endless energy when shopping, which was frightening. Even Jiuhao's body, trained through the chaotic wind hammering method, nearly couldn't handle it. Hee, Jiuhao, you can't do it. Your body is so weak. After returning to the academy, Xiao Wu laughed and mocked him. Puffed. I'm just being suppressed by the rules of heaven. When shopping, women have endless energy, while men are weak. This is a law of nature. Like a curse that even God-level experts can't break. Who would believe you? In just a few days, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Jiuhao skyrocketed. Under Jiuhao's care, they had become inseparable. At this point, even if Tang San wanted to steal her away, it would probably be impossible, Jiuhao thought with pride. Over these few days, he took great care of Xiao Wu, not only providing her with plenty of carrots, but also occasionally taking her outside the academy to buy delicious food. As for cultivation, what was that? They were all just idling around anyway. Having fun was all that mattered. In my past life, I endured enough suffering. In this life, I only seek to live carefree. However, it seems that the speed at which my wallet is depleting is a bit fast. Jiuhao himself doesn't spend much money. But the key is that Xiao Wu has no money at all. Whether it's for food or entertainment, it's all Jiuhao's money, and he is particularly generous. Not saving at all for Xiao Wu. This has resulted in the monthly living expenses provided by his family nearly running out in just 3 days. To support Xiao Wu and himself, he has to prepare to earn money. It's not that there aren't other options. There is one straightforward method. He remembers that if his level reaches the Soul Master rank, he can go to the Spirit Hall to receive living expenses. If Xiao Wu registers, they can continue to live carefree. However, Jiuhao quickly abandons this idea. First, if he does that, he would be relying on others, which is unacceptable for a man. Second, if they register at the Spirit Hall, their information would be known to the Spirit Hall. As someone who has experienced the information age, he is very cautious about this. Chapter 13. Tang San returns what? You want to sell carrots? No way. If you sell the carrots, what will I eat? Jiuhao's plan to make money was met with strong opposition from Xiao Wu. As a rabbit, she takes her food very seriously. But we're out of money. Jiuhao spread his hands, looking helpless. Fortunately, this isn't his past life. If it were, he could borrow money and pay it back after they got married. But there is no such thing as borrowing here. Then I don't care. You can't sell the carrots. At most, we want to go out of play anymore. To stay in the academy. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio pitifully, as if he was about to abandon her. Fine, let me think of another way. He still feels too weak. If he could feed Xiao Wu and have extra soul power, he could sell carrots to make money. Unfortunately, his soul power level is still at level 9, and it will take some time to upgrade. He believes that once he breaks through to Soul Master, he will have plenty of carrots to sell. Sister Xiao Wu, it's bad. Wang Sheng was stopped by those guys from Xiao Lauda. You have to go save him. At that moment, a junior from the dormitory rushed over, anxiously speaking to Xiao Wu and Hu Jio. Xiao Lauda, Xiao Qinyu? Hu Jio asked. Yes, it's them. They often bully us. This time, Wang Sheng ran into them and was directly stopped. You have to help him. Okay, they dare to bully my people. That's too hateful. Lead the way. Let us see how I deal with them. Xiao Wu's anger flared, her small face flushed red. In the past few days, Wang Sheng and his group had respected her as their leader, and now that her junior was being bullied, she certainly wasn't pleased. Follow me. The junior quickly agreed, and led Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to the scene. Next to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio tightened his grip on the hammer. It hadn't been used for several days, and today he was ready to make a big impact. A few minutes later, they arrived at the scene. At that moment, Wang Sheng was confronting a group of people who were none other than Xiao Laoda's gang. There were more than 20 of them, all seniors, and they had a much greater presence compared to Wang Sheng's group of nearly 10. The leader, a tall figure, although still youthful, already bore some adult characteristics. This was Xiao Qinyu. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. Wang Sheng, are you getting more pathetic? You actually brought 2 little kids. Are you joking? Xiao Qinyu looked disdainfully at Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, sneering at Wang Sheng. What is so great about you? Be careful. I might just beat you up and leave you looking for your teeth. Xiao Wu fiercely waved her fist at Xiao Qinyu. Huh, just you? Xiao Qinyu laughed loudly, and his followers joined in the laughter. Enough with the banter. Let us get down to it. Hu Jio pulled back the nearly exploding Xiao Wu and looked up at Xiao Qinyu. It's simple. I want to bully you. You have 12 people. So let us do this. We'll send out 10 at a time, taking turns. The one who wins can continue to face the next opponent until one side is completely defeated. Although it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu readily agreed. All right, it's settled. Who has your first? Behind her, Wang Sheng wanted to stop her, but Xiao Wu agreed too quickly, and it was too late to intervene. Xiao Qinyu gestured to his followers, and a tall senior stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and looked up at Xiao Wu, saying, Sister Xiao Wu, let me take this round. The senior recognized the opponent and had often fought him before, losing more than winning. But he was left with only Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, while the others were just there to make up the numbers. Wang Sheng, you're no match for him. I'll go. Hu Jio pressed down on Wang Sheng's shoulder, preventing him from entering the battle. The opponent's soul power level was pure, and just from the aura, Wang Sheng had already lost. Nodding at Xiao Wu, Hu Jio approached the senior. My name is Hu Jio, my martial spirit is Carrot, and I'm a level 9 support type soul master. It's not unfair for me to fight you with a weapon, right? Ah, ha, a level 9 support type martial spirit. Wang Sheng, don't tell me you have no one left. You actually sent a support type soul master to fight, ha ha. Behind him, Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily at Hu Jio's introduction. A group of people followed suit, thinking it was ridiculous for a support-type soul master with only soul master cultivation to come out to fight. Oof. Hu Jio scoffed disdainfully, not saying anything further. He raised his iron hammer, swinging it in a half circle, continuously accumulating power. With one move, then another, as the raining hammer technique unfolded, Hu Jio's aura grew stronger, quickly surpassing what a soul master could emit. The senior Lu Long facing him felt something was off. The aura from this guy was nearly surpassing him. No, it wasn't nearly. It had already surpassed him. Lu Long didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly summoned his martial spirit, thrusting his stick toward Hu Jio. Too late. At that moment, Hu Jio's raining hammer technique had accumulated 15 strikes. The 5th level raining hammer technique looked astonishing now, with faint red light flickering on the hammer, an indication of soul power overflowing. Boom! With one hammer strike, Lu Long was sent flying, both person and stick, landing on the ground, unable to move. How about that? Hu Jio turned his head, proudly raising his eyebrows at Xiao Wu. Impressive. Your hammer technique has become even more formidable. Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed, looking at Hu Jio in surprise. Although she knew that Hu Jio was different from ordinary support-type soul masters and could handle a fight, she didn't expect his hammer technique had progressed further. No, it wasn't just the technique. His strength had grown. Did he hold back when he competed with her before? Haha, you're really no match at all. What do you say, Xiao Lauda? Jiuhao's stunning strike made Xiao Wu very proud, and she playfully looked at Xiao Qinyu, teasing him. This battle we lost. Ling Feng, you're up for the next one. With a fierce wave of his hand, Xiao Qinyu sent another person out. Kid, I've seen through your tricks. In a fight with me, a 1T gave you the chance to accumulate power. Ling Feng stomped his foot, and his whole body shot forward like a rocket, landing in front of Jiuhao. Hee, so you can see through it? Huh? If I can't win, then I won't fight you. Xiao San, come out quickly. Your brother is about to get beaten. Jiuhao shrugged and suddenly shouted towards the big tree behind the crowd. Xiao Jiuhao, your nose is still so sharp. I was being so careful, and you still found me. Tang San's voice came from behind the tree. Chapter 14. Self-created soul skills, another one. Hey, you don't seem to be a work-study student, do you? Kid, this is between us and the work-study students. I advise you to mind your own business. Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San with a serious expression, not because he was afraid of his strength. He was mainly startled by the 24 bridges of the bright moon night at Tang San's waist. As the son of the city lord, he had seen good things, and it was clear that the belt on Tang San was not an ordinary item. His father had said that some people were not someone he could afford to offend, and Xiao Qinyu suspected that Tang San was one of those people. So what if I'm not a work-study student? Xiao Jiuhao is my brother. If you want to fight him, you have to defeat me first. After obtaining his first spirit ring, Tang San became more confident. Even when facing senior students like Xiao Qinyu, his aura was not weak at all. You don't know what's good for you. Ling Feng, go take him down. Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth and waved his right hand. With so many people watching, he couldn't show weakness, no matter what his background was. Make your move. Tang San stepped in front of Jiuhao. Jiuhao smiled and stepped back to stand beside Xiao Wu, ready to watch the show. Opposite Tang San, Ling Feng spread his arms, his small frame darting toward Tang San at lightning speed. Yet Tang San stood still, seemingly unresponsive. Xiao Jiuhao, do you think Tang San is reliable? Don't embarrass me, Xiao Wu said worriedly beside Jiuhao. After all, she was the boss. If Tang San lost, it wouldn't look good for her. Don't worry, I used to be unable to beat Xiao San. Now that he has obtained the spirit ring, I definitely can't beat him. Jiuhao was not worried about Tang San's combat ability. He thought it was better to worry about himself. As it turned out, just as Jiuhao said, in the arena, facing Ling Feng's fierce attacks, Tang San easily deflected them with a few simple moves, simultaneously executing a beautiful flip and a hook kick that sent Ling Feng flying, unable to get up for a long time. This move shocked not only the work-study students on Jiuhao's side, but also those on Xiao Qinyu's side. Next, Tang San looked calmly at Xiao Qinyu and said. Xiao Qinyu glared at Tang San, walking out with a grim expression. Among their group, besides Lu Long and Ling Feng, he was the strongest in combat. And now that Lu Long and Ling Feng had been defeated, he had to step in personally. Xiao San, come back. Let Xiao Wu handle the last match. Jiuhao glanced at the pouting Xiao Wu. The little rabbit was eager for a fight, seeing that Xiao Qinyu was their last powerful opponent. Yet she wasn't allowed to fight. Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction was already visible on her face. Can she do it? Tang San asked in confusion as he turned back. Who are you talking about? My sister Xiao Wu is definitely capable. Do you want to compete later? Xiao Wu protested angrily, shaking her fists at Tang San, feeling dissatisfied with his doubt about her strength. If Tang San weren't Jiuhao's brother, Xiao might have already given him a lesson. Tang San's eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't understand how Jiuhao could like Xiao Wu's fiery personality. All right, no infighting. Xiao San, you step down for now. Jiuhao looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu glaring at each other with interest, feeling that everything seemed to be driven by his own hands. Xiao Qinyu, Martial Soul Wolf, Level 11, One Ring Battle Soul Master. Xiao Qinyu coldly looked at them, thinking that even at this point, they were still bickering, completely disregarding him. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Rabbit, Level 12 Battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu shook her head, her scorpion braid swaying as she confidently looked at Xiao Qinyu. What? You're actually a Level 12 Battle Soul Master? Xiao Qinyu was shocked, staring at the cute little girl in front of him. What kind of people were they? She was only 6 years old and had already cultivated to the Battle Soul Master level. Was there any need for others to live? What's wrong, scared? If you're afraid, hurry up and surrender. Xiao Wu, the boss, exuded a strong aura, acting like a big shot. You're lying to me, right? I see through your little tricks. Xiao Qinyu looked at Xiao Wu suspiciously, as if confirming whether what she said was true. If you don't believe me, then let me show you. Xiao Wu teased as she glanced at Xiao Qinyu, shouting loudly, and a yellow light circle appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, two cute rabbit ears popped up on her head, and her eyes turned red, looking extremely adorable. Moreover, Jiuhao clearly saw that behind Xiao Wu's short skirt, there was a fluffy white round ball, which was her short tail. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu stepped back in shock. He only had a 10-year soul ring. How could he compete? It should be known that the enhancement of soul rings for soul masters was significant. Even a gap of a few years was a considerable difference. Xiao Qinyu was decisive, realizing he couldn't win, and simply surrendered. Sister Xiao Wu, I admit defeat. From now on, you will be the big sister of all students at our Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Great. I agree to let you be my little brothers. Xiao Wu proudly looked at the older students bowing to her, then turned back and mischievously winked at Jiuhao, leaving him dazed. At the same time, Tang San beside Jiuhao was also stunned. He never expected that this not-so-cute little girl would have a higher soul power level than him. What incredible talent! After subduing Xiao Qinyu and the others, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu relaxed, as the tasks in the academy were clearly arranged by this group of little brothers due to Xiao Qinyu, leaving no room for them to intervene. With some leisure time, Jiuhao began to consider another idea, the idea of creating his own skills. Currently, 5 slots had been unlocked on his, but only 3 skills were currently in use, leaving 2 slots empty, which was a significant waste. He had already inquired at the academy and found that there were no skills for him to learn. So to avoid wasting the slots, he decided to create his own soul skills. As for the skills, the first thing that came to his mind was training by climbing trees and walking on water, and then seeing if he could develop a soul power manipulation skill. If this skill succeeded, then his skill of making dumplings would no longer be a dream. With the dumpling making skill, even if he was just an auxiliary martial soul, he could still have considerable attack ability, unlike now, where after others discovered the flaws of his chaotic wind hammer method, he dared not fight against battle soul masters. Winning or losing was secondary. The key was that he couldn't win in a flashy and stylish way, which made it impossible for him to show off. And that was the most crucial point. Who want to fight if they couldn't show off? He wasn't like Xiao Wu, who could enjoy being a little rabbit keeper beautifully. Chapter 15. Soul power manipulation, climbing trees, and walking on water are training methods used in Naruto to cultivate chakra control. In Jiuhao's view, whether it's chakra in Naruto or soul power in Doluo, they're ultimately a form of extraordinary power. Using climbing trees and walking on water as training methods, while it's uncertain whether he can create a skill, it would still be beneficial for himself in any case. Thinking of it, he acted. Climbing trees and walking on water were not the goals. Controlling his own soul power was the main focus. In Naruto, climbing trees involves channeling chakra to the feet, creating an adhesive force that allows one to walk upright on tree trunks. In summary, it's about controlling the power within the body to create adhesion. However, Jiuhao felt this method was too crude. Controlling one's feet is far more difficult than controlling one's hands. From that day on, Jiuhao began to experiment. He started with the simplest task. He found a piece of paper, concentrated his soul power into his palm, placed his palm on the paper, and began to use the power of his soul to slowly lift the paper, sticking it with soul power. Unsurprisingly, the first attempt ended in failure. Then came the second and third attempts. It was as if he were possessed, and Jiuhao was determined to master this piece of paper, whether eating or attending class. Even at night while sleeping, he was engaged in a struggle with the paper. Xiao Wu was very curious about Jiuhao's behavior. Jiuhao, what are you doing? What is so fun about a piece of paper? Tang San, who was next to Jiuhao, also looked at him curiously, not understanding what was so interesting about a piece of paper. He was smart enough to notice that Jiuhao seemed to be purposefully playing with the paper, but he still couldn't figure out what he was doing. Oh, I have a new idea, but it always seems to be missing that crucial thought. Jiuhao was a bit frustrated. He had been experimenting for several days with no results. Indeed, he wasn't a genius after all. What idea? Tell me. Tang San asked curiously, thinking Jiuhao was very clever. For example, he learned the chaotic cloak hammer method before Tang San, but now, in terms of realm, he had already fallen far behind Jiuhao. Tang San was still very interested in things that could stump Jiuhao. Hey, hearing Tang San's question, Jiuhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't achieve such operations, if it were Tang San, he would surely be able to. After all, This guy had a technique called controlling cranes and catching dragons. For Tang San, sticking the paper to his palm would be no problem. Thinking of this, Hu Jiu voiced his idea. Adhere the paper, adhere the stone, climb trees, walk on water. Tang San lowered his head to contemplate Hu Jiu's so-called soul power control training method. After a while, he raised his head, looking intently at Hu Jiu. Xiao Jiu, you are really a genius. I've thought this training method through carefully, and in principle, it is feasible, but achieving this goal will be quite difficult. But what? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with dissatisfaction. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say it. Next to them, Xiao Wu was frowning at Tang San, feeling that as brothers, he should be more straightforward about small matters. Hee, but I happen to know a little trick about this. Tang San ignored Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction and smiled lightly, reaching out to take the paper from Hu Jiu's hand. He then skillfully placed the paper in his palm, performed a beautiful flip, and with his palm facing down, the paper rotated beneath his palm, sticking firmly without any grasping measures, not falling at all. Impressive. Can you explain how you did that? Hu Jiu's eyes brightened. Indeed, Tang San understood this. Haha, there's nothing to hide. It mainly involves letting the soul power flow and rotate on the palm, thus generating adhesive force. Of course, this rotation is not random. It follows a pattern. Wow, how amazing. Xiao Jiu, you're really impressive to think of such an interesting ability. Seeing Tang San stick the paper to his palm, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu with admiration. As for Tang San, the executor, Xiao Wu had already ignored him. After all, the method was Hu Jiu's creation, so it requires such techniques. Xiao San, your brain is really sharp. Why didn't I think of this method? After a while, Hu Jiu had learned Tang San's method and successfully adhered the paper to his palm using soul power. At the same time, the panel recognized this skill. The fourth position displayed the words soul power control flashing brightly. No, it's still Xiao Jiu who is impressive for coming up with this method to train soul power. This can already be considered a form of auxiliary self-created soul skill. I admire you. Facing Hu Jiu's flattery, Tang San humbly waved his hand, knowing his own situation. The reason he could succeed was mainly due to having practiced the controlling cranes and catching dragons technique. With a solid foundation, he could easily grasp Hu Jiu's step-by-step training method. All right, you both are impressive enough. Can we stop the mutual flattery? It's embarrassing. Seeing Hu Jiu and Tang San like this, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. Why can't I help Xiao Jiu? That Tang San is so annoying. Seeing Xiao Wu getting jealous of Tang San, Hu Jiu felt thrilled inside. Haha, Xiao Wu, it seems your fate is about to change. Not pairing up with Tang San would be better for Xiao Wu. After all, in the original story, Xiao Wu had died for Tang San once. Now that Hu Jiu was here, he would never let Xiao Wu make any sacrifices. 3 days later, Hu Jiu's soul power control skill leveled up to level 1, finally transitioning from theoretical improvement to practical effect on his body. With level 1 soul power control, he could already stick small stones to his hand. Although it didn't have much immediate use, Hu Jiu had started to feel the benefits of this skill in terms of soul power control. In the past, he hadn't been as smooth in controlling soul power as he was now. 10 days later, when soul power control reached level 2, Hu Jiu found a tree to try climbing. Although it was a bit forced, he managed to climb up. Similarly, Tang San, who often stayed with him, performed even better. He could agilely run all the way to the top of a big tree, something Hu Jiu couldn't achieve. As for Xiao Wu, well, in front of these two, she was at a disadvantage, still stuck at the stage of sticking small stones. This made Xiao Wu quite unhappy. They had trained together, and while she could understand Hu Jiu's faster progress since he had created the method, why was Tang San also advancing so quickly? It wasn't fair. Xiao Jiu, tell me, are you hiding something? Do you have a secret you haven't told me? That night, in the dormitory, Xiao Wu leaned her little head forward, threatening Hu Jiu with claw-like gestures. No. Hu Jiu was startled by Xiao Wu's expression. What was going on? Had he been exposed? When? Could it be that he had talked in his sleep? Oh my god. For a moment, Hu Jiu's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down. Chapter 16, Brak Thruno. You must have some technique you haven't taught me. Otherwise, how could I not compare Tang San? Xiao Wu was certain. Wearing an expression like Hu Jiu was hiding his stash of secrets. Phew, I really don't have that. I saw you were training pretty smoothly, so maybe you were just playing around and not focusing. It was a false alarm. Hu Jiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, mentally reminding himself to be careful and not to say anything inappropriate in his dreams. I think I've been quite focused. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a bit guilty. To be honest, ever since she became the leader, she hadn't T-trained much. Moreover, Xiao Wu had great talent. Even if she didn't T-train much, her soul power was still rising quickly, now at level 13. Successfully creating the soul power control skill had greatly boosted Hu Jiu's confidence, and he immediately began his plan to create the spiral pill. However, after tinkering for a few days, he discovered that the spiral pill skill required extremely high control of one's own soul power, which he couldn't achieve at his current level. Moreover, there's one very important point. The spiral pill requires the soul power to leave the body, which is something only soul masters can do. With his level as a soul scholar, it is simply a delusion. Seeing this, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon this plan. Time passed while playing around with Xiao Wu. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Burp. A long burp suddenly left Hu Jiu stunned. It seemed that his soul power had broken through to level 10. After confirming carefully, he found that he had indeed broken through to the soul master stage. Xiao Jiu, what's wrong? Did you drink the soup too fast? In the cafeteria, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu with amusement. Haha, no, I've broken through to level 10. Hu Jiu was very astute, seizing the opportunity to joyfully embrace Xiao Wu, forgetting everything in his excitement. It felt like hugging a doll. So happy. Really, that's great. Does that mean your carrots will taste better now? Upon hearing this news, Xiao was also overjoyed. Hu Jiu's martial soul was of the food type, and as the level increased, the taste of the martial soul would become better. As a little rabbit, Xiao Wu was delighted by the delicious food she would soon get to eat. Hey, why are you hugging me? Let go. After a while, once Hu Jiu had taken enough advantage, Xiao Wu finally reacted, her face turning a bright pink. Ah, soda. I didn't mean to. Acting, Hu Jiu was a professional. He looked flustered, as if he had committed a grave mistake. Forget it, just don't randomly hug me in the future. Be careful, or I'll deal with you. Raising her fist, Xiao Wu threatened in a fierce yet timid manner. This meant that as long as it wasn't random, it was fine to hug. Xiao Jiu, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San smiled and congratulated Hu Jiu. Hee. Hu Jiu grinned mischievously as he put his arm around Tang San's neck. Xiao San, it's time for you to put in some effort. I've decided to consolidate my cultivation first. Then I'll take leave to hunt for soul rings in the soul hunting forest. No problem. Tang San nodded seriously, touching the 24 bridges moonlit night at his waist, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. I'll go too. Don't worry. With my sister Xiao Wu helping you, I'll definitely find you a good soul ring. Xiao Wu said, refusing to be outdone as she patted her chest. Okay, then the three of us will go together. Hu Jiu wrapped his left arm around Tang San and placed his right hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, smiling broadly. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the effect of your soul ring? If not, I can ask my master for you. Tang San asked. I can't really grasp this. I have some ideas, but nothing confirmed. How about you tell the master, and I'll visit tomorrow? Hu Jiu replied. When it comes to knowledge about soul rings and soul beasts, the master is the real expert. To make his first soul ring achieve the desired effect, he decided to consult the master. With Tang San's connection, it wouldn't be a problem to ask for advice. Moreover, he remembered that the soul hunting forest was nurtured by the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Without a Spirit Hall token, one couldn't enter. If he could borrow a token from the master, he wouldn't need to report to the Spirit Hall. He had always protected his information well. And since he was already on the same side as Xiao Wu, he naturally had an adversarial relationship with the Spirit Hall. All right, I'll talk to my master this afternoon. Tang San nodded. He had a deep understanding of his master's theoretical knowledge. And if Hu Jiu could receive some guidance from him, it would save a lot of detours. After class the next day, Hu Jiu carried a bag of fruit and went to the master's residence with Tang San. Hello, master. Sorry to disturb you. Upon seeing the master, Hu Jiu respectfully bowed. Regardless of the master's character, he was here to seek help today, so he had to maintain the proper demeanor. Sit down. Xiao San has told me about your situation. To be honest, you surprised me. After studying martial souls for so long, I have never seen someone with only level 2 innate soul power, especially from the most difficult food type, who managed to reach the soul master realm in just 1 month. It's incredible. The master might have misunderstood. In fact, Hu Jiu had been cultivating for a full 4 months. His ancestors had been soul masters and relying on the legacy of his forebears. It was not strange for him to reach the soul master realm. Hu Jiu had already prepared an explanation for this, so it didn't stand out when he clarified. For months is still quite remarkable. The master took a deep look at Jiuhao and said lightly, "Forget it, everyone has their secrets. Now, let us talk about the purpose of your visit today." When it came to serious matters, Jiuhao also became serious. He earnestly said to the master, "Master, here's what I think. You know that my martial soul is a carrot, which means it has no attack power and can only serve as an auxiliary soul master and food-type soul master. Since carrots are plants, but also food, I plan to cultivate both auxiliary and food types. Do you think this is feasible?" Jiuhao had struggled with this question for quite a while and had researched a lot of materials. Unfortunately, there was very little knowledge on this topic at Nodding Academy, and he found the answers he needed. "It seems you are very clever. Yes, your idea is correct. According to my theory of the 10 core competencies, the strength of a martial soul is proportional to the innate soul power awakened, and vice versa." The master tapped the table and continued, "From your innate soul power, it is clear that your martial soul is not strong." Although the master's words were rather blunt, Jiuhao still nodded. This was a fact, and there was no point in arguing. As a low-level martial soul, there are actually significant advantages in obtaining soul rings. Just like Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, being ordinary means it has a strong adaptability, which means your martial soul can almost absorb any type of soul ring, and that is the most useful aspect for you. The master truly lived up to his title. His explanation brightened Jiuhao's eyes, and a certain thought in his heart became clear. If that's the case, the effect of my first soul ring should be to enhance my cultivation speed. In Diluo continent, every soul master cannot do without cultivation. It is a lifelong endeavor. Since Jiuhao's innate talent for cultivation was not good, he could only think of ways to address it through his soul ring. However, this required the master's help. With so many soul beasts in the world, the effect of a soul ring from the same soul beast varies when used by different soul masters. To obtain the desired effect for his soul ring, consulting the master was only natural. Enhancing cultivation efficiency is something all soul masters hope for in a soul ring. Unfortunately, based on my research of thousands of auxiliary soul rings, there are only 3 types that can enhance cultivation efficiency. The master looked at Jiuhao with a faintly disdainful expression, as if looking at a fool, but even so, he began to explain. The first type is the Moonlight Beast. This soul beast can only be found in the Stardew Forest, and it is extremely rare. Unless you spend a huge price, it will be impossible for you to find it. What about the other 2? Jiuhao had already ruled out the Moonlight Beast. He had neither money nor power, and such a rare and hard-to-find soul beast was completely out of reach. The second option is the Sunflower. This type of plant is not hard to find as a soul beast. It can be found in the Hunting Soul Forest. However, using it as a soul ring only has a 1/10 chance, or even lower, of improving cultivation effects. You should think this through carefully. Considering that Jiuhao is a friend from Tang San's hometown, the master kindly offered a hint. A 1/10 chance? That's almost like a lottery. I won't choose that. Jiuhao looked at the master expectantly, waiting for the last option. As for the last option, don't get your hopes up. It's called the Devouring Toad. And while it does increase soul power cultivation speed, it can only increase it by 1%, 1,000th, or even lower. This effect is worse than having nothing at all. After explaining, the master stopped talking, leaving Jiuhao to ponder in silence. To gamble or not to gamble? Jiuhao was very conflicted. He wanted to use the Devouring Toad as his soul ring, and although the cultivation speed increase is indeed low, don't forget that he has an AFK panel. If the skills attached to the soul ring can also be improved through AFK, then there's really nothing to think about. The key point is that he is currently unsure whether the skills on the soul ring can be AFK enhanced. That's the most troubling part. Jiuhao, why not give up on this soul ring effect? There's so many soul beasts in the world. Why must you choose to improve cultivation speed? Seeing Jiuhao in a state of indecision, Tang San finally couldn't help but remind him. Normally, for a choice of a soul ring that affects a soul master's entire life, Tang San wouldn't interfere, but seeing Jiuhao's conflicted expression, he couldn't hold back any longer. Tang San's words brought Jiuhao back to reality. He nodded and turned to the master, saying, "Master, I've made my decision. I want the Devouring Toad. Can you give me a detailed introduction to this soul beast? It's a gamble. It's just a soul ring anyway. After all, it's just a low-level soul ring. No matter how good the effect, it can't be heaven-defying. If he bets right, it truly could be heaven-defying. when the AFK panel raises the skill effect level. Even if it only enhances the cultivation effect by 1 or 2 times, he still profits. Alright, then I'll introduce you to the Devouring Toad. After a while, Jiuhao left the Master's residence with a calm expression, holding a token, which was the Master's Wuhan Hall identity card. Xiao, are you really determined to choose the Devouring Toad as your first soul ring? That evening, after finishing lessons with the Master, Tang San rushed over to Jiuhao. Yes. Jiuhao nodded, as if it were as simple as choosing what to eat for dinner. Did you not understand what the Master just said? The Devouring Toad has a maximum lifespan of only a few decades, and there's no 100-year Devouring Toad. Moreover, the effect of the soul ring skill you get is not good. Xiao, reconsider. Let us switch to a 100-year soul beast. If you're worried about our safety, you can rest assured. I can handle a 100-year soul ring. Facing Tang San's earnest persuasion, Jiuhao felt warm inside. This person, Tang San, indeed had a strong personal charm. Initially, he had some utilitarian thoughts about Tang San, but after truly interacting, he gradually began to treat him like a real brother. Don't worry, Xiao San. My choice of the Devouring Toad as my first soul ring is also a careful decision. Let me explain. Tang San, calm down. You speak. Well, how should I put it? In the knowledge we study, it has been explained that the lifespan of a soul master's soul ring cannot be changed. Right? Jiuhao looked at Tang San and asked. Yes, that is common knowledge. Tang San nodded. Well, I'll tell you, I don't believe in that common knowledge. Jiuhao said seriously. Sometimes, Tang San really wanted to crack open Jiuhao's head to see what was inside. Isn't it a well-established fact that the lifespan of a soul ring cannot be increased? How old are you to dare doubt that? Listen to me. In my opinion, whether it's soul power or soul rings, they're all our own strength. There is nothing to discuss about that, right? Yes. Both soul power and soul rings are our strength. Tang San nodded. Since it's our own strength, why can't soul rings be enhanced through cultivation like soul power? Jiuhao countered. Tang San fell silent. Jiuhao's words sounded somewhat absurd, but upon serious reflection, it didn't seem wrong. Since soul rings are also a part of one's strength, why can't they be enhanced through cultivation? I think there are 2 reasons why people say soul rings cannot be enhanced. Jiuhao raised a finger. First, those who say this cannot truly control their soul rings. I'm not talking about releasing and retracting the soul ring. I mean controlling the power of the soul ring. Simply put, it's about manipulating the soul ring as if it were part of your own body, like controlling the size and strength of the soul ring, etc. And the second? Tang San was intrigued by what Jiuhao said and eagerly wanted to hear more. Although Jiuhao's statement was crazy, upon careful thought, it indeed made sense. If what Jiuhao said was true, then the Doluo continent would be changed because of him. As for the second point, it's simple. Even if soul rings could be enhanced through cultivation, so what? Isn't it better to focus on improving soul power and leveling up? If you had to choose, would you spend time enhancing your level or enhancing the power of your soul ring? This, Tang San. Chapter 18 Departure. So, you've been talking for so long just to mess with me? Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at Jiuhao, wishing he could punch him. Damn it, you're talking about changing the Doluo continent, and then you just give me a bunch of nonsense about not having time? Haha, don't be angry. It's not completely useless. Jiuhao smiled smugly. For example what? For example, you can multitask. Even if it's not true multitasking, you can train your body to form instincts, which is a form of multitasking. Jiuhao grinned. You mean? Tang San's eyes lit up. This was more like it. Yes, as long as you work hard, even heaven can be defied. Jiuhao patted Tang San's shoulder with satisfaction, looking pleased. Get lost. Your reasoning doesn't convince me. I still can't let you choose the Devouring Toad as a soul ring. Tang San shook off Jiuhao's hand, still opposing Jiuhao, joking about his future. All right, then I'll keep making things up. I'll continue explaining. Jiuhao almost slipped his tongue. Then you speak. I'm listening. Okay, you two are actually whispering behind my back. Jiuhao, what are you doing? Just as Jiuhao was organizing his thoughts, Xiao Wu suddenly popped out. It turned out that Jiuhao and Tang San had been outside for quite a while, which made Xiao Wu feel something was off. They had promised to be inseparable. Why were they missing now? Xiao Wu, you came at the right time. Help me persuade Jiuhao. When Xiao Wu arrived, Tang San's face lit up, and he immediately spilled the beans about Jiuhao wanting to choose the Devouring Toad as his soul ring. Of course, he also mentioned Jiuhao's idea about soul rings being able to be enhanced through cultivation. Are you stupid? Since Xiao Jiuhao has already mentioned the method, why not just try it and see? You've really grown a big head for nothing. Xiao Wu shot a glance at Tang San, thinking he was foolish. All right, I can just try to see if it works. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San suddenly enlightened. If soul rings could really be enhanced through cultivation, then it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Hu Jiu choose the devouring toad. By the way, Xiao Jiu, didn't you say you had other reasons earlier? Let us hear them. Just as Tang San was preparing to go back and experiment, he suddenly remembered that Hu Jiu had mentioned other reasons. Oh, you mean that? There's not much to say. I just want to create a new soul skill using it as a template after obtaining the soul skill. As a great imitation nation, borrowing and mimicking is instinctual, right? This way, the soul skill can be leveled up automatically. Of course, this is something that can't be told to Tang San. Why do I feel like everything you said today is a lie? Tang San looked at Hu Jiu with suspicion. There is nothing like that. It's impossible. In response, Hu Jiu repeatedly denied it. Thankfully, his ability to lie with his eyes open hadn't slipped. Otherwise, he would have been exposed today. Of course, it can't be said to be a lie. If soul ring skills can't be leveled up automatically, he really needs to research this aspect. After that day, Tang San entered a state of crazy research. Besides eating with Hu Jiu, he was hardly seen at all. Meanwhile, Hu Jiu was also making final preparations for hunting soul rings. His preparation was to wait for automatic leveling. He saw that the soul power meditation method and the 5 senses enhancement technique on the automatic leveling panel were about to reach level 5. And the soul power control skill was also about to reach level 3, so he decided to wait until they all leveled up before setting out. The soul power meditation method was not a big deal, but the key was the 5 senses enhancement technique. After this skill is improved, it will greatly assist him in hunting in the soul hunting forest. Through sight, smell, and hearing, whether searching for soul beasts or avoiding them, it would be very helpful, especially with the various dangers like poisonous insects that are everywhere in the forest. Hu Jiu valued his own safety. In such a dangerous place as the soul hunting forest, it was essential to be well prepared. 5 days later, the soul power meditation method reached level 5, increasing the training effect by 40. The 5 senses enhancement technique reached level 5, allowing him to detect various smells within 200 meters, and he could hear sound within 500 meters. His vision was clearer, and, standing at a high point, he could see the faces of people a mile away. The soul power control was also leveled up to level 3, enabling him to run quickly on tree trunks. In addition, his control over his own soul power had greatly strengthened. By concentrating soul power in his legs, he could increase his running speed, and by concentrating it in his hands, he could enhance his strength and speed. In short, just the increase in the level of soul power control had raised Hu Jiu's overall strength to a new level. Xiao Jiu, the method you mentioned has been confirmed. It is indeed feasible. On the 6th day, Tang San hurriedly approached Hu Jiu with a joyful expression. Really successful? Hu Jiu exclaimed in disbelief. But what? Hu Jiu was still immersed in the shock that Tang San brought him. But this requires a very strong soul power control ability. And compared to soul power cultivation, the speed of increasing soul rings is pitifully slow. With my current cultivation speed, it might really take a year to extend the soul ring's duration by a year. Tang San shrugged helplessly, feeling regretful about this answer. He initially thought it was a great discovery that could change the world, but it turned out to be a useless ability. If it weren't for his strong mental endurance, Tang San might have been disheartened. Wasn't this something we anticipated? Regarding this outcome, Hu Jiu had long expected it. Improving soul ring levels wasn't that easy. All right, I've decided to go to the soul hunting forest tomorrow to obtain a soul ring. Xiao San, do you have any questions? No questions. I'll talk to my master later. We can leave any time. Tang San nodded, indicating there were no issues. Then tomorrow it is. Let us go find Xiao Wu to ask for leave. The management at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite strict, so they would need at least 2 or 3 days to return. Therefore, asking for leave in advance was necessary. Of course, requesting leave with a legitimate reason was not a problem. After all, hunting soul rings was a major life event, and the Academy could understand. The leave request went smoothly, and the Academy leaders easily approved it, just reminding them to pay attention to their safety, and that the Academy would not be responsible for any accidents. That night, under Xiao Wu's excited voice, Hu Jiu went to sleep with anticipation. Early the next morning, Hu Jiu, Xiao Wu, and Tang San set off after a simple packing. The soul hunting forest was about 400 miles away from Nodding City, Since Tang San had been there once, everything felt familiar. They bought drinking water, food, and camping supplies, and, after everything was ready, they hired a carriage to head to the soul hunting forest. Chapter 19. Hunting souls by noon the next day. The three of them finally arrived at the soul hunting forest. We finally made it. It was so boring on the road. Xiao Wu jumped off the carriage and stretched a big lazy stretch. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Here, have a carrot first. Jiuhao, who got off the carriage behind her, stood beside her with a smile. I can't get tough. This operation was all for him to hunt for a soul ring, while Xiao Wu and Tang San were just helping out for free. Xiao San, do you want a carrot too? Jiuhao offered another carrot to Tang San. I'll have one. Not to mention, this carrot is crunchy and tasty, quenching thirst and filling the stomach. The best part is, you never have to worry about hunger. It's really nice. Tang San had been hungry under Tang Hao's care since he was young, so he naturally felt this more deeply. You two stop dawdling. Hurry up and find Soul Beast for Xiao Jiao. Up ahead, Xiao was bouncing around, waving back at them. The two exchanged smiles and hurriedly followed. Arriving at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Jiuhao took out the martial soul hall token from the master and easily led Tang San and Xiao Wu inside. Xiao Wu, slow down, be careful of dangers. Hearing the various sounds of soul beasts around him and the faint sense of danger, Jiuhao suddenly felt a bit worried. Originally, he thought he wouldn't feel scared with Tang San and Xiao Wu, two battle soul masters, with him. But it seemed he had overestimated himself. Walking in such a dangerous place, he hadn't experienced anything like this in this life, or even the last, especially after his five senses were enhanced. He could detect various dangerous auras in the forest. It felt like a little sheep walking among wolves, heart racing. Hee, Xiao Jiao, so you're scared. Don't worry. Sister Xiao Wu will protect you. Xiao Wu turned around and saw the expression on Jiao's face, as if she had discovered a new continent. On the other hand, Tang San behind them understood a bit. After all, Jiao was only 6 years old, and being afraid in such a dangerous place as the soul hunting forest was normal. But Xiao Wu was a bit bold. Let me lead the way, Xiao Jiao. You stay in the middle, and Xiao Wu at the back. We'll protect Xiao Jiao together. Naturally, Tang San took over the command of the group. Okay. Once it came to serious matters, Xiao Wu also became serious, obediently following Tang San's instructions and closely trailing behind Jiao, afraid of any accidents happening to him. You guys don't make the atmosphere so tense. Although I'm an auxiliary soul master, I also have combat power. At least I can protect myself. Jiao waved the hammer in his hand, saying discontentedly, compared to the level 13 Xiao Wu and level 14 Tang San, he might not be as strong, but he wasn't that weak. Let me show you the level 5 Raging Hammer technique. At this level, the Raging Hammer technique could already unleash a total of 81 strikes in succession, with the final strike possessing an attack power of 500 pounds. Even Tang San could not achieve that now. He was a weakling, just in case. Walking in front, Tang San might have been worried about Jiao's emotions. So he explained a bit. No need to explain, I know. By now, Jiao had adapted to the atmosphere of the soul hunting forest, and his mood had calmed down. Walking to the left, it seemed like there was 100-year soul beast's aura on the right. As they walked, Jiao suddenly reached out and tugged Tang San to change direction. Okay. Tang San didn't ask how he discovered it and without hesitation, turned left. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu behind them was quite curious. How do you know there is a 100-year soul beast on the right? It's simple. One is the aura, and the other is the smell. They both tell me that there is a troublesome character on the right. It was at this moment that Jiao realized that in the soul hunting forest, his most useful sense should be touch. With it, it was practically life-saving. It was like a premonition. As they got closer, his body would naturally react, like an animal's first standing on end, signaling danger in that direction. Coupled with a foul smell he detected with his nose, if Jiao had more knowledge, he could directly determine what type of soul beast it was. Your perception ability is so strong, you can actually sense the aura of soul beasts in advance. With this ability, it seems our soul hunting mission will be much simpler. The most dangerous thing in the soul hunting forest is encountering a stronger soul beast, but Jiao's ability allowed them to detect soul beasts ahead of time. No wonder Xiao Wu looked surprised. Haha, this is a soul technique passed down from my ancestors, but unfortunately, this technique can't be shared. Otherwise, I would teach you. Jiao said, can't share, only could be passed down internally, which he learned from Tang San. After all, this kid kept the Tang sect's martial arts tightly guarded. So he wouldn't teach him. With Jiao's sensing ability, the following events became simple. Once they sensed a 100-year soul beast's aura, they would avoid it in advance. This time, Jiuhao's target was the swallowing heaven toad, a small soul beast that could grow to only about 90 years old at most. Since their lifespan is not long, living a few decades is considered long-lived for them. Moreover, the swallowing heaven toad's strength is not strong, always at the bottom of the food chain in the soul hunting forest. The master once said that the swallowing heaven toad likes to live in dark and damp places. Therefore, Jiuhao started researching the soul hunting forest while at the academy and eventually discovered that only the southwestern edge of the forest met the living conditions for the swallowing heaven toad. As the terrain there is lower with many small water pits, and due to the water source, the trees grow densely, making it a perfect habitat for the toads. Right now, they were in the northwest direction, and to reach there, they needed to take a big detour. Fortunately, Jiuhao's perception was sharp, and they avoided soul beast auras in advance, not encountering a single soul beast along the way, as if they were not in the dangerous soul hunting forest, but in their backyard. Xiao San walked to the left. Along the way, Jiuhao instructed Tang San, who was leading, to change course. Behind them, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking Jiuhao was being overly cautious. It's just the soul hunting forest. Is it necessary to be this careful? No, we've been discovered. Prepare for battle. Suddenly, Jiuhao frowned. He realized they hadn't avoided this time, as soul beasts were rushing towards them quickly. As soon as Jiuhao finished speaking, Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately stopped and became alert in the direction Jiuhao was looking. Jiuhao, can you sense the specific situation? Tang San asked calmly. The aura isn't very strong. It's not a 100-year soul beast, but there are quite a few, a total of 8. They should be social soul beasts. Through the 5 senses enhancement technique, the information Jiuhao could sense was limited to this. 8 soul beasts, a bit troublesome. Tang San frowned upon hearing this and turned to say, wait a moment, I'll control them with my martial soul. Xiao Wu, take the opportunity to attack. Okay. Jiuhao and Xiao Wu nodded, indicating they understood. Jiuhao gripped his hammer tightly while constantly sensing the position of the group of soul beasts. When they were about to get close, he began to swing the hammer continuously, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. This time, he wanted to unleash a big move. Since the chaotic wind hammer technique had been upgraded to level 5, he hadn't used it to its full extent yet, and now was the perfect opportunity to see its effect. Here they come. Just as Jiuhao's chaotic wind hammer technique reached over 70 swings, a hint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes, and at the same time, the blue-silver grass in his body was unleashed. Blue-silver grass entangle. Chapter 20. Swallowing heaven toad, a group of gray-black wolves appeared, and blue-silver grass, as thick as tree vines, burst from the ground, instantly entangling them in place. Hey, watch this. At this moment, Xiao Wu also began her attack, lightly jumping up, performing several beautiful flips in midair, and in the blink of an eye, she landed among the wolves, kicking one of them hard, sending it flying, unable to get up for a long time. Everyone, get away, watch this. At this moment, Jiuhao finally accumulated the hammer technique to the 81st swing, shouted loudly, merging man and hammer, and struck at the wolves with lightning speed. Boom! The ground shook as Jiuhao's hammer struck the wolves like a cannonball. In an instant, blood and flesh flew among the wolves, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground. When the dust settled, what appeared before Tang San and Xiao Wu was a huge pit, and the wolf pack was no longer there. Only some remnants and pieces of meat could be seen in the dirt. Jiuhao, you can't use this hammer technique on me in the future. Xiao Wu, standing outside the big pit, swallowed hard, carefully recalling if she had bullied Jiuhao during this time. After some thought, she realized she might be a bit dangerous. Haha, don't worry, you're so cute. How could I possibly hammer you? Jiuhao chuckled at the fearful expression on Xiao Wu's face. Did she not know that even if he wanted to hammer her, he wouldn't have the chance to use the chaotic wind hammer technique? I didn't expect the chaotic wind hammer technique to have such great power. Perhaps even my dad isn't as powerful as Jiuhao. In the distance, Tang San was shocked. Jiuhao's hammer technique was taught by him, and he didn't expect this technique used for blacksmithing to have such great power. Jiuhao, your chaotic wind hammer technique has reached perfection, possessing the demeanor of a master. Perhaps even our dad who taught us didn't expect this hammer technique to be so powerful. At this moment, Tang San felt he shouldn't only focus on the Tang sex techniques. He also needed to practice the chaotic wind hammer technique diligently. After all, His second martial soul was a hammer, and if he could cultivate the chaotic wind hammer technique to Xiao Ju's level and then use it with his martial soul, how powerful would that be? What chaotic wind hammer technique? Isn't just a blacksmithing skill? Acting talent had already penetrated deep into his bones and was unchangeable. This is the chaotic wind hammer technique, but I also heard someone else say this name. I'll ask my dad about it when I get home. Tang San nodded. Hey, who cares if it's true? Let's just call it that. I didn't expect it to have such great power. After our break, I'll definitely buy 2 jars of good wine to thank Uncle Tang Hao, Jiuhao said with a joyful expression, acting as if it were real. So Xiao San also knows this hammer technique. Why have I never seen you use it? Xiao Wu asked curiously nearby. Tang San, could he say that his chaotic wind hammer technique could only swing 64 times in a row? Xiao San, come and see what kind of soul beasts these are and why we can't avoid them. In the end, it was still Jiuhao who helped Tang San out of the situation. This is the shadow wolf. It must be them. This type of soul beast has an extremely keen sense of smell and can identify prey even from a mile away through scent. Perhaps we have been marked as their hunting targets. Approaching the shadow wolf that Xiao Wu had kicked away at the beginning, Tang San observed carefully and said, "It seems we need to be more cautious in our next actions. If there are other soul beasts with this ability, we definitely won't be able to escape." A trace of vigilance flashed in Jiuhao's eyes. Fortunately, this time it was only a 10-year soul beast. If it were 100 years old, they might be in danger. Yes, it's better to be careful. Tang San nodded, but he wasn't worried. In the soul-hunting forest, a 100-year soul beast is already the strongest. Such soul beasts cannot live in groups, especially since this place is controlled by the Empire. Of course, he wouldn't share this with Jiuhao to avoid making him let down his guard. During the next leg of their journey, they did not encounter any soul beasts that could discover them. After walking for 2 hours, the 3 finally arrived at their destination. I hear frogs croaking over there. Let's go check it out. It might be the sky swallowing toad, Jiuhao said, his ears twitching as he listened carefully to confirm. The 3 exchanged excited glances. Let's go take a look. Stealthily, they made their way towards the direction Jiuhao indicated. After parting some wild grass, they finally saw their target. Indeed, this is the sky swallowing toad, but I don't know how many years it has been. Without needing Tang San to confirm, Jiuhao already recognized the soul beast in front of him. Yes, it is indeed the sky swallowing toad. Looking at the patterns on its back, it should be around 30 years of cultivation, too weak, not suitable for Jiuhao to absorb. Tang San glanced at it, but quickly shook his head. Jiuhao's first soul ring should be at least around 90 years. This was the minimum he could accept. As a brother, he wouldn't just stand by and let Jiuhao give up his future. Well, we have arrived in the territory of the sky swallowing toad. I have memorized the aura of this type of soul beast. Follow me. There are a few more ahead. Jiuhao nodded. He didn't want such a weak soul beast as his soul ring either. They secretly found a few more sky swallowing toads, but none met their requirements. The strongest was only 80 years, too low in cultivation. Everyone be careful. As we move forward, we're getting closer to the center of the forest, where powerful soul beasts might appear. Jiuhao had a vague feeling, but it was too distant and unclear. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a shiver. They had already verified Jiuhao's perception ability during this journey and had no doubts about his judgment. They proceeded slowly, and after a while, Jiuhao suddenly looked pleased. Found it. This sky swallowing toad in front of us definitely has over 90 years of cultivation. I can feel it. That's great. Let's hurry. Xiao Wu whispered in excitement. Finally, they had found their target after so long. The sky swallowing toad was right in front of them. Xiao San, you will ambush with blue silver grass to trap it. Xiao Wu, it will be up to you next. When Xiao San traps it, use your waist bow to bring it to me. As for me, I will prepare my big move. With a faint smile, Jiuhao instantly laid out the strategy. All right. Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. Following Jiuhao's plan, they could perfectly ambush the sky swallowing toad. Action! As soon as Jiuhao's voice fell, Tang San's feet moved, darting forward like a wisp of blue smoke. At the same time, Xiao Wu was not weak either, with a light twist. She leaped to the treetops and swiftly jumped away. On the ground, Jiuhao gripped his hammer, beginning to swing it in circles, creating waves of howling around him. Like a madman. Chapter 21. Birth of the Tongue Monster in the Soul-Hunting Forest. Tang San's eyes had completely turned purple. This was the manifestation of the purple extreme magic eyes fully opened. He could not afford any mistakes in hunting a soul ring for his brother. He had to give it his all. Nodding to Xiao Wu, who was perched on a treetop, he activated his soul power, causing a blue-silver grass to materialize. At the same time, several blue strands of blue-silver grass quickly shot out from around the sky, swallowing Toad, wrapping around it in circles, especially focusing on its mouth. As Tang San acted, Xiao Wu had already leaped from the tree. First soul skill, waist bow. The crisp sound accompanied the soaring figure of the sky, swallowing Toad. Boom! The sky's swallowing Toad was heavily smashed to the ground, and before it could react, it only saw a faint red light of a hammer phantom in its line of sight. Boom! The ground trembled, the forest wailed. On the ground, the sky's swallowing Toad had vanished, leaving only a blur of flesh and blood. A milky white halo slowly appeared in its place. Perfect cooperation. Jiuhao happily stowed away his hammer, waiting for Tang San and Xiao Wu to return. A few moments later, Tang San and Xiao Wu both came back. Jiuhao quickly absorbed the soul ring. We will guard you. Knowing that Jiuhao had made up his mind to absorb the soul ring of the sky, swallowing Toad, Tang San no longer tried to dissuade him. Although a soul ring over 90 years was slightly lacking, he believed in Jiuhao's choice. All right, Jiuhao nodded, not wasting any time. Suppressing his excitement, he extended his right hand, summoned his rabbit martial spirit, and with a thought, the soul ring on the ground was drawn to him and wrapped around his martial spirit. At that moment, Jiuhao felt a violent surge of soul power flooding into him, as if his entire being had expanded a circle. Not daring to slack off, he quickly activated the 5th-level soul power meditation method to refine the soul ring of the sky, swallowing Toad. On the ground, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood beside Jiuhao, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Although Jiuhao had said earlier that there were no other soul beasts nearby, the commotion he had caused earlier with the chaotic hammer technique was not small, and it could attract other soul beasts. They waited for 2 hours, until it was almost dark, when Jiuhao's expression finally changed. Just as he was filled with joy and prepared to open his eyes and rise, he suddenly saw a change in his line of sight. A pair of blood-red eyes filled with a violent aura charging towards him. What is this? Jiuhao was puzzled for a moment before realizing. There was only one reason for such a situation, the soul bone. At that moment, Jiuhao was not frightened but delighted. It was just a mass of resentment. As long as his will was firm, he could get through this hurdle and gain tremendous benefits. Of course, Jiuhao wouldn't be foolish enough to just wait for the beating. His mental will instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the incoming resentment of the sky, swallowing Toad. Boom! 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 This was a clash of wills and resentments, a primal collision, a fight for survival. The resentment of the sky, swallowing Toad, was deep. It had been staying perfectly fine in the soul-hunting forest when it was inexplicably ambushed. Even worse, it never understood how it died until its last moments. Isn't that infuriating? The resentment was sky-high. Perhaps it was the resentment that moved heaven, finally allowing it to meet its enemy. It wanted revenge. Facing it, Jiuhao also had a fierce expression. He did not want to die. Some people, although usually gentle and kind, can unleash tremendous power when faced with life and death. Jiuhao was such a person. Die for me. At that moment, Jiuhao had only one thought in his mind, to kill it. His hands, feet, arms, mouth, head, any part that could move became his weapon. This was ultimately Jiuhao's spiritual sea. He was the master here. As time passed, both parties' figures began to fade. But Jiuhao had an endless source of strength supporting him, which was the spiritual power spontaneously transformed by his body. Meanwhile, the resentment of the sky-devouring frog was quickly dissipating as it lacked the support of physical strength. With this ebb and flow, the resentment of the sky-devouring frog was finally defeated by Jiuhao, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and disappearing. At the moment the sky-devouring frog vanished, Jiuhao felt another surge of power coming to him, which made him dare not delay and immediately intensified his refining process. While Jiuhao was refining the power, he was completely unaware that Xiao Wu and Tang San, who were guarding him from the outside, were already worried to the point of fainting. How could this happen? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Watching Jiuhao's tightly furrowed brows and pained expression, Xiao Wu felt completely helpless. It was at this moment that she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Jiuhao had already occupied an important place in her heart. This, Tang San, was also a loss. The master had never mentioned such a situation to him. Wasn't it said that the limit for a soul master's first spirit ring was 423 years? Why does it seem like Xiao Jio is having problems after absorbing a 90-year spirit ring? You always say your master is knowledgeable. So why doesn't he know such a simple question? In my opinion, your master is just a fraud. At this moment, Xiao Wu was already going crazy, biting anyone she could catch, and seeing Tang San being helpless, she took her anger out on him. You. Tang San pointed at Xiao Wu in anger. But after thinking for a moment, reason overcame his anger, and with concern for Hu Jio's safety, he managed to calm down. Women are truly unreasonable. This thought flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, Hu Jio, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly had a strange expression. This soul bone did not belong to his limbs, nor to the torso or head. It was an external soul bone. The preciousness of external soul bones goes without saying. Unlike the normal 6 major soul bones, external soul bones can evolve with the owner's increase in strength. Logically speaking, Hu Jio should be happy to have obtained such a precious soul bone. However, thinking about what ability is most characteristic of a frog, correspondingly, Hu Jio had also obtained such an external soul bone. The tongue monster was born. The itchy and painful tongue was transforming, and Hu Jio blankly felt that his tongue was becoming stronger. This strange ability was best kept secret, unless in the future a thought suddenly flashed through Hu Jio's mind, deciding that he would never speak of it, absolutely not in a life-and-death situation. A quarter of an hour later, the absorption of the external soul bone was successful, and Hu Jio opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Wu, who was anxiously watching him. This distance is reachable. Cough, cough. Xiao Jio, how are you? Are you hurt? Facing the extremely anxious Xiao Wu, Hu Jio felt very ashamed. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Hu Jio's expression changed again. This time, it was a problem with the idle panel. Originally, Hu Jio's idle panel had always been simple and clean, with only small squares on it, one of which contained a skill that was idling, leaving the 5th square empty, while the other small squares remained in a gray-sealed state. But now the entire panel was emitting a faint golden glow. Chapter 22, Idle Spirit Ring. Whether it was the unlocked idle positions or the locked ones, all the squares were shining with golden dots. These light spots slowly gathered above the idle panel, gradually forming a small golden square. Is this another idle position? Hu Jio speculated. Waiting was always long, and Hu Jio divided his attention, comforting Xiao Wu while keeping an eye on the idle panel that only he could see. A few minutes later, the new idle position finally stabilized. A golden idle position hanging alone above the idle panel, looking domineering and unique. Before Hu Jio could study what this new idle position did, the idle panel automatically provided the answer. He saw his martial soul, the carrot, suddenly uncontrollably appearing in his hand, while simultaneously, a milky white spirit ring rotated slowly around his feet. As soon as the spirit ring appeared, a sudden pulling force came from his new idle position, actually sucking his spirit ring directly into the idle panel. Wait, my spirit ring? Uncontrollably, Hu Jio shouted. What spirit ring? Isn't it just a 10-year spirit ring? I told you I would find a 100-year spirit ring, but you didn't let me, Tang San said with annoyance. Huh. Following Tang San's gaze, Hu Jio was surprised to find that his spirit ring was still at his feet. Looking up again, he saw that on the golden idle position, a pattern in the shape of a spirit ring had already taken root, with a value of 92 displayed in the center. And a transparent loop at the edge of the square was slowly being filled. Spirit rings can also be idled. An excited smile appeared on Hu Jio's face. He didn't expect the idle panel to be so advanced. He originally wanted to see if he could idle spirit ring skills, but he didn't expect the panel to directly idle the spirit ring, achieving it in one step. Idle spirit rings are great. After the spirit ring's lifespan increases, not only will the spirit ring become stronger, but the accompanying skills will also become increasingly powerful. For a moment, Hu Jio happily smiled foolishly. Hey, wake up. It's just a spirit ring. Is it really that exciting? On the side, Xiao Wu pushed the foolishly smiling Hu Jio, looking annoyed. Just now, she was asking Hu Jio what changes his martial soul had after absorbing the spirit ring, but Hu Jio ignored her and just kept smiling foolishly. Hee hee, isn't it because I got the spirit ring and I'm happy? Hu Jio smiled sheepishly, then extended both hands, and the carrot martial soul appeared. I have a carrot to absorb. After the incantation, a shiny carrot glowing with white light appeared in Hu Jio's hand. Come on, Xiao Wu. Try my new carrot and see how it tastes. To deal with the sulking Xiao Wu, a single carrot could solve the problem. If one didn't work, then get another. Huh, this carrot is glowing. I'll help you taste it. Whoosh, the carrot in Hu Jiu's hand was in Xiao Wu's hands. Crunchy and sweet. It's better than the original carrot. Like a little hamster, Xiao Wu kept nibbling on the carrot, her little face puffed up like a bun. Hee hee. As long as it tastes good, I'll give you one every day. Hu Jiu smiled and said, looking just like a caretaker. The point is not whether it tastes good, but the effect is the hard truth. Xiao Jiu, what effect does your spirit ring bring to the carrot? Tang San, on the side, looked at the two with a frown. Is it useful if it tastes good? Tasty but can't make you stronger. Sigh. It's just a slight increase in cultivation effect, about 1%, barely better than nothing. Hu Jiu waved his hand dismissively. After all, his spirit ring was only at the 10-year level, and having such an effect was already pretty good. However, glancing at the spirit ring that was idling, Hu Jiu flashed a hint of quiet confidence. In the future, he would experience a training speed that felt like flying. It should be known that with the same spirit beast, different lifespans result in huge differences in the effects of the obtained skills. The gaps in effects between 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year lifespans are unimaginably large. Sigh, how foolish, with such weak effects. What will happen in the future? A hint of worry flashed across Tang San's face. And then he advised Hu Jiu, Xiao Jiu, you should spend more time on your spirit ring in the future. Since your theory has been successfully validated, work hard to cultivate and strive to upgrade your spirit ring to the 100-year level as soon as possible. Only in this way can your abilities see a significant improvement. Tang San was very glad that Hu Jiu was smart enough to invent a method for cultivating spirit rings. Otherwise, just having a 10-year white spirit ring would greatly hinder his growth. Rest assured, when have you ever seen me do something without confidence? Hu Jiu patted Tang San's shoulder to comfort him. Tang San's concern was something Hu Jiu could not possibly be unaware of, but everyone has their own secrets. Hu Jiu had the secret of and Tang San had the secret of Tang Sec's martial arts. Even Xiao Wu, who was happily munching on a carrot, had her own secret. Xiao Jiu, don't listen to him. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Wu calmly patted Hu Jiu's shoulder, adopting a big sister tone. Don't worry with me. Xiao Wu, around. No one dares to bully you. Just watch me throw him down. Haha. I know Xiao Wu is strong. Do you want another carrot? Yes. 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 Give me one more. No, two more. I haven't had enough yet. In the forest, Xiao Wu's cheerful laughter echoed. The purpose of their trip was for Hu Jiu to hunt for a soul ring, and now that the goal was achieved, it was time to head back. However, before that, they needed to spend a night in the forest because Hu Jiu took a bit longer to absorb the soul ring. The sky had already darkened, and the night forest was quite dangerous, making it unsuitable for traveling. While resting, Hu Jiu instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu to keep his soul ring's age a secret, preferably not telling anyone. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San agreed, knowing that Hu Jiu was preparing for future soul ring upgrades. After all, it was better for such matters to remain hidden to avoid unnecessary trouble for themselves and others. After a night, the trio set off immediately, heading towards Nodding City. The next afternoon, a hint of shock flashed across Hu Jiu's face. He discovered that the age of his soul ring had already reached 93 years. Although he knew that after using, the age of his soul ring would increase. He didn't expect it to grow so quickly. It had only been a day. What kind of speed was this? This meant that in 7 days, his white soul ring would upgrade to a yellow soul ring, and at that time, the skill effects brought by the soul ring would also be enhanced. The soul ring obtained from the sky-eating toad was named Absorption, a genuine food-type soul ring skill. It had a single effect, to increase the speed of soul power cultivation. Lasting for 1 hour, with his current soul power, he could produce more than 10 at once. Chapter 23, The 100-Year Soul Ring. It was time to find a way to control the soul ring. The skill of soul power manipulation must be improved. After the initial joy of the rapid increase in soul ring age, calmness set in. Currently, the soul ring had just been obtained, and he couldn't effectively control the color and strength of the soul ring yet. An experienced soul master could tell the age of his soul ring at a glance. With the age of his soul ring changing so quickly, the only thing he could do to keep his secret hidden was to disguise it. Those influenced by the doctrine of moderation inherently have a mindset of hiding their weaknesses. Thus, the importance of self-created soul skills and soul power manipulation became evident. As long as his soul power manipulation level increased, he could freely change the color and strength of the soul rings. Although he couldn't temporarily make the soul ring's color more advanced, changing it from high to low was definitely possible. From that day on, Jiuhao began to work hard to control the soul ring, striving for mastery. At the same time, he summarized the changes before and after obtaining the soul ring. Through his perception ability, he realized that the enhancement from the soul ring was immense. First, his internal soul power had increased at least several dozen times compared to before obtaining the soul ring. Secondly, his physical strength had increased by about 5 times. This was mainly because being a support-type soul master had its disadvantages. If he were a battle soul master, the increase would have been much stronger. This was also one of the reasons why support soul masters could never match battle soul masters. However, Jiuhao was different from others. With the level 5 chaotic cloak hammer technique, his body grew stronger every day. Although he couldn't yet match Tang San and Xiao Wu, he was stronger than soul masters of comparable levels. In other words, as long as his level-up speed was fast enough, even battle soul masters would not surpass him in physical strength. Additionally, he discovered that his first soul skill, Carrot, was essentially an accelerator. Since obtaining the soul ring, the panel had slightly enhanced his abilities, and this effect was permanent, unlike when used by others, which had time limitations. Knowing this, Jiuhao was very glad he chose to enhance his cultivation effects with this soul skill. Just thinking about the soul ring, he realized that although he could use to increase the age of his soul ring, it was still quite fast at the current rate. After all, a day could yield a year, a truly godlike speed. But considering the future soul ring ages, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 6 whole levels, 10 years and 100 years were manageable, even for a 1,000-year age. It would only take about 3 years at this rate, which wasn't too difficult. But what about 10,000 years? To reach 10,000 years, it would take over 10,000 days, more than 20 years. By then, Tang San would have become a god. Not to mention the levels of 100,000 years and 1,000,000 years that followed. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Back at the academy, things were as usual. Tang San continued to train hard, while Jiuhao and Xiao Wu still played around together, only occasionally squeezing out a little time for cultivation. Yet despite this, neither Jiuhao nor Xiao Wu improved their soul power any slower than Tang San, often making Tang San envious while feeling frustrated with Jiuhao. He believed it was because of women, specifically Xiao Wu, that his good brother was falling behind. This also contributed to Tang San's poor perception of Xiao Wu. A week later, Jiuhao happily summoned his martial soul, and at the same time, a light yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet, slowly rotating. A 100-year soul ring had been formed. After careful sensing, he discovered that the skill effect of his soul ring had changed. Previously, it enhanced cultivation effects by 1%. But now it had changed to 10%. Enhancing cultivation effects by 10% wasn't a godly skill, but it was already considered excellent. It's important to note that this wasn't just a speed or power increase like those of other soul masters. This was an enhancement of cultivation effects. How could a status boost compare to improving cultivation? With the soul ring upgraded, he certainly had to share this good news with his good brothers and friends. He called Tang San and Xiao Wu together, summoned the upgraded carrot, handed one to each of them, and said nothing, just smiling at them. Xiao Wu didn't care what he was doing. Upon seeing the carrot, she began to munch on it, saying she would talk about anything after she finished eating. However, Tang San's eyes lit up as if he had guessed something. He immediately took the carrot, finished it in a few bites, and then quietly closed his eyes to sense it. After a moment, a hint of joy flashed in Tang San's eyes as he looked up and asked happily, Jiuhao, is your soul ring? Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Jiuhao laughed heartily and explained, it's also luck. I estimate that the sky-eating toad we hunted last time had already grown to its limit. I just started cultivating a few days ago and broke through. Isn't that a coincidence? Jiuhao was acting again, of course, without any malice, just wanted to hide a little, as the fact that a day could yield a year was truly astonishing. To avoid alarming him, he could only say this. As for what excuse to use when the soul ring upgraded again, that would be dealt with when the time came. He would just focus on getting through the current situation first. How much did the skill effect increase? Tang San had only sensed that his cultivation effect had improved, but he couldn't estimate how much it had increased. 10%, Jiuhao said proudly. Really? Then won't your cultivation speed be even faster in the future? Tang San was also happy for Jiuhao. Jiuhao patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Xiao San, you're mistaken. It's not just me. It should be us. With me around, I'll cover your cultivation from now on. Improving the cultivation effect by 10% is already impressive. Xiao Wu. Tang San was moved, unable to refuse. He knew that this would consume Hu Jiu's soul power, but the effect of Hu Jiu's skill was too good. It was a 10% increase in cultivation speed. Over time, how much soul power would that improve? Brothers shouldn't say thank you. Don't forget, I'm a support-type soul master. Without combat ability, I'll still need you to protect me in the future. Hu Jiu waved his hand jokingly. However, Tang San looked serious and promised him, Xiao Jiu, don't worry, I will definitely protect you in the future. Anyone who wants to harm you has to step over my dead body. And me. Xiao Wu also raised her hand, refusing to be outdone. With me, Sister Xiao Wu around, no one will harm you. Haha, then I'll wait for you to protect me. Hu Jiu smiled as he glanced at the game panel, which had reached 1/3 of level 5 for the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chapter 24. Making money. Xiao Wu. We need to make some money. After his soul rings reached the 100-year level, Hu Jiu had the idea of making money. Since they hadn't registered Xiao Wu at the Spear Hall, their lives had been quite frugal during this time. If not for the fact that they were work-study students and always had some salary, they might have run out of food by now. They both spent money quite generously, and at the moment, they owed Tang San several silver soul coins. Xiao Jiu, why didn't you tell me if you were short on money? I have a little here. You can take it for now, Tang San said as he pulled out a handful of soul coins from his belt. Among the three, Tang San was currently the richest. In addition to receiving a gold soul coin each month from a spirit hall, he also made money working part-time at a blacksmith shop in his spare time. So he had a decent amount of funds. Haha, no need, no need. What can your little money do? It won't last a few days. Hu Jiu immediately refused without thinking. I have a big money-making idea. Xiao Wu, do you know about the family backgrounds of Xiao Qinyu and his group? Xiao Wu tapped her finger against her mouth, thinking for a moment. Xiao Qinyu is the son of the city lord of Nodding City. Lu Long is the son of the city guard captain, and Ling Feng is the son of a mercenary group leader. Hu Jiu had previously hinted at the idea of selling carrots, but at that time his soul ring hadn't upgraded, and he couldn't sell them for much. Now, it was different. With a 10% increase in cultivation speed, as long as the price wasn't too high, he believed there would be many buyers. After all, who wouldn't want to improve their soul power quickly to get into a good academy in the future? Well, find a time to call them over, and I'll talk to them. Hu Jiu nodded and said, Xiao Jiu, are they reliable? Be careful. Your martial soul effect is excellent. If you're not sure they're reliable, it's best not to trade with them. Tang San was more cautious and always liked to keep a hand hidden. Therefore, when he heard Hu Jiu wanted to sell carrots, he was a bit worried. It's fine. Hu Jiu waved his hand and said, I'm confident about those kids. They won't cause any trouble. Besides, even if they really leak my martial soul effect, it's not a big deal. It's just a 10% effect. Not enough to make people disregard their face and covet it. After hearing Hu Jiu's explanation, Tang San finally felt relieved. As long as you understand this principle. That's good. Hee, then I'll go find them tomorrow. Xiao Wu had a strange smile on her face. Hu Jiu, who knew her well, understood that she was preparing to take advantage of them. For a moment, Hu Jiu began to mourn for Xiao Qinyu and the others. The next day, Xiao Wu indeed brought them over. It was Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng. Brother Jiu, you called for us? Xiao Qinyu asked upon seeing Hu Jiu. Ever since acknowledging Xiao Wu as their leader, they had an implicit respect for Hu Jiu. After all, during that initial battle, Hu Jiu was quite impressive, easily defeating Lu Long with just one hammer strike, and he was also a support-type soul master, which made them even more respectful. Yes, Hu Jiu nodded and said to Xiao Qinyu and the others, I have an opportunity here that will help your cultivation. It depends on whether you have the courage to take it. Haha, Brother Jiu, don't keep us in suspense. I, Xiao Qinyu, am not afraid of anything. Just tell us what the opportunity is. Xiao Qinyu puffed out his chest and said boldly, All right, but this matter concerns one of my secrets. You need to swear that what you see and hear today will not be disclosed to anyone, including your parents. Hu Jiu tapped the table and stared intently at the three. Right? Think carefully before deciding whether you want to know. If my sister Xiao Wu finds out someone can't keep their mouth shut, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Wu, next to him, also looked determined. This matter concerned Hu Jiu's safety, and she took out her big sister authority to warn them sternly. Xiao Wu's warning was not in vain, at least at this moment. The expressions of Xiao Qinyu and the others became serious. After exchanging glances, Xiao Qinyu nodded first, followed by Lu Long and Ling Feng nodding in agreement. Swear. Hu Jiu looked at the three calmly. Okay. I, Xiao Qinyu. I, Lu Long. I, Ling Feng. Hereby swear that we will not disclose anything we see or hear here today. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. Seeing Xiao Qinyu and the others swear, Hu Jiu smiled and said to them, Haha, actually, not letting others know is beneficial for you. You'll understand that soon. After saying this, Hu Jiu stopped being cryptic and directly summoned his carrot martial soul, producing several carrots to accelerate cultivation on the spot. Here, try it. Hu Jiu confidently handed the carrots to the three and also gave one to the greedy Xiao Wu. The reason for choosing Xiao Qinyu and the others was that he had thought it through. First, regarding their character, based on actual investigations and information from the original work. These three were relatively reliable in terms of integrity. Once they promised something, they would definitely do it, and in this respect, Hu Jiu still trusted them. Another point was their wealth. All three came from decent families and belonged to the wealthy class. Once they confirmed the effect of his carrots, he believed no one would refuse to spend money to improve their cultivation speed. Sure enough, when they tentatively ate Hu Jiu's carrots and cultivated on the spot, their eyes lit up as if they wanted to pounce on him. Stop! Hu Jiu raised his hand to stop them. Let me clarify. I'm not interested in men. Haha, we all know that, Xiao Qinyu said with a smile, glancing at Xiao Wu beside Hu Jiu and making faces at him. What are you looking at? Xiao Jiu is talking business with you. Xiao Wu said fiercely to the three, her face slightly red. Yes, talking business, talking business. Brother Jiu, name your price. Whatever you say goes. After all, he was the son of the city lord, speaking with great generosity, waving his hand as if to let Hu Jiu set the price. Lu Long and Ling Feng nodded in agreement. They had already experienced the effect of Hu Jiu's martial soul. Although a 10% increase seemed small, they realized after trying it how much it helped them. Hearing this, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles, and Hu Jiu gave Xiao Wu a glance. Xiao Wu looked up and said to them, You all should know that Xiao Jiu's carrots require the consumption of soul power. The consumption of soul power will delay Xiao Jiu's cultivation speed, so I've decided to sell you 1 carrot for 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin is a very reasonable price. Xiao Qinyu nodded and readily agreed to this price without hesitation. In an instant, Xiao Wu realized she had set her price too low. Those damn rich people. Brother Jiu, I'll have another one. She raised her hand and handed over 2 gold soul coins, paying for the one she had just eaten as well. Brother Jiu, I want one too. Me too. In just a short while, Hu Jiu had earned 6 gold soul coins, which was much better than working for Tang San. Chapter 25. Half a year later, haha. Finally rich. Xiao Wu, let us go buy some delicious food tomorrow. After the transaction, Hu Jiu happily played with the gold soul coins in his hand and generously said to Xiao Wu, Sure. I want to buy candied hawthorns. I want to buy sugar figurines, and I also want to buy. In an instant, Xiao Wu had already planned how to spend the money Hu Jiu earned. No problem. Hu Jiu was always generous with Xiao Wu and didn't care about money at all. That night, as usual, Hu Jiu took a look at the hanging panel before going to bed. But this glance almost made him jump up in surprise. 102 years, that's right. It's really 102 years. Looking at the high-hanging soul ring hanging position, Hu Jiu instantly became flustered. Originally, he thought his absorption soul skill would only increase the hanging speed of the soul ring by 10%. Unexpectedly, it actually doubled, which was really great. Calculating this way, doesn't it mean that in just over a year, he could upgrade his soul ring to a 1,000-year soul ring? How much would his cultivation speed increase then? Looking forward to it. Half a year later, in a remote place, a figure stood with eyes closed and a calm expression. Suddenly, this figure opened his mouth, and a shadow faster than lightning flashed by, causing a fruit in front of him to suddenly disappear. So sour. The person was indeed Hu Jiu. After half a year, Hu Jiu's height had shot up significantly, and he looked like a half-grown child now. Today, he was here alone to test his upgraded external soul bone. His external soul bone was his tongue, which was useless before the upgrade. Only able to snap out half a meter away, and its hardness was also weak, with almost no attack power. But after the upgrade, his tongue could instantly snap out 5 meters, and it was also quite tough, akin to cowhide, to the extent that ordinary knives couldn't cut it. Although the attack power was still inadequate, if necessary, it could definitely be used to bind someone with precision. Not bad, Hu Jiu commented lightly, his tone still full of disdain. This external soul bone had always been something he was embarrassed to use in battle. Not because it was precious and he was afraid of it being stolen, but because he was embarrassed to use it against others. If it were a beautiful woman, he might consider using his tongue to bind someone, but what if he encountered a man? Stop. It had been over half a year since he arrived at Nodding Academy, and his soul power level had reached level 20. Aside from not having a second soul ring, he was already a proper soul master. It was precisely because he had risen to a major realm that his external soul bone had upgraded as well. Aside from his own soul power level, the soul rings and skills had seen the most significant improvements. First, regarding the soul ring, after half a year of hanging, the age of his soul ring had reached 596 years, even stronger than Tang San's first soul ring. Currently, in terms of soul power, he had already surpassed Tang San. Next was the soul power meditation method, which had just reached level 7 not long ago, increasing his cultivation speed by 60%. The rapid increase in his soul power was also due to the level boost from the soul power meditation method. His 5 senses enhancement technique was also at level 7. Within 500 meters, as long as he wanted, he could distinguish even the most complex sense, and his ears could hear all sounds within a kilometer. As for vision, he had become like a telescope, capable of seeing large objects 5 kilometers away, such as trees, etc. Of course, generally speaking, unless standing at high point, he wouldn't be able to see very far, as there would always be obstructions. As for his sense of touch, ever since it reached level 7, his sense of touch had subtly transformed into another kind of magical perception. Just like when he was at the academy, he often sensed an extremely deep and domineering aura, like a compressed barrel of gunpowder that would explode with a touch. This aura, without guessing, was undoubtedly Tang Hao's. Aside from him, who was secretly protecting Tang San, who else could possess such a domineering aura? As for taste, it's better not to mention it. If Jiuhao hadn't sealed this ability most of the time, he might have starved to death by now. Additionally, his soul power manipulation was currently just over level 6. At this level, he could run freely in any environment. Aside from not daring to enter volcanic lava areas, there was no place that could pose a challenge for him. The soul power within him also allowed him to manipulate new techniques. Soul power can be transformed into threads, allowing him to swing around like Spider-Man, going up and down with ease. It was precisely because of the soul power transformation that his agile movements made it so that even Tang San couldn't catch him in a short period of time. The last one, and also the highest level, was the chaotic cloak hammer technique at level 8. The final strike after 81 consecutive hammer strikes increased his strength by 5,000 pounds. This level of enhancement frightened Jiuhao to the point that he didn't dare to use it. After all, the action of force is mutual, and he was afraid that after using the final strike, he might hammer himself to death. Moreover, the golden finger hanging panel had opened to the 6th hanging position after half a year, but unfortunately, there were no skills to hang, leaving 2 hanging positions empty, which was a significant waste. Because of this, he had been playing with balloons during this time, trying to create the spiral pill. Unfortunately, it seemed that the level of soul power manipulation was still lacking a bit, and he had not been able to create it. Quietly returning to the academy, he happened to run into Tang San and Xiao Wu waiting for him. Quick, tell me, where did you run off to just now? We couldn't find you anywhere. As soon as they met, Xiao Wu immediately glared at him fiercely, as if he had abandoned her. I just want to buy you some delicious food. Jiuhao sheepishly took out a bag of candy and said with a smile, Really? Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao with suspicion, half believing him. By the way, Xiao San, did you need something from me? He gave Tang San a glance. At such a time, he certainly needed his brother's help. Well, after half a year of training, all 3 of us have reached level 20, so we should consider the matter of the second soul ring. I came to find you to discuss this. Tang San smiled and spoke, subtly helping Jiuhao. What do you think? Jiuhao asked. I've already discussed the soul ring matter with my master. I've decided to focus on enhancing the resilience of the blue silvergrass, and I will look for soul beasts in this regard. Tang San explained, I came to ask if you have decided on your second soul ring. The second soul ring? After gazing affectionately at Xiao Wu, who was happily eating candy, Jiuhao smiled calmly. I plan to choose a ditto as my second soul ring. What? Are you crazy? Even the usually calm Tang San was startled by Jiuhao's words and shouted. What is a ditto? He is the most useless soul beast in the soul master world. After 10 years of cultivation, he is considered a royal entity among the chameleons. Some even believe that chameleons should not be classified as soul beasts and should be removed from the category. Such a soul beast would not be desired by even the lowest talented soul master as a soul ring. This is because not only is its age extremely low, but more importantly, after absorbing a chameleon, one can only gain a skill called transformation, which can only simply change one's appearance and is useless otherwise. Chapter 26. Jiuhao's consideration upon hearing that Jiuhao planned to choose the useless chameleon as his second soul ring, Tang San thought he was crazy. Although Jiuhao had already validated his theory and proved that the age of soul rings could indeed be increased through cultivation, it was pointless. He had tried it himself, and over the past 6 months, his first soul ring had only improved slightly, not even reaching a year's worth of age. If Jiuhao intended to increase the age of his soul ring after obtaining it, Tang San would definitely stop him. I remember the master once said, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless martial soul masters," right? Although he wasn't very fond of the master, it was convenient to use this as a shield at this moment. Jiuhao, don't say anything. This time it really won't work. I can't just stand by and watch you jump into the fire pit, Tang San said excitedly, waving his hand to interrupt Jiuhao's explanation. For this soul ring hunting operation, the teacher has invited the dean to personally take action. I have discussed it with the teacher, and we will act together at that time. Your second soul ring must be over 500 years old. This is non-negotiable. By the end, Tang San's tone had become unusually intense. In his heart, Jiuhao was his good brother, and he was the big brother. He could not just watch his good brother jump into the fire pit. He had to pull him back. Xiao San, listen to me. Jiuhao looked at Tang San helplessly, feeling that Tang San had already deviated from the right path in his thinking. Perhaps he should be called Tang Sanzang from now on. I want to listen. This is non-negotiable. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, giving Jiuhao no chance to explain. Damn, Xiao San, don't be like this. Faced with such a Tang San, Jiuhao had no choice but to use his trump card. Summoning his martial soul, Jiuhao shouted, Xiao San, you should first take a look at my soul ring. Tang San was a bit confused. What was so special about a soul ring? Following Jiuhao's gaze, he saw the bright yellow soul ring beneath Jiuhao's feet. Bright? Wait, why was Jiuhao's soul ring so bright? With this brightness, it was even brighter than his own soul ring. For a moment, Tang San felt as if he had been blinded by the brightness of Jiuhao's soul ring. Haha, Xiao San, now you want to stop me from choosing any soul beast for my soul ring, right? Jiuhao looked proudly at the shocked Tang San. Jiuhao, you'd better not easily reveal the age of your soul ring in the future. Otherwise, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. After a moment of daze, Tang San finally reacted, looking deeply at Jiuhao and reminding him, don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Only you and Xiao Wu know about my soul ring's age. Jiuhao waved his hand in response. He wasn't stupid. Just because martial souls could be improved through cultivation didn't mean it was a big deal. After all, it was better to increase his own soul power cultivation than to waste time on that. However, Jiuhao's speed of improving his soul ring was truly too fast. In just over half a year, it had increased by 400 or 500 years. If discovered by someone with ill intentions, he might end up being studied and dissected. Jiuhao, although I don't know how you've managed to increase the age of your soul ring so quickly, and I don't want to know, but Tang San looked deeply at Jiuhao. Everyone has their own secrets, and as someone who already had secrets, he understood this very well. But even if you can easily increase the age of your soul ring, I cannot let you choose the chameleon as your second soul ring. What do you want a transformation skill for? Jiuhao, I warn you, I promised Grandpa Jack to take good care of you. And if I find out you do anything bad, I will not spare you. By the end, Tang San's tone had become severe. What can a transformation skill do? Tang San thought of a long list of sneaky uses without needing to think. He was the older brother, and in his view, if Jiuhao went bad, it would be his responsibility for not looking after him properly. Jiuhao looked at Tang San in frustration. Big brother, are you thinking of something bad? Why are you thinking more than I am? However, he couldn't explain this to Tang San. Could he really tell Tang San that the reason he chose the chameleon-esque transformation skill was because of Xiao Wu beside him? Even if he confessed, Tang San probably wouldn't agree. So this matter could only be kept to himself, and he couldn't even tell Xiao Wu. He certainly couldn't say to her, hey, I already know you're a little rabbit. Don't be afraid, I won't despise you. Saying that would probably get him beaten. The reason he chose the transformation skill as his second soul skill was also due to his own considerations, mainly for Xiao Wu. After all, in his heart, Xiao Wu was already his, and when they grew up, he could naturally pick this cute little rabbit. But before that, He needed to protect Xiao Wu's safety. Not for anything else, just to hide Xiao Wu's own aura, so that no one would discover that she was a transformed soul beast, especially from the Spirit Hall members. If they discovered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the plot of the original story were to develop, perhaps Xiao Wu would smoothly obtain the immortal herb representing beautiful love through Tang San's connections, thus hiding her soul beast aura. But that was just the original story. Now that he had joined, he was unsure how the subsequent plot would unfold. After all, even the protagonist Tang San's soul power cultivation had been faster than in the original story. What if Tang San was killed early for displaying too much genius? To find a way to conceal Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, Jiuhao browsed through a lot of materials and finally found a reliable method. Through the information, he learned that although the transformation skill obtained from the chameleon was trash, it had a very inconspicuous hidden effect, which was to change one's own aura. This piece of knowledge was subtle. If he and T looked closely, he might have missed it. Although this change in aura wouldn't fool powerful experts, Jiuhao could increase the age of his soul ring. If 10 years didn't work, then 100 years. If 100 years didn't work, then 1,000 years. Although he was sure if Xiao Wu could hide in front of a title Doloa in the future, at least it was better than doing nothing. Moreover, he had another plan prepared. He decided to temporarily maintain the growth path of the original story to see if he could successfully obtain the immortal herb. That herb would have good effects for both Xiao Wu and himself. Once he obtained these benefits, he wouldn't have any worries about what to do in the future. Unfortunately, he couldn't share these thoughts with anyone and could only bury them deeply in his heart. At that moment, he felt incredibly great, almost like a great hero. When he married Xiao Wu in the future, he must make her give birth to several little rabbits to repay him. For a moment, Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu beside him, happily munching on a carrot, and thought far into the future. Chapter 27, Elopement. The next day, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu set out early from New Oding Academy, heading west towards the nearby Mato City. Xiao Wu, are you really going to Mato City with me? It's quite far, and just traveling there will take a lot of time. Jiuhao, with a hammer hanging at his waist, watched Xiao Wu bouncing ahead. Of course, you're a support-type soul master. Although you have some combat ability, it's still lacking. So, Sister Xiao Wu is being kind and come and help you out. But I'm not doing it for free. Xiao Wu turned around with a beaming smile and gestured with her fingers. I want 500 carrots. After thinking for a moment, she winked and said, no, I want 1,000, not a single one less. Haha, all right. I can let you eat carrots for the rest of your life. Looking at the adorable Xiao Wu, Jiuhao chuckled lightly. However, if we just run away like this, will your good buddy Tang San blame you later? After thinking it over, Xiao Wu still asked with concern. As for Jiuhao's choice of second soul ring, Xiao Wu didn't mind. In her view, no matter what Jiuhao chose, she would respect his decision. Of course, the premise is that his carrots must be tastier. Don't worry, after he gets the soul ring, he won't have any choice. At most, he'll just scold me when we return. Jiuhao had already thought this through. Moreover, he was quite optimistic about the skill of transformation. Indeed, a 10-year-old Ditto wouldn't provide him with a particularly powerful skill effect. But what if he could elevate this soul ring to a very high level in the future? Wouldn't he be able to transform into whatever he wanted? For a moment, Jiuhao was filled with anticipation. Before leaving, he checked the information. Ditto is a specialty of the monster forest in the Western Mato City. And the highest-ranked soul beasts, they're only around 100 years old, which is more than enough for him and Xiao Wu to handle. This time, because he was with Xiao Wu, Jiuhao decided to walk instead of taking a carriage, which would have only taken 2 days. They insisted on taking 5 days instead. Along the way, the two enjoyed the scenery, as if they were not out for a soul ring, but were on a vacation. There was one thing that made Jiuhao overjoyed. Because they were alone together this time, the relationship between him and Xiao Wu finally made a breakthrough. Seeing them walking happily side by side, with their arms brushing against each other, they were just a step away from holding hands. It wasn't that Jiuhao lacked the courage. It was mainly that Xiao Wu seemed to sense something. Whenever he attempted to make a move, he would receive Xiao Wu's eye roll, leaving Jiuhao helpless. However, Jiuhao was not in a hurry. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So he didn't mind this moment. Originally, Jiuhao thought the journey would go very smoothly. After all, isn't the old saying that when traveling the world, elders, children, and women are the ones you mustn't provoke? He and Xiao Wu counted as 2 of those. Unfortunately, in Doloa continent, it seemed no one summarized this ironclad rule, and in short, The two of them were currently in trouble. As they were nearing Motto City, the number of travelers on the road increased, from farmers carrying local specialties to large merchant caravans, and occasionally adventurers dressed like soul masters. And they encountered a group of wealthy young masters. "Hey, little sister, where are you going? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a free ride." A pale-faced young man, around 17 or 18 years old, blocked Hu Jiuhao and Xiao Wu's path. On the surface, he looked kind-hearted, but the lewdness in his eyes was hard to hide. This beast has set his sights on Xiao Wu. Watching the young man talking to Xiao Wu, Hu Jiuhao lowered his head to hide the murderous glare in his eyes. At the same time, he discreetly sensed the two guards behind the young man. One was at level 25, and from his light footsteps, he appeared to be an agile soul master. The other looked to be around level 26, with large hands and a robust build, clearly a powerful attack-type soul master. As for the young man, he was only at level 18, which was simply embarrassing. In an instant, Hu Jiuhao gathered this information through his enhanced senses. Meanwhile, the young man continued his incessant invitations for Xiao Wu to join him in his carriage. "Get lost." Xiao Wu rarely showed a cold expression, replying icily. "What did you say, you ungrateful little girl? I'm the son of the city, Lord of Motto City, and you dare to insult me." The young man's face turned extremely ugly. In his life, he had never been insulted like this before. "Ma Wan Ma Wu." "Yes, young Master Ma Feng." The two guards behind the young man stepped forward respectfully to answer. "Capture this annoying little girl for me, and let us see how I'll teach her a lesson later." Just by looking at you, I can tell you're not a good person. You want to fight? I'm all for it." Xiao Wu cracked her knuckles, leaped, and was the first to attack. Behind her, Hu Jiuhao had already drawn his hammer, a sinister smile on his face. Chaotic wind hammer technique. Charging up began. Hu Jiuhao did not participate in the battle between Xiao Wu and the two guards. Instead, he quietly stepped back, hiding to the side while building up strength with his hammer in a circular motion. The chaotic wind hammer technique is like this. Although it had already reached level 8, it still hadn't changed the essence of the technique. He still needed to charge it up one blow at a time. However, at this moment, the power gained from each blow was not a simple one-fold increase. It jumped from 1 times to 2 times to 4 times. In just 10 blows, he had accumulated 500 pounds of power. This amount of power was already sufficient. Glancing at Xiao Wu, who was entangled with the two guards using her agility, Hu Jiuhao shouted, "Xiao Wu, get out of the way." Upon hearing Hu Jiuhao's shout, Xiao Wu naturally knew what he was about to do. She quickly performed a few aerial flips and swiftly moved aside. "Oh, I almost forgot about you, kid. Capture him too." The young man Ma Feng was also attracted by Hu Jiuhao's shout, but he didn't take Hu Jiuhao seriously. In his view, having an agile Xiao Wu was already surprising enough. It was impossible for two such talents to appear simultaneously. Unfortunately, it seemed he had underestimated Hu Jiuhao. Over here, Hu Jiuhao's soul power spread out, and his body moved like a wisp of smoke to the two guards. His small hammer raised high. In an instant, the two felt an overwhelming force that made it hard to breathe rush at them, and then they knew nothing. Boom! Over 500 pounds of power. How could two soul masters at just over level 20 withstand that? They were sent flying like rags by Hu Jiuhao's strike, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Kill! After sending the two guards flying, Hu Jiuhao did not pause, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Ma Feng. Xiao Wu is his person, whom he had long considered a treasure, and someone dare to have designs on her that was simply seeking death. "No, don't come over." Hu Jiuhao's killing intent made Ma Feng instantly paralyzed on the ground, his feet still kicking as his body continuously retreated. Clearly terrified by Hu Jiuhao's display of power, he didn't even dare to release his martial soul. Hu Jiuhao was not someone who would hold back. He had no intention of sparing him and directly brought down a hammer to end the fight. Indeed, women are a source of trouble. Chapter 28, 10-Year Soul Ring. How unlucky. We just arrived in Motto City and ended up killing the city lord's son. I don't even know if the city lord of Motto City has only one son. If he has an only child, this grudge will be enormous. By the campfire, Hu Jiuhao said while poking at the branches. It has been more than half a day since the incident with the wasps. I remember that at the time. There were quite a few onlookers present, and he couldn't possibly eliminate all the witnesses. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he hurriedly took Xiao Wu and eventually arrived at the edge of the monster forest. According to their itinerary, they should have been resting in Motto City at this time. Unfortunately, plans change faster than expected. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiao Jiuhao, you would have probably arrived safely at your destination by now. Xiao Wu said, looking at Jiuhao with a wronged expression and feeling guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? You can accompany me to hunt for spirit rings. I'm just happy to have you with me. How could I blame you? Jiuhao smiled and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. By the way, you should tone down that expression. Please don't act so fake when you're feeling wronged. Okay? Oof. Bad Jiuhao. You only know how to tease me. Xiao Wu returned to her in normal expression, shaking her fist fiercely. By the way, I'm serious. Will killing that so-called Lord's son today bring you unnecessary trouble? Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to think of something, and her mood sank a bit. Haha, it's not much trouble. We'll rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll head directly to the monster forest. After hunting for spirit rings, we can leave right away. This way, even if that so-called toilet lord wants to find us, it won't be so easy. Xiao Wu nodded seriously, secretly vowing that if they really came looking for them, she would definitely protect Xiao Jiu's safety. After resting for a night, the next morning, the two arrived at the monster forest. As they proceeded, they occasionally spotted animals. Yes, due to the low level of the monster forest, many animals lived here, and they weren't even spirit beasts. Wow, Xiao Jiu, look over there. There's a monster with human hands. Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That's a chameleon. It probably saw a human at some point, so it transformed its hands. Jiu chuckled. This chameleon is a bit mischievous. Next, they encountered even more chameleons. Some with branches on their heads, some with cat faces, and others with foxtails. Various bizarre forms appeared on the chameleons. Unfortunately, these chameleons were too low level. They weren't even spirit beasts and had no practical value. Chameleons are a type of soft-bodied creature, resembling a large jelly, soft and covered in greasy slime. And their insides are filled with acidic liquid, making them inedible. Other animals avoid them. Gradually, they reach the core gathering area of the chameleons. Why is there a tiger among the chameleons? That's strange. From a distance, Xiao Wu looked curiously at the tiger among a bunch of chameleons. Xiao Wu, that's our target. Can't you see? It's also a chameleon, and it's a 10-year level spirit beast. Jiu said excitedly, looking at the tiger in the distance. His second spirit ring depended on it. Raising his hammer and channeling his soul power, Jiu charged towards the chameleon tiger, creating a flurry of illusions. When dealing with a 10-year spirit beast, there's no need for any techniques. Brute force will do. Jiu's physical quality was at level 20 now. Although he couldn't compare to soul masters of the same level, it was a complete crush against someone weaker than him. Die for me. Jiu's appearance caused chaos among the chameleons. Many weak chameleons were startled by his aura and fled in all directions. Only the chameleon king, which had already become a spirit beast, saw Jiu charging towards it, crouched down, and emitted a warning sound. Unfortunately, Jiu was always ruthless in battle. As long as he determined it was an enemy, he wouldn't hold back. The hammer whistled as he swung it towards the chameleon king's head. Roar. Facing the incoming hammer, the chameleon king let out a furious roar, kicked off the ground, and instantly jumped back, dodging Jiu's attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, its body began to shrink and change, its head becoming tiny, and unknown bird feathers appeared on it. Not good, it's trying to escape. Xiao Wu, help me hold it down. The chameleon king's movements were incredibly fast, so fast that even Jiu couldn't keep up. With a jump, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a large bird, moving astonishingly quickly. Watch this, Bao. Xiao Wu didn't need Jiu's instructions. She had always been by his side, ready for emergencies. In a flash, just as Jiu was retracting his hammer to prepare for another attack, Xiao Wu had already dashed out, reaching the now transformed large bird chameleon. With only 10 years of cultivation, the chameleon was no match for Xiao Wu. She simply reached out, and in the next second, she had grabbed the bird's neck. Xiao Wu, good job. At this moment, Jiu had already reached Xiao Wu's side, swinging his hammer directly, instantly finishing off the chameleon that had transformed into a half-snake body, trying to escape again. I'm Xiao Wu, of course I'm doing great. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin and flashed a charming smile at Jiu. But this chameleon is really interesting. If only you could gain such abilities. Xiao Wu was a bit envious of the chameleon's transformation ability. Although this chameleon's strength was very weak, just the way it dealt with them earlier proved the excellence of this ability. Unfortunately, although soul masters could gain transformation skills from chameleons, they were too weak and could only change a bit of their facial features, unable to completely transform into another person, which was pretty useless. Xiao Wu. Did you forget? My soul ring upgrades quickly. Maybe in 100 or 1,000 years, I can achieve something like the chameleon. By then, perhaps I can also let you transform into other animals. Even though he knew this possibility was slim, if 1,000 years wouldn't work, then what about 10,000 or 100,000? With the chameleon-S transformation ability, Jiuhao could play around with it. At this moment, a light white soul ring emerged from the chameleon, its pale color indicating that it had just reached the 10-year limit. Xiao Wu looked at the soul ring with disdain and hesitantly said, Xiao Jiuhao, are you sure you want to use it as your second soul ring? Xiao Wu had long known this situation. She thought she was mentally prepared, but seeing such a low-level soul ring appear still made her very discontent. Didn't we agree on this long ago? Don't delay. Protect me while I absorb the soul ring first. Jiuhao looked at the soul ring without concern, and even a hint of joy appeared on his face. Xiao Wu, I'm sacrificing my second soul ring for your safety. Chapter 29. Transformation Skill, just a 10-year soul ring. Jiuhao absorbed it effortlessly, completing the absorption and fusion in just 5 minutes. Sure enough, the 10-year chameleon soul skill was trash. It seemed he would have to wait for the upgrade of the AFK panel. Feeling that his soul power hadn't increased much, Jiuhao thought to himself. Speaking of the AFK panel, a bright blue panel immediately appeared before Jiuhao, with golden lights flickering on it. And a second soul ring AFK position began to appear next to the first soul ring AFK position. Taking advantage of the time the AFK position opened, he examined the skill of the second soul ring he had obtained. The second soul ring skill was called Transformation, which he already knew, and its effect was to make partial adjustments to his muscles to change his appearance. The effect is weak, suitable for petty tricks. However, in his heart, Jiuhao thought of another application of this skill. Changing one's muscles besides the face can be done in other places too. For example, changing the muscles on the body, altering the density of one's muscles. Wouldn't that indirectly enhance physical quality? And what about the nervous system? If the nerves are enhanced, wouldn't that speed up one's reactions? Just as Jiuhao was lost in thought, the second soul ring's activation had successfully completed. In an instant, the image of the second soul ring appeared on the activation panel. A 10-year soul ring, neither more nor less than a year. Looking at the ages of his two soul rings, Jiuhao couldn't help but chuckle. The first soul ring was already 606 years old, while the second soul ring was only 10 years old. Wasn't that backwards? Jiuhao, how is it? Is the new skill useful? Seeing Jiuhao open his eyes, the nearby Xiao Wu eagerly asked. Shaking his head, Jiuhao replied calmly, the effect isn't very good, but it's within expectations. As he spoke, a layer of light red glow began to cover his face, and under the illumination, there were subtle changes in his appearance. His nose elongated. The corners of his eyes widened, and his chin became rounder. Such slight changes made it look like he was Tang San at a glance. Xiao Wu, this is so interesting. If someone isn't particularly familiar with Tang San, they might think you are him. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Give me a carrot to try. I'll help you see the effect. Facing Xiao Wu's expectant gaze, Jiuhao extended his right hand, and the change of the second soul skill activated, slowly revealing a light red carrot in his hand. His carrot martial spirit had great advantages. It could serve as both a plant-type soul master and a food-type soul master. When acting as a plant type, his soul skills would affect himself without needing to consume the carrot. With just a thought, he could use the skill, and it lasted a long time. As a food-type soul master, he could apply the skill to the carrot and give it to others to consume, allowing them to use his skills, though the duration would be relatively shorter. Currently, the second soul skill change allowed a person to alter their appearance for half a day. During the skill's effective time, multiple modifications could be made until the duration ended. Xiao Jiuhao, your carrot is even tastier. Unable to wait, Xiao Wu took a bite of Jiuhao's carrot, her eyes squinting with happiness, forming a cute crescent shape. After eating the carrot, Xiao Wu's appearance also underwent slight changes. Her eyes became smaller and longer, her nose thicker, her lips fuller and larger, and her face began to elongate. She had transformed into Jiuhao. How do I look? Do I look like your sister? No. Do I look like your older sister? After changing her appearance, Xiao Wu mischievously asked. It's more like a younger sister. Xiao Wu, you're too young. Jiuhao chuckled. I'm your older sister. Xiao Wu protested. Well, it could be whatever you want. There will be plenty of chances to play later. We should get going now. Who knows, the city Lord Amato might be sending people to look for us. Jiuhao patted Xiao Wu's head, reminding her. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, or it'll be trouble once they find us. Realizing Hu Jiu's reminder, Xiao Wu suddenly came to her senses. They had caused trouble yesterday and should have left the Motto City area earlier. Both were level 20 Great Soul Masters, although Hu Jiu was an auxiliary Soul Master. Due to practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique, his physical quality was not weak. As they sprinted with all their might, the sound of rushing wind echoed in their ears as they raced towards Nodding City. On the way, Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu with a teasing expression. With a mischievous smile, he asked, Xiao Wu, I got my soul ring already. You're level 22, right? You helped me hunt for my soul ring, so it's my turn to help you next. No way. Xiao Wu immediately refused without thinking, then realized her attitude was off. She quickly looked at Hu Jiu with an apologetic expression, stammering, I already have plans for my second soul ring. I'll forget in a few days. So I won't trouble you. Hey, what is the big deal? You've helped me so many times. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll definitely help you. Hu Jiu put on a generous expression, but inside, he was secretly amused. He knew very well that Xiao Wu didn't actually need to hunt for a soul ring. She had a 100,000-year soul beast. Once her level reached, she would naturally obtain a soul ring, which was quite convenient. From the soul power aura coming from Xiao Wu, she might have already acquired her second soul ring. She just hadn't told him. It seemed that this little rabbit was not being honest. Haha, no need, really. Xiao Wu laughed awkwardly. All right then. Just as Hu Jiu was about to speak, he suddenly twitched his ears and frowned. Xiao Wu, let us go this way. There is something up ahead. Through his hearing and touch, he had already sensed danger ahead. This danger was aimed at them. Fortunately, Hu Jiu's senses were sharp. Otherwise, they would have run straight into trouble. Pulling Xiao Wu off the main road, the two plunged into the bushes, disappearing from sight. A mile away, two middle-aged men dressed as soul masters were heading towards Hu Jiu's original direction. One of them had a wild dog-like beard and was sniffing the air as if he was tracking something. Xiao Wu, hurry up, they're catching up. Hu Jiu felt a bit anxious. The two behind them had deep soul power auras, and from their level, only soul elders above level 30 would have such strong auras. Meanwhile, both he and Xiao Wu were only level 20, and they might not be able to take them on one-on-one. After all, while fighting above 1's level could be exhilarating, it was also dangerous. Hu Jiu, who had always been steady and cautious, didn't he want to take the risk of fighting opponents stronger than himself? He preferred to crush the weak. Can't shake them off? Xiao Jiu, how about we just fight them? Xiao was eager to try. She wasn't afraid of any battle and thought they could just see if they could win after engaging. Fight, even if we can't escape. Isn't it better to set up an ambush? Chapter 30. The returned Xiao Wu were not running anymore. Let us take them down. After running for a quarter of an hour, Hu Jiu helplessly realized that although he could detect the enemy in advance, he couldn't shake them off no matter what. He had tried various methods to evade pursuit, but none were effective. In desperation, Hu Jiu made up his mind to deal with these two enemies first. Arriving at a low mound, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu hid together, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiao Wu, wait for the old tactic. You go out to distract the enemy, and I'll wait for the opportunity to ambush from the side and try to take them down. A murderous look appeared in Hu Jiu's eyes. He would never hold back against enemies. All right, just watch me. Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest, full of fighting spirit. Avoiding was never her style. Combat was what she thrived on. If it weren't for worrying about Hu Jiu's safety, she would have turned back to fight the enemies head-on long ago. Be careful, they're coming. A few minutes later, Hu Jiu's gaze sharpened. His iron hammer gripped tightly, ready to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique. In the distance, about 100 meters away, two figures appeared, tracking their direction. Damn, these two kids can't be rabbits, can they? They run so fast. Hearing someone say they were rabbits, Hu Jiu glanced at Xiao Wu, who was bent over and ready to spring into action. She was the real rabbit. As the two quickly approached the mound where they were hiding, Xiao Wu pushed off with her hind legs, her figure darting out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the soul master with the wild dog beard. This soul master is clearly from the reconnaissance system, with weak frontline combat abilities. It's precisely because of him that they have not been able to shake off the enemy, so he's the first one that needs to be eliminated. Bold! Behind the wild dog soul master, another soul master suddenly turned his head as Xiao Wu was about to approach, shouting loudly, embodying his martial spirit, revealing two sharp fangs and making grunting noises. His martial spirit is a wild boar. However, in the face of the wild boar soul master's roar. Xiao Wu remained unmoved, performing a somersault, her two long legs striking towards the enemy's neck. At the same time, Jiuhao, hiding behind a small slope, didn't care about being exposed anymore, swinging a hammer with great vigor, accumulating power in circles. The chaotic wind hammer technique accumulates more power the more hammers are swung in succession, as long as he is given enough time, let alone just 2 soul secs. Even a soul zone wouldn't scare him. With that wild boar martial spirit soul master assisting, Xiao Wu's sneak attack didn't succeed, but relying on her agility, she managed to entangle the enemy. Next, it would depend on Jiuhao. Because of his sudden sneak attack, the 2 middle-aged soul masters had no time to consider anything else, and didn't notice Jiuhao, who was hiding behind the small mound and accumulating power. One hammer after another, in less than half a minute, Jiuhao had already accumulated power from over 50 swings, and he was still continuing. 58, 59, 60. Jiuhao kept moving, silently counting the number of chaotic wind hammer techniques until he reached over 60 swings. He was already sweating, his muscles bulging. He was no longer just a support soul master. One could believe he was a battle soul master. Xiao Wu, when he reached 75 swings, Jiuhao finally hit his limit and could no longer maintain the accumulated power. The 8th level of the chaotic wind hammer technique, by the time he reached 81 swings. Each swing would have a power of 5,000 pounds, which his current small frame could not withstand at all. However, the 75th swing was already impressive, directly possessing over 2,000 pounds of power. The enemy didn't manage to interrupt his big move in advance, which was their biggest mistake. The hammerhead surged forward, creating a thunderous sound, the ground beneath him vibrating wildly. Die for me. With his swing, Jiuhao didn't even look at who the enemy was. After confirming Xiao Wu had left, he struck out. Boom! The earth trembled, and wherever he passed was as if plowed by an ox. The enemy that had just suppressed Xiao Wu was now unrecognizable. Jiuhao also didn't want to know. Xiao Jiuhao, your hammer technique has become more powerful. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock beside him. With such attack power, it might even rival that of a soul zone. Let us go. The noise here is too loud and will easily attract enemies. We should hurry. Feeling the emptiness of his soul power, Jiuhao felt a bit uneasy. Without power in his body, it felt unsafe. Although his soul power was depleted, his physical condition was still good, and he ran quite fast. 2 hours later, he and Xiao Wu had left the territory of Mato City and stepped into the domain of Nodding City. It's fine now, Xiao Wu. The people from Mato City can't catch up with us. Jiuhao slowed his pace and walked slowly at a normal speed. After all, it was just a small city lord. Being able to hire a soul master of the reconnaissance level was already quite remarkable, since the strength of reconnaissance soul masters is generally not strong, and few can grow. Jiuhao, I also want to learn your hammer technique. Thinking of how Xiao Wu would look wielding a hammer, Jiuhao hesitated and said, my hammer technique was passed down to me by Xiao San's father. If you want to learn, ask Uncle Tang how when you see him later. Xiao Wu was merely impressed by the powerful attack of the chaotic wind hammer technique. When it came to the actual practice, she would probably lose interest. Moreover, the chaotic wind hammer technique is not easy to practice. Just look at Tang San. Despite having seen the power of the high-level chaotic wind and practicing diligently, he was still only at 64 swings. At this point, besides the last swing being somewhat impressive, the rest were practically useless. Oh, then forget it. I won't be asking Tang San's father. Xiao Wu huffed proudly, looking disdainful. Right now, her relationship with Tang San was not particularly good. If it weren't for Jiuhao, they would have fought already. Haha, it's just a hammer technique. As long as your cultivation level is high enough, you won't need to worry about such trouble. The chaotic wind is indeed troublesome before the power is fully charged. The attack power is not high at all, especially in a time-sensitive battle. Just like this time, if Jiuhao hadn't been cautious and let Xiao Wu show up to attract the enemy's attention in advance, he would have had time to charge to 75 swings. Indeed, this hammer technique is trash. As long as the enemy knows your hammer technique's characteristics in advance, you won't have any chance to use it. Xiao Wu raised her chin, showing her disdain. Xiao Wu is right. While nodding in agreement, Jiuhao was also considering the effect of his next soul ring. Just as Xiao Wu said, the chaotic wind hammer technique is strong, but it requires time to unfold. It cannot be interrupted prematurely. Therefore, a skill that allows him to dodge enemy attacks freely is very necessary. At that moment, Xiao Wu's future teleportation skill appeared in his mind. It seems that this skill is possessed by the lightning rabbit. He just didn't know if Xiao would let him kill it. After all, the lightning rabbit is still a rabbit. Chapter 31. Tang San got angry. Aside from teleportation, he also thought of flying. The flying skill would be very useful before becoming a title de law, as many soul masters do not have flying abilities or air skills. Being able to fly would provide a significant advantage in battle. Even after becoming a title de law, there is still a significant difference in speed between those with flying skills and those without. However, these are all matters for the future. He is only at level 20 now, and it's too early to consider the next level. In the following days, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu did not encounter any troubles and returned to the academy after 4 days. Before Jiuhao could rest, Tang San hurried over. He came with a face full of anger. Haha, Xiao San, long time no see. Jiuhao awkwardly greeted. You really are something. Leaving without a word. Do you know how worried I was? Tang San still wore a cold expression, looking very dissatisfied at Jiuhao. He didn't expect Jiuhao to be so bold as to dare to go hunt for soul rings alone. Oh, it seems he was alone. He had Xiao Wu with him, but could Xiao Wu match him? In Tang San's view, without his protection, Jiuhao shouldn't have gone out at all. It's just that I was in a hurry. Next time, I will definitely tell you in advance. Jiuhao laughed awkwardly. Did you get the soul ring? Tang San looked a bit resentful. He knew without being told that with Jiuhao's personality, he wouldn't return without achieving his goal. The skill 72 transformations. Cultivated to the highest realm is omnipotent. It's a divine skill. Jiuhao's expression was invigorated, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Just say it's a 10-year soul ring. Also, how is the effect of the skill now? Tang San looked at him with a deep gaze, waiting for a response. Xiao San, actually, this doesn't really matter right now, does it? We should look forward, not just focus on the present. Jiuhao's smile stiffened. Then he awkwardly changed the subject. Xiao San, I have a new idea. Can you give me your opinion? Although he clearly knew Jiuhao was changing the subject, Tang San also understood the principle of knowing when to stop, so his tone calmed down. What idea? You should know the transformation abilities of Ditto. In the early stages, it is indeed relatively weak, but it is not without purpose. I believe that the transformation ability can be applied to muscles to make them stronger, which could enhance overall strength, right? Jiuhao looked at Tang San, hoping he would approve of his idea. This was a sudden inspiration he had, and if Tang San hadn't come, he might have already started experimenting. It's worth a try. I think your idea is feasible. Although he knew that Jiuhao occasionally came up with strange ideas, each time he heard them, Tang San was still amazed. Many times, he was stunned by Jiuhao's imaginative thoughts. All right, then I'll do some research. Jiuhao smiled, finally feeling relieved. It seemed he had passed this hurdle. It wasn't that he was afraid of Tang San. It was mainly because Tang San had no bad intentions toward him. The reason he was so upset was that he cared about Jiuhao, fearing that his choice of soul rings would affect his future development. Jiuhao understood all this. However, there were some considerations he couldn't share with Tang San, which led to the current situation. After Tang San left, Jiuhao lay on his bed and began experimenting with his transformation abilities. He started with his skin, under his astonishing sensory monitoring. It was not difficult to increase the skin's density. A faint red glow flowed over his skin, and he felt a subtle tightness. Raising his arm and looking at his now firmer skin, Jiuhao instantly felt more confident. So what if the soul rings are trash? There are only trash soul masters, not trash soul rings. Right, he could also change his nerves. After strengthening the nerves, his body's reaction speed would surely improve. But he had to be careful with the nerves and take it slow. Next, Jiuhao began to make other attempts, trying to strengthen everything in his body through transformation. Luckily, his transformation ability was still quite weak. Otherwise, something might have gone wrong. Through his experiments, he discovered various applications of his transformation ability. For example, initially strengthening the skin to increase its density, indirectly enhancing impact resistance. Changing the calf muscles allowed him to run faster. Altering the nervous system in his hands increased his hand speed. In just one night of experimentation, he developed multiple uses for his transformation ability. The next day, knowing Jiuhao had returned, the eagerly waiting Xiao Qinyu and others rushed to his door, waving golden soul coins and asking to buy his accelerated training carrots. Only those who had experienced the effects of Jiuhao's martial soul knew how remarkable his abilities were. It felt like they had activated a booster. as they could feel their soul power increasing rapidly during training, making the process enjoyable rather than arduous. Over the past 6 months, thanks to Jiuhao's carrots, they had all seen significant improvements in their cultivation. Among them, Lu Long and Ling Feng had both advanced 4 levels, becoming level 15 soul masters, while Xiao Qinyu had become even more impressive, directly rising 5 levels to become a level 16 soul master. This speed of improvement was something they had never imagined. In a few months, they would graduate, and it was said that several intermediate soul master academies had already contacted them, promising free admission. They had never enjoyed such treatment before. Therefore, they were particularly enthusiastic about the mastermind behind all this. Brother Jiuhao, you're back. Were you safe on your journey? If I had known you would be gone for so long, we would have gone with you. We miss you so much, Xiao Qinyu said with a grin, showing no airs of being the son of the city lord in front of Jiuhao. Haha, I see you all must be missing my carrots. Remember, I prepared plenty of carrots for you before I left. How could you finish them so quickly? Jiuhao smiled as he welcomed them. These few were his cash cows. So far, he had earned hundreds, if not thousands, of golden soul coins from them. With so much money, even though he spent it generously, he still had over 500 golden soul coins left. He thought that once he earned a bit more money, he would buy a storage soul guide. He was quite envious of Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. However, storage-type soul guides were a bit expensive. He had inquired and found that even the smallest ones cost over 10,000 golden soul coins, which was more than he had earned so far. Brother Jiuhao, you know we're about to graduate. To get into a better academy in the future, we've extended our training time. We used to train for about an hour a day, but now it's at least 5 or 6 hours. Your carrots are just not enough, Lu Long said with a hint of grievance. It wasn't that they wanted to work hard. It was mainly because their rapid progress in soul power had given their families hope, making them feel that they could still be salvaged. They were forced to increase their daily training time. That's right. Look at me, Brother Jiuhao. Besides studying, I train every day, and in less than a year, I've broken through to become a great soul master. I think you all should work hard too. Once your cultivation is high enough, you won't have to worry about anything else. At least becoming a noble lord won't be a problem, Jiuhao encouraged. Working hard was good. The more they worked hard, the more golden soul coins he could earn. Had Jiuhao worked hard? Xiao Qinyu and the others exchanged glances, as if they only saw him playing around with Xiao Wu every day, having explored all of Nodding City with her. Chapter 32. The Days Without Xiao Wu. All right, consider yourselves lucky. With my current soul power, I can satisfy your training needs even if I train all day, as long as you can pay. Jiuhao nodded. It would be foolish not to make money. With his level 20 Great Soul Master cultivation, he could produce nearly 100 accelerated training carrots at once. And making 1,000 in a day was no problem. When it comes to making money fast, what could compare to a food-type soul master? If it weren't for fearing unwanted attention, he would have expanded his customer base long ago. We have money. We all have money. Xiao Qinyu took out a bag of golden soul coins and handed it directly to Jiuhao. We have some too. This is mine. Lu Long and Ling Feng also eagerly pulled out their money bags. Although it hurt a bit, they accepted it for the sake of speeding up their training. Besides, the 3 of them were wealthy second-generation heirs, so buying carrots was not an issue. All right, 30 carrots each. Come back for more when you run out, Jiuhao said as he prepared 100 carrots at once, the extra being a discount for them. After all, his carrots didn't require any cost. Just a bit of soul power, which would naturally recover after a while. By the time Xiao Qinyu and the others left, expressing their gratitude, it was already evening. In the dormitory, Wang Sheng and the others had returned from class. After greeting each other, they exchanged some casual chatter. In the 7th dormitory for work-study students, his status was somewhat special. These people were all Xiao Wu's little brothers now, and he had a close relationship with Xiao Wu. Plus, his own combat strength was not weak, which made him a bit like the second-in-command. Well, one could say he was riding on Xiao Wu's coattails, eating soft rice. Sigh. The next day, Xiao Wu came to him looking pitiful. Xiao Jiuhao, I need to go out to hunt for a soul ring. This time, I might be gone for more than half a month. You can't let me go hungry, right? Hurry up and give me some carrots. Why does it take so long? You eat so much. Even if you brought some, you probably wouldn't be able to eat it for long. The little rabbit is really something. Clearly, she can create soul rings by herself, and it would only take her half a day to come up with a casual excuse. Yet she has to leave for so long. Suddenly, Jiuhao realized he was a bit reluctant to let her go. How about I accompany you? With me around. You can eat as much as you want, even to the point of being stuffed. With this thought, Jiuhao tested the waters. It was obvious that Xiao Wu was going to the Star Dough Forest for such a long time. If she allowed him to follow her, he could find out her identity without any issues. Once Xiao Wu confessed, he could generously express that he didn't mind her identity, which would make their relationship even closer. Right? Unfortunately, despite Hu Jio's good intentions, Xiao Wu refused. She looked at him with a troubled expression, saying, "No way, Xiao Jio. This time I'm going home to ask my family for help in hunting soul beasts. They don't like outsiders. And I'm afraid they would get angry if they see you." Sure enough, the idea of meeting her family fell through. Hu Jio didn't insist too much on this. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty about meeting to Ming and Heir Ming right now. All right then, wait a moment. I'll make you some extra carrots. So save some for later. Xiao Wu left. For a moment, without Xiao Wu by his side, he found himself feeling a bit unaccustomed. After all, he had been with her for more than half a year, and now that the chirping voice was suddenly gone, his heart felt empty. However, Xiao Wu's reluctant expression as she left made Hu Jio feel secretly pleased. It seemed that he still held a place in her heart. Indeed, this work-study student position in Holy Soul Village came with extra benefits. After a morning of boring classes, Hu Jio met up with Tang San. "Xiao San, come on. We haven't battled in a long time. Let's have a match." Hu Jio had never been interested in fighting. He was only interested in crushing his enemies. He had declined many of Tang San's invitations to battle in the past. It would be so much better to happily play with Xiao Wu during that time. Now that Xiao Wu was gone, to avoid boredom and to improve his combat skills, Hu Jio took the initiative to invite him. "You want to battle me?" Tang San looked at him in surprise, his eyes seemingly questioning whether Hu Jio was out of his mind. "Xiao San, I warn you, don't look at me like that. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile," Hu Jio said angrily. He had already decided that he would definitely give Tang San a hard time later, preferably to the point where he couldn't get up for half a day. "All right, I was wrong." Noticing Hu Jio's anger, Tang San simply admitted his mistake. "But Xiao Jio, do you know what level I'm at now?" Faced with the question, Hu Jio was momentarily stunned, and he suddenly recalled that Tang San had mentioned before that he would go with the master and the dean to hunt for soul rings. Calculating the time, it seemed that he was getting his second soul ring even faster than Hu Jio. After carefully sensing Tang San's soul power, he found that it had indeed increased significantly. His level was already at 21, approaching 22. "Fight? Are you afraid of me? Just wait and see how I knock your teeth out." Hu Jio gritted his teeth. Whether he could defeat him would have to be seen in the fight. He remembered that Tang San's second soul ring skill was Parasite, and with his level 6 soul power control, covering himself with a layer of soul power was just simple. Therefore, under prepared conditions, Tang San's second soul skill would be garbage. Then let us do it. "Xiao Jio, don't cry later." Tang San laughed heartily. All along, he had actually felt unconvinced. With the same practice of the Raging Wind Hammer technique, Hu Jio had long reached the Grandmaster level, while he hadn't even completed the full 81 hammer charge. As for soul power control, they had trained together. But Hu Jio had already refined his soul power to a meticulous degree, while he had just completed the water treading training. If that were all, it would be fine. After all, this was a talent that one was born with. Tang San was not the type to lose heart over that. However, just look at their usual training situations. Tang San had hardly any time to play, working day and night, seizing every moment to train. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was enjoying every moment with that little Wu, and Tang San had hardly seen him train. With such a comparison, how could Tang San feel convinced? Did Hu Jio have divine favor while he did not? Wasn't he born with full soul power? Had he remembered wrong, that it was Xiao Jio who awakened with full soul power first? Tang San was confused. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jio and Tang San stood facing each other. One stood with hands behind his back, while the other tightly gripped a hammer. It was as if a pair of unmatched masters were about to engage in a deadly duel. The tension was palpable. "Xiao Jio, come on. We've been standing here for quite a while. Hurry up and make your move," Tang San said helplessly. "Caw, caw, caw." A crow flew by, seemingly mocking their foolish behavior. "What is the rush? Young people need to be patient," Hu Jio said slowly. At the same time, the hammer in his hand began to swing rapidly, and the Raging Wind Hammer technique was unleashed. Chapter 33, Battle. On Tang San's side, as soon as he saw Hu Jio's skilled circular motions with the hammer, he immediately used his binding skill without thinking. He couldn't let Hu Jio's Raging Wind Hammer technique unfold. Even he felt fear at Hu Jio's mastery of the hammer technique. Tang San was familiar with Hu Jio's moves, and Hu Jio was no stranger to Tang San's either. As soon as he saw Tang San's actions, Jiuhao activated his soul power at his feet and quickly ran, dodging the blue-silver grass vines that sprang up from the ground. At the same time, he activated his second soul skill to enhance his calf muscles. In the next moment after the skill was applied, Jiuhao's figure began to blur, and his image appeared all over the lawn, dazzling to the eyes. Unfortunately, Tang San was not an ordinary person either. With the purple extreme magic eye activated, Jiuhao's figure was laid bare before him. His footwork turned ghostly, and his figure became as elusive as Jiuhao's. Hey, Xiao San, that S5 hammer strikes. Seeing Tang San approaching, Jiuhao remained unperturbed, quickening his movements to accumulate the hammer technique to 6 strikes. Jiuhao's words only made Tang San frown slightly, but he continued to advance undeterred. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San's hands had turned a jade-like color, appearing crystal clear. Come on, let me see your capacity. Jiuhao squinted his eyes, feeling the strength accumulating to over 300 pounds, filled with confidence. Xiao San, do you think my hammer technique still needs 81 strikes to accumulate 300 pounds? Foolish. Boom. With a loud bang, Tang San was sent flying far away, taking a long time to get back up. What? Xiao Jiuhao, your hammer technique? Tang San lay on the ground, unable to get up. At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. He was very clear about Xiao Jiuhao's strength, and he shouldn't have been unable to take just 6 strikes. But now the facts were laid out, and he indeed couldn't withstand it, and he lost thoroughly. There could only be one explanation for this situation. His hammer technique had improved. Haha, did you see that? I've had a little insight recently, and it seems my raging wind hammer technique has leveled up. Jiuhao grinned. Looking at the smug Jiuhao, Tang San fell silent. His own hammer technique had been overshadowed by another, skills inferior to others. What could he do? It seems that your transformation skill has successfully been tested. I can feel your speed has increased. Tang San looked at Jiuhao. He felt that he was just a dull person in front of Jiuhao. Well, the experiment was almost done, and he had found quite a few ways to use it. However, to enhance the skill's power, he still needed to increase the level of his spirit rings. Glancing at the second spirit ring that had already been upgraded to level 20, Jiuhao showed an expression of anticipation. If a 10-year spirit ring was already this practical, how much improvement could a 100-year spirit ring bring? Calculating the time, he realized that he would be able to upgrade in just over a month, and with more than 2 months left before school vacation, it was enough time. In the following days, Jiuhao entered a serious mode, playing with water balloons every day and diligently training his soul power control for this skill. Currently, apart from the chaotic wind hammer method, he had no other means of attack, which made him quite dissatisfied. After all, the drawbacks of the chaotic wind hammer method were obvious. Although he had been working hard to increase his speed to compensate for this shortcoming, it still did not meet his expectations. Therefore, it was time for his self-created skill, the spiral pill, to appear. To create the spiral pill, soul power control was essential. Only with excellent soul power control could he form a high-speed rotating sphere, thereby generating explosive attack power. During the time when Xiao Wu was absent, he had nothing else to do, which allowed him to focus on his training. In just a few days, his soul power control ability had greatly improved. He could see that there was only a small half-circle left until the next upgrade. Perhaps, before Xiao Wu returned, he would have already created his spiral pill skill. His actions of playing with the water balloons quickly attracted Tang San's curiosity. Xiao Jiuhao, what are you thinking? Tang San knew that whenever Jiuhao made a move he didn't understand, it meant he had come up with some new idea, which might be a very practical skill. On this point, he seemed even more certain than Jiuhao. Haha, it's nothing much. I just feel that our control over soul power is still too weak. I think if we condense the soul power and make it rotate at high speed, just like this water balloon, we could use precise control to create an explosive attack capability. Jiuhao smiled casually and explained to Tang San without reservation. Currently, he was troubled by how to make the water balloon explode. Getting Tang San, who had the Tang Sec's unique skills, to help him take a look might spark some different inspiration. After all, his advantage was in, even if Tang San learned it, his training progress would never be as fast as his. In front of him, Tang San would always be a junior. That's a great idea. How did you come up with that? After Jiuhao's explanation, Tang San was astonished, wishing he could peel open Jiuhao's head to see how it was structured inside. The idea is certainly good, but it seems a bit difficult to operate. Besides the weak soul power control, I haven't figured out the specific method for this rotating explosion yet. In Naruto, even someone as simple-minded as Naruto could learn the spiral pill. so there was no reason he couldn't learn it. Although he had a cheat code, theoretically, it shouldn't be too different if there were specific operational methods. With his current soul power control strength, he might have already met the requirements. Hearing Hu Jiu's dilemma, Tang San furrowed his brows and began to recall if there were any techniques related to this aspect from his past life in the Tang sect. Due to sect rules, he couldn't pass on the Tang sect's unique skills, but sharing a few small tips was still fine, just like exchanging martial arts experiences with fellow practitioners. After thinking for a while, Tang San's eyes lit up. He felt that some techniques from his crane control and dragon capture skill matched Hu Jiu's needs. Although they weren't a perfect match, the difference wasn't too much. He believed that with these, and given Hu Jiu's intelligence, he could definitely complete his new skill. If Hu Jiu successfully created this skill, he might also get a free skill. After all, without being able to use the Hao Ian hammer. His blue-silver grass's attack power was limited, and having an additional attack skill would also benefit him. Then, Tang San casually found an excuse and shared a few small techniques from the crane control and dragon capture skill with Hu Jiu. These small techniques in Tang San's eyes made Hu Jiu's eyes shine brightly. Good brother. Hu Jiu patted Tang San's shoulder, showing gratitude. In Tang San's eyes, these were just a few minor techniques, but in Hu Jiu's eyes, they were invaluable treasures. Different perspectives naturally lead to different values. Chapter 34. Soul Power Spiral Pill with Tang San's help. In the following days, Hu Jiu completed training on exploding water balloons and skin balls one after another. By now, he could condense a high-speed rotating sphere in his hand. However, the duration was a bit short, dissipating in just a few seconds. Since he couldn't maintain it for long, naturally, he couldn't say that the skill creation was successful. Nevertheless, he had completed the most difficult step, as long as he persisted in training for a while longer. The explosive spiral pill skill would eventually emerge. The days spent diligently researching passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 20 days since Xiao Wu left. According to Xiao Wu, she would be back in a few days. Haha, Soul Power Spiral Pill launch. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jiu excitedly threw out the sphere that had a blur from high-speed rotation. Puff! The spiral pill hit a tree trunk a meter away, causing a small piece of bark to fall to the ground. This attack power was clearly visible. Ha, finally done. Hu Jiu didn't care whether the attack power was weak or not. He only saw that the name of the Soul Power Spiral Pill had appeared on his 5th position. As for that unbearable attack power, naturally, the would help him increase it. As long as the skill level was high enough, he could create a hole in the sky. At the moment the Soul Power Spiral Pill was successfully created, his soul power control skill also reached level 7, and a wealth of insights into controlling energy appeared in his mind, making it easier for him to condense the soul power spiral pill. These two skills seemed to complement each other. Hu Jiu felt this scene and firmly etched it in his mind. It was an important discovery that might come in handy someday. With the successful creation of the spiral pill, he naturally wanted to show it off to someone. It was a pity that Xiao Wu was not around, so he could only find Tang San. Being able to create this skill, Tang San had also helped him a lot. Without his small tips, although Hu Jiu could still create this skill, it wouldn't have been accomplished in just 20 days. Therefore, to thank Tang San, he had to let him see his new skill. Of course, he would never admit that he wanted to show off in front of him. Tang San, watch out! Skillfully pushing open Tang San's dormitory, without saying a word, he launched a spiral pill. Startled, Tang San quickly assumed a defensive posture. His eyes flashing with purple light, and his hands turned a white jade color, crossing in front of his chest. Puff! The high-speed rotating soul power instantly splattered all over Tang San, feeling like a cool breeze brushing against his face. Xiao Jiu. Tang San's face was filled with anger. He wasn't mad at Hu Jiu's sneak attack, but rather feared that his hidden weapon would show up on Hu Jiu. If he hadn't heard Hu Jiu's shout, his sleeve arrow might have already been fired from his arm by now. Tang San's roar made Hu Jiu's body stiffen in place. He suddenly remembered that Tang San was not Xiao Wu. This was a big threat, covered in hidden weapons. If those things were to hit him, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. Cold sweat broke out unconsciously. For the first time, he realized he was quite bold, actually daring to be brothers with someone full of hidden weapons. How brave. Just kidding, Xiao San, you won't take it too hard, right? Hu Jiu pretended to be nonchalant, secretly deciding not to make such foolish moves in the future. Now it was Tang San's turn to feel annoyed. He couldn't possibly tell his good brother that he almost had hidden weapons flying out of him just now. What was that soul power ball you had just now? Tang San asked curiously, pretending nothing had happened. Oh, I just came to tell you that my new skill has been successfully created. Since you've already seen it, I'm off now. Waving his hand, Jiuhao turned around and left without hesitation. The atmosphere wasn't really suitable for showing off. If he wanted to brag, he could do it later. Anyway, with Tang San's current soul power control ability, even if he wanted to learn this skill, he wouldn't be able to. So let him be envious. Back at Dormitory 7, he found Xiao Wu and the others waiting for him in the dorm. You guys finished eating so quickly again? This isn't the first time. It seems like you all have been working hard during this time. Brother Jiuhao, can you help me out a bit more? I feel like my soul power is about to upgrade again. Xiao Wu's face was filled with joy. He was almost at level 17, and if he worked a bit harder, he might reach level 18 before graduation. By then, with his level, he could probably go to the Martial Soul Academy. Sure. With someone taking care of the business, Jiuhao naturally wouldn't refuse. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no other people in the dorm, he immediately started making the accelerated training carrots. Huh, what are you guys doing? Just as Jiuhao was starting to make money, the door of Dormitory 7 was pushed open, and a crisp and familiar voice rang out. Xiao Wu. Jiuhao looked up in surprise. The figure standing at the door was the person he had been dreaming about. Xiao Jiuhao, I'm back. Xiao Wu walked over playfully, making her pretty face even clearer in front of Jiuhao. Why did you take so long to come back? I missed you. After a moment of surprise, Jiuhao reached out and touched Xiao Wu's head, saying naturally, I have something to do, you guys carry on. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned rosy as she shyly ran outside. Jiuhao, there are outsiders here. How can you say such embarrassing things? Nearby, Xiao Wu and the others exchanged playful glances, but inside they admired him greatly. What a good girl. It's a pity she ended up with this little guy. It's infuriating. Xiao Wu's return motivated Jiuhao even more. He quickly made enough carrots and waved his hand, telling Xiao Wu and the others to leave. He couldn't wait to go out and find Xiao Wu. At the back hill of the academy, where they often stayed, Jiuhao knew without looking that Xiao Wu would be there. Sure enough, when he got there, Xiao Wu was sitting on a rock, lost in thought. What are you thinking about, so dazed? Jiuhao walked over and sat down next to Xiao Wu. In less than a month, he noticed that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown taller. She was now even a little taller than him. It's nothing. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered for a moment. Then she smiled widely. Damn it, could it be that when Xiao Wu went back this time, Deming and Erming said something they shouldn't have? Knowing Xiao Wu well, he immediately guessed the reason. It was probably because after returning to the Stardoe Forest, it reminded her of her identity as a soul beast. So, there was only one solution. Come on, eat a carrot. If one isn't enough, have two. Eat until the little rabbit forgets her identity. Chapter 35. Second Soul, Ring Upgrade Xiao Wu. Let me show you something. Once Xiao Wu's mood improved, Jiuhao proudly extended his hands. From nothing to something, a soul power ball formed purely from soul power appeared, spinning rapidly in Jiuhao's hands, the air currents blowing through his clothes. Spiral Sphere Go. The condensed soul power ball, after being compressed and spun, smashed into the ground, creating a small pit and sending dirt flying. This power was already comparable to a firecracker. And this was just the zero-level state. After a few days of upgrading, it would probably be usable in battle. Have you ever seen a spiral sphere hit someone? By then, he could strike at anyone with both hands, and his attack power wouldn't be inferior to that of a battle spirit master. Xiao Jiuhao, your skill creation was successful? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with surprise and pride. This was a self-created skill. Ordinary soul masters could only use the few skills that came with their soul rings for their entire lives, but Xiao Jiuhao was so talented, creating one useful skill after another. So I want to learn. Xiao Wu shouted. Go ahead and learn. Having this skill will really help your fighting style. Jiuhao nodded with a smile, but to learn my spiral sphere, your current soul power control ability still falls a bit short, so work hard. Once you meet the requirements, I'll teach you. His spiral sphere skill was considered an advanced skill in soul power manipulation and could only be learned after reaching a certain level of soul power control. Currently, it seemed that to learn the spiral sphere, soul power control had to be at least level 6. And this requirement, not to mention Xiao Wu, even Tang San hadn't reached it. Tang San's soul power control was about level 5, while Xiao Wu was even lower, currently only at level 4. So learning the spiral sphere wasn't that simple. Soul power control is so hard to improve. Xiao Wu was unhappy. Jiuhao's created skills were notoriously difficult to practice. Just a series of training items for water walking sounded overwhelming. Haha, that's because you're too lazy, always just playing around. Look at Xiao San, he's almost meeting the requirements. You need to work hard. Getting Xiao Wu to train seriously wasn't hard. Just igniting her competitive spirit was enough, and Tang San was a perfect comparison, especially since Xiao Wu had always been unconvinced by Tang San. Sure enough, upon hearing that Tang San's soul power control level was higher than hers, Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied and immediately stopped resting, started her training on the spot. At her level, she needed someone to help her train soul power control. She could already walk normally on the water surface, and now she needed to train combat on the water surface. Jiuhao expressed that he could help with this training. The new skill, Spiral Sphere, had just been completed, and he also needed to practice using it in battle, so it was perfect to train together with Xiao Wu. Jiuhao's training focus was simple, mainly to improve the release speed and cohesion of the Spiral Sphere. The faster the skill was cast, the smaller the condensed Spiral Sphere would be, and the greater its power. With the experience provided to him by the hanging panel, it only took a little over a day for the Spiral Sphere to reach level 1. The level 1 Spiral Sphere was already compressed to the size of a pomelo and could be released in about a second. Then, after about 10 more days, the Spiral Sphere was upgraded to level 2, at which point it was about the size of an apple and could be released in half a second. On this day, the second soul ring upgraded to 100 years, becoming his second yellow soul ring. As for the effects of the yellow soul ring, "Hey Tang San, why are you following me? Do you want to fight?" In the evening, Xiao Wu was walking down the road when she suddenly turned around, looking at Tang San, who was following her. "Who do you think I am?" The person behind Xiao Wu stepped in front of her, asking seriously. "Are you out of your mind, Tang San? You're Tang San, right? What? Did your brain break?" Facing Xiao Wu's blunt words, the person standing in front of him couldn't help but smile after a moment of hesitation. This Xiao Wu really wasn't friendly towards Tang San. "Xiao Wu, then take a look at who I am." After the effect, the person's face and figure began to change, and in no time, it transformed into Jiuhao. Little Jiuhao? Xiao Wu looked at this scene in confusion and immediately realized she had been tricked by Jiuhao. However, in the past, little Jiuhao's transformation ability wasn't this perfect. Not only did the face look exactly the same, but even the figure had changed. "So, could you tell the difference between me and Tang San just now?" Jiuhao asked with a beaming smile. He found that the century-level transformation ability was even more powerful now. It could not only perfectly mimic anyone's appearance, but even the aura was indistinguishable. This skill could allow him to impersonate others without any issues, provided he didn't reveal his martial soul. Currently, the transformation skill still couldn't change the martial soul. "I can't tell. Not only the appearance and figure, but even the aura is the same. It's amazing," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "It's amazing indeed. I just wonder if the century-level transformation can hide Xiao Wu's soul beast aura." He couldn't verify this, as only a title de law could discover Xiao Wu's true identity, regardless of whether it could hide it or not. He decided to have Xiao Wu eat one of his transformation carrots every day from now on, just in case it worked, in addition to transforming into others. This transformation skill also greatly enhanced his own abilities. The century-level soul ring raised his soul power level to 21, and using it on himself strengthened his muscles, nervous system, etc., improving his effectiveness by at least 5 times. With the current results, he knew he made the right choice. This soul ring skill was worth it. At the same time, he was looking forward to what changes would occur when the soul ring upgraded to 1,000 years. Would it allow him to perfectly mimic someone else's soul ring? Or could he transform into other animals like a ditto? A month later, as the school break approached, the Spiral Sphere had reached level 3, and the condensed Spiral Sphere was only the size of an egg, producing astonishing fluctuations in his soul power sphere that anyone with keen eyes could notice. After this period of training, Xiao Wu also made significant progress. Her control over soul power had reached the requirements to learn the Spiral Sphere, and she was currently practicing the first training of the Spiral Sphere, exploding water balloons. As for Tang San, he wasn't doing poorly either. Aside from controlling his soul power, he was also training in the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record. So his progress wasn't as fast as Xiao Wu's, but he had already reached level 6 and was also starting to practice the Spiral Sphere. Speaking of which, if they were to really compare their talents in training, Tang San seemed to be slightly inferior to Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu was quite playful and didn't focus much on training, which is why it appeared that their talents were about the same. In the blink of an eye, Jiuhao had been at the academy for a year. During this time, old Jack, Hu Rui, and Emma had visited a few times. Now, the time for the academy's break had come. Xiao Wu, the academy is about to be on break. What are your plans? Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu. This break would last a month, and to avoid missing Xiao Wu, he decided to coax her back to his home. Me? I guess I'll just stay at the academy. The break isn't long anyway, Xiao Wu said, tapping her pink lips repeatedly with her finger. Aren't you going home? Hu Jiu feigned surprise, getting into character. Not this time. I don't really have family, so wouldn't it be fun to go back? Xiao Wu said with a downcast mood. Xiao Wu was also quite the actor. Last time she left, she said her family was helping her hunt for soul rings, but now she had no family? So casual? Ah, that's too bad. After the break, I'll be going home. I'll prepare more carrots for you in the next few days, so you won't run out, Hu Jiu said with a regretful expression. The two actors were putting on a show. Originally, hearing that she couldn't eat carrots made Xiao Wu quite disappointed, but soon her eyes lit up as she thought of a great idea. Hey, little Jiu, how about I go home with you after the break? Can I visit your home? The carrots prepared in advance couldn't compare to the fresh ones made on the spot. She, the little rabbit, only liked fresh ones. Go to my house. Sure, you're welcome anytime. Although he was already confident, the plan's success still surprised Hu Jiu. After all, being with Tang San couldn't compare to being with Xiao Wu. Okay, then let's go to your house. Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. As a rabbit, she didn't care much about worldly etiquette. Many things were done according to her preferences. She liked eating carrots, so naturally, she felt close to Hu Jiu. Perhaps, this was the advantage of being a caretaker. 3 days later, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Hu Jiu set off on their way home. The three of them were all level 21 Great Soul Masters, so their traveling speed was naturally fast. It took only 2 short hours to reach Xianghun Village. Upon seeing the entrance of Xianghun Village, Tang San beside him showed an expectant look. In this life, he yearned for familial affection. Throughout the year of studying, he felt very disappointed whenever Hu Jiu's family came to visit because his father, Tang Hao, didn't come. After not seeing him for a year, he couldn't wait to meet his father. Seeing Tang San's expression, Hu Jiu secretly shook his head. Little San, you might be disappointed. Your dad is a famous child abuser who would rather secretly protect you than meet you. Ever since his sensory enhancement technique reached level 7, he often sensed Tang Hao's aura. Perhaps Tang Hao didn't expect that in such a small beginner soul master academy, someone would have such keen senses. Of course, this was also because Tang Hao hadn't carefully concealed his aura. Otherwise, with Hu Jiu's current cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Wow, little Jiu, is this your hometown? It's so beautiful here, Xiao Wu said, munching on a carrot, bouncing ahead. Let us go, we're almost home. Hu Jiu smiled and quickened his pace, arriving at a fork in the road. Hu Jiu glanced at the somewhat excited Tang San and felt reluctant for him to face the blow he would receive soon. After thinking it over, he decided to accompany Tang San first. Little San, I'll go with you to see Uncle Tang Hao first. This time I brought back some good wine from Nodding City. By selling carrots to Xiao Chun and the others, he now had money, and naturally, he made a big purchase before going home, bringing back some gifts for his family, especially for his father, Hu Rui, who had almost emptied the wine cellar just to learn Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer technique. Okay, let us go together, Tang San nodded. He still had plenty of Hu Jiu's things in his 24-bridge moonlit night, so he planned to visit his father first and then go to Hu Jiu's house. On the west side of Xianghun Village, the three of them arrived at Tang San's home. Dad, I'm back. Tang San rarely showed his childlike side, which was quite uncommon. Usually, he was as steady as an old man. He couldn't wait to push the door open, but to his surprise, no one responded inside. Suddenly, the door curtain in the back room was pulled open, and old Jack's face appeared before them. Grandpa Jack. Grandpa. Tang San and Hu Jiu exclaimed in surprise, one genuinely and the other feigning. Grandpa Jack, where's my dad? Seeing old Jack, Tang San had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly asked. Old Jack, holding a letter, looked at Tang San with a bitter smile. Look, this is what Tang Hao left behind. It seems he has already left. Tang San anxiously took the letter and stared intently at its contents. The short few lines of text left him in a daze for half a minute, and his expression gradually turned despondent. Tang San, don't worry, Uncle Tang Hao will be fine. Think about the chaotic wind hammer method. Uncle Tang Hao is not an ordinary blacksmith. He must have something to attend to, and you will meet again eventually. Hu Jiu comforted him, patting his shoulder. Yes, Dad should not be an ordinary person. His sudden departure must mean he has something important to do. I should be strong and wait for him to return at the academy. Tang San rallied his spirits, but the disappointment on his face was hard to conceal. Grandpa Jack, Xiao, you two should head back first. I'll bring the things over to your house later. The place is a bit messy, so I'll tidy up first. Tang San said, putting away the note. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Come over for dinner tonight. Jiuhao tugged at Grandpa Jack, who was about to speak, shaking his head to signal him not to persuade Tang San further. At that moment, Tang San needed some quiet time. They shouldn't disturb him. After leaving Tang San's house, Jiuhao introduced to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is my grandpa. You can just call him Grandpa. Grandpa, this is Xiao Wu, my good friend, who came to play for a few days during the break. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Jiuhao and sweetly called out, Grandpa Jack. She had heard Tang San call him that, but she was not foolish enough to call him Grandpa directly. You little rascal, always bullying people, Jiuhao teased. Haha, so your name is Xiao Wu. You're a pretty little girl. Make yourself at home here. If Jiuhao bullies you, just tell Grandpa. And I'll teach him a lesson, Grandpa Jack said kindly, thinking how nice it would be if such a well-behaved girl could be his granddaughter-in-law. Hee, thank you, Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Jiuhao and stood beside Grandpa Jack, feeling she had someone to rely on. When they happily returned home, Grandpa Jack didn't go back to his own house. He couldn't bear to leave with his good grandson back home. Inside, Rue and Ima had been waiting for their son to return. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, they were even more enthusiastic, leaving Jiuhao somewhat sidelined. Chapter 37. Meteor Hammer. That evening, Tang San arrived at Jiuhao's house. After half a day of adjusting, the disappointment had disappeared from Tang San's face. Jiuhao took out the gifts he had bought from Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges, Grandpa Jack's tobacco leaves, Dad Rue's fine wine, and Mom Ima's beautiful clothes. Although they scolded him for spending recklessly, the elders were still quite pleased to receive them. Haha, it didn't cost much. Have you forgotten? My martial soul is of the food type. It's easy to make some small money on the side, so I didn't waste money. Jiuhao explained with a smile. He briefly mentioned his ability to earn money, as he had already prepared to leave some money at home to improve their living conditions. After returning to Holy Soul Village and happily wandering around with Xiao Wu for a few days, Jiuhao began to attend to his own business. Ever since the chaotic wind hammer method was upgraded to level 8, he had clearly felt that the spare hammer he had taken from Tang San's house was no longer suitable. It felt too light in his hand, and he couldn't fully unleash his strength, which severely affected his power. He had time before, but now that the academy was on break and with Tang San, the little blacksmith, around, it was the perfect opportunity to ask him to help make a new hammer. Maybe it can't even be called a hammer anymore. You want a hammer with a spherical hammerhead and spikes on top? Hearing Jiuhao's description of the weapon, Tang San's gaze changed. Isn't that a meteor hammer? What kind of person would think of using such a weapon? So, can you make it? Jiuhao asked, noticing Tang San's hesitating expression. Well, I can make it, but are you sure you want to use this weapon? Once the meteor hammer is out, it means either death or injury. Tang San hoped Jiuhao would think it over carefully. Of course, since it's a weapon, it's meant to kill. A weapon for killing should be as ruthless as possible, Jiuhao said straightforwardly. When dealing with enemies, you must be ruthless. If necessary, it's best to eliminate them completely. Being merciful to enemies is like being unkind to yourself. Alright, but the weapon you want is a bit heavy. It'll take a long time to forge a 100-pound hammerhead, so you'll need to help me. Knowing that Jiuhao understood what he was doing, Tang San stopped persuading him. Don't mention it, brother. In terms of ruthlessness, who can match the Tang sect's hidden weapons? He himself isn't exactly a good person either. Okay, I'll assist you. Just make sure this hammerhead is done well. I'll find some retractable materials later to change the handle, Jiuhao said. The meteor hammer with a chain was his favorite weapon. Under the control of level 7 soul power, the chain could maintain the handle state. And the most important part was that it could be extended or shortened for both long range and close combat, though it didn't look very good. When he first thought of this weapon, he immediately pictured a massive, muscular man wielding a meteor hammer bigger than his head. What a scene. The iron materials for forging were readily available at Tang San's home. To make Jiuhao's weapon, Tang San generously took out all the pig iron from his house and started forging it vigorously. The first step in weapon forging is to refine the pig iron. And Jiuhao could help with that. A large pile of pig iron, the size of a barrel, was heated red by the two of them. And with the chaotic wind hammer method, they worked together to forge the pig iron. During this forging process, their strengths were fully displayed. You take a turn, and I'll take a turn, as Tang San hammered, the iron block had obvious dents, but didn't seem particularly impressive. However, when Jiuhao hammered, it was different. With each strike, the pig iron in his hand was like clay, making a hole with every blow. Each strike produced a loud sound, followed by the vibrations of the anvil. Every time the hammerhead hit down, the ground shook and dust rained down from the roof. This scene left Tang San deeply shocked. Each of Jiuhao's strikes likely exceeded 500 pounds, and as time went on, Jiuhao's strength increased even more. This made Tang San worry that Jiuhao might collapse his house. "Xiao Jiuhao, be lighter. Don't tear down my house." "Oh, okay. Xiao San, why don't you help with the bellows? Refining the pig iron can be done by me alone." Jiuhao grinned. This was the effect he wanted. He remembered how he had watched Tang San standing there forging every day to learn the chaotic wind hammer method, while he had to stand beside and pull the bellows. Now, it was finally Tang San's turn to pull the bellows for him. "All right, I'll help you with the bellows." Tang San had no objections to this. With Jiuhao being so powerful, he indeed couldn't help much, and besides, he also had some things to forge, so having Jiuhao as free labor was helpful. While Jiuhao and Tang San were busy forging, Xiao Wu felt bored without Jiuhao's company. Fortunately, Ima was there. Seeing the situation, she brought Xiao Wu along to do some farm work, allowing her to experience rural life. Of course, even when bringing her along, she wouldn't make her work, treating it more like playing. This way, Jiuhao could focus on forging his weapon at Tang San's house, refining pig iron. Jiuhao and Tang San spent a whole week turning a bucket-sized piece of pig iron into the size of a small ball. At this point, it could no longer be called pig iron. It should be called refined iron. The refined iron was forged into a shiny black color, making it clear at a glance that it was not ordinary iron. Next, it was Tang San's turn to showcase his skills. You see, apart from being taught by Tang Hao, Tang San had also worked in a blacksmith shop in Notting City for almost a year. In terms of craftsmanship, even the average skilled blacksmith could not match him. If it weren't for this, Jiuhao wouldn't have asked Tang San to help him forge weapons. He wasn't lacking in money and could easily find any blacksmith shop to help him. Why go through so much trouble? That said, Tang San's craftsmanship was indeed impressive. Under his hands, the refined iron changed dramatically day by day. In Jiuhao's eyes, he watched in awe as sharp spikes slowly emerged from the round ball. And after watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how these spikes came to be. Half a month later, Jiuhao looked at the sharp meteor hammer in his hands with a beaming face, extremely satisfied with the spikes on the hammerhead. This weapon, just looking at it, was intimidating. Who would want to endure a hit from it? This meteor hammer could barely be called a meteor hammer. With the hammerhead, it weighed a hefty 132 pounds. If it weren't for the training he had received from the wind hammer technique, which had subtly enhanced his physical abilities, he wouldn't even be able to wield it. Holding it in his hand, Jiuhao felt a sense of fulfillment. "Buddy, we'll be fighting side by side for a long time from now on," Jiuhao said lightly while stroking the meteor hammer. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu recognized his kin after getting the meteor hammer. Jiuhao couldn't wait to test its power, so he found Tang San and Xiao Wu to spar with him. Unfortunately, as soon as they saw the appearance of the meteor hammer, both of them instinctively waved their hands to refuse, insisting they wouldn't spar with him. Just looking at the spikes on the meteor hammer made them shudder. Although they believed Jiuhao wouldn't hurt them, with such concerns, they didn't have confidence in winning even if they fought. For a battle they couldn't win, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had no interest. "Xiao Jiuhao, I've finished forging your weapon. Now it's your turn to help me. I also want to forge some weapons," Tang San said with a smile. With Jiuhao as free labor, at least a portion of simple and practical hidden weapons could be produced in the last half-month. The blades, money darts, bone-piercing nails, shadowy attacks, tight-back flower crossbows, Juga crossbows, and other hidden weapons flashed through his mind. Exploiting Jiuhao? He was a professional at that. Sure, no problem. Jiuhao readily agreed, since the meteor hammer in his hand was still Tang San's masterpiece. Helping a little was no big deal. Moreover, he also wanted to see just how many hidden weapons Tang San could forge and whether they would be useful. He mainly wanted to witness the famous Tang sect hidden weapons. In the following period, Jiuhao entered work mode. He didn't expect Tang San to be such a person. Every day, he made him refine various iron ores without allowing him to rest for a moment. Jiuhao even suspected that the hidden weapons forged from so many ores would fill Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. This Tang San was not human, making him work as a laborer for so many days. Even Xiao Wu didn't have time to accompany him. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio showed a strange smile. Because his mother, Ima, was really supportive for some unknown reason during the time he and Tang San were busy working in the blacksmith shop every day. Ima accompanied Xiao Wu every day and eventually recognized Xiao Wu as her goddaughter. He remembered being quite shocked when he first learned this news. Xiao Wu suddenly advanced from being a ward to being a younger sister, which caught him off guard. Right then, he asked a question that made Ima laugh for a long time. Mom, now that Xiao Wu has become my younger sister, can we still get married in the future? The words slipped out, and although Hu Jio considered himself thick-skinned, his face still turned red from embarrassment. Ha ha! Ima's laughter almost made Hu Jio want to crawl under the table. However, Hu Jio soon received an explanation. I knew you were a bad kid. Don't worry. I'm helping you. Think about it. Even though you are currently studying at the same academy, who knows what will happen in the future? What if you both go your separate ways in a few years? You'll be the one crying then. So, she recognized Xiao Wu as her goddaughter in advance. With this relationship, no matter where she goes in the future, they will always be in contact, right? Hu Jio looked at Ima with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Ah, this is the bond of mother and son. You think of everything. Although Hu Jio hadn't thought about it as thoroughly as Ima. He also planned to keep entangling with Xiao Wu. With him around, even if Xiao Wu wanted to run away, she couldn't. After all, a keeper wasn't called that for nothing. That's right. In the future, just wait and see. Xiao Wu will be yours sooner or later. Ima said proudly, feeling pleased with her own strategy. All right, Mom is really amazing. Hu Jio gave a thumbs up, feeling that his cunning must have been inherited from Ima. Otherwise, with his pure and kind nature, how could he have such devious thoughts? Ima's family recognized a very cute little girl as their goddaughter, which was quite a big event in the village. The level of excitement was no less than when Hu Jio awakened his martial spirit. In the Holy Soul Village, with over 300 households, except for those who were away, they held more than 100 banquet tables. Watching Xiao Wu shyly call him brother, Hu Jio felt sweet inside. Brother? Just wait until you call me lover in the future. Hu Jio thought lightly. Xiao Wu, Hu Jio called out. What is it, Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu still called him the same way. Except for the day she recognized Qin, she hadn't called him brother again. Let your hair down, so I can see. He remembered how, when Xiao Wu grew up and let her hair down, it almost melted his heart. He hadn't seen Xiao Wu with her hair down before. Now that he was her godbrother, was it too much to want to see her with her hair down? What do you want to do? Xiao Wu tilted her head at Hu Jio, her face full of confusion. Did she think her scorpion braid didn't look good? I just want to see. What reason could Hu Jio give? Should he say he was mesmerized by Xiao Wu's hair down in his past life? Let me think about it. Xiao Wu playfully said, tapping her lips with her finger. Oh, are you hungry? Here, have a carrot. Seeing Xiao Wu's actions, Hu Jio understood immediately. He discovered that Xiao Wu had a little habit. Whenever she wanted to eat a carrot, she would tap her lips with her finger, which was very cute. Hee, that is more like it. If you want to see it, just look. I can do it myself. Every time she had to do her braids. It was such a hassle. Xiao Wu nibbled on the carrot, tilting her head to reveal her scorpion braid, signaling Hu Jio to do it himself. Hu Jio was not polite. He stepped forward and fiddled for a long time, finally making Xiao Wu's hair down, sweating profusely. Beautiful. Looking at the gentle and graceful Xiao Wu, Hu Jio felt that all his hard work was worth it. Does it look good? Xiao Wu asked softly. It looks good. The holiday days always pass quickly. A month slipped by in a flash. Before parting, both Xiao Wu and Ima were reluctant to leave. Facing the adorable Xiao Wu, Ima truly treated her as her own daughter. Xiao Jio, after arriving at the academy, make sure to protect Xiao Wu. If you mistreat her, wait and see how I deal with you when I come back. Ima stood in front of Hu Jio, her tone serious. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Xiao Wu. Remember, he seems to be an auxiliary soul master, right? How can he protect her when Xiao Wu is a combat type? Hu Jio didn't dare to speak up or ask. After bidding farewell to Ima, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu found Tang San, and the three of them headed to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy together. This year, they were already in the 2nd grade. Tang San was at level 22, Hu Jio was at level 22, and Xiao Wu was at level 21. That's right, during the month-long holiday. Both Tang San and Hu Jio had each leveled up by 1. Tang San had reached level 22 after obtaining his 2nd soul ring, while Hu Jio had truly leveled up by 1. They allowed him to continuously improve his soul power 24 hours a day, and the absorption from his 1st soul ring helped increase the speed, combined with the high-level 7 meditation method, making it impossible for him to level up slowly. Chapter 40. Thousand-Year Soul Ring. This year marked Hu Jiao's second year studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The second-year life at the academy was not particularly new or exciting. Because of Hu Jiao had a lot of free time. Besides attending normal classes, he mostly took Xiao Wu out to have fun and enjoy life. Only Tang San was still working hard, filling his daily training schedule to the brim. And he also had to find time to study theoretical knowledge from the master, keeping him extremely busy. It is worth mentioning that this year, he and Xiao Wu were not enrolled as work-study students. They were paying for their own tuition. Each of them had their own single dormitory, just like Tang San. Hu Jiao was happy about this. After all, Xiao Wu was a girl, and he didn't want her living in a mixed-gender dormitory. A year ago, his big clients Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng graduated, nearly causing him to lose his source of clients. Fortunately, Hu Jiao was clever enough to have them send someone to trade with him in the future, each time trading for a month's worth of food. After all, they had been trading for so long, and he couldn't afford to lose such quality clients. The carrots he produced were not much different from ordinary carrots, and storing them for a month was not a problem. They just lost a bit of flavor over time. His suggestion was quickly accepted by Xiao Qinyu and the others. Before graduation, Xiao Qinyu, with his level 18 Soul Master cultivation, was invited to attend the Intermediate Academy of the Spirit Hall for free. Lu Long and Ling Feng were not far behind, both at level 17, and they also entered the Intermediate Academy of the Spirit Hall. In the following period, due to the strong training atmosphere and fierce competition at the Spirit Hall's Intermediate Academy, the demand for Hu Jiao's carrots increased significantly. Each month, they brought him more than 1,000 gold soul coins in income, making Hu Jiao a person who was no longer short on money. The families of these three were relatively well off, and seeing them enter the Spirit Hall's Intermediate Academy, they felt there was substantial value in nurturing them, almost exhausting their family fortunes to support them. Otherwise, they might not be able to afford Hu Jiao's carrots. One day, 3 months later, Hu Jiao excitedly looked at the purple soul ring beneath his feet. It wasn't easy. His first soul ring had been for more than a year, and only now had it upgraded to a 1,000-year soul ring, making Hu Jiao anxious. This was a 1,000-year soul ring, while even the protagonist Tang San only had a 100-year soul ring. Confidence and pride surged within him. Hu Jiao felt he was about to become extraordinary. After experiencing the effects of the 1,000-year soul ring, he thought, why not turn the world upside down today? He wanted to turn the world upside down. Looking at the effects of his first soul ring, it was clear why Hu Jiao was so inflated. After becoming a 1,000-year soul ring, the skill effect of the first soul ring changed to double the cultivation speed, lasting for an hour after consumption. For him, it was a passive skill, with the duration being permanent. Haha, this effect was too amazing. No, I need to calm down, I need to be low-key. After being excited for a while, Hu Jiao came back to his senses. The effect of his soul ring was astonishing, and he had to keep it hidden. He absolutely couldn't let it slip out to anyone he didn't trust completely. Currently, in Hu Jiao's heart, there were only 2 people he absolutely trusted. One was Xiao Wu, and the other was Tang San. Moreover, even when giving Tang San carrots in the future, he would have to start charging him. After all, he was so stingy, not even teaching him the Tang Sec skills. Didn't he know that his position had been empty for a long time? As for Xiao Wu, that was fine. Xiao Wu had no money and was still being supported by him. And then there was Xiao Qinyu and the others. Let me see if I can lower the cultivation effect of the carrots first. If it can't be lowered, then I won't do this business in the future. When it comes to personal safety, making money is just a small matter. Anyway, he was no longer short on money, feeling quite extravagant. The advancement of the soul ring, in turn, fed back to allowing Hu Jiao's soul ring position to experience a leap in improvement. One day, I've actually raised the soul ring level by 5 years, making Hu Jiao unable to stop smiling. With such a rate of improvement, even a 10,000-year soul ring wouldn't take many years. By then, the effects of the 10,000-year soul ring would begin to feed back, increasing his daily duration, creating a cycle of continuous improvement. This was a rhythm for becoming extraordinary. In addition, the appearance of his carrots had also changed. Previously, they were light red, but now they had become deep red, looking more appetizing. The taste had also changed, becoming more delicious. This result directly led to Xiao Wu no longer eating regular meals, instead eating carrots every day and never seen stopping. She was addicted to eating carrots now. This made Hu Jiao feel relieved. Good. It was officially announced that he had captured a little rabbit named Wu. Xiao San, Pay up. The 1,000-year soul ring was making Hu Jiuhao swell with pride. He sold a carrot to Tang San for 1 silver soul coin, which was already a bargain. After all, he sold carrots that only increased cultivation effectiveness by 10% for 1 gold soul coin, while this one increased the cultivation speed by double and was only sold for 1 silver soul coin. Even Tang San felt it was too cheap. Xiao Jiuhao, can I write an IOU? I'm really out of money now. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed. Every month, apart from receiving 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, he only had a meager income from the blacksmith shop. At the blacksmith shop, initially, he earned 1 silver soul coin a month, but now that his skills had improved, it had risen to 2 silver soul coins. So, even if Tang San didn't eat or drink, his monthly salary could only buy about 100 carrots. He needed at least 8 a day, so his monthly salary would only allow him to cultivate for about 10 days before running out of money. Yet, Tang San was reluctant to give up the carrots that doubled his cultivation effect, making Hu Jiuhao officially become Tang San's creditor. Haha, what are you talking about, Xiao San? Hu Jiuhao laughed proudly. Take it. Eat as much as you want. If you run out, I still have more. Don't talk about money. That's too sentimental. Just remember to repay me when you get rich in the future. So, whether it was about money or not didn't matter. He mainly wanted to be Tang San's creditor. Once Tang San got the divine herb in the future, would he dare not leave one for himself? He vaguely remembered that in the original story, the number of divine herbs Tang San obtained was limited, just enough for the 7 members of the Shrek team to consume. And now that there was one more him, he would definitely squeeze out a spot, so he had to secure a position first. Oh, and for Xiao Wu, it should be 2 spots in total. Good. I'll keep that in mind. Tang San nodded seriously. He knew that Hu Jiuhao wanted to take his money mainly because he was afraid that Tang San would feel guilty, hurt his pride, or refuse to eat. Therefore, he used the method of a transaction to avoid being indebted to him. Unfortunately, all of this was seen through by the clever Tang San. Xiao Jiuhao, just wait. I will repay you in the future, Tang San silently vowed in his heart. With the double cultivation effect, the cultivation speed of Hu Jiuhao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu suddenly accelerated, almost like riding a speeding car, changing every day. The speed of enhancing their soul power was simply frightening. Chapter 41 Invitation from the Master in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. At this time, due to the panel increasing his soul ring age by 5 years every day, the second soul ring skill changed and quickly became a 1,000-year soul ring. All soul rings, once they reach 1,000 years in age, will see a significant enhancement in skill effects. The change skill was no exception. In front of Xiao Wu, Hu Jiuhao's appearance slowly changed. His skin became tender, his head shrank, his face turned rosy, and 2 pink rabbit ears sprouted from the top of his head. Then, his clothes, body shape, and tail began to change as well. In just a few seconds, there were 2 Xiao Wus in the room, one in the martial soul transformation state, and the other unchanged. Oh my, Xiao Jiuhao, you can even change my martial soul. The Xiao Wu who had not transformed stepped forward and tugged at Hu Jiuhao's 2 rabbit ears, playing with them in her hands. Xiao Wu, don't play with my ears. It tickles. A crisp and tempting voice rang out. Hu Jiuhao's eyes were dazed. He did not expect Xiao Wu's rabbit ears to be so sensitive, nor did he anticipate that his change skill could even produce this effect. Oh no, I forgot. Xiao Wu hurriedly let go, knowing how sensitive her own rabbit ears were, and for a moment, her pretty face turned red, so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. After a long while, Xiao Wu raised her head and casually asked, So Xiao Jiuhao, can you use my soul ring skills? The reason she asked this was mainly because she had noticed 2 yellow soul rings under Hu Jiuhao's feet while she was looking down, and the level of those soul rings was exactly the same as hers now. Hearing this, Hu Jiuhao's heart stirred, and he closed his eyes to sense carefully. After a long while, he raised his head, frowned, and shook his head, saying, It seems not. It's just a changed appearance, with no practical effect. Hu Jiuhao felt a bit disappointed. If he could also change other soul skills, he would really become prosperous. After all, in his ordinary position, there was still 1 position vacant, and the 7th was about to open. If he could also simulate soul skills, he could directly infiltrate those major powers and freeload off their self-created soul skills. Just thinking about it was enticing. Just then, Hu Jiuhao's dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. You guys. Tang San looked at the 2 Xiao Wu in front of him with a shocked expression, at a loss. Can I say I was just experimenting with a new skill? Hu Jiuhao hurriedly explained, but saying it in Xiao Wu's voice felt strange. You are Xiao Jiuhao? Tang San looked at the Xiao Wu in the martial soul embodiment state, showing a puzzled expression. He remembered that Jiuhao's change skill couldn't produce a martial soul, right? I really was experimenting with skills. As he spoke, Jiuhao's appearance began to change again, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from Xiao Wu into Tang San. Not only did his appearance match Tang San's, but even his clothing and style were identical. Blue silver grass come. He extended his right hand, and a blue silver grass appeared in Jiuhao's hand. How about that? Jiuhao looked proudly at Tang San. This is my blue silver grass. Curious, Tang San released his own martial soul and compared it with Jiuhao in front of him. So impressive. You can't tell the difference at all. It's indistinguishable. Is this the effect of your second soul ring's advancement? Regarding Jiuhao's cultivation speed in terms of soul rings, Tang San had become numb. He felt that the theory that soul rings couldn't change was nothing in front of Jiuhao. This enhancement speed was simply faster than the improvement of soul power. What about skills? Can I use my binding and parasitic skills? Tang San asked a question similar to Xiao Wu's. Shaking his head, Jiuhao calmly explained, for now, I still can't change soul ring skills. But there's no need to rush. The current soul ring age is only 1,000 years. When it reaches 10,000 years, it will be a different story. A 10,000-year soul ring is nothing. It will be reached in a few years. Even if he can't change the skills then, there will be other effects, which is beyond doubt. Therefore, Jiuhao is not anxious at all. That's true. Your soul ring enhancement is very fast. Tang San nodded in agreement, realizing that someone with Jiuhao's talent could not be viewed with ordinary standards. Oh, right. I came to tell you that my master is very interested in your first soul ring skill and wants to meet you. At this moment, Tang San remembered the purpose of coming to find Jiuhao. The master wants to see me? Then let's meet. Jiuhao had long known this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be so late. The master's reaction was indeed slow. Since meeting the master was certain, he had no reason to refuse. After all, the reason he could obtain the first soul ring so smoothly was thanks to the master's guidance. So, even if he was repaying a favor, he had to go this time. When? Jiuhao asked. Right now, to avoid making the master anxious, Tang San said. He had a lot of respect for the master. Anything the master instructed would be completed without fail. All right, then let's go. Jiuhao still had some understanding of the master. He thought of him as rigid, stubborn, and inflexible. This was the impression the master left in Jiuhao's mind. This person didn't know how to adapt. He always wore a stern face, as if the whole world owed him money. Jiuhao had no interest in someone like that. Moreover, Jiuhao looked down on him regarding Liu Erlong's emotional issues. If he had just lowered his bottom line a bit or been more decisive, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Hiding for decades was not something a person should do. Upon arriving at the master's residence again, everything was just as it was a year ago, with books everywhere in the room, and the whole place was filled with the scent of books. Master, long time no see. Jiuhao was the first to speak. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent now. I have to say, being able to cultivate to your level with a second-level innate soul power is quite impressive. Upon seeing Jiuhao again, the master sighed as he looked at him. The master's impression of Jiuhao wasn't deep. If it weren't for Tang San's relationship, he might have already forgotten Jiuhao. However, in recent months, he noticed that Tang San's soul power cultivation speed was somewhat abnormal. The first 3 months were fine. He only increased from level 22 to level 23, which he could accept since he was born with full soul power. But the last 3 months had become strange. He unexpectedly rose 2 more levels in a short time, becoming a level 25 Great Soul Master, which made the master very fearful, worried that Tang San had cultivated some forbidden book of evil paths. After all, no matter how talented Tang San was, his cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast. Soul power cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, especially as one progresses to higher levels. Under his stern questioning, Tang San finally revealed Jiuhao's name. He remembered that it was this little guy who, despite his warnings, insisted on choosing a trash soul ring. At that time, he concluded that Jiuhao's path was cut off. One step slow, every step slow, with just a second-level innate soul power. If he didn't find a way to catch up in soul ring age, choosing a 10-year soul ring was simply self-destructive. He didn't expect that, after just a year apart, this little guy would achieve such great success. According to Tang San, Jiuhao's soul power is now at level 28, just 1 level away from catching up with him. And that's not all. The most critical part is that he actually changed the iron rule that soul rings cannot be enhanced. When he received this news from Tang San, he was simply stunned. If Tang San hadn't said he had verified it, he would never have believed it. It turns out that the lifespan of soul rings can indeed be artificially enhanced. Chapter 42. The Master's deal. When a master first learned that the lifespan of soul rings could be artificially enhanced, he was very excited. However, Tang San's subsequent explanation made him go from being extremely excited to feeling very disappointed. Tang San's explanation was a direct quote from Jiuhao. Human time is limited. If there's time to cultivate soul rings, why not use it to improve cultivation instead? If cultivation improves, isn't it better to hunt for higher-level soul rings sooner? This statement made the master suddenly realize that, indeed, enhancing the lifespan of soul rings is useless for ordinary soul masters. Ordinary soul masters have limited talent. Even if they know that the lifespan of soul rings can be enhanced, it doesn't matter because they simply don't have enough time. Therefore, this discovery only applies to geniuses, such as those from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, because they have methods to control their distractions. Unfortunately, the master is also a principled person. The enhancement of soul rings was discovered by Jiuhao, and he would not disclose it without his permission. He had already sworn this when Tang San told him the news. Of course, all of this was just the master's lamentation and not the main reason he sought Jiuhao today. Jiuhao, I'll be direct. I'm not here for anything else. I heard from Tang San that your carrots can double the cultivation effects. I want to buy carrots from you. This was the main purpose of his visit. His innate soul power was only half a level, and despite trying everything for most of his life, he had not broken through level 30. This had become his obsession. Because of this, he overlooked those with low innate soul power, like Jiuhao. However, after learning about the effect of Jiuhao's first soul ring from Tang San, another idea was born in his mind. He could use Jiuhao's carrot effect to break through his own level. Master, buying my carrots is not a problem. You may not know that my carrots have always been for sale, but those carrots can only enhance cultivation effects by 10%, and I sell them for 1 gold soul coin each. At first, Jiuhao was surprised by the master's words, but after a moment of thought, he understood the master's intention. If he wanted to break through his bottleneck, this was certainly possible. However, if he didn't take this opportunity to extort a little, he wouldn't be Jiuhao. In any case, giving the master an opportunity to buy carrots was already a way of repaying the favor for back then. From here on, business is business, without personal feelings. So what do you mean? The master looked at Jiuhao calmly. Since he had already decided to buy, he was prepared to spend a large sum of money. After all, Jiuhao's soul skill effect was equivalent to those precious materials, and since they were in bulk, as long as the price wasn't too outrageous, he could accept it. You are Tang San's teacher, so I can't ask for too high a price. Just 10 gold soul coins per carrot, Jiuhao smiled. 10? The master pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. This price is very reasonable. No problem. Give me 10. 10 gold soul coins per carrot was exactly the limit of his psychological price. It wasn't that Jiuhao's carrots couldn't be sold at a higher price, but he simply didn't have that much money. If those big powers knew about the effects of Jiuhao's carrots, let alone 10 gold soul coins each, even 100 gold soul coins each would have people fighting to buy them. Of course, the greater possibility was that they would imprison him and turn him into a tool for unlimited exploitation. Master, just 10 might not be enough. A single carrot can only last for 1 hour. 10 won't even last a day. The effect isn't very significant. Looking at the money bag in front of him, Jiuhao didn't reach out to take it. He felt that today might yield different results. The master looked up at the smiling youth in front of him and frowned, asking, "What do you want?" "I can supply the master with carrots for a year of cultivation." Jiuhao raised a finger. "The conditions are very simple. I want a self-created soul skill that is useful to me." That's right. This was what Jiuhao really wanted. He hadn't forgotten that the master was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, one of the top 3 sects, and he didn't believe there weren't any impressive soul skills to offer. Oh, you want to learn a soul skill? Do you know that in this world, self-created soul skills are extremely precious? Do you think you can easily trade for one with just your carrots? The master looked at Jiuhao indifferently, a hint of disdain flashing through his heart. He felt that Jiuhao was becoming a bit too greedy. How precious are self-created soul skills? Some valuable soul skills, if obtained, can completely support a significant family. Yet Jiuhao wants to exchange them for just a few carrots. His appetite is quite large. Are they really that precious? I've already created 2, and I didn't find it too difficult. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tang San. Jiuhao shrugged innocently, realizing that he had underestimated how much people in this world value their possessions. You The master was almost choked into silence by Hu Jiu's words. Just say whether you will sell it or not. It's impossible to get a soul skill. Of course, I will sell it. It's a business that comes to my door. There's no reason not to do it. Hu Jiu stretched out his hands and, in a moment, created 10 carats. After lining them up on the table, he casually took the money bag and stuffed it into his pocket without counting it. If there's nothing else, then I will take my leave, master. I hope we can cooperate again. Hu Jiu smiled slightly, stood up, and said, Wait. Just as Hu Jiu was about to leave, the master raised his hand to stop him. What is it? Does the master have more business? Hu Jiu asked curiously. The master hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Can you tell me why your soul rings can be enhanced so quickly? Curiosity is a human nature. For Hu Jiu to have enhanced a 10-year soul ring to a 1,000-year one in just over a year, there must be some secret involved that no one would believe otherwise. Moreover, for an expert like the master, who is rich in theoretical knowledge, Hu Jiu's method of enhancing soul ring lifespan made him feel as if a cat was scratching his heart, itching with curiosity. Sorry, I can't disclose that. Hu Jiu's expression turned cold. He had seen shamelessness before, but he had never seen such blatant shamelessness. When I was trading soul skills, you were unwilling. Now you want to pry into my secrets? Are you looking for death? The panel is his absolute taboo. Anyone who tries to touch it, he would kill without hesitation. So what if it's a master? He would still be killed. At this moment, Hu Jiu became vigilant. One must always guard against others. No matter how the master is as a person, caution is still necessary. It seems that he would have to work a bit harder in the coming period. After leaving the master's residence, Hu Jiu heightened his senses, feeling the master's residence from a distance. At this moment, all of the master's movements were under his surveillance. Everything the master did was within his perception. Chapter 43. Killing the rabbit to prove a point. Not long after leaving the master's residence, Tang San quickly followed him. Xiao Jiu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the master to ask you such questions. Coming to Hu Jiu's side, Tang San sincerely apologized. Regarding why Hu Jiu's soul rings were enhanced so quickly, Tang San had never delved deeply into it, simply attributing it to Hu Jiu's special physique. It wasn't that Tang San wasn't smart. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was too clever that he had never asked. Everyone has their own secrets. Hu Jiu has them, and Tang San has them too. But he knows that everyone has their bottom line, and no matter how close the relationship is, that bottom line should not be crossed. To be honest, when Tang San heard the teacher ask that question, he felt that the teacher had overstepped. Here, Hu Jiu listened carefully to Tang San's apology and said lightly, Little San, human hearts are hard to gauge. This incident is a lesson, and I do not blame you. But the cause of this matter lies with you, because your words were not careful, and because you felt that the master was your teacher. You did not dare to lie in the face of his inquiry, which made the master anxious and led him to ask me questions he should not have asked. Therefore, the responsibility lies with you. Hu Jiu rarely set aside his carefree, youthful demeanor, and his gaze held the depth of an adult, like a bottomless spring. The maturity from his past life allowed him to see through everything. In this life, he did not want to live too exhaustively, only wanting to enjoy life happily, which is why he maintained a youthful mindset and often acted like a child. Speaking of which, in terms of temperament, Hu Jiu was more mature than Tang San. Tang San had always stayed in the Tang sect in his previous life and had never gone out. Moreover, that world was still ancient. So how could he compare to the colorful world Hu Jiu had experienced? The differences in perspective, information, and temperament allowed Hu Jiu to stand on the shoulders of giants. Looking down at Tang San, Hu Jiu's words, combined with the transcendent temperament he exuded, made Tang San break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Tang San felt that the pressure Hu Jiu brought him was even greater than when he faced his father. This little Jiu is so frightening. Tang San felt a sense of awe. Yes, the responsibility is indeed mine. Tang San lowered his head, allowing the lesson to be given as if he were a junior facing a senior. But don't take it too seriously. Making a mistake is not scary. What is scary is making a mistake and having no self-awareness. In this regard, little San, you did well. Hu Jiu patted Tang San's shoulder and teased him. With Hu Jiu's laughter, Tang San felt the pressure all over him lighten, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Tang San also smiled. Little Jiu, don't worry, such things won't happen again. The incident didn't affect their relationship, which made Tang San breathe a sigh of relief. He had just been worried about losing Hu Jiu as a brother because of today's events. After that day, on the surface, Hu Jiuhao seemed to have forgotten about meeting the master, continuing to play carefree with Xiao Wu every day. In reality, however, he divided a part of his mind, constantly sensing the master's condition with his five senses. If there was any sign of abnormality, he would do everything to eliminate it. Fortunately, the master seemed to lack the ability to be a bad person, and he couldn't even be ruthless. For a long time, there were no unusual signs, making Hu Jiuhao feel like he had waited in vain. Time passed, and 4 months went by. After 4 months, Hu Jiuhao's soul power level finally reached level 30. It took him less than 2 years to reach level 30 since he started cultivating, which was astonishing, but it was understandable. Although his cultivation talent was not high, he had the benefits of enhancements and AFK grinding. The level 8 soul power meditation method provided him with a 70 increase in cultivation speed. The first soul ring skill provided him with a doubling of cultivation speed. Finally, there was the AFK panel that allowed him to cultivate nonstop for 24 hours, making it hard for his soul power to not increase. At level 30, it was time to consider the third soul ring skill. Hu Jiuhao had long been considering his third soul ring. He wanted Xiao Wu's teleportation skill. Remember, the original work mentioned that the teleportation skill was available on the lightning rabbit. Currently, his main attack methods were the chaotic wind hammer technique and the soul power spiral pill. Among them, the chaotic wind hammer technique cannot be interrupted during the charging phase, which is a fatal flaw in battle. Moreover, the soul power spiral pill has a very monotonous attack method, only able to attack in a straight line, making it easy for enemies to dodge in advance. If he had the teleportation skill, it would be different. The combination of chaotic wind and teleportation would prevent enemies from catching his movements, allowing him to charge with peace of mind. The soul power spiral pill, combined with teleportation, would allow him to move next to the enemy at any time for surprise attacks. So, should I go kill the rabbit? That's tough. After some thought, Hu Jiuhao went to Xiao Wu's dormitory. After hesitating for a while with Xiao Wu, he made her quite impatient. Hey, little Jiuhao, I didn't realize you could be so indecisive. Just say what you need, Xiao Wu said while munching on a carrot, glancing sideways at Hu Jiuhao. Hu Jiuhao nervously looked up and cautiously said, Xiao Wu, I'm level 30 now. Really, that's great. Why do you still have that kind of expression? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Although she had known that Hu Jiuhao was about to level up, hearing the news made her genuinely happy. This means I can choose my third soul ring. I have some ideas for the next soul ring. Hu Jiuhao observed Xiao Wu's expression and slowly spoke. I thought of a soul ring skill that could make up for the flaws of the chaotic wind hammer technique. But this skill can only be obtained from the lightning rabbit. You want the teleportation skill? Xiao Wu couldn't help but say. It must be said that Xiao Wu understood rabbits well. Just from hearing Hu Jiuhao mention a name, she guessed the skill Hu Jiuhao wanted. The teleportation skill does suit your combat system, but the lightning rabbit is very rare and hard to catch. Xiao Wu's voice sounded as if there was nothing unusual, even when Hu Jiuhao observed her with full effort. This reaction left Hu Jiuhao unsure whether it was good or bad. Since he couldn't tell, he decided to ask. Hu Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu and asked, Aren't you angry? I'm going to kill the lightning rabbit. Kill it? What is the problem? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiuhao in confusion. Aren't we discussing this? I'm just telling you that the lightning rabbit is hard to catch. Isn't your martial spirit a rabbit? Aren't you angry? Hu Jiuhao was surprised and raised his head. In the original work, wasn't Xiao Wu very kind? And she herself was a rabbit. Why didn't she oppose him killing the lightning rabbit? Hu Jiuhao was puzzled. Are you silly? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiuhao with a strange expression. My martial spirit is a rabbit. What does that have to do with you killing the lightning rabbit? The lightning rabbit isn't my relative. Why should I care? Sure enough, the original work is the original work, and now is now. Xiao Wu is just Xiao Wu. One cannot make hasty judgments about a person's character based on partial information. Chapter 44, Stardow Forest. Alright, since you don't mind, let us talk about how to act. After no longer being indecisive, Hu Jiuhao readily discussed the hunt for the lightning rabbit with Xiao Wu. In a few days, the academy would have a holiday again, and Hu Jiuhao decided to take this opportunity to obtain his third soul ring. Since the unpleasant exchange with the master, Hu Jiuhao began to consciously conceal his soul power level. So far, the academy only knew that he was a great soul master, but they had no information about his specific level. And this time, he didn't plan to let the academy know about the soul ring hunting operation, or rather, he didn't want the master to know. After all, the Academy couldn't provide much help in obtaining soul rings. Let us go to the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. Seeing Hu Jio's puzzled gaze, she averted her eyes, lowering her head to avoid letting Hu Jio see her expression. I haven't told you yet. Actually, I'm an orphan. I grew up in the Stardow Forest, raised by a gorilla and a cow python. To me, the Stardow Forest is my home. I am familiar with everything there, including where to find a lightning rabbit. Xiao Wu's words made Hu Jio's eyes soften with compassion. He looked at Xiao Wu with deep affection. Xiao Wu, no, sister, you are not an orphan. My mother is your mother, my father is your father, and I am your brother. It turns out Xiao Wu is an orphan. Hu Jio took a deep breath and silently committed this to memory. Brother. Xiao Wu raised her head, her eyes glistening, and replied softly. The atmosphere grew increasingly thick. A few days later, the annual holiday arrived. Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San left the academy together and returned to Holy Spirit Village. Xiao Wu's arrival made Ima very happy, and secretly, she gave Hu Jio a thumbs up. However, a few days later, Ima became unhappy. What did you say? You want to leave with Xiao Wu for a while? Ima immediately refused without thinking. No. You are still young. You can't go anywhere. You both need to stay at home obediently. This year, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were just over 8 years old. Because they were soul masters, they had developed quickly and had already grown into young boys and girls. But in Ima's eyes, this was still not acceptable. No matter how they looked, they were only 8 years old. At this age, they should be studying and training obediently, not running around. Moreover, she couldn't bear to let them go. Helpless, seeing her resolute demeanor, Hu Jio had to tell the truth. Mom, it's not that we want to leave. But we have to. My training has hit a bottleneck, and I need to hunt for a soul ring to continue improving. It was related to training, so he had to go. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Ima and kept his soul power level a secret. At 8 years old, with a soul power level of 30, it was too conspicuous and needed to be kept low profile. After convincing Ima, the next steps were simple. Without saying goodbye to Tang San, the next morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu quietly left Holy Spirit Village and rushed to the Stardow Forest. This time, Xiao Wu said she would handle everything regarding the soul ring, and Hu Jio didn't have to do anything but follow her. Moreover, they couldn't bring Tang San along. According to Xiao Wu, the more people, the more danger. The Stardow Forest is not like other places. Even I, who grew up there, need to be careful. However, Hu Jio felt that Xiao Wu was lying. She just wanted to be alone with him, to enjoy their own world together. Unfortunately, Hu Jio didn't dare to voice this thought. They traveled quickly, and along the way, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu used transformation skills to change their appearance, making them look ordinary. This way, they indeed encountered no troublesome issues. After hurrying for 10 days, they arrive at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Xiao Jio, pay attention to your surroundings. We will first enter the core area of the Stardow Forest, and then I will have Erming come to pick us up. Once they arrived at the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu became joyful, as if she had returned home. Oh, it seemed like this was her home. Don't worry. With my perception ability, except for a very few soul beasts that are good at hiding, no one can escape my sensing. The 8th level 5 senses enhancement allowed Hu Jio to detect the presence of soul beasts in advance, especially in such a complex environment. He felt like a fish in water. This was Hu Jio's first time in the Stardow Forest. Compared to the soul hunting forest he had been to before, the distribution of soul beasts here was denser, and their strength was incomparable to that of the soul hunting forest. In the Stardow Forest, 100-year soul beasts were everywhere, and 1,000-year soul beasts were not uncommon. It could be said that 1,000-year soul beasts were everywhere, and 100-year ones were hardly worth mentioning. This metaphor was not an exaggeration at all. As Hu Jio and Xiao Wu delved deeper, more powerful soul beasts began to appear. In just half a day's time, sporadic 10,000-year soul beasts had already entered Hu Jio's perception range. The aura from those beasts made Hu Jio's heart tremble with his current strength. Encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would mean death, and he wouldn't even be able to escape. Xiao Wu, should we keep going? It's really dangerous here. Hu Jio looked nervously at the oblivious Xiao Wu. These soul beasts weren't just standing still. Many were moving around freely, especially those 10,000-year soul beasts. Each movement made Hu Jio's heart race, fearing that they might also possess sensing abilities and could discover their presence in advance. Don't worry, Xiao Jio, just follow me. Sister Xiao Wu, and treat it like returning home. Don't be scared. I will protect you. Seeing Hu Jio like this was amusing for Xiao Wu. After all, Opportunities to see him in such a state were rare. Stop joking around. Quickly contact your good friend Heir, Hu Jiu shot Xiao Wu an annoyed glance. The astonishing effects of the five senses were indeed great, but they also caused Hu Jiu great distress. After all, being able to sense threats to his life at every moment was like a sheep wandering into a wolf's territory, fearing he might get eaten if he wasn't careful. Hee. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I've already notified Heir. I believe he's on his way to us. Just wait patiently. With him here, we won't have to worry about safety anymore. Xiao Wu comforted Hu Jiu by patting his shoulder. Okay, then let us find a place to rest for a bit. After traveling for most of the day, Hu Jiu also felt tired. Mainly, the psychological pressure was too great, and he needed a break. I'm hungry. I want to eat carrots. Xiao Wu rubbed her belly and said pitifully. Eat less, or you'll get fat. Hu Jiu smiled and conjured a carrot, tossing it to Xiao Wu. This rabbit, Xiao Wu, was just greedy. She wasn't actually hungry. She just liked to eat for fun. They found a secluded place, and Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu rested while waiting for Ming's arrival. During their idle chat, Xiao Wu began to introduce Hu Jiu to Ming and Ming. However, Hu Jiu knew that only 9 parts of Xiao Wu's introduction were true, with the remaining 1 part being false, meant to cover up her identity. Chapter 45. A tragic background since childhood. I was abandoned by my parents in the Stardew Forest, making the forest my home. I had no friends, no relatives. The only ones that grew up with me were Ming and Ming. They didn't know how to take care of people. I was so pitiful. Xiao Wu stammered as she introduced her background, and Hu Jiu listened earnestly, unable to help but suppress laughter. This cunning rabbit only knew how to deceive him. However, as he listened, he genuinely felt sorry for her. A girl who had lived in the desolate core of the Stardew Forest since childhood was indeed pitiful. But one thing puzzled Hu Jiu, so he asked, "How did you end up at New Oding Academy?" That story begins with another incident. Xiao Wu took a bite of the carrot and continued. When I was almost 6 years old, a seriously injured person came to my home. I saved him, and after he recovered, he asked me if I wanted to go out and see the outside world. And then you went with him? Weren't you afraid of danger? Hu Jiu interjected. I wasn't afraid. Ming said that because he was injured, that person's cultivation was completely wasted, and he was even worse than an ordinary person. Later, I went back to his hometown with him, which is a small village not far from New Oding City. What about that person now? I haven't seen him come to visit you. Hu Jiu believed that with Xiao Wu's adorableness and the fact that she had saved him, that person would probably care for her more than his own daughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wu let out a series of mocking laughs. After a while, she finally stopped laughing, her expression blank. He died, and I killed him. After saying this, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu with an inexplicable expression, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and a touch of tension. However, Hu Jiu's reaction was beyond her expectations. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good riddance. Xiao Wu. Remember, some people are very bad, so you must never trust others easily in the future." Regarding the person Xiao Wu mentioned, Hu Jiu believed he had indeed existed, which also explained why Xiao Wu entered Notting Academy as a work-study student. Did you not think I'm a bad girl? I killed him. Looking at Hu Jiu's reaction, Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, but deep down, there was a trace of relief. Xiao Wu, there are all kinds of people in this world, both good and bad. Even someone as lovely as you couldn't help but kill him. Then he deserved to die. I believe you. Hu Jiu was unconcerned about Xiao Wu's reaction. He had seen too much of human nature in his past life, and his heart had long become immune to such things. As for Xiao Wu killing someone, what reaction could he have? This was the Dolua continent. Killing a few people was nothing. What about the reason? Aren't you going to ask? Xiao Wu insisted, as if she needed Hu Jiu to clarify the matter. Hu Jiu helplessly spread his hands and said, "What's there to ask? They're all unpleasant memories. What's in the past is in the past. Xiao Wu, let's look forward and not dwell on those distressing matters." No, I have to make it clear to you, because you're Xiao Jiu. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care what they thought, Xiao Wu said angrily, looking at Hu Jiu and quickly explaining the situation. It turned out that the person who took Xiao Wu away had undergone a significant change in temperament due to his cultivation being destroyed. After returning to the small village, he had been drinking heavily and neglected Xiao Wu, relying on the neighbor's old woman to occasionally feed her, or else she would have starved to death. Later, when the drunkard ran out of money, he even had the idea of selling Xiao Wu to get money for alcohol. However, Xiao Wu accidentally found out about this. And it goes without saying that when she saw the drunkard stubbornly insisting on selling her, she killed him in a fit of rage. See, I knew you must have been wronged. Don't worry. With me around, no one will dare to bully you, Hu Jiu assured, patting his chest. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. After such a long conversation, the sky had darkened, especially in the forest. With the arrival of night, some nocturnal soul beasts began to appear, and the entire forest became lively. Hu Jiu could hear the sounds of soul beasts everywhere, hunting and fighting, revealing the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest in the forest. Just as Hu Jiu was about to ask why Heir hadn't arrived yet, he felt a slight movement in his ears and sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching them from 5 miles away. The aura was filled with wildness and aggression, and its ferocious momentum hit Hu Jiu like a wave, causing him to tremble involuntarily for a moment. Without needing to guess, this aura must belong to Heir. Aside from a 100,000-year soul beast, no other existence could possess such a powerful aura, especially appearing at the edge of the core area of the Stardow Forest. Clearly, it was coming for them. Xiao Wu, it seems Heir has appeared, Hu Jiu said happily to Xiao Wu. The Stardow Forest was far too dangerous. If it weren't to meet Heir, Hu Jiu would never have come here. Really? That's great. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up. With Heir around, she could walk confidently in the Stardow Forest. Heir was very fast. Within just 5 minutes, he appeared in front of Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu. So big. Seeing Heir, who was like a small mountain, Hu Jiu couldn't help but marvel. This was still in the position Heir was on all fours. If he stood up, he would be even taller. Heir was pitch black, especially now that it was late. If it weren't for Hu Jiu's keen eyesight, he might have almost missed him. Heir, why did you take so long to come? We've been waiting for you. Xiao Wu jumped up from the ground, complaining to Heir. Heir exhaled, looking innocently at Xiao Wu with his lantern-sized eyes, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. Sai, never mind. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Jiu, the one I told you about. You must not harm him. Xiao Wu pointed at Hu Jiu and said sternly to Heir. She was afraid Heir would be mischievous and accidentally hurt Hu Jiu, so she specifically warned him. The Titan Great Ape rolled his eyes, his yellow eyes staring straight at Hu Jiu, causing Hu Jiu to feel an immense pressure, cold sweat breaking out all over him, nearly making him fall to the ground. Damn, this bastard is definitely doing it on purpose, Hu Jiu cursed inwardly. If he could fight Heir, he would have slapped him twice to teach him some manners. Change. With a thought, Hu Jiu's body began to glow with a deep red light. In an instant, his muscles bulged, stretching his clothes tightly, transforming him from a handsome young man into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Finally, the pressure has decreased. Hu Jiu looked expressionlessly at the Titan Great Ape, thinking, you better wait. When the time comes, I'll show you what I can do. Heir, I'm getting angry. At this moment, Xiao Wu also sensed something was off and quickly dashed in front of Hu Jiu to block the pressure from the Titan Great Ape. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Heir immediately withdrew his aura, his eyes momentarily blank, as if he had forgotten everything that had just happened. Dem eat tea, Ming. You better wait. I will definitely tell the Ming that you bullied me, Xiao Wu said, hands on her hips, glaring at Heir. Feeling unsatisfied, she stepped closer and kicked Heir a few times in frustration, facing Xiao Wu's punches and kicks. The Titan Great Ape slightly crouched down to allow Xiao Wu to hit him from a more comfortable angle. Never mind, Xiao Wu. Heir is just playing around with me. After Xiao Wu had been hitting him for a while, Hu Jiu finally stepped forward to mediate. Height, Heir, Hu Jiu said with an inexplicable expression as he reached out to pat the squatting Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape hurriedly nodded, looking pitifully at Xiao Wu, indicating that he was just playing with Hu Jiu. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and take us home. Xiao Wu kicked Heir hand, saying impatiently, roar. Heir roared in response, standing up and swinging his arms, instantly grabbing Xiao Wu and Hu Jiu, placing them on his shoulders, one on each side. In that moment, Hu Jiu gained a new understanding of Heir strength. As Heir hand came towards him, he didn't even have time to dodge. That feeling of helplessness made him extremely frustrated. It seemed that teaching Heir a lesson would be a long road ahead. However, this thought was quickly cast aside as Heir began to move. His massive body silently traversed the forest, and Hu Jiu felt the surroundings change rapidly. The wind howled past his ears, as if they were traveling through space, distorting the air around them. After what felt like a long time, or perhaps just a moment, Jiuhao felt Ming finally come to a stop. Only then did he realize they had arrived beside a lake, the water crystal clear, with trees on either side forming sharp reflections in the moonlight. Jiuhao and Xiao Wu jumped down from Ming. Xiao Wu, is this the place where you used to live? It's beautiful, Jiuhao exclaimed. I grew up here. Xiao Wu nodded, then looked at the lake and shouted loudly into it. Daming, come out quickly, I'm back. Boom! As soon as Xiao Wu's voice fell, the entire lake began to boil. And after a few breaths, a 4-meter-long dark blue bull's head emerged from the water. The sky blue bull python had appeared. Sister Xiao Wu, it's really you. I almost thought I sensed wrong. The sky blue bull python spoke human words, its voice carrying a sense of majesty, as if an emperor was speaking. Of course it's me. This time I brought a friend to play. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Jiuhao, whom I mentioned to you before. Xiao Wu kindly walked over to Jiuhao and introduced him to Daming. Hello, Daming. I've heard about the existence of an emperor in the Stardew Forest, and today it seems to be true. Jiuhao's words were not flattery. In his perception, Daming's aura was profound, especially the soul power that seemed boundless and endless. Xiao Jiuhao, I know you. I've heard Xiao Wu say you're her very good friend. Welcome to the Stardew Forest as a guest. Daming nodded and greeted Jiuhao in a gentle tone. I'm sorry. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts for you. How about trying my carrots? Xiao Wu loves eating them. Jiuhao felt a bit awkward. It was his first time visiting someone else's home, and he hadn't brought a gift, which felt a bit rude. Helpless, Jiuhao had to make some on the spot, taking out his martial soul, the carrot, to treat them. Oh, I heard your carrots are very special. Today is a good opportunity to try them. Daming had a good attitude and did not look down on Jiuhao because of his lower strength. He had always treated Jiuhao with an equal attitude from the beginning. This greatly increased Jiuhao's goodwill towards him, unlike that big gorilla, who was not friendly at all. After making a handful of carrots, Jiuhao distributed them to Daming and Ming, of course, not forgetting Xiao Wu. Jiuhao was quite satisfied with his martial soul. Doubling the cultivation speed was not only useful for those with lower levels, but it applied to all levels. The higher the strength, the greater the benefits. Just like now, Daming only tasted it out of politeness at first, but the moment it entered his mouth, he felt the benefits of the carrot. You have to know, at his level, it's very difficult to improve strength, and with Jiuhao doubling his cultivation speed, he sensed this obvious change in an instant. Xiao Jiuhao, your carrots are great. I didn't expect them to work on me too. Amazing. After a while, Daming's amazed voice rang out. This made Jiuhao's smile never fade. This was praise from the emperor of the Stardew Forest, and if anyone saw this scene, it would be enough to make him proud for a long time. On the other side, the Titan Great Ape, who had originally looked disdainful, was not interested in a small carrot like Xiao Wu. However, after hearing Daming's praise, he skeptically ate the carrot. Then, Jiuhao suddenly felt a large head appear in front of him, with a clear desire in its eyes. Haha, Ming, you have your day today. No matter how powerful you are still fed by me. Jiuhao's lips curled up as he smiled and made more carrots. Ming, eat sparingly. My carrot effect can last for an hour. Eating too much won't have any effect. You need to wait until the effect is over before you can eat more. Seeing Ming grab a handful of carrots ready to shove them into his mouth, Jiuhao reminded him. Roar. Jiuhao, what is he saying? Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu, waiting for a translation. He said your carrot is too small. He didn't even taste the flavor. Xiao Wu explained with a smile. There's nothing I can do about that. Who told him to be so big? Jiuhao scratched his head, feeling speechless about it. By the way, Xiao Wu, didn't you say you were going to help me find Soul Ring? Where are we going? He had already met Daming and Ming, and now it was time to get down to business. Today's matter with Ming made him quite upset. Although Ming meant no harm, just joking with him. The fact that he was weak was still true, and Jiuhao wanted to obtain a soul ring quickly to improve his strength. Chapter 47. Lightning Rabbit. Actually, I brought you back to the Stardew Forest for a reason. Hearing Jiuhao's inquiry, Xiao Wu began to explain the reason to him. As I told you before, the Lightning Rabbit soul beast you're looking for is not only very rare, but also because they can teleport. Few outsiders can find them, let alone hunt them. Yes, I know this. I was already prepared for a protracted battle. Jiuhao nodded. However, my sister Xiao Wu is not an ordinary person. Here, I just happen to know a group of lightning rabbits, and I have a very good relationship with them. Among them, there is a lightning rabbit that has exactly 2,000 years of cultivation and is about to die soon. this is your chance. A lightning rabbit that is about to die. Upon hearing this, Jiuhao's spirits lifted. Heaven is helping me. Originally, knowing how hard it was to hunt the lightning rabbit, he had prepared a second plan for the soul ring. Jiuhao, I want to allow you to hunt the lightning rabbit. They're all my friends. Don't think about using violent means. Xiao Wu glared at Jiuhao angrily, wondering how he could have no compassion at all, especially after she told him they were her friends. Then do you want me to wait until it is about to die to give it the final blow? How long would that take? Jiuhao was a bit reluctant. Who knows when it would die? What if it just hangs on for a long time? Idiot. Xiao Wu stamped her foot and looked at him angrily. I didn't mean for you to wait for it to die. I meant for you to think of a way to make it sacrifice itself for you. Do you understand? Sacrifice is the perfect absorption of the soul ring, with no side effects, and you can get the soul bone 100%. That idea is not bad. Jiuhao's eyes lit up, but then he frowned again. But I'm not related to the lightning rabbits. Why would they sacrifice themselves for me? That depends on your ability. I can only help you up to this point. Xiao Wu indicated that the opportunity had been given, but how to make the lightning rabbit sacrifice itself was up to him. However, from the gleam in Xiao Wu's smiling eyes, it was clear that this method was not difficult. Could it be that Xiao Wu, you want to feed them? Jiuhao's eyes lit up as he instantly thought of his advantage. Yes, rabbits love carrots. It's in their nature. As long as you build a good relationship with them, in the end, you might really succeed. Moreover, he knew that sacrifice was not without benefits for soul beasts. At the very least, because of the voluntary fusion with the host, the soul beast spirit would not be hostile to the host, thus allowing the soul to be preserved intact, and maybe there would be a chance for resurrection in the future. Of course, the premise for resurrection would be that he must become a god first. All of this was talk for later. For now, he just needed to feed that group of lightning rabbits. What feeding? That sounds so unpleasant. Xiao Wu pouted. She always felt that Jiuhao was talking about her. That's about the gist of it. You might not know, but soul beasts can also cultivate. It's just that their cultivation is instinctual and very rough. Your carrot's effects are also very useful to them, and with that delicious taste, they have no reason not to like you. However, it will take some time for them to come to see you as family. Xiao Wu held her finger to explain to Jiuhao, looking like a virtuous wife thinking about him. Well, it's okay to spend some time to get the desired soul ring. Jiuhao understood this and didn't mind it. That night, Jiuhao went to sleep with a joyful heart. The next morning, after feeding Heir, he cheerfully said to him, Heir, I have a very powerful hammer technique. I've never met anyone who could take a hit from me. Do you want to give it a try? Heir couldn't handle this. Upon hearing it, he stood up immediately, his palms pounding on his chest with a loud thud, without needing Xiao Wu to translate. Jiuhao knew what he meant. Who does he look down on? There is no attack in the world that Heir can't take. All right, then you'd better watch closely. Jiuhao excitedly tightened his grip on the meteor hammer. A gentleman doesn't take revenge overnight. This big gorilla toyed with him yesterday, and today he was going to return the favor. The skill transformation activated, and Jiuhao instantly turned into a 9-foot-tall man, his muscles bulging, almost bursting his clothes. Looking like a rough man. Soul power circulated throughout his body to protect himself, to avoid being blown up by the violent force later. Currently, Jiuhao's chaotic cloak hammer technique had reached level 9, with the final hit of the 81 hammers accumulating a force of 8,000 pounds. However, he didn't dare to unleash this final blow, as his body couldn't handle it. He feared he would explode before the attack even left his hand. Kulme. The meteor hammer swung, the hammerhead rotating around his body again and again. Strength was accumulating. As Jiuhao swung more times, his momentum grew stronger. After just over 30 swings, his momentum had already surpassed that of a soul sovereign, and it was still rising. When Jiuhao swung the hammer for the 49th time, he finally reached the limit his body could withstand. If he continued to accumulate, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Heir, take this. Jiuhao shouted explosively, his body moving like lightning under the influence of the meteor hammer. Roar. This strike from Jiuhao was nearly at the peak of the soul zone level. Although such an attack wouldn't hurt Heir, it could still cause pain. After all, this ominous weapon had countless sharp spikes on it. Those spikes pierced into Heir's skin, causing him to feel a stinging pain, even changing his cry. Roar. Heir snorted, glaring at Jiuhao with resentment. This hammer really hurt him. Heir, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Jiuhao asked anxiously, but no matter how he looked, he seemed a bit gloating. Finally, He got his revenge. Bang, bang, bang. Erming patted his chest, indicating that he was fine. How could he be hurt? It just hurt a bit. As a male, he wouldn't show weakness in front of his friends. Xiao Jiu, don't bully Erming. Be careful he hits you. At this moment, the awakened Xiao Wu warned with a smile. Hey, it's nothing. I'm just playing with Erming. Hu Jiu replied with a light laugh. Finally hitting Erming once. Although this attack was nothing in front of Erming, as long as it hurt, it was enough to vent his anger. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Erming was still unaware of Hu Jiu's little thoughts and was now playing with Xiao Wu, as if saying they were just fooling around. Chapter 48. Pink. After simple breakfast, Xiao Wu took Hu Jiu to meet the lightning rabbits. You will see 3 lightning rabbits. They're a family. The mother is named Pink, and she has 2 children, Little Gray and Little White. Hey, Xiao Wu, can't you give them prettier names? Dalming, Arming, Pink, Little Gray, and Little White. Oh my, Hu Jiu was amused by Xiao Wu's naming talent. What kind of names are these? I think they sound nice. What is the problem? Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jiu, wishing she could hit him on the head. She had thought long and hard to come up with these names. And didn't he expect Hu Jiu to make fun of her? All right, as long as you name them, they all sound nice. Hu Jiu smiled to calm Xiao Wu, who was about to explode. That's more like it. Seeing the carrot Hu Jiu handed over, Xiao Wu reluctantly forgave his impolite remark. The lightning rabbit family was not far away. Although this was the heart of the Stardew Forest, where only powerful soul beasts could survive. The lightning rabbits were different because they could teleport. Although their strength was at the bottom of the core circle, they still made a home here. It's important to know that the closer one gets to the center of the Stardew Forest, the greater the benefits for soul beasts, making cultivation much more effective. According to Xiao Wu's introduction, Hu Jiu learned that soul beasts also value talent. Those with good cultivation talent can break through more quickly, and their strength can even break the lifespan limit, allowing them to live longer. The lightning rabbit family they were about to meet didn't have outstanding cultivation talent, which was why the rabbit mother Pink was nearing the end of her life. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Wu led Hu Jiu to a valley. The location of this valley was somewhat peculiar. It was gourd-shaped, with only a gap the height of a person at the mouth of the bottle. Upon entering, the view opened up. There were no trees in the valley, just a green lawn. On the lawn, a gray rabbit and a white rabbit were playing, occasionally nibbling on fresh tender grass. When Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu arrived, the 2 rabbits immediately became alert, with the gray one displaying a fierce glint in its eyes, as if it would pounce on them at any moment. Little Gray, I'm here to see you. Xiao Wu stood there cutely, calling out to the gray rabbit. Squeak. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the 2 rabbits' eyes sparkled with joy, and they instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already by Xiao Wu's side. The 2 rabbits were about half a meter long, slightly bigger than regular rabbits, but that didn't diminish their cuteness. Seeing the 2 rabbits rolling around beside Xiao Wu, Hu Jiu's gaze softened. Indeed, rabbits were all adorable. Hee. Facing the 2 enthusiastic rabbits, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed in the small valley for a while. After playing for a while, Xiao Wu finally remembered to introduce Hu Jiu to them. Little Gray, Little White, let me introduce you. This person is my partner. He came specially to see you today. Oh, and he brought you gifts. Saying this, Xiao Wu gave Hu Jiu a look, signaling that it was his turn to perform. Hu Jiu understood instantly. Feeding, he was familiar with. In the blink of an eye, a pile of carrots appeared in front of the 2 lightning rabbits. Hello, this is my martial soul, carrots. They're very delicious. Try them. Hu Jiu made an inviting gesture and said kindly. The 2 rabbits glanced at Xiao Wu and, upon seeing her nod, cautiously approached Hu Jiu, sniffing the carrots. In the next moment, as if they had encountered an exquisite delicacy, they each grabbed a carrot and began to gobble them down. Haha, eat slowly. I have more. Hu Jiu thought, if he could feed to Ming and Ming, surely he could fill up these 2 rabbits. Hu Jiu hoped the 2 rabbits would eat as much as they could, and the more they stuffed themselves, the better. To ensure they had enough to eat, Hu Jiu worked hard, constantly making carrots, almost exhausting his soul power, while Hu Jiu was happily feeding 2 lightning rabbits. A huge pink rabbit appeared at the end of the valley. The rabbit was about 2 meters long, with fluffy and soft fur, making it quite lovable. Xiao Jiu, look, that's Pink. Xiao Wu nudged Hu Jiu, who was working hard to make carrots, and gestured to him. Oh, Hu Jiu looked up just in time to meet Pink's gaze. And in Pink's eyes, he read warmth and friendliness. At that moment, Hu Jio felt that Pink was like a gentle and kind big sister, filling his heart with affection. Hello, Pink. My name is Xiao Jio. I'm Xiao Wu's friend. Would you like to have some of my carrots? They are really delicious. Hu Jio smiled slightly and waved the carrot in his hand. In a moment of distraction, Pink had already appeared in front of Hu Jio. Pink moved elegantly, gently took the carrot from Hu Jio's hand, and started nibbling on it. After taking a couple of bites, Pink's eyes lit up as she looked up at Hu Jio and nodded, as if praising his carrots. After eating the carrot, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in Hu Jio's heart. Xiao Jio, your carrots taste great. I really like them. Huh, Pink, I didn't expect you could communicate with me. Hu Jio thought in surprise. Hee, Xiao Jio, isn't it strange? Pink has a special spiritual power that allows her to communicate with people, Xiao Wu explained beside him. You're really lucky. It seems Pink really likes you. Generally, Pink won't speak. Xiao Wu, why are you saying this? I'm feeling embarrassed. Pink's shy voice rang out. By the way, Xiao Wu, since you brought Xiao Jio here today, there must be something you want to tell me, right? After her shyness faded, Pink looked at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio curiously, as if guessing their relationship. Xiao Wu didn't expect Pink to be so clever, catching her off guard in an instant. Well, that is, you want Xiao Jio to get my soul ring, right? Pink's voice remained gentle, as if she would never get angry, but her words revealed her unusual wisdom. Xiao Wu felt ashamed and lowered her head, unable to speak for a moment. The truth was, she had developed a selfish desire for Hu Jio's soul ring. She sought a soul ring with teleportation effects for Hu Jio, and not only searched for it, but also brought him to find the best one. Xiao Wu, you don't have to do this. You know my situation. Even if you all didn't come today, I won't live for long. I'm very happy to help you. Pink gently reassured him. Facing the gentle Pink, Xiao Wu instantly burst into tears, feeling ashamed for having designs on her, knowing full well that Pink's lifespan was nearly over, which made her heart ache terribly. It's okay. It's okay. Pink came to Xiao Wu, stretched out her ears to cradle her face, and comforted her softly. Moreover, obtaining my soul ring is not so simple. If your partner cannot gain my recognition, I won't give the soul ring to him either. Pink, please don't blame Xiao Wu. It's my fault. If I hadn't wanted the teleportation skill, Xiao Wu wouldn't have aimed for you. Hu Jio couldn't bear to see Xiao Wu so sad and stepped forward to take the blame. And Pink, just tell me what I need to do to gain your recognition. I'll definitely make it happen. In this world, nothing comes without effort. Hu Jio had long anticipated that asking someone to offer a sacrifice would require a price. He just never thought that Pink could communicate, but this was better. He could accurately know her requirements. Xiao Wu chose a good friend. He is responsible. Pink glanced at Hu Jio appreciatively and slowly presented her request. My request is simple. It's about Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. They're still young, and I'm afraid that after I'm gone, no one will take care of them. That's not a problem. I'll have Deming and Erming help take care of them. Xiao Wu immediately replied before Hu Jio could respond. Thank you, Xiao Wu. With those two watching my kids, I feel very relieved. Pink's voice was filled with delight. She originally wanted Hu Jio to help take care of them for some time, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu offered a better guarantee. After all, those were the emperor and king of the Star Doe Forest. With their care, what could she still worry about? Pink, do you have any other requests? Just say them all at once. After agreeing to Pink's first condition, Xiao Wu eagerly continued to ask Hu Jio. This made Hu Jio, who had just opened his mouth, close it helplessly. The second condition is about Xiao Jio's martial soul effect. I've eaten his carrots, and they are very helpful for cultivation. If my kids can eat them regularly, I believe they won't end up like me, running out of lifespan. After saying this, Pink looked at Hu Jio with expectant eyes. This request was also a spontaneous thought. She felt that Hu Jio's martial soul would greatly help them as soul beasts. So she added it at the last minute. After all, since Xiao Wu brought this person here, she had little room to refuse. Xiao Wu was the supreme king of the rabbit clan and had once saved her life. Being able to help Xiao Wu before she died made her very happy. Well, this matter is not difficult for me, but I am human and cannot stay in the Star Doe Forest forever, so I might not be able to fulfill this request. Hu Jio also didn't want to deceive her. If he couldn't do it, it would be useless to agree. Xiao Jio, you may have misunderstood. I don't mean for you to stay here all the time. I just want you to come a few more times when you have the chance, and leave more carrots for them. Pink hurriedly explained when she saw Hu Jio misunderstanding her meaning. That is no problem. To not say too much, I can come 3 to 5 times a year. How does that sound, Pink? Hu Jio breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't bind him here, it would be fine. That's great. Thank you, Xiao Jiao. Pink was delighted with Hu Jiao's assurance, believing that with his carrot's help, her children would grow up quickly. Once the conditions were settled, the remaining matters were simple. Because Pink was reluctant to part with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, the two rabbits and one beast agreed that the sacrifice would take place 5 days later. During the remaining days, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu stayed in this small valley, watching Pink accompany her children in their final moments. Meanwhile, Hu Jiao also familiarized himself with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, as he would be their caretaker in the future, and it was essential to build a good relationship. 5 days later, in the nameless small valley, Hu Jiao, Xiao Wu, Pink, and Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai were gathered together, making it 2 people and 3 beasts. Pink stood beautifully in front of Hu Jiao, while Xiao Wu and the 2 rabbits had tearful eyes, filled with reluctance. This scene made Hu Jiao feel a bit sad as well. He had always considered himself a person with a heart of stone, but unexpectedly, he found himself feeling emotional. Although he had only spent a few days with Pink, she was like a kind big sister, very friendly to Hu Jiao, and did not treat him coldly just because he wanted to obtain her soul ring. Of course, Hu Jiao knew that receiving such treatment was inseparable from Xiao Wu. If it hadn't been for Xiao Wu, the family of lightning rabbits would probably have fought him the moment they saw him. Let us begin, Xiao Jiao. Just focus on absorbing the soul power, and leave the rest to me. Even though the sacrifice was imminent, the Pink voice remained gentle, as if it was as simple as having a meal instead of sacrifice. Don't worry, Sister Pink. You can leave Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai to me from now on. I will take good care of them, Hu Jiao solemnly assured Pink. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to let Pink leave with peace of mind. After all, even if he hadn't appeared today, it wouldn't be long before Pink would naturally perish. Pink turned back one last time to glance at her 2 children, then nodded to Xiao Wu before peacefully closing her eyes. In the next moment, a radiant light began to emanate from Pink, illuminating the entire valley with a pink hue. Within this light, Hu Jiao felt a warm soul power suddenly surge into his body. Without any effort on his part, the soul power naturally merged with his own. At that moment, Hu Jiao's soul power level began to rapidly increase, soon breaking through level 30, reaching level 31. Then, it quickly advanced from level 31 to level 32. It wasn't until he was halfway through level 32 that this soul power completely dissipated. After absorbing the soul power, Hu Jiao's soul ring naturally appeared beneath his feet. Originally, he only had 2 purple soul rings, but now a third was rapidly forming. In a short time, the 3rd soul ring took shape, and, at that moment, Hu Jiao officially became a 32-level food system soul master. However, the changes were not yet over. One must know that with any sacrifice, the appearance of a soul bone is inevitable. Since Pink was sacrificing for Hu Jiao, a soul bone would naturally appear. Sure enough, just after absorbing the soul power, Hu Jiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was being forcibly stuffed into it. The next moment, his mental power began to leap forward, and in just a moment, his perception range expanded tenfold. Outside, fragmented images flashed by, revealing scenes beyond the valley. Chapter 50. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. This is a head soul bone. A faint realization appeared in Hu Jiao's mind, making him understand what kind of soul bone Pink had brought him. At the same time, he discovered a skill called Mental Shock had appeared in his mind. At that moment, it also explained why Pink could speak with mental abilities. It turned out that her mental prowess was her strongest trait. Under the enhancement of the 2,000-year soul bone, Hu Jiao's mental power surged, and within his sea of consciousness, his mental power felt substantial, constantly reminding him of its immense strength. After absorbing the soul bone, Hu Jiao's interface also changed. The 3rd soul ring's interface position opened up. Outside, while Hu Jiao was waiting for the 3rd soul ring's interface to open, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a strange sensation. This sensation was coming from Hu Jiao, who was sitting cross-legged. What is wrong with me? Why do I have such a strange feeling toward Xiao Jiao? Xiao Wu stared at Hu Jiao in confusion. It seemed that the source of the sensation was Xiao Jiao's martial soul. After carefully sensing it, a thought flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. Xiao Wu, release your martial soul. Hu Jiao suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in them as he looked up at Xiao Wu. Okay. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Wu obediently released her martial soul. In her martial soul state, Two adorable white ears popped up on Xiao Wu's head. Her eyes turned a light red, and a fluffy white tail appeared beneath her short skirt, hidden from view. At the same time that Xiao Wu released her martial soul, Hu Jiu also unleashed his carrot martial soul. After acquiring the third soul ring, his carrot became even redder, resembling a shiny red stone, with a faint red glow enveloping the martial soul, making it look more precious. And the martial soul itself emitted a light fragrance that made Xiao Wu unable to resist swallowing. Go! Hu Jiu threw the carrot in his right hand toward Xiao Wu. Just as Xiao Wu was about to reach out to catch it, she grasped at empty air. Hu Jiu's martial soul transformed into an illusory red light that enveloped Xiao Wu. Once the red light covered her, Xiao Wu underwent an astonishing transformation. Her scorpion braids suddenly unraveled as if blown by a wind, and her pink outfit transformed into a white feather dress. The gentle moonlight shone upon Xiao Wu, making Hu Jiu feel as if he was gazing at a celestial being. The youthful appearance of Xiao Wu became mature and gentle, and her subtle smile felt like a gentle breeze, with a fleeting glance causing Hu Jiu to fall into a trance. My Xiao Wu has turned into a fairy. Hu Jiu couldn't help but murmur, making Xiao Wu blush. Who asked your Xiao Wu? Not at all. Cough. Xiao Wu, is this our martial soul fusion skill? What is your current state? Hu Jiu, unable to handle the mature Xiao Wu, had to shift the topic to distract himself. So this is the martial soul fusion skill. It's so fun. I know the name. It's called Cold Moon Fairy. Xiao Jiu, have I really turned into a fairy? As soon as Xiao Wu spoke, her true nature was revealed, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Her cool aura dissipated, leaving only mischief and cuteness for Hu Jiu. However, this contrast made the transformed Cold Moon Fairy Xiao Wu even more enchanting. Cold Moon Fairy. Wouldn't that be Chang'e? However, it seemed there was no mention of Chang'e in this world. This thought briefly flashed through Hu Jiu's mind. What about your power? Xiao Wu, don't just admire yourself. Quickly feel if your strength has changed. Coming back to his senses, Hu Jiu urged. I'm really powerful now. Speaking of changes in strength, Xiao Wu became even more proud. She looked up at the sky, and her body slowly began to float, ribbons billowing around her, as if she were truly returning to the moon. Xiao Jiu, there's more. Look, Xiao Wu proudly raised her hand, and a beam of moonlight suddenly condensed in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the moonlight flickered and vanished from her grasp. Boom! In the distance, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the stone wall of the small valley, sending sand and stones flying and surrounding the area in smoke. Hu Jiu couldn't help but gasp, realizing that this casual strike possessed power surpassing that of a level 40 soul master, almost equivalent to a level 50 soul king. What a powerful attack! Hu Jiu praised. Oh right, there's one last ability. Upon mentioning this, a flush of color suddenly appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Hu Jiu curiously asked what ability. It's just that. Xiao Wu suddenly stumbled over her words, unable to articulate for a while, before stamping her foot and saying, "You'll see for yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Jiu suddenly felt his body uncontrollably flying toward Xiao Wu. When he reached her side, his body became ethereal, merging with Xiao Wu like an illusion. Could this be the true martial soul fusion skill? At that moment, this thought flashed through Hu Jiu's mind. As the martial soul fusion skill was truly unleashed, Xiao Wu's body suddenly began to grow, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 5-meter-tall cold moon goddess. Meanwhile, after the fusion of their martial souls, Hu Jiu discovered that his thoughts were connected to Xiao Wu's. Their mutual ideas and feelings were instantly understood without any time delay. So, it turns out Xiao Wu likes me. Shameless. Just as Hu Jiu's thoughts turned, a wave of shy annoyance surged from Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, now try your attack again. With the playful banter over, Hu Jiu spoke seriously to Xiao Wu. In the spirit fusion state, Hu Jiu discovered that he was unable to control the Cold Moon Fairy. He could only be controlled by Xiao Wu. This was a clear distinction in treatment. Emotionally, he was just a tool providing strength for Xiao Wu. No, do you want to destroy this valley? A voice in his mind came from Xiao Wu, refusing. Hu Jiu also reacted instantly. Xiao Wu was already this powerful without him earlier, and now transformed into the complete Cold Moon Fairy. Just how terrifying would her attack power be? Next, they cautiously experimented with the power after transforming into the Cold Moon Fairy. A few minutes later, both of their soul power was exhausted, and the spirit fusion state was automatically. However, in those few minutes, Jiuhao estimated the power they had after the spirit fusion, with their current strength. They were roughly at the peak level of a soul king, and ordinary soul kings were no match for them. This was a trump card. Xiao Wu. This skill will be our hidden method from now on. Remember not to expose it casually. Jiuhao reminded. This is not a peaceful world. In this world, to live well, having as many trump cards as possible is never enough. Chapter 51. Jiuhao's strength since Pink had left nothing after the sacrifice. Jiuhao and Xiao Wu had to make a grave for her, burying some of her fur that she had left behind. They then returned to the center of the Star Doe Forest with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai were a pair of siblings, recently cultivated soul beasts reaching 1,000 years. They were very close to Xiao Wu, and, consequently, they were also friendly to Jiuhao, the human who could make delicious carrots. Moreover, after Pink's sacrifice, Jiuhao carried their mother's scent, which made them even closer to him. On the way, Jiuhao summarized his strength. Name, Jiuhao Cultivation, Level 32 Soul Master. First Spirit Ring, 2, 195 years. Spirit Ring Skill, Absorption, doubles cultivation speed. Second Spirit Ring, 1, 695 years. Spirit Ring Skill, Transformation, can change into the appearance of anyone, including clothing and spirit, but cannot change soul skills. Accompanies changes in muscle and nerves, temporarily increasing physical strength. Third Spirit Ring, 2, 200 years. Spirit Ring Skill, Teleportation, can appear freely within a 100-meter range. Self-created Soul Skills, Soul Skill Meditation Method, Level 8. Increases cultivation effect by 70. 5 Senses Enhancement Technique, Level 8. Greatly enhances vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Level 9. 81 hammers combined into one. The final hammer increases strength by 8,000 gene. Soul Skill Manipulation, Level 8. Soul Power transformed into threads, possessing hardness comparable to steel, with precise manipulation of soul power. Spiral Pill, Level 7. A basketball-sized soul power spiral pill, rapidly rotating internally after forming, with attack power increasing with level. Currently equivalent to that of a strong attack type soul master of the same level. External Attached Spirit Bone, Tongue, can shoot out at the speed of light to bind prey. Extremely tough, general attacks cannot break free, with a maximum attack distance of 10 meters. Head Spirit Bone, greatly enhances the host's mental power, accompanied by the soul skill Mental Shock. This is Jiuhao's current strength. Considering his current power, although he is a food-type soul master, after acquiring the third Spirit Ring skill, it is hard to say whether he can fight above his level, but compared to combat-type soul masters of the same level, he is definitely not weaker at all. Finally, there is the Spirit Fusion technique with Xiao Wu. He remembered that when he first met Xiao Wu, his spirit had a slight response, but because his level was too low, he later ignored it. Now, after acquiring the third Spirit Ring, his carrot spirit underwent some evolution, finally meeting the requirements for the Spirit Fusion technique. The fully fused Cold Moon Goddess has a power equivalent to that of a Soul King above level 50, making it a very powerful trump card. Currently, his level is only 32, and Xiao Wu is only 24. He believes that once their powers increase in the future, this Spirit Fusion technique will become even more formidable. Over here, the group arrived at the center of the Star Doe Forest. Deming, Heir Ming. Xiao Wu happily attended to them. Sister Xiao Wu, are you leaving? Deming's power goes without saying. He sensed Jiuhao's soul power changes early on. Yes, we are leaving. Before we go, there's something I need your help with, Xiao Wu said. What is it, Sister Xiao Wu? Deming and Heir Ming simultaneously turned their attention to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's matters are their matters, no matter what they are asked to do. Deming and Heir Ming would not hesitate at all. Well, it's these two little guys. Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, then said, their mother has already left, and these two little ones have no one to take care of them. I want you to help me take care of them. No problem. Leave these two little rabbits to me and Heir Ming. We will take good care of them. Deming nodded his head. Then I'll trouble you. Xiao Wu brought the two rabbits to Heir Ming's side and patted Heir Ming's arm. Roar. Heir Ming patted his chest twice, indicating he would definitely protect them well. Next, Jiuhao began to produce carrots with all his might, not only for the two rabbits, but also for Deming and Heir Ming. This went on for 2 days. As soon as his soul power was exhausted, He fully recovered and continued. This workload exhausted Hu Jio quite a bit. Of course, the results were also rich. In 2 days, he produced over 5,000 accelerated cultivation carrots, which could at least allow them to cultivate for over 2 months. On the 3rd day, the two left the core area of the Stardow Forest under Heir Ming's escort. After bidding farewell to Heir Ming, they rushed towards Nodding City. Calculating the time, there were only a few days left before school started. By the time they returned to Nodding City, it would likely be just in time for the start of school. After leaving the Stardow Forest, Hu Jio began to maintain his soul power manipulation skills at all times, keeping the fluctuations of his 2 spirit rings to a very small degree, and the colors changed as well. They transformed into the best spirit ring structure of 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3 purple spirit rings were just too astonishing. To avoid trouble, he even hid his own soul power fluctuations to about level 20. Afterwards, to keep it even more secretive, he used the transformation skill for double insurance. With his current hidden methods, those below the level of the soul law could not detect his true cultivation. 7 days later, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stood in front of Nodding Academy, their faces tired. In order to quickly return to the academy, the two rushed without delay and did not waste any time on the way. I'm sure that when we go back and see Tang San, he'll complain about me again. Thinking of Tang San's aggrieved expression, Hu Jio found it amusing. You only know about your Tang San. The Stardow Forest is such a dangerous place. How can he go there casually? Not letting him go is to protect him. Xiao Wu raised her nose, dissatisfied. All right, you're right. Hu Jio rubbed his forehead in frustration. This little rabbit, even jealous of Tang San, is something else. Upon returning to the academy, Hu Jio felt a wave of relief. Here, he was finally not surrounded by powerful auras everywhere. When his strength was not strong, being in the Stardow Forest was torture. He never wanted to feel that oppressive sensation again. Xiao Jio, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for the registration. Just as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were enjoying the scenery in front of the academy gate, a surprised voice from Tang San came from beside them. As for Hu Jio's inexplicable departure for nearly a month, Tang San was the only one who guessed what they were doing. As a close friend, Hu Jio never planned to hide his strength from them. Therefore, after guessing that Hu Jio might be going to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring, Tang San was actually quite worried. Now that he saw Hu Jio return safely, he felt relieved, but also a bit annoyed. What is up with this? I, Tang San, am at least a level 25 control system soul master. And even when I sent a little assistance as a support soul master, I was actually looked down upon and not even invited to play along. What happened to the promise of being good brothers? Chapter 52. Graduating early, haha. Come on, let's go in first. And I'll tell you that this time I found a very powerful soul ring skill that will definitely surprise you. Hu Jio stepped forward, laughing as he put his arm around Tang San's shoulder and pushed him into the academy. Then I will wait and see, Tang San replied lightly, unable to deny that he was quite bothered by Hu Jio not taking him along. To this, Hu Jio could only pretend not to notice. After all, this time it was Xiao Wu who insisted on going out with him alone, a world for 2 that should not be missed. Find a time to show you my soul skill, and you'll know, Hu Jio said confidently. After completing the enrollment procedures at the academy, they officially became 3rd-year students. That night, lying alone on the bed in the dormitory, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, almost making him jump up in excitement. He thought, since his idol panel can be used for idol skills, what about the mental shock that comes with the soul bone? If the soul bone skills can also be improved through the idol panel, does that mean the age of the soul bone can also be increased? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to get up and start experimenting. With a thought, the idol panel appeared before his eyes. At the top, there were 3 golden idol slots filled with Hu Jio's 3 soul rings, enhancing their age. Below were 7 ordinary idol slots, 5 of which were already filled, leaving 2 empty. With a thought, the method of using the mental shock skill from the soul bone circulated in his mind. The next moment, the 6th idol slot began to fill, with the words mental shock appearing in the slot. The progress, which had just started at level 1, slowly began to rise, and in no time, it increased a notch. Sure enough, the skills attached to the soul bone can also be idled. He just didn't know if the age of the soul bone would increase along with it. Regarding the brain soul bone he obtained, Hu Jio couldn't say he was entirely satisfied, but he wouldn't disdain it either. After all, this was left behind by Pink after sacrificing her life. The commemorative significance far outweighed its practicality. Moreover, the soul bone could only be considered an additional gain from the third soul ring. Having another skill made him quite satisfied. Haha, Xiao San, you better be careful. I might make you lose your teeth on the ground. That day, while Tang San was not at the blacksmith shop, Jiuhao and Tang San had a friendly match. The audience, of course, was Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiuhao, don't hold back later. You must turn that arrogant guy Tang San into a pig's head. Xiao Wu waved her small fists, bouncing around to cheer for Jiuhao. It seems you really got a powerful soul skill this time. A hint of caution flashed in Tang San's eyes. He knew Jiuhao's personality too well. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't boast like that. However, Tang San had never been inferior to anyone in his life. No matter how strong Jiuhao was, winning or losing still had to be decided through battle. Jiuhao was now a soul master, while Tang San was only a great soul master. Facing Jiuhao, who was at a higher realm, Tang San took the initiative to attack. His first move was his signature soul skill, Bind. Wow. Xiao San, you actually attacked me first as a food system soul master. You're not following the rules of martial arts. Jiuhao jumped aside while drawing out his spiked hammer, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. There was no way. Against his spiked meteor hammer, Tang San wouldn't dare to fight him. Oomph. Xiao Jiuhao, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think you can dodge my bind like this? Blue silvergrass forest, rise. To interrupt Jiuhao's chaotic wind, Tang San didn't hesitate to expend a large amount of soul power, filling the entire arena with blue silvergrass vines. Watching the blue silvergrass vines rapidly sprout from the ground, Jiuhao chuckled lightly and activated his teleportation skill, instantly appearing 100 meters away. This left Tang San dumbfounded. In the distance, seeing Tang San's dazed expression, Jiuhao leisurely began to draw circles, once again unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. It's actually teleportation. Tang San was shocked. He had expended a lot of soul power to restrict Jiuhao's chaotic wind technique. But the result was that Jiuhao actually teleported. Once the teleportation skill appeared, Tang San knew he had already lost this match. However, losing without a fight was not his style. Unyielding, Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Mist and charged towards Jiuhao like a phantom. But Jiuhao was not so easy to catch, with soul power manipulation enhancing his legs, changing his calf muscles with dual enhancements. His speed was even faster than Tang San's lightness skill. Xiao Jiuhao, if you have the guts, don't run. Tang San was furious behind him. Huh? If you don't want me to run, then wait for me to charge up for 2 more rounds, and we'll settle it with 1 move. Jiuhao laughed as he teleported again. Damn it, Xiao Jiuhao, I'm not fighting anymore. You can play by yourself. Tang San reluctantly let go of the 24 moonlight bridges at his waist. His hidden weapons were never meant for dealing with friends, especially since this person was his brother. Even if he admitted defeat, he wouldn't use hidden weapons. Xiao San, you finally can't beat me in a direct battle. Nonsense. Is that even a direct battle? Is there such a battle style with teleportation from so far away? Tang San retorted unhappily. Of course there is. What is the big deal? Wait until my teleportation upgrades. I can charge up the chaotic wind from 1,000 miles away and then teleport next to the enemy for a fatal strike. This is the real advanced killing technique. Jiuhao fell into a blissful fantasy. Winning against Tang San in a fair competition also meant that Jiuhao's strength had risen to a new level. The following days at the academy became quite ordinary. During this time, Jiuhao heard some news that made him scoff. According to Tang San, it seemed that the master had tried his accelerated cultivation carrot and experienced a slight increase in soul power. Unfortunately, he had neither money nor the face to ask Jiuhao again. After all, he had firmly rejected Jiuhao's suggestion back then, stating that he would never exchange his self-created soul power for Jiuhao's carrot. So when Jiuhao learned that the master had shown regret in front of Tang San, he couldn't help but sneer. Jiuhao, would never give the master a carrot, even if he didn't want a soul skill or money. For this reason, he even sternly warned Tang San not to let the master eat his carrots. Such a request, although difficult for Tang San, was Jiuhao's carrot, and even if he wanted to give it to the master, he wouldn't do so without permission. Fortunately, the master still had some face. He only mentioned it a few times in front of Tang San. Seeing that Tang San had no special reaction, he never brought it up again. Time flowed like water, and years passed like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. During this year, Tang San's soul power reached level 30, and Xiao was also at level 30. Meanwhile, Jiuhao had already reached level 40, becoming a soul master without a soul ring. Chapter 53. Heading to Shrek Academy, it's not that Tang San only improved 5 levels in 2 years. If that were the case, his speed of upgrading would be too slow. Moreover, with Hu Jiu's carrot bonus cultivation, how could such a low level be worthy of Hu Jiu's prestige? In fact, he had already reached level 36 months ago, but Tang San was ambitious and refused to accept anything less than an ultimate soul ring. Especially after losing to Hu Jiu, he was even more determined to hunt for a powerful soul ring to surpass him in combat power. Therefore, under the master's suggestion, he chose to temporarily forego the soul ring and continued to cultivate as before. According to the master's theory, even without a soul ring, he could still cultivate, as the results would show once he obtained a soul ring in the future. Hu Jiu had advised against this, as after breaking through to a higher realm and obtaining a soul ring enhancement, the cultivation speed would be incomparable to before the breakthrough. Unfortunately, Tang San listened to his teacher and chose this foolish way of cultivation. Of course, there was also the most important point. Tang San was proud and would always choose a soul ring that was close to his own limits. This way, it was impossible for Tang San to obtain the ideal soul ring at the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, Nodding Academy was just a Junior Soul Master Academy with weak faculty, and it was impossible to hunt for the soul ring Tang San wanted. This delay dragged on until the 4th grade graduation. You have to graduate early, Hu Jiu asked Tang San. He was also considering whether graduating a year early would affect Tang San's future acquisition of fairy herbs. It should be known that Hu Jiu was still at this junior academy largely to keep up with Tang San and smoothly obtain the fairy herbs. Otherwise, he would have long since taken Xiao Wu and left for greener pastures. Why would he stay in this shabby academy? It seemed that Tang San had initially attracted the interest of Duge Bo when he encountered Duge Yin in the Great Soul Arena, and that was how he got to see the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye and obtain the fairy herbs. In this case, it seemed that entering Shrek early didn't matter much. As long as he grasped the key points, it would be fine. Moreover, Shrek was closer to the Stardew Forest, making it more convenient for him to deliver carrots to Deming and Erming. Well, the teacher wants me to attend Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Xiao Wu, I might have to part ways with you, Tang San said with reluctance on his face. Unknowingly, he'd spent a full 4 years with Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu, and during this long time, they had developed a deep bond. Parting? Xiao San, why would you think that? It's just in a better academy. For early graduation, we could go together, Hu Jiu said with a smile, his mouth curving upwards. Yes, I'm already tired of this academy. Is Shrek Academy fun? If it's fun, I'll go with Xiao Jiu to accompany you. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, also became interested. Such fun things couldn't happen without her participation. That would be great, but Shrek is in the Barak Kingdom, which is far from home, and it seems like Shrek Academy doesn't have a level classification. We aren't sure if they have the strength to teach us. Hearing that Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu were willing to go to Shrek with him, Tang San was very touched, but after being moved, he became worried. After all, without confirming the true situation of Shrek, he couldn't risk his brothers. Ha, you don't know this, right? Xiao San, I've heard of Shrek. They say they only accept monsters. If you're not a genius, they won't accept you. Considering our levels, there shouldn't be any academy that won't accept us. Is Shrek really that amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu in confusion, wondering why she hadn't heard of it despite being around him every day. Ha! Did you forget? I have a secret weapon. Hu Jiu pointed to his ears and explained with a smile. But in reality, only a genius would have heard of Shrek. If it weren't for reading the original work, such an obscure academy wouldn't be known in a small place like Nodding City. Oh, I almost forgot that you have the 5 senses enhancement technique. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu enviously. With such powerful ears, how many secrets could he hear? She loved other people's little secrets the most. So there's such a thing. No wonder the teacher wanted me to go to Shrek. Tang San nodded, suddenly understanding the master's intentions. The current Tang San wouldn't unconditionally trust the master like in the original work. Although he still listened to the master, he also had his own thoughts and doubts. These, of course, were not unrelated to Hu Jiu's influence. But can Uncle and Anne agree to let you go to school so far away? Thinking of Urue and AI Ma's reactions, Hu Jiu felt a bit of a headache. An idea struck him, and he looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this matter relies on you. You know, Mom listens to you the most. If you say it, she will definitely agree. I won't do it. I don't want to hear Aunt AI Ma's nagging. Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly, her her scorpion braid swaying rhythmically behind her. Really not going? Hu Jiuhao asked with a smile. Not going, no matter what you say, I'm not going. Xiao Wu looked determined, making it clear that she wouldn't go no matter what. Sigh. Xiao San, I heard that Shrek is in Soto City, which is one of the two most famous cities in the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary. I've heard there is a great soul arena there. It's very lively. Too bad I can't go with you, Hu Jiuhao said with regret, winking at Tang San. Yeah, what a pity. It looks like I'll have to wait until I've had enough fun before I can come back and tell you. Tang San cooperated with a look of regret. You guys are so annoying. I guess you win. I'll just go tell Nai Ma, seeing the two of them acting together to tease her. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, but she had to admit she was indeed attracted by Hu Jiuhao's description. Such fun things. How could her sister, Xiao Wu, not participate? 3 days later, Hu Jiuhao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San bid a reluctant farewell to Old Jack, Ai Ma, and Hu Rui, embarking on their journey to Shrek. That year, Hu Jiuhao and the others were already 11 years old. Hu Jiuhao's handsome face had matured, turning into a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. As for Xiao Wu, with her height of 1.70 meters, slim waist, and charmingly cute face, she attracted the attention of everyone around her. As for Tang San, well, he had grown awkwardly. Perhaps it was true that appearance reflected one's heart. As the heir of the Tang sect, he naturally hoped to be ordinary and less eye-catching. Therefore, following Hu Jiuhao and Xiao Wu, Tang San looked like a servant boy. If it weren't for the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist that were clearly not ordinary, probably no one would notice him. Chapter 54. Dai Mubai. Half a month later, the three of them appeared on the streets of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Finally here, I didn't expect Soto City to be this far. I don't care. Xiao Jiuhao, Xiao San, you two must accompany me to play in the city for a couple of days, especially that Great Soul Arena. You have to go with me to see it. Xiao Wu stood on tiptoe, constantly looking around. Everything in Soto City was new to her. Haha, Xiao Wu. Letting Xiao San accompany you shopping is basically asking for his life. When have you seen him play? Hu Jiuhao shook his head with a laugh. Tang San was definitely a homebody, always either cultivating or fiddling with his hidden weapons, with no time to go out shopping. If I don't work hard at cultivation, I would have long been unable to keep up with you guys. You cultivate too quickly. I have to put in the effort. Tang San looked at the two with a bitter smile. He could understand why Hu Jiuhao was able to improve quickly due to the first soul ring helping with cultivation. But how could Xiao Wu also improve so fast? He had never seen her practice before. This made Tang San feel a bit unbalanced. Could it be that the gap in talent between people was really this big? If you don't want to accompany me, fine. I'm not that interested anyway. Xiao Jiuhao, let's go shopping ourselves later. We won't take Tang San with us. Xiao Wu draped her arm over Hu Jiuhao's shoulder and made a face at Tang San. All right, stop messing around. Let's first find a hotel to stay in. We don't even know where Shrek is and need to inquire in advance. Hu Jiuhao casually handed a carrot to Xiao Wu, smiling to comfort her. That's more like it. If we're going shopping, why take Tang San along? We should go just the two of us. It's a plan. By the way, I remember in the original story, Tang San picked up something at Dean Flanders' place. What was it called? It seemed to be something golden. Let's check it out later. We can help Tang San buy it since he's broke now, and doesn't he have money even if he wants to buy it? Finding a place to stay wasn't difficult. Before long, they found a very conspicuous hotel. The hotel's exterior walls were all rose-colored, making it look like a giant rose from afar. Hard to miss. Rose Hotel. Seeing the hotel's name, Hu Jiuhao smiled and followed Xiao Wu in, letting her excitedly walk inside. As they entered the Rose Hotel, a waft of rose fragrance greeted them, making the entire hotel feel a bit ambiguous. Tang San walked up to the counter. Please book us 3 rooms. The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up. He first glanced at Tang San, then looked at Xiao Wu and Hu Jiuhao, who were whispering to each other, revealing a strange look in his eyes. Are you sure you want 3 rooms? Why? Do you only have 1 room? Or 2? Hu Jiuhao squinted at the attendant. Are you trying to stir trouble? The attendant's eyes brightened, revealing a knowing look. And he said ambiguously, yes, there is only 1 room left, a very large one. Get lost. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. We want 3 rooms. Hu Jiuhao glared at the attendant, not noticing the extra light bulb in the room. How could he be so clueless? Yes. I miscalculated. Just now. 2 people checked out, so now there are 3 rooms available. Scared by the aura emanating from Hu Jiuhao, the attendant immediately broke into a cold sweat and no longer dared to act recklessly. I say, one of these 3 rooms is probably mine. At that moment, a proud and cold voice came from behind them. Turning around, they saw a young man with a noble aura and strange eyes standing behind them. Without needing to guess, Jiuhao immediately knew who it was. There were probably not many people who looked like this besides the evil White Tiger, Dai Mubai. He had just been wondering if he would encounter Dai Mubai here, and unexpectedly, he really showed up. In the original story, he always felt that Dai Mubai's entrance was quite impressive, and sure enough, he was still impressive now, wrapping his arms around a pair of twin sisters, looking completely like a debauched playboy. But Dai Mubai being impressive in front of him wasn't so delightful. He walked to the counter and looked at the attendant, saying, "Are you new? Don't you know there should always be one room reserved for me? Go, call your manager for me." Yes. I'll go call him right away." The attendant actually recognized Dai Mubai. According to the timeline, Dai Mubai shouldn't be coming here in the last couple of days, but unexpectedly, he showed up today. This was something that a mere attendant couldn't solve. He needed the manager to handle it. After all, he had tried to make some extra money by renting out Dai Mubai's reserved room to others, and this kind of thing wasn't the first time it happened. He was used to it. "Big brother, it seems we arrived first." Tang San still hadn't figured out the situation and thought Dai Mubai was here to snatch their rooms. So he said, nonchalantly, "So what?" Dai Mubai coldly replied without turning his head. Who was he? The 3rd prince of the Star, Luo Empire. When had he ever been questioned like this? Not much. Just want to see how big your temper is. At this moment, Jiuhao glanced at Dai Mubai indifferently. What is so impressive about you? Just a fallen prince. What is there to be proud of? You think you're worthy to talk about temper with me? Dai Mubai turned his head and disdainfully looked at Jiuhao. You ugly freak with dog eyes. You're not even worthy to talk to us. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai. If you dare to say another word about Xiao Jiuhao, I'll break your legs. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to me like that. It seems you want to fight, Dai Mubai said as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu. When he saw her charming and cute appearance, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Just that glance caught Jiuhao's attention. "Xiao San, it's time to test you. Teach him a lesson for me." "Those eyes of his are too annoying," Jiuhao said indifferently. Although he knew Dai Mubai was just captivated by Xiao Wu, he felt that if he didn't teach him a lesson, how would he know that some people shouldn't be looked at recklessly? "Let me handle it. I've been wanting to take care of this guy for a long time." Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves, volunteering. When it came to fighting, how could she? Xiao Wu miss out? You don't need to argue. I think it's better if you both come at me together. A few little brats like you aren't worth my attention. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the 2 girls beside him giggled, one blowing a kiss at Dai Mubai, and they willingly let go of his arm, retreating to the side. "Come on," just as a few were preparing to fight. The earlier attendant hurried back with a middle-aged man covered in sweat. Let us talk. Please don't fight in my establishment." Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance and coldly said, "Manager Wang, you're getting better at business." Manager Wang wiped the cold sweat off his brow and smiled apologetically. "Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's all my subordinate's fault. This kid just started yesterday and doesn't know the rules. I'll teach him a good lesson later. Are you here, chat? Let's go outside and fight. Jiuhao will fight anyone I want, and no one can stop me." Jiuhao impatiently interrupted the conversation between the 2. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "No need to go outside. We can fight right here. Any damages will be on me." Not daring to cause trouble was for the mediocre. He didn't expect that he hadn't even made trouble yet, and others would come to provoke him first. Chapter 55. Defeating Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, let me take this fight. Looking at Dai Mubai, Tang San's expression turned serious. From him, Tang San sensed a powerful and domineering aura. Such an opponent, even he wasn't confident against. "Why should you go? He clearly looks down on me." Xiao Wu looked at Tang San dissatisfied, feeling discriminated against. "What are you arguing about? I said let you both go together." Dai Mubai's gaze turned colder. These 2 were still arguing over who would fight, clearly looking down on him, seeing that they hadn't even started fighting yet. And there was already going to be infighting on their side. Jiuhao's eyes turned, and he secretly signaled to Tang San. Tang San understood instantly, stepped aside, and swiftly moved in front of Dai Mubai. "Please give me your guidance." It's about time. Take my punch first." Dai Mubai snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Without any fancy moves, he threw a straight punch straight ahead. As he saw Dai Mubai's fist coming, Tang San's expression became serious. But he showed no signs of fear. The Xintian skill operated at full power, and, at the same time, his hands turned a jade-like color. A manifestation of the Xianyu hand. Boom! The fists collided, and both of them took 2 steps back, neither gaining an advantage. This guy's strength is really strong. He can actually compare to Tang San. Little Wu, who was dissatisfied with Tang San's actions, was shocked at this moment. She knew Tang San's punching power well. Due to his training in the chaotic wind, Tang San had already reached the soul master level in terms of physical strength, yet he didn't manage to defeat Dai Mubai. This person is not that simple. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is only a few years older than us, and he could be considered a genius. Hu Jiuhao explained with a smile from the side. No way. A guy who looks like that is a genius? Little Wu widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Hu Jiuhao nodded. Of course, just look at his mouth. He doesn't even have a beard. Doesn't that prove he is young? No wonder he is so arrogant. Turns out he is also a genius. Little Wu nodded, but her fighting spirit intensified. It seemed very interesting to beat up a genius. While Hu Jiuhao and Little Wu were chatting, the two in the arena clashed again. Tang San used the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, employing the controlling crane, catching dragon, and Xianyu hand, agilely circling around Dai Mubai, launching attacks from time to time, leaving Dai Mubai unable to defend against them. However, Dai Mubai was not lacking in skills. Although his speed was not as fast as Tang San's, he defended himself like a giant bear, solidly guarding himself. Unfortunately, defending for too long leads to mistakes. Under Tang San's continuous attacks, Dai Mubai accidentally stumbled due to the controlling crane catching dragon and was then caught off guard by Tang San's punch to his stomach. Dai Mubai reacted quickly. After getting hit, he immediately performed a backflip, retreating 5 meters and dodging Tang San's follow-up combo. Dai Mubai's expression turned slightly ugly, in a pure competition of techniques. He had actually lost to this boy who was a few years younger than him. What a huge embarrassment. Are you coming again? Tang San asked calmly. If we keep fighting, the battle will escalate. At that time, if things go wrong, this hotel might just be finished. Of course. Dai Mubai wiped his lips. In terms of fists and kicks, I concede the hotel rooms are yours, but since we are both soul masters, I won't feel satisfied unless we fight with all our strength once. At that moment, Dai Mubai's gaze changed, and his aura instantly became domineering and wild. White Tiger Possession. As his martial spirit appeared, a phantom of a white tiger emerged, and Dai Mubai's body began to expand, his muscles bulging, his hands growing larger, extending sharp claws that glinted with cold light. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, resembling a beast. 3 soul rings appeared beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Dai Mubai. Martial Spirit White Tiger, 34th level Battle Soul Master, please advise. Under the extraordinary oppressive aura, Dai Mubai announced his title. 1,000-year Soul Ring. Little Wu was astonished, not expecting this guy with the strange eyes to be so powerful. Xiao San, can you handle this? I'll help you. Little Wu cheerfully shouted, leaping up without waiting for Tang San's response. Beside her, Hu Jiuhao had a black line on his face, thinking that if she wanted to fight, she should just say it. Tang San could handle it himself. On this side, Tang San also had a black line on his face. This was a battle between men. What was a girl doing jumping in? However, he couldn't say anything, as he couldn't control Little Wu anyway. Take this waist bow. Little Wu jumped continuously, dodging a few times before reaching Dai Mubai's side, twisting her body so that her legs were already around his neck. You little girl, do you really think you can throw me off? First soul skill, White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai's first soul ring began to enlarge, turning into a sphere that surrounded him in an instant. But Little Wu's waist bow was not so easy to catch, no matter how the spherical barrier squeezed. Her legs firmly clamped around his neck. Hey! Little Wu supported herself with her hands, bending her waist into an incredible arc. With a strong push, Dai Mubai's body involuntarily lifted up and was tossed away. Crash! Dai Mubai's body slammed heavily onto the floor, creating a hole in the hotel's base. Ugh! After the dust settled, Dai Mubai, looking disheveled, got up from the ground. Wiping his lips, he found some blood appearing. Oomph. This time I was careless and didn't dodge. Next time, it won't be so easy for you to get close to me. Dai Mubai said with a dark face, stubbornly. Having been thrown down by a little girl, he felt he had lost all face. Oh really? Then let us try again. Little Wu smiled sweetly, her eyes suddenly filled with a pink glow. Second soul skill, charm. Like a surprise attack, the charm skill caught Dai Mubai off guard. And he was hit again. Little Wu seized the opportunity to jump beside him, her waist bow reappearing, and with a loud bang, another large hole was smashed into the hotel floor. Dai Mubai fell silent for a moment, wiped his face, and pretended to be nonchalant. Looking at you. You must be planning to enter Shrek Academy, right? I'm your senior. Today's incident was just a little joke. We'll see each other again later. After saying this, Dai Mubai turned around at lightning speed and dashed out of the hotel, leaving his two female companions behind. The posture was so embarrassing to look at. Only Jiuhao and the others were left stunned in place. They hadn't expected the proud and domineering Dai Mubai to flee like this. The domineering persona turned into a comical one. Jiuhao felt his thoughts were about to be overturned. Now you know how powerful my sister Little Wu is. Little Wu turned back triumphantly, her neck held high as if she had just upgraded from the big sister of Notting Academy to the big sister of Soto City. Chapter 56. Picking up a bargain, Little Wu. Your waist bow is impressive. Tang San looked at Little Wu in surprise, not expecting that the Dai Mubai who had put so much pressure on him had been knocked away twice by Little Wu. Just thinking about that scene made him hurt. You don't know yet, do you? My waist bow skill can instantly enhance my waist strength by 100% and increase my body's toughness by 50% when activated. Moreover, after reaching level 10, every level up gives 1% increase. I'm currently at level 30, which means I can increase my waist strength by 120%. Impressive, right? Little Wu explained proudly. Impressive. Tang San gave a thumbs up, determined to always be on guard against Little Wu in the future, not letting her get close. Just thinking about that face-down feeling sent shivers down his spine. All right, Manager Wong, you can come out now. The rooms are ours, so please arrange it. Jiuhao knocked on the table, calling out the two people hiding under the counter. Yes, we'll take care of it for you right away. Manager Wong nodded and bowed, then slapped the back of a waiter's head. Why aren't you quickly helping the distinguished guests with the check-in process? 3 rooms, of which the best one was naturally chosen by Little Wu, filled with the fragrance of roses, making her very satisfied. In the afternoon, Tang San focused on training, unwilling to go out, leaving only Jiuhao and Little Wu to leave the hotel and start wandering around Soto City. The two of them. Jiuhao has an idle panel, and his cultivation speed is not as fast as when he is idling. He usually only cultivates when he feels inspired. As for Xiao Wu, there's no need to mention her. In her own words, her breathing is cultivation. Perhaps this is the difference of being a spirit beast. Cultivation has become her instinct, which is why we haven't seen Xiao Wu cultivate normally. Soto City is even larger than Jiuhao imagined. As one of the most important cities in the Bala Kingdom, its level of prosperity is not something a small place like Notting City can compare to. There's food, entertainment, and a variety of dazzling goods. Along the way, Xiao Wu wanted to browse everything she saw. If it weren't for Jiuhao's deep soul power now, he might not have been able to withstand it. Moreover, Jiuhao has always been generous. Whenever he sees something Xiao Wu likes, he buys it without hesitation. It should be noted that in recent years, he has made quite a bit of money from Xiao Qinyu and others. And there aren't many places to spend money in Notting City, so he has saved up quite a bit. Soon enough, Jiuhao regretted not bringing Tang San along. It wasn't for his sake, but mainly for his 24 bridge Minjiwai. Unknowingly, Jiuhao had already picked up a large number of items, and by the end, even Xiao Wu was carrying quite a lot. It seems we've bought too much, Jiuhao. How about we call it a day and browse slowly later? Xiao Wu said shyly, looking at Jiuhao who was burdened with bags. Okay, but it seems the shop ahead sells Soul Master supplies. Let's go take a look. Staring at the sign in front of him that looked just like the one at the Spirit Hall, Jiuhao smiled slightly. It was time to find a bargain. Upon entering the shop, the dim scene made Jiuhao frown. True to the miserly character of Flender, he was even reluctant to turn on the lights. No wonder business was poor. The first thing he saw upon entering was Flender sitting in a recliner. He was in his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses, with a face like a shoehorn, a classic image of a shady businessman. Jiuhao, are these the soul guide devices used by soul masters? Why do they look so shabby? I remember Xiao San's 24 bridge Minjiwai wasn't like this. Xiao Wu looked around at the worn-out items, filled with disdain. It's fine. Let us just take a look and leave. Boss, do you have storage soul guide devices? Jiuhao looked at Flender, who was closing his eyes and resting. Storage soul guide devices. Of course I have them. Flender squinted his eyes and sat up. This was a big business. I have various types of storage soul guide devices. What level do you want to buy? 10 cubic ones. How much is this? Jiuhao thought for a moment before asking. Not expensive, not expensive. Since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount. It's only 100,000 gold soul coins. Flender raised a finger and smiled. 100,000 gold soul coins? Are you robbing me? Jiuhao's eyes widened. This old man must be trying to scam him. Of course, storage soul guide nowadays are rare. Each one is unique. If I don't sell them for a higher price, how can I make a profit? Flender pushed up his glasses, looking at Jiuhao with indifference. It was clear he had already seen that Jiuhao couldn't afford his soul guide devices. Then do you have a smaller one? Like a 1 cubic one? Jiuhao was helpless. He felt like he wasn't really a wealthy person, unable to even afford a soul guide device. It seemed he needed to raise the price of carrots in the future. Coincidentally, didn't he just encounter a big spender in the morning? He should find an opportunity to profit from him. A 1 cubic one is available. It's 20,000 gold soul coins. Non-negotiable, Flender said blandly. 20,000 it is. Give me one. Jiuhao touched his pocket, gritted his teeth, and bought it. Flender, you just wait. However you made money off me today, I'll make it back another day. All right, what style do you want? Ring, bracelet, necklace, belt. I have them all. Ring. Okay, wait a moment. I'll find one. After a while, Flender returned with a bronze ring, claiming it was a ring, but it was actually just a copper iron circle. Not good looking at all. Jiuhao didn't care about that. He took the ring, did a simple check, and put it on his hand. Just as he was about to hand over the pouch, Jiuhao suddenly stopped. Boss, for such a big deal, aren't you going to throw in something extra? He pointed to a murky-colored crystal that looked inconspicuous by the wall and said, how about this? I have a companion who really likes this kind of stuff. As soon as Jiuhao's words came out, he noticed Flender's eyes sharpen instantly, as if he wanted to see through Jiuhao's true intentions. Flender had spent his life picking up others' leftovers. It was impossible for someone to get a bargain from him. 100 gold soul coins, Flender said decisively. Hi, you boss. Not generous at all. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll take it. He swiped his hand over the bronze ring, and the crystal disappeared before him. After the money was exchanged for goods, and the transaction was settled, a slight smile finally appeared on Jiuhao's face. But that one small smile made Flender's heart skip a beat. Did you just pick up my leftovers? Guess, Jiuhao said with a mysterious smile, pulling Xiao Wu away and not giving him a chance to ask more. Only Flender was left standing there, his face fluctuating between different expressions. Chapter 57, Hidden Weapon, Dragon Whisker Needle. Jiuhao, why did you buy a broken crystal? Is it something good? After leaving the shop, Xiao Wu curiously asked, knowing that usually, Jiuhao wouldn't even look at such things. This time, his unusual behavior must have a reason. I don't know if it's a good thing, but I sense that there's something inside this crystal. I doubt it'll be a loss. Jiuhao said vaguely, not wanting to reveal that he had intercepted Tang San's stuff. Something inside? What could possibly be in this broken crystal? You didn't misinterpret it, did you? Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao with doubt. However, she didn't pursue it further since 100 gold soul coins weren't much for Jiuhao. Even if he misinterpreted it, the loss wouldn't be significant. The two returned to the hotel, and Jiuhao casually placed the crystal he bought on the table. In the evening, when Tang San and Xiao Wu came to his room to chat, the crystal instantly attracted Tang San's attention. Board crystal? Tang San hurriedly ran to the table, staring obsessively at the crystal. Seeing this scene, Jiuhao smiled lightly. It seemed he and T made a wrong purchase. Xiao San, do you say this crystal is called a board crystal? Jiuhao said there is something hidden inside. Xiao Wu stepped forward and stared at the crystal, trying to see through it. Hidden something? Tang San was taken aback, then suddenly realized, that makes sense. There's indeed something inside. Jiuhao, you found a treasure. The thing inside could be worth a fortune. Tang San looked at Jiuhao enviously, regretting that this board crystal wasn't his. Really? Then let us open it and take a look. Jiuhao smiled at Tang San. All right. Tang San was not polite and reached to his waist, pulling out a large casting hammer. With a slight bend of his knees, he activated his Xiantian gong to the fullest, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer method. Swinging in a half circle, and the hammerhead struck hard against the crystal. Boom! The ground trembled as if the entire hotel was shaking. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the entire crystal shattered. At the same moment that the crystal shattered, countless golden light points surged out, flooding the entire room with scattered golden light, creating a stunning scene. The golden light slowly fell, and those golden specks landed in the room, sparkling. Hey, Xiao San, why are you so reckless? Jiuhao complained to Tang San. Look at you. You've made my room a mess. He didn't even think about who made Tang San act just now. But Tang San didn't care about that. He was eagerly collecting the particles that had fallen to the floor. Xiao Wu, hurry up and collect these particles. I'll explain later, Tang San said. He knew he had been a bit reckless this time, but seeing such a good treasure for the first time, he couldn't help it. After all, hidden weapons had always been his favorite. Nothing held a higher place in his heart than hidden weapons. Fine. Jiuhao shrugged and extended his palm, channeling his soul power to use the soul power manipulation skill. In an instant, the golden particles in the area seemed to be connected by invisible threads, gathering involuntarily into Jiuhao's palm. On the other side, Xiao Wu also tried to use her soul power like Jiuhao, but her control was not as good as his, resulting in very few golden particles being collected. This made her dissatisfied, and she couldn't help but speed up her movements. However, sometimes speed does not equal efficiency. The more anxious she became, the less she could grasp, making her almost stomp her feet in frustration. Haha, Xiao Wu, your soul power control is lacking. Look at Xiao San. His soul power manipulation ability is almost catching up to mine. Jiuhao teased. Oof. What is the point of comparing with a cultivation fanatic like Xiao San? Xiao Wu pouted, huffing with a delicate voice. Xiao San, why are you bringing me into your conversation? Just then, there was a knock at the door. When the door was opened, it turned out to be a waiter checking on the situation. We're just playing around. Xiao Wu's words blocked the waiter's head from entering. Slap. Seeing the waiter's strange expression, Jiuhao unceremoniously slapped him on the forehead. Get lost. Think too much and you might lose your life. The waiter nodded with teary eyes, feeling quite wronged. You made such a big noise, and I can't even think about it? After the waiter left, Tang San had already collected all the golden particles from various corners of the room. Xiao San, don't be so nervous. Tell me, how precious is this thing? Jiuhao curiously looked at the particles in his hand, having heard that this thing was quite powerful. Well, let's put it this way. You see my hidden weapons, right? This is a kind of natural hidden weapon, and it's a very powerful one, Tang San explained excitedly. As he spoke, he picked up a golden speck, and under the operation of his soul power, it transformed into a nearly invisible golden needle. At the same time, with a speed that even Jiuhao couldn't clearly see, he flicked his finger, and the needle disappeared from his hand. Wow, what impressive technique. Jiuhao was a bit shocked. With his current eyesight, he couldn't even see Tang San's movements clearly. It seemed that Tang San had grown a lot during this time. Of course, this was under the condition that he was unprepared. If Tang San were to attack him, he would probably sense it long before. Level 10 enhanced senses is not to be taken lightly. Where did you shoot it? Xiao Wu looked around following Tang San's gaze, but found nothing. Huh. Tang San came to Jiuhao's bed and ruffled the blanket, showing them the area where the golden threads had tangled together. This is just a blanket. Think about what would happen if this were inside a person's body. Tang San was so proud. This was one of the top 10 hidden weapons of their Tang sect. That's too vicious. Xiao Wu felt a chill at Tang San's description, and her gaze towards him changed. This Xiao San, who looked unremarkable, had such a cruel mind. It seemed she needed to be more careful around him in the future. Tang San, feeling speechless under Xiao Wu's gaze, replied, the viciousness lies in the weapon, not in me. In my opinion, whether a weapon is vicious depends on the person using it. As the saying goes, used for good, it is righteous. Used for evil, it is wicked. That's the principle. Xiao San is right. I think, compared to this hidden weapon, your technique is the key. To shoot such tiny things so fast and so far, I believe no one else can find the correct way to use them except you. Jiuhao looked at Tang San with bright eyes. He wanted to use such a powerful hidden weapon too. It's just a hidden weapon technique. I'll teach you later. I believe with your talent, you'll learn it in no time. Tang San smiled lightly and said cheerfully, as long as it didn't involve the core inheritance of the Tang sect, he didn't mind teaching a technique. Chapter 58. Shameless Jiuhao. When Jiuhao heard this news from Tang San, he was overjoyed. Finally, he was going to get a skill from the stingy Tang San. So happy. In fact, in Tang San's heart, Jiuhao had always been a genius with extraordinary comprehension. Any skill in his hands could be understood at a very profound level in a very short time. In this regard, Tang San felt inferior. If it weren't for knowing Hu Jiu's great comprehension ability, he wouldn't have taught him the hidden weapon technique. After all, this niche skill is not very useful in normal times. Only when the hidden weapon technique is practiced to a certain level can it be used. For others, it would be more fulfilling to cultivate themselves and enhance their own strength rather than waste time on it. Just like now. Xiao San, I want to learn too. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that Tang San was going to teach Hu Jiu the hidden weapon technique, she immediately ran over to join in. Unexpectedly, Tang San shook his head and rejected her without hesitation. This hidden weapon technique needs to be practiced from a young age. The reason I'm teaching Xiao Jiu is that he has great comprehension, but Xiao Wu, you can't do it. You don't have Xiao Jiu's talent. And you haven't practiced since childhood. Practicing now will only delay you. You. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was almost shaking with anger. She pointed at Tang San. You despicable Xiao San, you're so stingy. I remember you for this. I didn't expect you to be so petty. You're driving me crazy. Just cursing wasn't enough to relieve her anger. As she spoke, Xiao Wu even stepped on Tang San's foot a few times before angrily leaving Hu Jiu's room, leaving behind a bewildered Tang San and Hu Jiu, who was almost snacking and watching the show. Why is Xiao Wu angry? Are girls really this unreasonable? At that moment, Tang San fell into deep confusion. At the same time, it made him start to keep his distance from women. So terrifying. Now, Hu Jiu successfully recorded the hidden weapon technique onto his. To repay Tang San for teaching him the skill, Hu Jiu divided the dragon whisker needle into 2 parts, one for each, which was roughly over 10,000 needles each. However, after finishing the skill, Hu Jiu realized that his room seemed to have been completely messed up by Tang San. On the floor, including the bed, almost everywhere was the residue left from broken crystals. It was impossible to stay there. Tang San scratched his head in distress and said apologetically, "Why don't you stay in my room for a night? We can squeeze together." "Huh? Who wants to sleep with you, a big man? Don't worry. Brother Jiu has his own ways." Hu Jiu looked at Tang San with disdain, then proudly held his head high and walked towards Xiao Wu's room. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San messed up my room. Now I have no place to stay. I'm so pitiful. In Xiao Wu's room, Hu Jiu licked his face, wearing a pitiful expression. "Oh, it's all Tang San's fault for being so hasty and not steady at all," Hu Jiu said, and Xiao Wu immediately thought of the crystal shards all over the floor in his room just now. "No, I have nowhere to live now. So pitiful." Hu Jiu was hinting madly at Xiao Wu. "Yes, so pitiful." Xiao Wu blinked her innocent big eyes, pretending to know nothing. However, she was secretly laughing in her heart. Xiao Jiu's pitiful look was really too funny. Sigh. Seeing that Xiao Wu still didn't understand his meaning, Hu Jiu had to say it directly. "Xiao Wu, can we discuss something?" "What?" Xiao Wu was trying hard to suppress her laughter. "Well, you see, your bed in this room is quite big. How about we draw a line like before, 1/2 each?" Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu expectantly. If Xiao Wu didn't agree today, how would he meet Tang San later? But we've grown up. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Xiao Wu touched her lips, feeling a bit tempted, but also shy. She was the big sister at Nodding Academy, and she had encountered all sorts of things before. She just didn't show it. "What's the big deal? We used to share a blanket. It's nothing." Hu Jiu waved his hand nonchalantly, but inside he felt a bit guilty for some reason. "All right, but you mustn't cross the line at night." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, but still blushed and agreed. "I won't cross the line. I'm experienced in this." Hu Jiu nodded happily, almost bouncing up in excitement. That night, Xiao Wu and Hu Jiu had different thoughts, and their minds were filled with mixed feelings. This led to both of them waking up the next day looking very tired. It felt as if they hadn't slept at all the night before, and they were both listless. This also made Tang San look at the two of them with a puzzled expression the next day, wondering if there were mice in their room. After a hearty breakfast, the three left the hotel and started heading towards Shrek. After wandering around for most of the day yesterday, Hu Jiu didn't just waste time. At least he had found out the address of Shrek Academy. Exiting Soto City, they headed south, and large tracts of farmland appeared by the roadside, but there wasn't a single building in sight, let alone Shrek Academy. "Xiao Jiu, did you ask the wrong way? This place doesn't look like it has an academy at all." Not only Xiao Wu, but even Tang San looked at him with a puzzled expression. "It can't be wrong. Shrek Academy does exist, but it might not be the kind of academy you imagine. Let's go. Once we get there, you'll understand." Hu Jiu's expression was a bit strange. Not only did he know from the original work that Shrek's environment wasn't great, but he also heard some rumors about Shrek yesterday, but none of them were good news. Then let us go. It's important to register early and settle down quickly. For Tang San, who was obsessed with cultivation, wasting time was the most shameful thing. He couldn't wait to reach the destination, so he could focus on cultivating the Xiantian skill. Okay, let us see who gets there first. As soon as Jiuhao finished speaking, his body darted out like the wind. Xiao Jiuhao, you're being unfair. Xiao Wu. Tang San instantly reacted and immediately chased after him. For a moment, it seemed that the surrounding farmland could feel their youthful energy, with clusters of rice swaying, cheering for them. In just a quarter of an hour, a small village silhouette appeared in Jiuhao's sight. He knew they had arrived at their destination. Hey Xiao Jiuhao, why did you stop? Behind him, Xiao Wu leaped past him like a gust of wind, running far ahead before turning back to ask. Looks like our destination has arrived. Tang San's voice appeared beside Jiuhao, and at this point his eyes had turned light purple. Shrek Academy, we're here. Chapter 59. Registration at the Academy. The village where Shrek is located is very small, even smaller than Holy Spirit Village by more than half. Jiuhao sensed it and estimated there were about 100 households. At the entrance of the village, there was a dilapidated sign hanging on a stone platform, which read Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned. It was at this moment they finally understood why Jiuhao had shown that strange expression when they mentioned Shrek Academy. Even Jiuhao was a bit speechless. He had prepared himself adequately, but he didn't expect the environment here to be even worse than he imagined. Why not let Tang San enroll alone and go back to Soto City with Xiao Wu? At this moment, Jiuhao even had this thought flash through his mind. No matter what, since this is Shrek Academy, let's go see what's going on. Tang San quickly regained his composure. In his heart, he still wanted to believe in the master. Since the master had brought him here, there must be a reason, and he believed the master wouldn't harm him in this regard. All right, let us take a look. There's a crowd gathered over there. Let us see what they're doing. After thinking for a while, Jiuhao decided to enter Shrek Academy. After all, the teachers inside Shrek Academy were still quite powerful. They might not be able to compare to top-level martial soul academies, but they were definitely much stronger than those intermediate soul master academies. Besides, his four-soul ring was still unresolved, and he still needed Shrek for that. After all, he felt embarrassed to ask the Ming and Heir Ming for help. Letting wise soul beast hunt soul beast was a bit unreasonable. The three of them arrived at the village entrance and saw a group of people lining up. At the front of the line was a simple table where a little old man in his 60s was sitting, writing something as if recording. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Not qualified. Next. As soon as they walked in, Jiuhao and the others heard this voice. It seems that Shrek is quite strict about recruiting students. Tang San said thoughtfully beside them. Just now, he clearly saw a student around his age, with a soul power close to 20, being turned away. What does it matter? With our current levels, any academy that doesn't accept us is blind. If Shrek is that kind of academy, then it's better not to enroll. Jiuhao looked up and said calmly. All three of them were 11 years old, with 2 at level 30 and 1 at level 40. They would be treated as treasures wherever they went. Attending Shrek would be an honor for them. Yes, if even our strength can't get us in, then this academy is definitely blind. Xiao Wu raised her neck proudly. If she and Tang San were considered ordinary geniuses, then Jiuhao was a genius against the heavens. He was already a level 40 soul master. There probably wasn't anyone in the entire continent who could cultivate as fast as he could. Soon, it was their turn in line, but they noticed that up until now, not a single person had qualified. Hurry up, 10 gold soul coins, registration fee. The little old man at the front urged. Here. Jiuhao handed over 30 gold soul coins, including Xiao Wu and Tang San's fees. Xiao Wu thought it was only natural, and Tang San didn't mind either. After all, he had no money. The money he earned either went to Jiuhao or was used to make hidden weapons, and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Hand me your hands. The little old man glanced at Jiuhao expressionlessly and said flatly. Here. Jiuhao narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see if this little old man would jump up from his seat later. You. The old man opened his eyes in shock, then closed them again as if unable to believe it, carefully sensing the situation. However, from the slight trembling of his hands, it was clear that his heart was not at peace. After a moment of hesitation, the old man suddenly stood up from the table, gripping his hand tightly. Come on, let's go meet the dean. Old man, don't panic. I still have 2 companions with me. Hu Jiao exerted force with his hands, standing still, as the old man's strength was simply not enough to pull him. Oh, you have companions? Then let us all come along. As long as their levels aren't too bad, I have some influence in the academy and can allow them to enroll too, the old man said, momentarily stunned. Then cheerfully continued. Thank you, but there's no need for that. I believe their levels will surprise you. Hu Jiao teased with a smile. Ha! I've seen all kinds of storms in my life. If it weren't for you being such a monster, no matter how talented you are, I wouldn't bat an eye. The old man said, twirling his mustache with a hint of pride. All right then, I'll wait and see. Hu Jiao gestured invitingly, eager for the show. Come over here. You two little ones, let the old man see how talented you are, the old man said, showing a defiant expression as he beckoned Xiao Wu and Tang San. After a while, the old man began to doubt life itself. 11 years old with a bone age of 30 and level 30. Another genius. 11 years old. Still with a bone age of 30, you guys are monsters. Ha! It seems our Shrek Academy is going to thrive. The old man excitedly grabbed their hands, as if afraid they would run away. Hee hee, old man, don't be too happy. The academy can choose students, and we can also choose the academy. If the academy doesn't meet my requirements, we might not study here. Hu Jiao hadn't forgotten that yesterday, Flinder had made over 20,000 gold soul coins from him, which was a large part of his fortune. He couldn't just let that scheming merchant Flinder get away without being taken advantage of. Hu Jiao's words made the old man smile vanish. After thinking for a while, he fiercely raised his head. Do you think our Shrek Academy is a place you can come and go as you please? I'll tell you, you can't leave. Saying this, the old man grabbed Hu Jiao's hand without caring about anything else, clinging to him. Hu Jiao, old man, are you trying to scam me? Under the guidance of this amusing old man, the three of them made their way to the dean's office. Dean, come out quickly. I brought you some genius students. Without waiting for the door to open, the old man shouted loudly from inside. Li Yusong, you're not a kid anymore. Why are you still so reckless? A familiar voice to Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu came from inside. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, looking up at Hu Jiao as if asking a question. Hu Jiao smiled and nodded, signaling Xiao Wu not to make a fuss. Seeing Hu Jiao smile, Xiao Wu instantly understood. It seemed that Xiao Jiao was up to something again. Chapter 60. Extorting Flinder Dean. Look, it's them. Their bone ages are only 11 years old. These two have soul power levels of 30. Li Yusong pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flinder's gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Tang San, and when he saw the 24-bridge moonlit night at Tang San's waist, his eyes lit up visibly. And this one, level 40 soul power, simply a monster among monsters. Li Yusong excitedly said to Flinder, pulling Hu Jiao along. Boss, didn't he expect to see you so soon again? I'm Hu Jiao, this is Tang San, and this is Xiao Wu. Hu Jiao smiled at Flinder, greeting him very politely. Level 40? A hint of shock flashed across Flinder's face as he turned to Hu Jiao. Let me see your martial soul. It wasn't that he doubted Li Yusong's judgment, but Hu Jiao's strength was simply astonishing, and he had to be cautious. All right, martial soul, come out. Hu Jiao readily extended his right hand, and a crystal-clear carrot martial soul slowly rotated in his palm. At the same time, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Truly level 40 soul power, and it's a food-type martial soul. How is this possible? Flinder dashed in front of Hu Jiao, almost dropping his glasses in excitement. All right, it seems we are about to have an unprecedented genius at Shrek. Flinder clapped Hu Jiao's shoulder vigorously, his expression ecstatic. Dean, don't be too happy too soon. I haven't said I want to join your Shrek Academy yet, Hu Jiao said with a smile, pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. If you can't satisfy us, not to mention me, even they want to join the academy. Yes, wherever Xiao Jiao goes. I go. Xiao Wu stepped forward, grinning. Beside them, Tang San remained silent, just taking a step to stand with the two, showing his stance. Although he didn't know what Hu Jiao was planning, he naturally had to support his brother at this moment. What did you say? Flinder looked at Hu Jiao in surprise. They were already at his academy. What did he mean by not enrolling? The academy can choose students, and people can naturally choose the academy. Isn't that obvious? Hu Jiao smiled. I won't say much. A level 40 food-type soul master only needs to obtain 1 soul ring to meet the academy's graduation requirements. If I wait a few more years, by the time I graduate, I might even become a soul emperor or even a soul sage. And them, 2 11-year-old soul ancestors. I'm sure Shrek has never accepted such geniuses before. So, what do you want us to do to enroll? At this moment, Flinder fell silent. The little guy in front of him was right. With their 3 monstrous talents, no matter which academy they went to, they would receive focused training. Even he felt that it seemed like it would be a shame for them to come to his academy. Haha, well asked, Dean. Jiuhao laughed heartily, raising a finger. First, we are not like ordinary geniuses. We have our own training plans. If there are any conflicts in training methods with the academy, we will unconditionally prioritize our own. Jiuhao's words nearly implied that the academy's teachers might not be able to teach them. Of course, this was also his cunning side. With his personality and the automatic training panel, how could he do any strenuous training? Naturally, apart from training, the knowledge related to soul masters was what he needed. He never underestimated the power of knowledge. Moreover, he was wary of the master. What if one day, the master came to Shrek to be a teacher and trained them mercilessly, just like in the original story? After all, his relationship with the master was not so pleasant. This is simple. Our teachers will only advise and guide students in their training. Whether the students are willing to do so or not is not our concern, Flinder nodded. Talented students were different from ordinary people. Some secret techniques in training could be understood. All right, since we have reached an agreement on the first point, the only thing left is the last point. Jiuhao smiled. For geniuses like us, no matter which academy we go to, they will focus on cultivating us. As for the environment of Shrek Academy, I've taken a look, and let me be frank, it doesn't seem very good. Ignoring Flinder's displeased expression, Jiuhao calmly said, our demands aren't high. I remember you have quite a few soul-guided devices, right? Let's each pick one, and then we will be Shrek students. Who knows, within a few years, we might have several titled Duos at Shrek. Jiuhao thought to himself. It's an understatement to call him a titled Duo. He's practically sending a god over. Good kid, so you have your eyes on my soul guidance device. Flinder shot Jiuhao a glare, annoyed that he was still thinking about it after not giving him a little extra yesterday. It hurts, it really hurts. Flinder stood there, his expression changing constantly, nearly making the onlooking Xiao Wu laugh out loud. Old Fei, I heard the academy has a few genius kids. Let me see how genius they really are. Just as Flinder was about to grit his teeth and agree to Jiuhao's request, a rough, loud voice came from outside, shaking the whole room. Old Xiao, you're just in time. Come over here. Upon hearing this voice, Flinder's face suddenly brightened. He instantly had a plan. Kid, if you want my soul guidance device, it's simple. Just hold on for a stick of incense in his hands. Flinder smiled, pointing at the figure that was just stepping in. The figure wasn't tall, but was extremely sturdy, moving like a wall. No need to say, the newcomer was the immovable king, Xiao Wu. Dean, if you don't want to give us the soul guidance device, just say so. Why go through such an excuse? If I'm not mistaken, this teacher should be a soul sage over level 70. Jiuhao looked at Flinder discontentedly. This stingy guy was tough to pry anything from. Huh, you kid really has good eyesight. You discover my hidden strength. Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao with bright eyes, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. Heavens, this teacher is actually a soul sage. How powerful must he be? Xiao Wu exclaimed, staring at Xiao Wu's muscular frame. You are geniuses, so of course, the assessment method is different. But don't worry, old Xiao won't use his martial soul true body. Don't you have confidence that you can hold on for a stick of incense in his hands? Flinder raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging them. You're trying to provoke me, huh? No problem, but if we manage to hold on, I want your 10-cubic storage soul guidance device. Thinking of the many trump cards he had, Jiuhao nodded in agreement. All right, as long as you complete the test, that 10-cubic soul guidance device is yours. Gritting his teeth, Flinder suddenly felt a bit uneasy. This kid seemed to have some unknown trump cards. Chapter 61. Battling Xiao Wu. Haha. Then old Xiao will play with you little guys. I'll give you a stick of incense to discuss tactics. Xiao Wu said, stroking his buzz cut, looking quite honest. Despite his seemingly honest appearance, Xiao Wu was a tough character. The title of immovable king was earned through battles. Old Xiao, be serious. If you let my soul guidance device out, just wait and see how I deal with you. Flinder warned Xiao Wu with his eyes. As an extremely stingy person, he certainly didn't want to give away his belongings. Don't worry, boss. Just a few kids. Do you think I can't handle them? Xiao Wu chuckled dismissively. Meanwhile, Jiuhao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had gathered together to discuss their tactics. The three had grown up together and were very clear about each other's abilities. It didn't take long to discuss tactics, and they quickly unified their main ideas. Teacher Xiao, we're ready. Let's start. Hu Jiu looked harmlessly at Xiao Wujin, smiling gently. Facing a level 76 Xiao Wujin, they needed a bit of cunning. All right, then let's begin. Xiao Wujin nodded indifferently, pulling out an incense stick from who knows where, lighting it, and inserting it nearby. Just then, 3 figures approached from distance. One of them was familiar to Hu Jiu and the others. It was Dai Mubai, whom they had just fought yesterday. As for the other 2, one was a skinny young man with a full beard, and the other was a chubby kid, round and white. No doubt, these 2 were Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Seeing the scene unfolding here, Dai Mubai became interested. They actually dared to battle teacher Xiao Wujin. These kids are guts. Dean, what are they doing? Dai Mubai asked Flender, who stood beside him. Just watch. These kids will be your classmates in the future. Flender squinted, focusing intently on the battle scene without turning his head. This is bad. They actually dare to fight teacher Xiao Wujin. They'll be in for a rough time. Oscar exclaimed dramatically, nearly jumping up. He had a psychological shadow over Xiao Wujin, having been beaten by him quite a few times. In the arena, Hu Jiu was no longer concerned about anything else. His attention was fully on Xiao Wujin. At the same time, his hands kept waving, conjuring the transformation skill carrot. And the teleportation skill carrot continuously appeared in his hands. As a proper food system soul master, the first thing he needed to ensure was logistics. So he's a food system soul master. Dai Mubai relaxed a bit from a distance. He had some pressure regarding Hu Jiu because yesterday, Xiao Wu alone had made him look quite embarrassed, and he had also fought Tang San, who was only a little weaker than him. But Hu Jiu was the one he couldn't see through. Among the 3, Hu Jiu clearly was the decision-maker, making Dai Mubai think Hu Jiu was stronger than Tang San and Xiao Wu. But now seeing Hu Jiu was just a food system soul master without combat ability, he felt relieved. No matter how strong he was, could he compare to his powerful attack type soul master? Little San, Xiao Wu, go all out, don't hold back. Hu Jiu said seriously. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. They were facing a powerful attack type soul sage over level 70. They had to be cautious. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately consumed Hu Jiu's transformed carrots. After the skill effect took place, Tang San and Xiao Wu's legs became elongated. They used the transformation ability on their calf muscles, making their speed faster. While the 3 were preparing, Xiao Wujin looked at them indifferently, with his arms crossed. He clearly didn't take them seriously. Go all out, attack. As soon as the words fell, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu darted out, both of them conjuring a constantly spinning soul power sphere in their hands. However, Hu Jiu's was larger, already the size of a barrel in the blink of an eye, while Xiao Wu's was smaller, only the size of a watermelon. This was their self-created skill, Soul Power Spiral Ball. Behind them, Tang San was also not idle. His first soul skill, Bind, caused blue-silver grass vines to shoot out like large snakes from under Xiao Wujin's feet, quickly extending and wrapping around Xiao Wujin's legs. Just then, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu's spiral balls had already formed, and they were only 3 meters away from Xiao Wujin. Release! Hu Jiu shouted, and together with Xiao Wu, they threw the spiral balls. Haha, this is nothing. With your little attacks, how could you possibly hurt me? Xiao Wujin laughed heartily, his muscles tensing, and he didn't even use a soul skill, just prepared to take the 2 spiral ball attacks head on. Hee. Teacher Xiao, you're being careless. Hu Jiu stepped back quickly. Boom! Boom! 2 shocking explosions rang out, and Xiao Wujin instantly became the center of the explosion. It's worth noting that Hu Jiu's Soul Power Spiral Ball was now at level 9. Its attack power comparable to that of an ordinary Soul King. Xiao Wu is not bad either. Her Spiral Maru is about at the 6th level standard, with attack power comparable to that of the strong attack system Soul Masters. Such a powerful attack skill must be a self-created soul skill. Otherwise, their soul skills wouldn't be identical. Outside the arena, Flander squinted his eyes and commented, self-created soul skill. Beside Flander, Dai Mubai and the others exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that a self-created soul skill would appear in someone their age, except for Ma Hongjun, who just arrived yesterday. Dai Mubai and Oscar should be older than them. Bastard, first soul skill, immutable king. From the epicenter of the explosion, Xiao Wuji's furious voice came. He didn't expect to lose face in front of a few kids. How could he teach them in the future? After the smoke cleared, a tall Xiao Wuji appeared before them, his height now exceeding 2.5 meters, covered in a layer of brown fur, with angry and fierce eyes. 7 soul rings slowly rotated beneath his feet, embodying the power of the golden bear. Little ones, quickly pray for yourselves. I'm getting serious. Xiao Wu shouted. Bracing himself, second soul skill, power of the golden bear palm. Xiao San, seeing Xiao Wuji's movement, Jiuhao didn't hesitate. He had already taken out a spiked meteor hammer from his storage ring, right after releasing the spiral maru, accumulating power for the chaotic cloak hammer technique. First soul skill. Bind, Tang San shouted, extending two thick blue-silver grass vines from his hands, wrapping around Jiuhao and Xiao Wu. Then, he shook his hands, and Jiuhao and Xiao Wu were lifted into the air by the vines. Following that, Tang San jumped as well, just dodging the rolling ground. It turned out that after Xiao Wuji unleashed the power of the golden bear palm, the entire ground was shaken, and a layer of earth was rolling towards the three of them. Fortunately, Tang San reacted in time. Otherwise, they would have been buried alive. Chapter 62. The appearance of the martial soul fusion skill. Can you escape? Xiao Wuji grinned menacingly, reaching out towards Jiuhao and the others in midair. Gravity amplification. This was Xiao Wuji's third soul skill. Once gravity amplification was released, the three who had just stabilized in midair suddenly felt a heavy weight, their bodies uncontrollably falling down. Teleportation. Jiuhao shouted, maintaining the state of the chaotic cloak, and teleported to 100 meters away in the next moment. Xiao Wu and Tang San, however, did the opposite. After consuming Jiuhao's teleportation carrot, their bodies flashed and appeared on either side of Xiao Wuji. Look at my waist bow, Xiao Wu shouted. Supporting herself on the ground, her two white thighs wrapping around Xiao Wuji's neck as if they had no bones. Little girl, you can't move me. Xiao Wuji's energy sunk into his dantian, firmly gripping the ground beneath him, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's attack. Is that so? Tang San's calm voice came from his side, and Xiao Wuji felt a pulling force beneath him, unable to maintain his stance, and his body was involuntarily thrown into the air by Xiao Wu. Hey, I'll throw you into 8 pieces. After landing, Xiao Wu paused for a moment and then surged toward Xiao Wuji at high speed. Hey, I'll throw. Xiao Wu exerted her legs, starting an 8-segment throw combo. Little girl, your attack is fun, but it doesn't work on me. Watch my indestructible diamond. Xiao Wuji roared, his muscles tensing, and a faint golden light shone through his skin. Now, without Tang San's help, Xiao Wu could no longer throw him. Old Jiao has some skills. Could this be his self-created soul skill? 100 meters away, Jiuhao's eyes sparkled, already eyeing Xiao Wuji's technique. Soul power, spiral maru. At the moment when Xiao Wuji stabilized himself, Tang San, like a ghost, lunged out, and the basketball-sized spiral maru directly hit Xiao Wuji's face. Boom! Xiao Wuji staggered back. His face blackened. Hey, I'm here too. Xiao Wu cheered, exerting her legs again, and with a waist bow, she threw Xiao Wuji away once more. Boom! Dust filled the ground, and Xiao Wuji's figure flickered within it. Now's the time. In the distance, Jiuhao's figure flashed, the meteor hammer in his hand shining brilliantly. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. With a loud shout, Jiuhao's meteor hammer smashed heavily into Xiao Wuji's waist. This scene made Dai Mubai and the others watching from outside the arena feel their eyelids twitch. The waist is a crucial protection area for men, if that long. Spiked meteor hammer truly hit, old Zhao's later life might be. You brat, dare you? Xiao Wuji reacted swiftly, covering his waist with both hands, his palm as large as a fan, withstanding the force equivalent to that of a Soul King. Boom! The ground shook and the earth cracked. A huge pit appeared before Jiuhao. You've angered me. After a moment, Xiao Wuji's furious voice came from the pit. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have lost a kidney. Not good, retreat quickly. In the distance, Dai Mubai acted swiftly, grabbing Ma Hongjun and continuously retreating. Oscar beside him had already retreated far away. Roar! An angry roar like that of a thunder god resounded, and Jiuhao and the others immediately felt an irresistible force. Their heads buzzing. 6th soul skill, power of the golden bear roar. In the face of the 6th soul skill at the soul sage level, Jiuhao and the others could hardly withstand it, being thrown heavily away and unable to get up for a long time. Your strength is indeed impressive, but it seems that not even an incense stick has burned out yet. It looks like I can save my soul guide. Flander appeared before Jiuhao and the others with an imposing presence, mocking them mercilessly. The talent of these 3 little ones is truly remarkable, especially this kid named Jiuhao. Such a talented student is usually proud and arrogant, and it's necessary to subtly suppress them a bit. Hu Jiu looked up at the incense that had burned for more than half its length, suddenly speechless. You, the dean, are still fighting for this little time? Rules are rules. I'm a fair and just person. I will keep my promise, but right now, you haven't met the requirements. Flanders spoke with righteousness. Xiao Jiu, I want a soul guide too. Xiao Wu looked at the nearly burnt-out incense, full of reluctance. She looked at Hu Jiu with a pitiful expression, full of a spoiled demeanor. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Hu Jiu knew exactly what she meant. After a moment of silence, Hu Jiu nodded at her, then looked up at Flander and said, Dean, I will remember your words today, and I hope you can remain this fair. Xiao Wu, martial soul, fusion skill. Goddess of the cold moon, Hu Jiu summoned his carrot martial soul and directly threw it toward Xiao Wu, who was lying on the ground. Over here, Xiao Wu had already entered the martial soul possession state with a joyful expression. As she saw Hu Jiu's martial soul flying over, she stood still, allowing his martial soul to merge into her body. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid naturally spread out, her figure growing tall and mature. Wearing a white dress with a few ribbons, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The transformation into the goddess of the cold moon was complete. Xiao Jiu, Xiao Wu's cold voice emerged, and she stretched out her hand, causing Hu Jiu's body to uncontrollably fly over and merge with her. The complete version of the martial soul fusion skill appeared. With Hu Jiu's addition, the body of the goddess of the cold moon continuously grew, suddenly reaching 5 meters tall. The tall figure did not diminish her charm. Rather, it made others feel a sense of inferiority. Martial soul fusion skill, Tang San exclaimed. Good job, Hu Jiu. How could you hide such a big thing from me? At that moment, Tang San felt quite wronged. They had grown up together. Hee, little San. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's little Jiu who asked me to keep it a secret. Xiao Wu, transformed into the goddess of the cold moon, smiled mischievously, which made Tang San feel even more distressed. No, Xiao Wu, that's not what I meant. Hu Jiu rolled his eyes at the thought, but it only made Xiao Wu laugh even more. So strong. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai felt a chill rushing to his head. Thankfully, he had run fast yesterday. Otherwise, his life might not have been guaranteed. At the same time, he reluctantly realized that his position as the leader of the academy seemed to be in jeopardy. Old brother Fu, don't blame me. Facing their martial soul fusion skill. If I can't use my martial soul's true form, I feel like I can't win. Xiao Wujia, who had just crawled out of a deep pit, felt small in front of the goddess of the cold moon. Less talk, just hit me hard. If you dare to slack off, just wait and see how I deal with you later. Flanders scolded impatiently. He hadn't expected that Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu had hidden such a powerful trump card. It seemed that the soul guide he had treasured for so long was about to slip away from him. Chapter 63, The 7 Monsters Conflict. It's just a few broken soul guides. Do you really need to be so serious? So stingy. Xiao Wujia muttered discontentedly. But the look in his eyes was extremely serious. This martial soul fusion skill was incredibly powerful, and from the aura emanating from her, it was clear that she had already reached the Soul Emperor level. He wouldn't lose. At least he was a powerful assault-type soul saint. But the incense stick's time was about to run out. They only needed to delay for a few more minutes. How are we supposed to fight? Isn't this making things difficult? Little ones, be careful. Xiao Wujia shouted loudly. Giant bear roar bomb. Xiao Wujia gathered his hands at his chest. And a golden light sphere quickly condensed, exceeding a meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu, soul power spiral ball. In the fusion, Hu Jiu's mind moved, and along with Xiao Wu's movements, a cold white light sphere appeared in the goddess of the cold moon's hand. The white light sphere was extremely condensed, and its diameter also expanded to 1 meter. Everyone stop. Are you trying to destroy my academy, you bastards? Just as the golden and white spheres were about to collide, Flinder shouted from the sidelines, disregarding his image. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujia instantly reacted, raising his hands and throwing the golden light sphere into the air. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Hu Jiu were quick to respond, and the white spiral ball followed the golden light sphere closely. Boom! The 2 large light spheres collided, and everyone felt the entire Shrek Academy shaking, especially Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others, who couldn't maintain their balance and swayed with the tremors of the ground. This commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone in the academy. In less than a minute, several old men appeared in the open space. Dean, what is going on? Who dares to wreak havoc in our Shrek Academy? An elderly man asked. Who is causing trouble? It's just two little brats and an old brat. They're driving me crazy. Flender replied irritably. What are you angry about? I see you're just worried about your few broken soul guides. Xiao Wu muttered under his breath. Since Xiao Wu had a naturally loud voice, even speaking softly was heard clearly by several people. Oh, what is going on? Could it be that our old brother Fu also has times when he gets taken down a peg? This piqued the interest of the group of old men, who all began to crowd around Xiao Wu, asking him to clarify the reason. They also realized that there was no real danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so idle. When they learned that the explosion just now was caused by Hu Jiuhao and Xiao Wu's martial souls, their eyes lit up as they looked at them. They're all geniuses. If we can take them as disciples, how enviable would that be? However, everyone was too focused on the martial soul fusion skill of Hu Jiuhao and Xiao Wu, and they overlooked Tang San standing aside. Tang San didn't mind. After all, he was a mature person, but for some reason, he felt a little sour in his heart. Dean, the incense stick time is over. You and T go back on your word, would you? Xiao Wu provoked. I keep my word. Once you enroll, I'll give you the soul guides. Flender pretended to be nonchalant, but he was hurting. His liver hurt. Fortunately, after paying such a hefty price, he finally managed to keep the talent. Dai Mubai. I'll leave them to you. Take them to find a dormitory and assemble tomorrow morning. Yes. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said respectfully. Then, Dai Mubai led them to a row of civilian houses. This is the Academy's spare dormitory. You can choose any room you want. Generally, it's 2 people per room. Looking at the simple civilian dormitory in front of them, even Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. What principles? We want single rooms. Hu Jiuhao waved his hand, interrupting what Dai Mubai was about to say. Everyone has their own secrets. How can we not have a bit of personal space? If it were mixed gender living, that would be different, but living with a man, not even little Sam would be acceptable. All right, suit yourselves. Dai Mubai shrugged, not caring about it. Cool, me. Let me introduce you. This bearded guy is called Oscar. He came last year and is considered your senior. What's senior? From now on, we're all classmates. Just call me Little AO. Oscar's voice was a bit androgynous, and, combined with his beard, it reminded Hu Jiuhao of those voice-altering big shots from his past life, making him shiver. And this little fatty is called Ma Hongjun. He just enrolled yesterday and is the dean's disciple. He should be around the same age as you. Dai Mubai then introduced Ma Hongjun to them. Hello, I'm Hu Jiuhao, Martial Soul Carrot, level 40 Food System Soul Master. Hu Jiuhao nodded and briefly introduced himself. You call it a food system? Hearing your introduction, Oscar almost jumped up. As a fellow Food System Soul Master, why can you be so impressive? No one said food systems can't have combat power. Hu Jiuhao replied calmly. I'm Xiao Wu, Dance Rabbit, Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit. Level 30 Assault System Soul Master. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Level 30 Control System Soul Master. After they introduced their strengths, Oscar and Ma Hongjun also started to introduce themselves. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, Level 25 Food System, Great Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Phoenix. Level 21 Assault System, Great Soul Master. Haha, fatty, is that really a phoenix? It's more like a grass chicken. Hearing Ma Hongjun's introduction, Dai Mubai sneered and mercilessly mocked him. You're talking nonsense. My martial soul is a phoenix, and yours is the grass chicken. Ma Hongjun, ering Dai Mubai esse ridicule. Got angry and flushed as he argued back. Fatty, have you not been taught a lesson in a long time? How dare you call yourself my old man in front of me? A cold glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. After all, he was a prince of the Xinghua Empire, and no one had ever dared to be rude in front of him. Fight if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Ma Hongjun puffed out his chest and looked defiantly at Dai Mubai. He had long had enough of Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor. How could he expose his background in front of the new companions, especially with a pretty girl around? Ma Hongjun also had his pride. All right, if you want to fight, go further away. We still need to clean the room. Hu Jiuhao looked at them calmly. It seemed the relationship among the Shrek 7 monsters wasn't as good as he had imagined. Just then, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were about to start fighting, and Oscar was casually watching the show. Saying they were good friends was an exaggeration. Of course, it might also be because they entered Shrek a year early, which meant Dai Mubai's authority hadn't been established yet. Brother Jiuhao, you have to judge this. You guys just arrived today, and this lecherous tiger doesn't give me any face at all. Is this how classmates behave? Ma Hongjun ran up to Hu Jiuhao to complain. The powerful aura Hu Jiuhao had just displayed was still fresh in his mind. Wasn't this the perfect time to cling to a strong ally? Chapter 64. Hunting for Soul Rings. Actually, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were not strangers. They had known each other for over a year. A year ago, Ma Hongjun was brought back to the academy by Dean Flinder, but due to regulations, he was not allowed to enroll and was only allowed to stay in the village of the academy. At that time, when Ma Hongjun first arrived, Dai Mubai didn't know much about him. He only knew that his martial soul was a phoenix and that he was a direct disciple of the dean. So he was quite friendly to him for a long time. However, after spending some time together, Dai Mubai eventually learned about the flaws of his martial soul and his true background. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt deceived. How could it be? He, Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, had been fooled by a mere chicken. Where would he put his face? It was at that time that, although he didn't say it out loud, Dai Mubai's attitude toward him changed. Sarcasm became second nature to him. After all, coming from royalty, he had his means. Because of this, Ma Hongjun avoided him for a long time. Fortunately, he hadn't enrolled yet, so their interactions were minimal. Now, however, he was already at rank 21, just meeting the enrollment requirements. If Hu Jiuhao and the others hadn't arrived early, he would have been completely at Dai Mubai's mercy, willing to be submissive. Forget it. We're all classmates. Why fight? Can't we be friendly? Tang San, feeling soft-hearted, couldn't help but intervene when he saw Ma Hongjun's pitiful expression, seeking help. All right, since Tang San has spoken, I'll give you this face today. But, Fatty, you better watch your mouth in the future, otherwise, humph. With Tang San pleading for him, Dai Mubai had no choice but to give him some face. Not to mention that Hu Jiuhao and Xiao Wu were standing behind him. Even Dai Mubai himself felt a bit wary. Hey, Dai Mubai, you should also pay attention. I have a name, not just Fatty. Ma Hongjun intended to assert himself, but was immediately intimidated by Dai Mubai's cold glare, and his momentum weakened instantly. Hee. Dai Mubai looked mockingly at Ma Hongjun's plump figure. Not saying anything else, just smiled and turned to leave. Sigh. Once Dai Mubai left, Ma Hongjun slumped like a deflated balloon, becoming dispirited. You little fatty, can you be a bit more manly? If it were me, I'd at least fight back, even if I got hurt. I'd make sure to splash him with blood. Xiao Wu looked disdainfully at Ma Hongjun. This guy was even inferior to Xiao Jiuhao, let alone Xiao San. What do you know? He is older than me, stronger than me. What can I do if I can't beat him? Ma Hongjun replied grumpily. Hey, why are you so unambitious? Xiao Wu was so angry she nearly stomped her foot. Forget it. Everyone has their own way of living. Let him be. Hu Jiuhao pulled Xiao Wu and glanced at Ma Hongjun indifferently. He was interested in someone who couldn't rise above their circumstances. Quickly clean up the room. This will be our living place from now on. Hu Jiuhao called for Tang San and Xiao Wu to start tidying up the dormitory. Meanwhile, seeing Hu Jiuhao and the others busy, Oscar had already slipped away at some point. To everyone's surprise, Ma Hongjun stayed behind, helping them clean the room. Xiao Jiuhao, do you want to help him? Seeing Ma Hongjun's diligent side, Xiao Wu felt like she had become the big sister again and wanted to lend a helping hand. No rush. I'll observe him a bit longer. After all, it was just the first time meeting Ma Hongjun. He couldn't make a hasty judgment based on his impression from the original work. He still needed to see if Ma Hongjun was worth helping. All right, but I think this little fatty is quite honest, much better than that lecherous tiger with bad eyes and that long-bearded sissy. Hu Jiuhao suddenly remembered that Ma Hongjun was indeed quite pitiful. Due to his mutated martial soul, he couldn't enter the wild at such a young age, living a life even more difficult than someone in their middle age. Poor little fatty. He has endured hardships that shouldn't be born at his age. Let us have a moment of silence for him. For a moment, Hu Jiuhao felt a surge of sympathy for Ma Hongjun, who was working hard. In the evening, Ma Hongjun led them to have a simple dinner at a farmer's house. This academy is so stingy, we even have to handle our own dinner. It's no wonder they call him a money grubber. Xiao Wu harshly criticized Flinder for this. The next morning, Hu Jiuhao was woken up by Tang San. After breakfast, he and Ma Hongjun went to the academy's playground to gather. By the time they arrived, Flinder and Xiao Wu were already waiting for them. At the same time, Dai Mubai and Oscar were also waiting. Notably, because they entered school a year early, Tang Hao happened to be away during this time. So Xiao Wu avoided a possible beating. The reason it was possible was that yesterday, Tang San had been just hanging around and hadn't been beaten into unconsciousness. So Tang Hao had no reason to give Xiao Wu a beating. If it were to establish authority, It should have been Flinder who got beaten instead. All right, since everyone is here, I'll arrange your study plan for the next period. Flinder was dressed neatly, looking like a scholarly person, but with his shoehorn face. He still looked like a money grubber. Jiuhao, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you three have just broken through to a new realm. To avoid delaying your training, Vice Dean Xiao Wu will take you to hunt for soul rings later. Daimu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you'll follow me for targeted training. After scanning the room, Flinder instructed. Yes, whether they were willing or not, they all honestly agreed. With the dean personally training them, Daimu Bai and the others looked quite grim. Report, Dean. Jiuhao raised his hand. Speak. Before we go hunt for soul rings, can you please give us our soul guide devices? It would be more convenient for us to travel with them. Jiuhao asked eagerly. He was already itching to use the 10-cubic storage soul guide. Flinder twitched his mouth and then said solemnly, That's not urgent for now. The sooner you get your soul rings, the better. We can't let some trivial matters delay you. Rest assured, you will definitely get your soul guides. Sounds nice, but I think you just don't want to give them to us. Xiao Wu muttered under her breath. Flinder pretended not to hear and waved his hand to Xiao Wu. Old Xiao, I'm leaving them to you. Remember to ensure their safety. Okay, boss. Xiao Wu grinned broadly and said loudly, Let us go, little ones. Old Xiao will definitely find you a satisfactory soul ring. With a wave of his large palm, Xiao Wu led them away like an iron wall, making a grand exit. Chapter 65. Plotting with Xiao Wu. Teacher Xiao, were you taking us to hunt for soul rings? Stardew Forest? Jiuhao activated his transformation skill, turning into a tall and slender man, running wildly along the road. Xiao Wu's legs became even more slender and long, and with a single leap, she sprang far ahead, her posture much more graceful than Jiuhao's. Finally, following Tang San, his figure flickered like a ghost, closely trailing behind the others. Of course, your soul rings need to be at least 1,000 years old, especially you. You need to find one that's at least 3,000 years old, otherwise, when we go back, the old man will kill me. Xiao Wu led the way, moving like a giant bear, crashing through the path. That's right. The Stardew Forest has many types of soul beasts. It will definitely allow us to obtain the most suitable soul rings. Jiuhao chuckled, then looked at Xiao Wu beside him. Upon seeing Jiuhao's gaze, Xiao Wu nodded seriously, indicating that there would be no problem. She knew what Jiuhao wanted to say. He was worried that Heir would sense her presence and come over to see her. After all, soul beasts and humans have always been mortal enemies, and if they were discovered to have a relationship with Heir, it would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. Therefore, the best way was to not let anyone find out. Jiuhao, what are you two doing? Tang San looked at the two with confusion. When did you evolve to this point, communicating just with your eyes? Oh, I was thinking about what kind of soul ring effect to look for later. Jiuhao and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles, then began to change the subject. Have you thought of anything? Xiao Wu asked, shaking his head. Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu, who was leading the way, and said expectantly, It's hard to say. I'll discuss it with Teacher Xiao later. Discuss what? Of course. To confirm whether old Xiao has any self-created soul skills. He remembered that during the battle yesterday, he noticed Xiao Wu used a skill called Indestructible Diamond. This skill was clearly defensive, just what he was lacking. He had been considering whether to find a defensive skill for his fourth soul ring. Now that he had a better option, he definitely needed to think it over. For instance, recovery skills. As a food-type support soul master, not being able to recover health would be incredibly unreliable. It's worth noting that other food-type soul masters usually start with recovery skills. Also, speed-enhancing skills would be great. And if he could fly, that would be even better. I may not be able to beat you, but I can run faster than you. This way, at least his survival ability would greatly increase. Xiao, not bad. Old Xiao knows the most about soul beasts. When we take a break, I'll help you out, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Xiao Wu, who was ahead, was overjoyed to hear who Jiuhao wanted to discuss with him. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged doubtful glances at the rugged and sturdy Xiao Wu, thinking with that appearance, isn't he the type of person whose brain is just muscle? Fortunately, Xiao Wu did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would have exploded in anger. After a day of frantic running, the four of them finally arrived at the outskirts of Stardew Forest. Let's go. It's already quite late, not suitable for entering the Stardew Forest. We'll rest at the small town ahead and set off again tomorrow morning. Xiao Wu arranged after checking the sky. Upon entering the small town, they found it to be livelier than they had imagined. The town was about 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. With shops lining the streets, offering all kinds of goods. Wow, I didn't know there was such a lively small town here. After we get our soul rings, let's have some fun here. Xiao Wu looked around, her eyes sparkling. Of course it's lively. This place is close to the Star Doe Forest, and many soul masters come here to hunt for soul rings. Over time, it has prospered. Xiao Wujia explained without looking back. This is the place. Xiao Wujia pointed to an ordinary hotel and turned to the group, saying, "We'll rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning. You guys will cover your own accommodation and meal expenses." No way, the academy can't even spare this little money? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Wujia in surprise. Xiao Wujia felt helpless about this, shrugging and explaining, "You've seen the environment of our academy. Because we only train elites, the academy can't make money at all. If it weren't for Dai Mubai's family sponsoring some funds, the academy might have closed down by now." So tragic. Hu Jiu was speechless. "Teacher Xiao, why don't we change to another place? I have money, and I'll treat you to drinks later and ask you about the soul ring issues." Drinks? That sounds good. But that's not what I want. I'm here to help you solve problems. Don't spread rumors when we get back to the academy. Xiao Wujia licked his lips, feeling the urge for alcohol. No problem, it's just a small amount. Hu Jiu waved his hand generously. He had been supplying carrots to Xiao Qinyu and others. Earning over 1,000 gold soul coins a month, he was quite wealthy now. Under Xiao Wujia's lead, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. After checking in and getting a private room, they were served fine food and drinks. Since Hu Jiu and the others were too young, they didn't drink, leaving Xiao Wujia to enjoy the drinks alone. However, with their company, Xiao Wujia was also happy drinking by himself. After several rounds of drinks, Hu Jiu curiously asked, "Teacher Xiao, during the battle yesterday, I noticed you used a skill called Indestructible Diamond. Is that your self-created skill?" "Haha, Xiao Jiu, your observation is sharp. That's right. It's my self-created soul skill. I created it based on the characteristics of my martial soul while being bored in the academy." Xiao Wujia grinned proudly when talking about his self-created soul skill. "And the effect?" Hu Jiu pressed on. "Haha, the effect is quite good. It can increase physical strength and power, making one stronger." Xiao Wujia demonstrated his self-created soul skill. A layer of golden light flickered, and his skin instantly turned bronze. He pounded his chest with his hand, producing a sound like metal striking. "How about that? Teacher Xiao is amazing. This skill is very practical." Hu Jiu clapped and praised, then casually asked, "Will you teach us this skill in future classes?" "Hey, you little rascal, you're not so naive. This is my secret technique, not for public teaching." Xiao Wujia shot a glance at Hu Jiu, becoming shrewd in an instant. "If you want to learn, sure, just call me master, and I'll teach you for free." Hee. Trading a self-created skill for a genius disciple. Where else can I find such a good deal? Xiao Wujia felt pleased at this thought. Hu Jiu's smile froze. It turned out old Xiao wasn't foolish. However, thinking about the idea of becoming his disciple, well, if there's really no other option, having a master wasn't bad. At least he wouldn't have to worry about soul rings in the future, and someone would help him out. Thinking this way, it wasn't impossible. Moreover, if the master came to the academy in the future, having Xiao Wujia as a backing would also be good. However, if he wanted to take in such a talented disciple as himself, just one self-created soul skill wouldn't be enough. Chapter 66. Arrogant Xiao Wujia. Teacher Xiao, you think too highly of yourself. At my age, reaching the soul ancestor realm is an incredibly rare talent. How can I just become your disciple based on one self-created soul skill? Hu Jiu's eyes turned, exaggeratingly shouting, "Wow, as a dignified soul sage, many have wanted to become my disciple. What more do you want?" Xiao Wujia puffed up his arms proudly. His reputation as the indestructible King Xiao Wujia was forged from countless battles. Even the Spirit Hall couldn't do anything about him. Suddenly, Hu Jiu was shaken by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Wuji, but he still whispered, "I just want to say that my talent is very good, and I learned self-created skills quickly. If Teacher Xiao only has one self-created soul skill, you might soon run out of things to teach." At that moment, Hu Jiu remembered that Xiao Wuji was not a friendly person. There was a phrase in the original work, "countless kills." Just from that phrase, one could tell what kind of person he was. Yet, Hu Jiu still wanted to show off in front of him, showing quite a bit of courage. Hee. Speaking of which, I have decided to take you as my disciple. Xiao Wuji laughed heartily, waving his hand to clear the table instantly. In the next moment, a row of books appeared on the table, and upon a quick glance, there were more than 10 books. What is this? Hu Jiu's eyes widened, and he stood up, disregarding his image, leaning closer to Xiao Wuji, excitedly looking at the names on the book covers. Indestructible Body, Shadow Dodge, Double Slash, Shockwave, Continuous Charge, Barbaric Fury. Each time Hu Jiu looked at a book, his breath became heavier, and when he finished looking, he shamelessly exclaimed, "Disciple Hu Jiu pays respects to the teacher." He clasped his hands in respect and bowed deeply to Xiao Wuji. "Haha, good disciple. I, Xiao Wuji, will definitely train you to become a top-ranked title de law, dominating the world." Xiao Wuji stretched out his hand to stop Hu Jiu from bowing and laughed boisterously. "Hee, congratulations, Xiao Jiu, and congratulations to teacher Xiao. One has found a good master, and the other has a good disciple. Let's celebrate today." Beside them, Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Xiao Jiu's teacher is truly a good teacher, unlike Xiao San's, whose strength is not even at level 30, a garbage fraud. "Xiao Jiu, congratulations." Tang San also smiled, knowing how persistent Hu Jiu was about self-created skills. If it weren't for the sect rules, those skills would have been taught to him long ago. "All right, today is worth celebrating. I'll go find a waiter and get some more drinks. We won't go home until we're drunk." Feeling happy, Hu Jiu didn't care if he could drink or not. He just wanted to indulge in a good drink. Xiao Wuji was great. He was protective, strong, and with his accelerated cultivation carrots, perhaps in a few years, he wouldn't just be at level 80 as in the original work, but at level 90 or even stronger. Having a future title de law as a teacher was not a disgrace to him. After a night of celebration, the next morning, Xiao Wuji took Hu Jiu and the others to the Stardow Forest. "Xiao Jiu, what are your first few soul skills? Tell me, and I'll give you some advice." Since he had become Hu Jiu's teacher, he naturally needed to have a detailed understanding of his disciple's strength. Taking advantage of their travel time, Xiao Wuji asked, "Teacher, my first soul ring skill is absorption, which can double the speed of cultivation." Hu Jiu respectfully began to answer. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Wuji's astonishment. "What did you say? Doubling the cultivation speed?" At that moment, Xiao Wuji was shocked. No wonder his disciple had reached level 40 at just 11 years old. He had such a miraculous skill. At the same time, he suddenly remembered that his disciple seemed to be a food-type soul master. "Then your carrot." Teacher guessed right. This skill can be applied to others. "Cool, me. Teacher, you haven't tried my carrot yet. You should taste it first." In Dolua continent, the relationship between teacher and disciple was deeper than one might imagine. A teacher's status was equivalent to that of a father. Therefore, Hu Jiu respected Xiao Wuji greatly. After taking the carrot, Hu Jiu handed over. Xiao Wuji couldn't wait to swallow in one bite. He wanted to test the effect of Hu Jiu's first soul ring skill. If it truly doubled the cultivation speed, that would be incredible. Without caring about the taste, Xiao Wuji directly sensed the cultivation effect. After a while, Xiao Wuji opened his eyes excitedly and said seriously, "Xiao Jiu, this skill's effect must not be known to others, or it could lead to endless troubles." Facing Xiao Wuji's serious warning, Hu Jiu nodded. "Rest assured, teacher, I know. So far, apart from Xiao Wu and Xiao San, only you know about it." "Oh, right. It seems that Xiao San's teacher knows as well." In the end, Hu Jiu added the master's name. Just be careful in the future, but you don't need to worry too much. After all, I'm a level 76 Battle Soul Saint. Even against the Soul de Law, I can still fight." Xiao Wuji nodded and smiled to comfort his disciple. "Good." A warm feeling flashed through Hu Jiu's heart, and he gained some recognition for Xiao Wuji, this newly acknowledged teacher. Next, he introduced the effects of the transformation and teleportation soul ring skills. As for the age of the soul rings, he deliberately omitted that detail. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Wuji, but explaining it would be too troublesome, so it was better not to mention it. I have a general idea of your cultivation system. Do you have any thoughts on the skill for your fourth soul ring?" Xiao Wuji seriously noted down Hu Jiu's skill effects and then asked, "Well, I have thought about it. Originally, I planned to find a defensive soul ring effect, but since teacher has the indestructible body self-created skill, I can consider other skills." Hu Jiu spoke directly without thinking. His first choice was a recovery type effect. As a food type soul master, recovery abilities were essential and were bound to be acquired sooner or later. The second choice was speed. With speed, one could attack or retreat, and having a flying effect will be even better. It seems you've thought it through already. Good. Your idea is sound. I believe you can choose a recovery type skill, since you're a food type soul master. Recovery skills are better acquired early than late. As for speed type skills, there is no need to rush for now. Teacher has self-created skills to make up for it, but it will be a bit hard and will require diligent cultivation. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, very satisfied with his clear-headed and talented disciple. Haha, please rest assured on this point, teacher. I am very diligent. Cultivating soul skills is just my forte. Jiuhao smiled confidently, checking the hanging panel. Tang San, have you ever worked hard? I didn't know. Chapter 67. The 8 spider lances are gone. Since he decided on a recovery-type soul skill, the rest was simple. We just need to look for soul beasts with recovery-type skills. Xiao Wu clapped his hands and set off at a steady pace towards the Stardow Forest. There are many soul beasts with recovery-type skills. Xiao Jiuhao can pay attention to the red blood pig, wood willow tree, sun tree, and moonsoft rabbit. After searching his mind, Tang San said to Jiuhao, I will pay attention. Jiuhao nodded. He trusted Tang San's knowledge of soul beasts. And he had also learned this kind of knowledge in the academy, knowing that what he said was very accurate. So, Xiao Wu and Xiao San, do you have any requirements for your martial souls? I can give you some advice. Seeing that the two were Jiuhao's partners, Xiao Wu asked casually. If it weren't for that relationship, he wouldn't be so attentive. He would mostly let them choose for themselves and find whatever they found. Xiao Wu's words stunned Xiao Wu. She had no thoughts at all. Did she need to choose a soul ring? She just needed to find an opportunity to sneak out and improve herself. Teacher Xiao, my direction for the 3rd soul ring has already been determined. I want to enhance the toughness of my martial soul. If it can limit movement or has a toxin effect, that would be even better. Tang San had already discussed his next soul ring with the master. So he answered confidently, then mine should enhance speed. I'm going for a route. As several people focused their attention on him, Xiao Wu hurriedly said, all right, let us speed up and aim to gather your soul rings today. Xiao Wu called out and immediately quickened his pace. Behind him, Jiuhao and the other two also increased their speed to keep up with Xiao Wu. After a quarter of an hour, the 4 entered the Stardow Forest. At this point, Xiao Wu slowed down. Even as a level 76 soul sage, he needed to be cautious in the Stardow Forest. At that moment, Tang San revealed some of his special skills. With just a simple powder, he helped them avoid the dangers of poisonous insects in the forest. Tang San's bug-repelling powder was indeed effective. Soon after, Jiuhao's enhanced sensory technique kicked in, allowing him to avoid soul beasts and look for ones that met his requirements with high efficiency. Despite this, by the time they found the first suitable soul beast, half a day had already passed. Venomous Spider, Xiao San, are you satisfied with this martial soul? Jiuhao said, a bit regretful, remembering that in the original story, he had absorbed a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring and even obtained an external soul bone. But in this vast Stardow Forest, where could he find a human-faced demon spider for Tang San? So, it seemed he had messed up Tang San's 8 spider lances. Judging from the patterns on this venomous spider's back, its age was about 1,500 years, and as a poisonous soul beast, it was just right for my 3rd soul ring. Xiao Jiuhao, I have to say, your sensing ability is really useful. Seeing the venomous spider, Tang San exclaimed in surprise to Jiuhao. He didn't realize what he had missed out on because of this encounter. Have you made your choice? If so, step back. I'm going to make my move. Xiao Wu said as he stretched his muscles and stepped forward. Teacher Xiao, wait. Tang San stepped up to stop Xiao Wu. I want to hunt this soul beast myself. And I only need Xiao Jiuhao and Xiao Wu's help. You can just provide support. Tang San was an independent person. He felt that he couldn't rely on others for everything, and both he and Jiuhao and Xiao Wu needed to grow and train. With a soul sage teacher providing protection, this was a great opportunity. That's fine too. Don't worry, with me, old Xiao here, a little spider won't harm you. Xiao Wu thought about it and agreed. Although this trip was to help them hunt soul rings, it could also serve as training. As students of the Monster Academy, how could they not be a bit monstrous? We're going to fight again, yay? Xiao Wu was eager to try, almost bouncing with excitement. All right, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you two hold it down. I'll deliver a heavy blow from behind. Jiuhao took out his meteor hammer, feeling the adrenaline start to surge. Xiao Jiuhao, be careful not to kill it with one hit, Tang San reminded. He knew how powerful Jiuhao's chaotic winds could be. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiuhao smiled, raising the meteor hammer in his hand. After discussing their tactics, the 3 exchanged glances, and Xiao Wu and Tang San took the lead. They quietly approached the venomous spider, which was 100 meters away. First soul skill bind, Tang San extended his arms, and thick blue silver grass vines shot out rapidly. tying the venomous spider tightly. Screech. Suddenly attacked, the venomous spider remained calm, its 8 sharp legs swiftly cutting through Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. But that was enough time. Xiao Wu gathered a basketball-sized spiral pill in her hands, bouncing over to the venomous spider and pressing it right against its face. Behind her, Tang San moved like a ghost, also forming a spiral pill in his hand and throwing it with a strange hidden weapon technique. Arriving just in time to explode alongside Xiao Wu's spiral pill on the venomous spider's head. Boom! A solid hit let out a miserable scream from the venomous spider. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At that moment, thin, green, panic-inducing spider silk shot out from the smoke, aiming directly at Xiao Wu and Tang San. Teleport! The two seized the opportunity, biting down on the teleportation carrot in their mouths, and reappeared 100 meters away in a flash. Haha, watch me! Hu Jiu's voice rang out, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the venomous spider. With a violent force, he brought the meteor hammer down hard. Boom! Comparable to Soul King level power. It instantly crippled half of the venomous spider's body. Hiss! The venomous spider let out a tragic scream, its head snapping back and spewing forth thick toxic smoke. Aiming straight for Hu Jiu. Haha, I'm out. Hu Jiu didn't hesitate. After landing a successful hit, he immediately teleported away, vanishing in an instant. Since acquiring the teleportation skill, he truly felt that he could attack or retreat freely, making battles much more straightforward. Whoosh whoosh! Hu Jiu withdrew, and Xiao Wu and Tang San reappeared, each holding a spiral pill. Facing the severely injured venomous spider, Hu Jiu put away his meteor hammer into a storage ring, also gathering a spiral pill to join Tang San and Xiao Wu in a pincer attack on the venomous spider. The trio maintained a strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced and disrupting the enemy when they paused, tossing spiral pills one after another until the venomous spider lay on the ground, barely alive. Xiao San, finish it off. We'll protect you. After battling the 1,500-year-old venomous spider, Hu Jiu realized he might have underestimated his own combat power. He could take on 2 of such soul beasts by himself. Chapter 68. Disobedient Erming. Due to the lack of combat experience, Hu Jiu had never properly assessed his own fighting ability. It was only now that he realized, facing a 1,500-year-old soul beast, there was no need for such trouble or for 3 people to surround it. He could just go head-on. Teacher, do you think my current combat power can compare to a level 60 Soul Emperor? Hu Jiu turned back, eagerly asking Xiao Wuji. What are you thinking? Xiao Wuji replied, exasperated. Aside from you and Xiao Wu's martial soul fusion, your strength is only equivalent to a strong attack-type soul master. Considering your hammer technique, which takes a long time to prepare, you can barely fight above your level, but that's a trump card. As soul masters, who doesn't have a trump card? Therefore, your combat power can only be considered decent for your current level. Hu Jiu was stunned. Am I that weak, teacher? As a food-type soul master, being able to compare with a strong attack type is already very good. What more do you want? Besides, aside from that hammer technique, how much combat power do you have left? Xiao Wuji ruthlessly exposed him. But I also have my self-created skill, the spiral pill, which is quite good attack power. Hu Jiu protested, feeling as if he was being painted as useless. Your self-created skill, the spiral pill, is indeed quite good. Its attack strength is comparable to that of an average Soul King, which is why I said you can barely fight above your level. Xiao Wuji was very pleased with Hu Jiu's self-created skill, as it was created by his monstrous disciple. Having such a disciple was truly delightful. Once they returned to the academy, he must show off to those old fellows. It seems I still need to work hard. After listening to Xiao Wuji's analysis, Hu Jiu fell in a deep thought, realizing that the teacher still had many self-created soul skills and that he needed to arm himself quickly. As for now, Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu beside him, feeling like he could only rely on her. Thinking of this, Hu Jiu's expression turned serious. Xiao Wu. Oh, what is wrong? Xiao Wu asked, confused. It seems I'm still too weak. In the future, you shouldn't stray too far from me. We need to be ready to use our martial soul fusion technique at any time. This world is very dangerous. Don't worry, Xiao Jiu with me, Xiao Wu. No one dares to bully you. I'll take care of anyone who tries, Xiao Wu said, waving her little fists and patting her chest in assurance. The plan is on. The achievement of the Soft Rice King is complete. Hu Jiu secretly rejoiced. It seems that Xiao Wu can also be considered part of his combat strength from now on. From now on, please call me Soul Emperor. On Tang San's side, absorbing the venomous spider was not difficult. In less than an hour, he had completed the refining. Just as Jiuhao was about to ask Tang San about his gains, his brow suddenly furrowed. What is going on? Didn't Xiao Wu say that Erming wouldn't come? Why is he already nearby? Jiuhao was very confident in his perception ability. A huge aura was approaching from 5 miles away, and that was definitely Erming's. What to do now? An idea struck Jiuhao. He suddenly bent down and grimaced in pain, saying, "My stomach hurts a bit. I need to go to the restroom." Without waiting for the others to react, he instantly teleported away, disappearing over 100 meters away. Huh. At this moment, Xiao was also surprised and exclaimed, "Xiao, wait for me. I feel pain too." Xiao Wu quickly pulled out a teleportation carrot and instantly chased after the direction where Jiuhao had left. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Are these two so close that they even go to the restroom together? After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke, "It's fine. Xiao probably has something to do. Let us wait a bit." Although he didn't know why the two rushed off, Tang San wasn't worried. He knew Jiuhao well. He cared more about his own life than anyone else. If there was real trouble, he might have already hidden behind Teacher Xiao. "Xiao Wu, didn't you say it was fine?" Jiuhao asked quickly against the wind. Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly. "I don't know what is going on either. I clearly told Erming not to come looking for us." "All right, let us not worry about it for now. We'll know what is going on when we see him." Jiuhao didn't waste any more words, activating his teleportation skill again, and his figure vanished. 15 minutes later, the two finally met up with Erming midway. "Erming, what is going on? Didn't we say not to come looking for us?" As soon as they met, Xiao Wu asked angrily. Erming squatted innocently, gesturing in a low voice. "Hey, you really are something. I don't know what to say to you." Hearing Erming's explanation, Xiao Wu face-bombed and turned to Jiuhao, explaining, "Xiao, Erming said he ran out of your carrots, and his training has slowed down. So, when he sensed your aura, he came over despite my warning." Jiuhao responded, "Okay, you win." His expression was helpless, but the corners of his mouth curled up with faint joy. What does this mean? It means even the Titan Great Ape can't live without his carrots. In order to quickly send Erming away, Jiuhao hastily pulled out a bunch of carrots that accelerate training from his storage ring. "Here, take these and eat them. I'll bring you another batch in a few days. I promise I won't let you go hungry." Soto City is very close to the Stardow Forest. A round trip doesn't take long, and soon he would have a 10-cubic storage soul guide, making it easier to store carrots in the future. Roar. Looking at the pile of bright red carrots in front of him, Erming smiled widely, continuously showing a flattering smile to Jiuhao. Ever since he got the training carrots from Jiuhao, both he and Deming's training speed had significantly increased. For soul beasts, where strength is everything, there's nothing more satisfying than an improvement in cultivation. Erming, goodbye. Xiao Wu and I will head back first. We'll come check on you and Deming again in a while. Xiao Wu and Jiuhao waved goodbye to Erming and hurried back. On the way back, Xiao Wu's face was flushed. She remembered what she had said in a panic to Tang San and teacher Xiao earlier. How would she face people after going to the restroom with Jiuhao? "Huh, Xiao Wu, why is your face red? Are you okay?" Jiuhao asked curiously. Logically speaking, with their constitution, it shouldn't be possible for them to get sick. "Oof, it's all your fault." Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare, not responding, and just hurried along the road. "Me? Isn't it because Erming didn't listen?" Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. Is this what it feels like to be scapegoated? Half an hour later, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu returned. Seeing the two, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the dangerous Stardow Forest. Jiuhao and Xiao Wu had been gone for so long that they were worried sick. After relaxing, the two exchanged strange looks, their gazes shifting back and forth between Jiuhao and Xiao Wu, both guessing what the two had been doing. Chapter 69. Individual Duels. Xiao San. How is your soul ring skill? Is it powerful? To avoid awkwardness, Jiuhao had to change the subject. He noticed that since they returned, Xiao Wu had been keeping her head down, her face flushed. Of course, he also understood from Tang San's greeting upon seeing them what excuse Xiao Wu had used earlier. For that, he could only say, "This is just too great. My third soul ring skill is Venomous Spiderweb. After using the skill, my blue silvergrass can stick like spider silk, and the main thing is the poison. Once the venom enters the body, even a soul king can't withstand it, and the potency will increase with my strength." Tang San was very satisfied with his newly acquired skill. Poison was originally his forte, and with this skill, his strength had likely increased significantly. Now, even if he fought with Jiuhao, he wouldn't be afraid. Xiao San, are you getting arrogant? Don't forget, I'm about to get my 4-soul ring, and it's a healing type. Your poison won't work on me. Seeing Tang San's expression, Jiuhao understood what he was thinking. He solemnly patted Tang San on the shoulder, delightfully teasing him, since Xiao San had already obtained his soul ring. Next up are Xiao Jiuhao and Xiao Wu. Let us hurry up and get moving, aiming to gather your soul rings today. Xiao Wu clapped his hands to draw their attention. All right, I'll lead the way. Jiuhao nodded, activating his enhanced senses to fully perceive the nearby soul beasts. However, upon sensing, he found that the powerful soul beasts around had decreased. They were likely startled by Ming's aura and had already left. But fortunately, among Jiuhao's preliminary targets, there were a few plant-type soul beasts, many of which could not move or moved very slowly, making it easier for him to find them. After searching for 2 hours, just as the sun was about to set, Jiuhao finally found a suitable soul beast for him. Everyone be careful. I sense a presence that seems like a sun tree about 800 meters away. From its aura, it should be around 5,000 years old. Just right for my 4-soul ring. Jiuhao, who had been leading the way, suddenly slowed his pace and turned back to the others. That's great. The sun tree can use sunlight to eliminate negative states and heal. It's perfect for you, Jiuhao. Xiao Wu said happily. When it comes to understanding soul beasts, Xiao Wu, as one of the same kind, was definitely more knowledgeable. In this regard, even Tang San and the master couldn't compare to her. A 5,000-year soul beast. Do you still want to handle it yourselves? Xiao Wu asked, looking up. A 5,000-year soul beast, when converted to the human cultivation system, is roughly between Soul Zone and Soul King. If Jiuhao and Xiao Wu didn't use their martial soul fusion technique, it might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Teacher Xiao, did you forget? I have already obtained the 3rd spirit ring, and now is just the right time to test the skill's effect. You just need to hold the line for us. Without waiting for Jiuhao to respond, Tang San spoke up first. He had just acquired the spirit ring, and the excitement in his heart hadn't faded. Of course, he wanted to show off. Xiao Wu also had a joyful expression. How could she not be part of such a fun fight? Only Jiuhao frowned and said, it's fine to give it a try. After all, this spirit beast won't run away. However, there are other spirit beasts near the sun tree that should be its guardians, so everyone should be careful. Okay. Tang San and Xiao Wu both nodded seriously at his words. Then we don't need to rush to deal with the sun tree, since it won't move. We can first take out its guardian spirit beasts, Xiao Wu suggested. This proposal is good. Let's do it. We'll get a little closer first and observe which spirit beasts they are, Jiuhao nodded. Although he had already sensed that there were 3 guardian spirit beasts protecting the sun tree and roughly knew their types, it was still better to see them with his own eyes. The 3 used their spirit power to control their skills, suppressing their auras as they quietly approached. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Linjia beast, and ghost shadow leopard all had cultivation levels around 3,000 years, while the sun tree had a cultivation level of 5,000 years, which was just right for Xiao Jiuhao. Once they got closer, Tang San's eyes glowed purple as he named them first. Leave the Linjia beast to me, Jiuhao said first. Then I'll take the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I can restrict its flying ability, Tang San followed up. All right, then the remaining ghost shadow leopard is mine, Xiao Wu said, clenching her fists with excitement. Don't be careless. The ghost shadow leopard is very fast, Jiuhao warned, tapping Xiao Wu on the forehead. This battle maniac liked fighting even more than he did. Xiao Jiuhao, you underestimate me too much. So what if it's fast? Can it be as agile as I am? Xiao Wu pouted, looking cute. Sayu. Faced with such a cute Xiao Wu, Jiuhao felt helpless. Don't worry, Xiao Jiuhao. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Wu. I won't let her get hurt, Tang San comforted from the side. Who need you to watch over me? Just take care of yourself. Maybe I'll finish it before you do, Xiao Wu retorted, glaring at Tang San and waving her small fist in a show of defiance. All right, stop arguing. Let's finish them off quickly. After I get my spirit ring, it will be your turn, Xiao Wu. Jiuhao's words immediately silenced Xiao Wu. Spirit rings. Did she need those? What she needed was a perfect excuse. Go. Jiuhao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each condensed a spiral pill in their hands, activated their teleportation, and appeared directly in front of the 3 spirit beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 unsuspecting spirit beasts were immediately stunned, and then they reacted, looking furiously at the attackers. Roar, roar, caw, caw. The three spirit beasts let out a furious roar and immediately launched a counterattack, diving at them. However, Jiuhao was a master of kite flying, fully aware of the essence of striking and retreating. After one spiral pill, he immediately retreated. Before leaving, Tang San waved his hand, and countless blue-silver grass vines shot up into the sky, timely blocking the spirit beast's pursuit. Boom! 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 Behind them, the sun tree was not idle either. Dazzling orbs of light erupted, directly blowing Tang San's blue-silver grass vines to pieces. A chaotic battle began. On Jiuhao's side, just as he exited the sun tree's attack range, he immediately activated his transformation skill, his body instantly swelling and turning into a muscular 9-foot-tall man, swinging his meteor hammer as he unleashed the chaotic cloak hammer method. Behind him, the Linjia beast charged at him like a small mountain. This Linjia beast was enormous, standing 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. When it ran, the ground trembled. Its entire body shone with golden scales, and it had just taken a spiral pill directly, leaving only a faint mark on its head. Haha, foolish Linjia beast, come on. Let me see how strong you are, Jiuhao shouted excitedly. This kind of spirit beast, with astonishing defense, was interesting to fight. Chapter 70, Spirit Ring in Hand. Jiuhao swung his meteor hammer, dodging the Linjia beast's attacks like a bullfighter, and when he couldn't avoid it, he teleported away, infuriating the Linjia beast. In less than a minute, he had charged up dozens of hammer strikes, and the opportunity to counterattack had arrived. Beast, show your true form, Jiuhao shouted, disappearing in a flash and appearing in midair, raising his meteor hammer high, bringing down a violent blow. On the other side, Xiao Wu was entangled with the ghost shadow leopard. This ghost shadow leopard was a speed-type spirit beast, and during its attacks, it was shadowy and elusive, making it difficult for Xiao Wu to cope. After all, she had just reached level 30, hadn't obtained a spirit ring, and didn't have a third spirit skill. Handling a 3,000-year spirit beast alone was a bit challenging. Fortunately, with Jiuhao's teleportation carrot and transformation carrot support, she could rely on her agility to tangle with the ghost shadow leopard. Lastly, there was Tang San, who seemed to be the most relaxed. As a control-type spirit master, his strength in the same realm was no joke. At the very beginning of the battle, Tang San directly unleashed his newly acquired third spirit ring skill, the venomous spider web, instantly restraining the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in place. Then, he continuously used the spiral pill skill, making it feel like he was hitting a stationary target, leaving the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with no chance to fight back. As the venom deepened, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's resistance weakened, and it looked like it was about to fall. Boom! At this moment, Jiuhao's accumulated chaotic cloak hammer method finally unleashed, slamming down with 6,000 pounds of force, finally taking out his target first. Just as Jiuhao finished his target, the next moment, Tang San also finished off the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After that, with the help of Jiuhao and Tang San, Xiao Wu quickly dealt with the ghost shadow leopard as well. Damn it, how did you finish the battle so quickly? No way. I need to get my spirit ring fast, or I'll fall behind. Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied with her performance. Alright, let's quickly deal with the sun tree. After I absorb the spirit ring, it will be your turn, Jiuhao said gently, reaching out to pat Xiao Wu's scorpion braid to comfort her. Okay. The three exchanged glances and began to tackle their final target, the sun tree. However, the sun tree was not so easy to deal with. As a 5,000-year plant-type spirit beast, although it had the disadvantage of being immobile, precisely because of that, its attacking ability was not weak, and it could even regenerate health, which was the most troublesome part. Let's wear it down. In response, Jiuhao and the others had no good plan. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the lead, using their spiral pills to restrain the sun tree's light ball attacks, while Jiuhao stayed behind, using the chaotic cloak hammer method to accumulate power. Fortunately, Tang San and Xiao Wu had learned the spiral pill skill. Otherwise, they would likely be at a loss when facing the sun tree. Basically, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both heavily restrained. First, for Tang San, being entangled in front of the sun tree was completely useless. It was already immobile, and restricting movement was pointless. Moreover, it had the sunlight ball skill, and with a few light balls, the blue silver grass would be gone. Including his second spirit ring skill, parasitism, the sun tree inherently dispelled abnormal states, making parasitism ineffective against it. Similarly, his third skill, toxin, was also useless. Xiao Wu was in the same predicament. What effect could a waste bough have on a tree? The charm skill had a slight effect, but it was a tree without feelings, able to dispel the charm's status in the blink of an eye, leaving Xiao Wu frustrated. So, to deal with this thick-blooded existence, only my wind and thunder hammer can solve everything. Behind me, Jiuhao calmly drew circles, accumulating the power of the meteor hammer. Facing such a rogue monster, Tang San began to envy Jiuhao's wind and thunder hammer technique again. If he had Jiuhao's hammer technique realm at this moment, he wouldn't have to be in front using the spiral pill to waste time. It was indeed wasting time. His and Xiao Wu's attacks were hardly effective against the sun tree. Even if they managed to injure the sun tree, it would absorb sunlight and speed up its wound recovery. Attacking was almost the same as not attacking, with little effect. A few minutes later, Jiuhao, sweaty and gripping the meteor hammer tightly, had accumulated a powerful move. A full 70 strikes. This was the maximum he could control. This strike contained over 7,000 pounds of force. With one hit, it wouldn't necessarily defeat the enemy, but at least it would severely injure it. I'm starting. As soon as Jiuhao's voice fell, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward, frantically launching attacks to firmly restrain the sun tree. Over here, Jiuhao teleported, appearing next to the sun tree, gripping the meteor hammer tightly, the hammerhead carrying suffocating power, and smashed down hard. Boom! The force erupted, instantly blowing apart half of the sun tree's trunk, preventing its healing from taking place. Again, his body instantly retreated, and, after taking a breath, the wind and thunder hammer technique unfolded once more. A few minutes later, another explosion sounded. The good thing about dealing with plant-type soul beasts is that as long as you find the right method, you can wear it down to death, even if it takes time. An hour later, Jiuhao shouted, "Die." With a bang, the sun tree, which had held on for so long, finally fell. Then a deep purple soul ring floated in the air, waiting for Jiuhao to absorb it. Jiuhao, hurry. We'll protect you. Quickly absorb the soul ring. As soon as the battle ended, Xiao Wu couldn't wait to say. A new soul ring meant that Jiuhao's carrot would become even more delicious, and with the enhancement of the soul ring's soul power, their martial soul fusion skill would also become stronger. Besides Jiuhao himself, she was probably the happiest. Ha, not bad, not bad. You little monsters actually solved the sun tree. Pretty impressive. At this moment, Xiao Wuji, who had been watching from the side, wore a satisfied smile and generously praised them. Hee, of course. We are the monsters among monsters, Xiao Wu proudly said, tilting her head. All right, then I'll absorb the soul ring. Teacher, please protect me. Jiuhao didn't delay any longer, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground to start absorbing the sun tree's soul ring. The 5,000-year soul ring was already close to his absorption limit, so Jiuhao didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, Jiuhao's body had been trained through the wind and thunder hammer technique. Although it mainly served to accumulate power, it also had the side effect of strengthening his body. In this situation, Jiuhao absorbed the soul ring without any turbulence, just taking a little longer than usual. 3 hours later, it was already midnight. Jiuhao finally finished absorbing the soul ring, and his level had increased to 41. Huh, where's Xiao Wu? The moment he opened his eyes, Jiuhao realized something was wrong. His Xiao Wu had actually disappeared. At this point, Jiuhao couldn't care about anything else. He activated his sensory enhancement technique to perceive the familiar aura around him. A few seconds later, Jiuhao breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Xiao Wu hadn't gone too far, just a few hundred meters away. Xiao Wu said she wanted to take care of something. Seeing Jiuhao's expression, Tang San quickly explained. Want to take care of something again? Jiuhao was taken aback, fearing that this little rabbit had gone to condense her soul ring. Such a flimsy excuse, and Tang San actually believed it? Chapter 71. Xiao Wu's luck. Seeing that Xiao Wu was fine, Jiuhao set aside his worries and began to summarize his strength. Name, Jiuhao Cultivation, Level 41 Soul Master. First Soul Ring, 5,935 years. Soul Ring Skill, Absorption, doubles cultivation speed. Second Soul Ring, 5,399 years. Soul Ring Skill, Transformation, can transform into anyone's appearance, including clothing and martial soul, but cannot change soul skills. Additionally, it can change one's muscles and nerves, temporarily increasing physical strength. Limitation. Transformation of martial souls must be face-to-face. Third Soul Ring, 5,940 years. Soul Ring Skill, Teleportation, can appear freely within 100 meters. Fourth Soul Ring, 5,000 years. Soul Ring Skill, Holy Light, eliminates negative physical states, restores stamina, and heals injuries. Self-created Soul Skill. Soul Skill Meditation Method, Level 10. Increases cultivation effect by 90. Sensory Enhancement Technique, Level 10. Greatly enhances vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, awakening perception ability. Wind and Thunder Hammer Technique, Level 10. 81 hammers combined into one. The last hammer increases one's strength by 10,000 pounds. Soul Skill Control, Level 9. Soul Power transforms into threads with hardness comparable to steel, with precise control over soul power. Spiral Pill, Level 9. A soul power spiral pill the size of a basin, spinning rapidly inside after forming, with attack power increasing with level, comparable to a strong attack-type Soul King. Hidden Weapon Technique, Level 3. Within 50 meters, hits 100%. External Soul Bone, Tongue. Can be launched at light speed to bind prey. Extremely strong elasticity. Cannot be escaped from general attacks, with a maximum binding distance of 20 meters. Head Soul Bone. Greatly enhances the host's spiritual power, accompanied by the Soul Skill Spirit Shock. Spirit Shock, Level 8. Increases Spirit Shock ability by 80. As long as the opponent's spiritual power is not too much higher than his, they will inevitably suffer spiritual damage. This is a trump card he has never used before. Jiuhao discovered that his automatic cultivation also had its limits. Once skills reached level 10, although they could continue to improve, the speed of upgrading was incredibly slow. He estimated that level 10 was already the perfect state of the skill, and the reason it could continue to improve was probably because the automatic cultivation panel was simulating the upgrade. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so slow. As for the ordinary automatic cultivation slots, 9 had already been unlocked, 7 were currently in use, and there were still 2 empty slots left. I'm back, Jiuhao. Did you finish absorbing? Xiao Wu's voice sounded, interrupting Jiuhao's thoughts. What did you run off to again? Don't you know this place is dangerous? Jiuhao looked at Xiao Wu reproachfully. Convenient? You can trick others, but can you trick yourself? Facing Jiuhao's reproach, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue lightly and immediately ran in front of him obediently. I know, I'll want to do it next time. By the way, Jiuhao, where's your carrot? Let me taste what it's like. Xiao Wu knew that Jiuhao had a strong sensory perception ability and would definitely sense some of her situation, realizing that her excuse wouldn't fool him. It seemed she could no longer hide it. Xiao Wu's thoughts were somewhat complicated. However, in front of Jiuhao, she still acted as usual, looking obedient and greedy. Eat, eat. Jiuhao waved his hand, and a white, jade-colored carrot appeared in his hand. After handing it to Xiao Wu, he also gave one to Tang San and Xiao Wu each. This is called Holy Light Carrot. It eliminates negative states, restores soul power, stamina, and heals injuries. It's an all-around recovery skill, and its effects are immediate. It's a great food-type skill, Jiuhao explained. Very good skill. I feel warm in my body, full of strength, Tang San said while tasting the carrot and feeling the skill's effects. Besides recovery, the carrot is also tastier now. It's crunchy, sweet, so delicious. Xiao Wu said with her cheeks puffed up, speaking indistinctly. Indeed, your carrot is better than Oscar sausage. It seems that Oscar will be losing business to you in the future. Xiao Wu also ate the Holy Light Carrot, and compared to Oscar sausage, Jiuhao's carrot not only has a stronger recovery effect, but is also more comprehensive, and its recovery speed is unmatched by Oscar's. No wonder he is the disciple of Xiao. He is impressive. All right, you three take a break first. I will keep watch. We will set off again tomorrow morning. Now we just need Xiao Wu's soul ring. Xiao Wu waved his hand, signaling Jiuhao and the others to rest. Hijack. There is something I forgot to mention just now. Xiao Wu pretended to be surprised. Actually, I just got my soul ring. What? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Wu in astonishment. How is that possible? You just went to the bathroom and got a soul ring? Really, look. Saying this, Xiao Wu spun around in place. Her martial soul manifested, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shone brightly beneath her feet. 1,000-year soul ring, what's going on? Xiao Wu and Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. It shouldn't be possible. Even if she has the ability to kill soul beasts, it still takes time, right? How did she get a soul ring in the blink of an eye? I was just lucky. I found a wounded and unconscious wind shadow rabbit while I was taking care of business. I saw that it was exactly 1,500 years old, so I killed it and absorbed its soul ring. So simple. Tang San and Xiao Wu were left speechless. Only Jiuhao showed no expression. but he was deep in thought, wondering if he should reveal the truth to the little rabbit. After all these years, he was quite sure that Xiao Wu could no longer be without him, but one never knows, right? This little rabbit is very cautious. What if she decides to run away? How about testing the waters first? He looked up at Xiao Wu, just in time to meet her cautious gaze, which was clearly nervous, but she insisted on pretending to be happy, as if she had just found a great bargain. Jiuhao reached out to pat Xiao Wu's scorpion braid and smiled as he asked, "What skill did you get? Is it a speed-related one that you need?" It was Jiuhao's suggestion for Xiao Wu to take the agility route. After all, with such nimble skills, it would be a pity not to pursue agility. Jiuhao's gesture made Xiao Wu relax her tone. The soul skill I got is really powerful. It's instant speed, 100 meters in an instant. In the future, neither you nor Tang San can compare to me in speed. Oh, show me how it works. Jiuhao's eyes lit up, intrigued by this skill. Watch closely. Xiao Wu happily spun around, and her third soul ring lit up. In an instant, she disappeared from in front of everyone. The next moment, she reappeared in her original position, and then Xiao Wu demonstrated what rapid speed looked like. Her body moved so fast that even her afterimages were invisible, as if she teleported, suddenly appearing beside Xiao Wuji, and the next moment, she was in front of Tang San, making a funny face before reappearing in front of Jiuhao again. "How was that?" Xiao Wu asked proudly. "Impressive. Your instant speed is even faster than my teleportation." It seems that teleportation and instant speed are similar in that they both allow for instant movement to a position. But Jiuhao's teleportation is a spatial skill that can ignore any obstacles and reach the destination directly. Xiao Wu's instant speed, however, achieves a teleportation-like effect solely through speed, which is already quite impressive. Moreover, speaking of Jiuhao's skill, there is a slight flaw when using it on others. It is not as convenient as using it himself. He just needs to focus, but for others to use it, they must eat his carrot. The time it takes to eat the carrot is a significant flaw. Chapter 72. The Indestructible Body next. Jiuhao did not ask Xiao Wu about her matter. Instead, he approached Xiao Wuji alone. "Xiao Jiuhao, why aren't you resting? Do you not believe in your teacher's strength?" A gentle expression appeared on Xiao Wuji's rugged face. "You underestimate your teacher too much. With my physique, even if I don't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights, it's no problem. Let my heart rest. I 1T slack off. Of course, I believe in my teacher's strength. I came to find you for another matter," Jiuhao said respectfully. Although Xiao Wuji had only been his teacher for a day, Jiuhao respected him greatly. Jiuhao was clear about who treated him well and who did not. He would return double the kindness to those who treated him well and would repay those who did him wrong in kind. "What is it?" Xiao Wuji looked at his disciple with seriousness in his eyes. It's not a big deal. Yesterday, teacher took out many self-created soul skills, and I'm most interested in self-created soul skills. Since dawn is not far off, and I don't want to rest, I might as well learn your self-created soul skills," Jiuhao said, eager for the more than 10 self-created soul skills in Xiao Wuji's hands. He was quite greedy, as he still had 2 large empty slots on his. "Hey, you little brat, do you think I wouldn't teach you? There will be plenty of time in the future, so why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Wuji laughed and scolded him, but he still readily reached to his waist and pulled out a book. "After observing you for these 2 days, I have a clear understanding of your strength. To be honest, aside from that hammer technique that requires a long charge time, only that spiral pill has some merit. Without those 2 techniques, you're just a food-type soul master without attack capabilities." Xiao Wuji evaluated. "Yes, teacher, after all, my martial soul is food-type, and the most suitable soul ring skills are auxiliary types, so I seem a bit monotonous in attack." Jiuhao acknowledged this flaw, knowing he had no way to make up for it before. "As long as you know." Xiao Wuji nodded in satisfaction and casually handed over the book in his hand. "I noticed that during battles, you didn't fully unleash the power of that hammer technique, and the reason should be that your body has strength isn't enough, which is why you have your sights set on my indestructible body." Teacher is wise. Jiuhao happily accepted the indestructible body manual, feeling quite pleased. As for Xiao Wuji seeing through his thoughts, Jiuhao didn't mind. After all, he was a level 76 soul sage. If he didn't have some brains, how could he achieve such accomplishments? However, Xiao Wuji was not a loss either. Having such a talented disciple, who knows who will benefit in the future? Practice well. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. The indestructible body is the only self-created soul skill of the teacher, and as my disciple. You cannot practice poorly, Xiao Wu said, his face showing pride when speaking of the indestructible body. This is a self-created soul skill in the entire Doluo continent. How many can independently innovate? Just to say, in Shrek Academy, besides him, no one has ever created a soul skill, including the Dean Flander. The only one? Hearing this, Jiuhao was puzzled. What about the manuals you showed me yesterday, teacher? Those belong to others. Xiao Wu said with a flat tone, grinning. Upon hearing this, Jiuhao instantly shivered. Although Xiao Wu's tone was calm, he sensed a strong smell of blood in it. The unmoved king is more like the king of slaughter. There is no need to guess. These soul skills must have come from killing and robbing. Otherwise, how could one claim to have killed countless? Teacher, I still lack a body technique, soul skill. Holding the soul skill in his hand, Jiuhao was already thinking about something else. It would be a shame not to gather the 2 empty soul ring slots at this time. Get lost, you little brat. You've learned nothing good. But you sure know how to be greedy. Let me tell you, unless you cultivate the indestructible body to my satisfaction, don't even think about other soul skills. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at Jiuhao's shamelessness. He may not have much ability, but he sure has a big heart. Hey, teacher, don't be mad. I learned soul skills pretty quickly. One skill isn't enough for me to cultivate. Just watch. I'll get the hang of this indestructible body in 2 or 3 days. Jiuhao said with a big grin. All right, don't say 3 days. I'll give you half a month. As long as you can grasp it in that time, I'll give you a movement soul skill, Xiao Wu said casually. He didn't believe Jiuhao's nonsense at all. The indestructible body was created by him, and he knew the difficulty of its cultivation very well. Back then, even he took a full 2 months to get started. As for Jiuhao, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to grasp it in less than a month. Okay, that's what you said, teacher. Don't go back on your word later. Upon hearing this, Jiuhao was instantly delighted. Who's he look down on? With the panel on him, if he said 3 days, then it would be 3 days. Whoever doesn't keep their word is a grandson. Xiao Wu patted his chest and made a loud promise. All right then, teacher, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm off to study. With his goal achieved, Jiuhao turned around and quickly ran back to his tent to learn the soul skill. Hey, you little brat, Xiao Wu called out, watching Jiuhao's back with a laugh. Flipping open the indestructible body manual, Jiuhao began reading word for word. This soul skill was pretty much as he guessed. It mainly strengthened the body's toughness through special training methods to make the physical body stronger. However, he could skip the training methods in the manual. In just half an hour, Jiuhao finished reading the indestructible body. In his sight, a deep blue panel emerged, and in the 8th position, an indestructible body skill icon appeared, with a transparent progress bar slowly filling up around the icon. In his mind, every few seconds, a wave of comprehension about the indestructible body appeared, as natural as if it were his own understanding. He done, time to sleep. Jiuhao casually stored the manual in his storage ring and collapsed into bed. The next morning, Jiuhao was awakened from his dreams by a soft little hand shaking him. Lazybones, get up. Teacher Xiao wants us to pack up and get going. Xiao Wu's cheerful voice rang out. Oh, Jiuhao groggily fumbled for a white carrot and took a bite while squinting. Huh, the holy light carrot is really good. With this, I don't have to worry about not getting enough sleep anymore. After a bite of the carrot, Jiuhao instantly became energetic, shaking off his drowsiness. All right, all of this was an illusion. In reality, the carrot was of no use to him. He was just stimulated by its sweet taste. Crack! In a moment of distraction, Jiuhao noticed that his carrot had suddenly lost a chunk. He looked up to see a scorpion braid right in front of him. With a little head that was puffing up, the crisp sound of chewing clearly audible in the tent. Oh, you actually stole a bite. Chapter 73. Ma Hongjuan's thoughts come on, little ones, run. Your bodies are too weak. Only running will make you stronger. As the 4 of them just walked out of the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu shouted loudly. Teacher, I think I'm already quite strong. If I get any stronger, I want to be able to find a wife, just like you. Jiuhao activated his transformation skill, instantly turning into a tall, handsome man with bulging muscles, comparable to Xiao Wu. Bullshit. Is that muscle of yours real? It's fake. Mine is real. Xiao Wu felt a bit of a headache. His disciple was good in many ways, but was a bit mischievous and lazy. The mischief didn't matter much, but the laziness was critical. Look at Tang San. He gets up a train before dawn and works hard at cultivation. And what about Jiuhao? Not to mention sleeping in. He hadn't been seen training even once in all these days. Facing such a disciple, Xiao Wu felt a headache coming on. It might be real. With his strength, I could maintain it for a whole day, Hu Jio mumbled. What is the point of running? The scenery along the way is so beautiful on such a sunny day. Would it be nice to go on an outing with the girls? Run for me, Xiao Wu roared, making Hu Jio shiver. Damn it. Old Xiao is good at everything but loves to work out too much, dragging his students into it. Under Xiao Wujia's lead, Hu Jio and the others crossed mountains and seas, eating carrots when tired, eating carrots when hungry, and even eating carrots when thirsty. In just a little over half a day, they returned to Shrek Academy. I am exhausted. Xiao Jio, quick, come save me with a carrot. As soon as they returned to the academy, Xiao Wu slumped down, hanging on Hu Jio, saying weakly, after one carrot. Xiao Wu raised her fist indignantly. Teacher Xiao is too cunning. He clearly promised we could stroll around the town after getting the soul ring. And I wanted to buy so many things. It's okay, I'll take you when we have time, just the two of us. You can buy whatever you want. Hu Jio comforted her. Xiao Jio, you're so nice. Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red, her head lowering as her eyes revealed happiness. Tang San, did you two forget something again? Let us go back to rest. We'll meet on the academy playground tomorrow morning. I need to go see the dean first and report the situation. Xiao Wujia didn't care about Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction and just pretended he didn't hear. Yes. Brother Jio, third brother, sister Xiao Wu, you're finally back. As soon as they returned to the dorm, Ma Hongjun ran overexcitedly. The return of Hu Jio and the others proved that their soul ring hunting mission had been a complete success, which also meant that Hu Jio had become a true soul master. With his strength, he could easily crush Daimubai. Little fatty, how have you been in the academy these past few days? We're almost dead. Teacher Xiao actually made us run back from the Stardew Forest. How terrible. Xiao was still upset about not being allowed to stroll in the town. Hey, what do you guys know? We had it worse. While you were gone, the dean personally fought us, and then we had to run. Ouch, look, I've lost several pounds of fat. How long will it take to make up for this? Ma Hongjun said with a bitter expression, touching the fat on his belly, feeling like the softness was almost gone. So terrible? Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances. They hadn't encountered such training when they were in Nodding Academy. It's that bad. The dean said Shrek is a kind of monster. So his students must also become monsters. In Hu Jio's dormitory, Ma Hongjun found a chair and collapsed onto it. Fatty, come have a carrot. Hu Jio tossed a holy light carrot over. Hu Jio understood Ma Hongjun's enthusiastic purpose. Of course, Ma Hongjun had never hidden his motives. He just wanted to find a backing for himself. Because Daimubai was too domineering, he felt uncomfortable being around him. But Hu Jio and the others were different. Not only were they strong, but they also treated people equally, which made Ma Hongjun feel comfortable, seeing that the fatty had good taste. Hu Jio didn't mind giving him some benefits. This white carrot is so magical. Is this your martial soul, Brother Jio? Ma Hongjun took the carrot, looked at it curiously, and then took a bite. After a few bites, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of power throughout his body. Even the fatigue for being trained by Flender these past 2 days vanished without a trace. The recovery effect is amazing, much better than Oscar's sausage effect. Looking at Hu Jio, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. It's really great. With Brother Jio around, I won't have to eat Oscar's disgusting sausage anymore. Disgusting? Xiao Wu and Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion, while only Hu Jio remained calm. Wasn't it just the spell for that big sausage? I'll get one for myself later. I have a big carrot. At this moment, Ma Hongjun began to complain about Oscar's sausage spell, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Now Xiao Wu and Tang San had learned something new. There really was such a disgusting skill spell in this world. They couldn't help but glance at Hu Jio. As a food type, using skills always involved a spell, but Hu Jio's soul power manipulation level was too high, directly ignoring this rule. Therefore, they had never known what Hu Jio's skill spell was. Can't say. Anyway, it's not like Oscar's spell. Hu Jio chuckled ambiguously. How to put it, his skill spell sounded nice, but it was just too cringeworthy, too embarrassing. Heaven does not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. The carrot lasts as long as the night, absorbing the world's energy. Heaven does not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. The carrot lasts as long as the moon. I am a respected one in 1,000 changes. Heaven does not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. The carrot lasts as long as the dark moon. At a moment's notice, I soar to the sky. Heaven does not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. The carrot lasts as long as the warm sun, bringing the living back from the dead. Look, how can you recite this spell? It's really not like Oscar's spell? Xiao Wu looked skeptical, since it wasn't. Then why had she never seen Xiao Jiu recite it? It's really not. I just think that spell is too long. It affects my speed of using skills. That's why I didn't recite it. Besides, what's so curious about a spell? Anyway, I've never recited it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. After much persuasion, Jiuhao finally managed to fool Xiao Wu. But facing Tang San's meaningful gaze, Jiuhao felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he couldn't escape this? Fortunately, Tang San did not speak, allowing him to avoid a disaster. That night, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu sat alone on the rooftop of a nearby building. Xiao Wu, tell me, what are you hiding? Jiuhao stared intently at Xiao Wu, his tone serious. Xiao Jiuhao, facing Jiuhao's gaze, Xiao Wu nervously lowered her head. Was she about to confess? After all these years of friendship, don't you trust me? No matter the reason, I will believe you. The time to test Xiao Wu had come. Chapter 74, Showdown 1. I certainly believe you, Xiao Wu blurted out. But then she hesitated. However, I really can't say this. Not even I can say. Jiuhao confirmed. At this moment, Jiuhao felt a bit complicated, sensing that he was pushing Xiao Wu, but sometimes, without a push, you wouldn't know how good the effect could be. Over the years, Jiuhao watched Xiao Wu grow from a cute little girl into an even cuter young woman. Their time together had made them quite close. But precisely because of this closeness, Jiuhao felt a bit afraid. He feared that this closeness might evolve into familial love over time. That would be too terrifying. Indeed, nurturing isn't as simple as imagined. Therefore, he wanted to turn this closeness into a sweet love. He intended to crush this closeness himself. Only after breaking apart and kneading the feelings would they be more beautiful. All right, I'll say it. Seeing Jiuhao staring directly at her, Xiao Wu bit her lip and stomped her foot, defiantly saying, I'll tell you, I was born different from others. Every time I reach a major realm in cultivation, I can absorb the world's spiritual energy to condense soul rings on my own. This is what I have been hiding from you. Are you satisfied? Xiao Wu's face flushed, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Is that all? Jiuhao sighed in disappointment. Xiao Wu, oh Xiao Wu, I treated you so well. Yet you didn't tell me the truth. Not only did she not tell the truth, but she even fabricated lies to deceive him. Jiuhao was genuinely disappointed. No matter how well he got along with Xiao Wu, when it mattered, she used lies to deceive him. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I didn't deceive you. Everything I said is true. Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao excitedly. I can condense soul rings on my own. Isn't that a secret? If others knew she had such a special ability, they would have been shocked. However, Jiuhao didn't care about what she was saying and directly replied, What do you mean born different from others? Haha, indeed different, because your identity is different. Think about it carefully, and when you come to understand, come find me. By the way, here's a final reminder. My perception ability has exceeded your imagination, so you can't hide anything from me. Leaving these words, Jiuhao disappeared from the rooftop in an instant, leaving Xiao Wu standing there in a daze. Different identity? Perception ability? She couldn't help but replay Jiuhao's words in her mind, her body trembling involuntarily. Did he know my identity? This terrifying thought surfaced in Xiao Wu's heart, and she felt it was becoming more and more possible. Then, another thought appeared in her mind. What if I was wrong? Xiao Jiuhao only sensed that I was hiding something from him, which made him angry. He is just a spirit master. He couldn't possibly know my true identity. Ah, damn it. Xiao Jiuhao, why can't you just be clear? It's annoying, infuriating bad guy. Xiao Wu grabbed her hair, her head feeling so troubled that she couldn't stop shaking. That night, two people at Shrek Academy couldn't sleep. One was talking to himself all night, alternating between crying and laughing, with a look of determination in his eyes. The other went to a stone forest, crazily crashing into stones, seemingly tireless. The next morning, Jiuhao was the last to arrive at the training ground, emanating an aura that warned others not to approach. Tang San immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong with Xiao Jiuhao? He looked at him with concern. But since it was already class time, he had to temporarily set aside his worries and plan to ask later. On the playground, Flinder, Xiao Wujia, including Dai Mubai Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were all present. Xiao Wu slightly closed her mouth, her face showing no emotion. Only beauty could be seen. Xiao Wujia, who was standing in front, keenly noticed his disciple's unusualness, and a hint of worry flashed through his heart. All right, since everyone is here, today's training starts now. Flinder scanned everyone's faces, finally pausing briefly on Jiuhao. There are a few new students here. I need to fully understand your strengths before I can formulate training plans based on each person's situation. Dai Mubai. Flender looked at him and said, "You and Jiuhao fight a match. Let me see his strength." "Yes, Dean." Upon hearing that he would fight Jiuhao, Dai Mubai instantly became excited. This was a great opportunity. In his view, Jiuhao's greatest strength was his martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. But now it was a one-on-one match, so he couldn't use the martial soul fusion technique. Besides, as long as he interrupted Jiuhao's charging hammer technique in time, victory wouldn't be difficult for him. If he won against Jiuhao, he would still be the boss of Shrek. By then, that grass chicken will be left without support, and he would see how to deal with him. With this thought, Dai Mubai's fighting spirit boiled, feeling an endless amount of strength within him. "Dean, I am a food-type soul master without any offensive abilities, not a battle soul master. I won't fight in this battle," Jiuhao said, feeling not in the mood to play with a little brat today. Jiuhao's words left everyone speechless. "We believe you are a food-type soul master. But how can you say you have no offensive power? When you were using the meteor hammer to hit people, why didn't you say that? In my eyes, you are a battle-type soul master. Stop talking nonsense and fight." Flander looked at Jiuhao sternly, not listening to his explanation at all. "Xiao Jiuhao, be a man. Let's fight like men. I wanted to have a match with you for a long time," Dai Mubai said with a smirk, stepping onto the open ground, his wicked eyes flashing with brilliance. "Very well, you have successfully angered me." Jiuhao nodded expressionlessly, the pressure around him dropping even lower. Since he was in a bad mood, having someone to vent on was not a bad thing. He stepped forward slowly to Dai Mubai. "And also, my name is Jiuhao. The nickname Xiao Jiuhao is not for you to call. You." Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a fierce light, then instantly returned to normal. "All right. Then I will call you Jiuhao, Jr. Junior, let's start. You are a food-type soul master, so you go first. As a prince, being able to call someone Xiao Jiuhao is an honor, and Jiuhao actually dared to be ungrateful. This is disrespectful." Without further ado, Jiuhao took out the meteor hammer, activating his transformation skill, instantly turning into a muscular 9-foot-tall man. "Jiuhao, when I said for you to go first, I didn't mean for you to use that charged hammer technique. If you start charging, don't blame me for interrupting you," Dai Mubai said with a smile, his tone casual. "Stop talking nonsense, let's fight." Jiuhao's left hand flashed with a faint light. A red sphere of light began to form from nothing, while his right hand swung the meteor hammer, unleashing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." "Martial spirit, white tiger possession," Dai Mubai shouted loudly, his body instantly growing larger, a phantom of a white tiger appearing behind him, his pupils turning into beast-like vertical slits, with large hands and 10 sharp claws extending from his fingertips. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. The moment the possession was completed, a milky white sphere of light shot out from Dai Mubai, instantly growing larger as it charged towards Jiuhao. Jiuhao calmly threw out the spiraling ball from his hand, continuing to charge his chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chapter 5 and J Showdown, Tvei, boom. The White Tiger's fierce light wave collided with the spiraling ball, and Jiuhao's spiraling ball was superior, shattering the light wave and continuing forward. Unfortunately, the brief moment of collision was enough for Dai Mubai to react. He retreated with a kick, leaping high into the air, and another White Tiger's fierce light wave spewed out, directly aimed at Jiuhao, intending to interrupt his chaotic cloak hammer technique. "Ridiculous," Jiuhao scoffed, activating his third soul ring skill, his body instantly disappearing, then reappearing over 100 meters behind Dai Mubai. If you want to charge, I won't let you succeed." Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with wicked light, instantly turning to look at Jiuhao. Third soul ring skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation. Dai Mubai roared, his muscles swelling again, black horizontal stripes appearing on his skin, making him look even more imposing. "Come fight." With a loud roar, Dai Mubai crouched down, using both hands to push off the ground, pouncing towards Jiuhao like a fierce tiger. "Come at me." A glimmer flashed in Jiuhao's eyes, his body neither dodging nor avoiding, swinging the meteor hammer in a circle, accurately attacking Dai Mubai. From the start of the battle until now, it hadn't even been 10 breaths. In such a short time, his chaotic cloak hammer technique had only charged for 5 strikes. However, these 5 strikes looked powerful, the raging aura wildly unleashed, the meteor hammer burning like fire. Boom! Dai Mubai flew high into the air, instantly smashed away by Jiuhao, landing more than 10 meters away and rolling several times before coming to a stop. What? What? How is this possible? Jiuhao just charged for 5 strikes. How could his hammer technique be this powerful? Seeing Jiuhao knock Dai Mubai away in one blow, a wave of astonished voices erupted from the crowd, especially Xiao Wu. He was the most surprised person. Others didn't know what was happening, but how could he not know? At the moment the meteor hammer was launched, he clearly saw a faint golden light flash across Jiuhao's arm. Isn't this the sign of successfully entering the diamond body? Damn it. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Xiao Wu suspiciously rubbed his eyes. It had only been less than 2 days. How could this be possible? What is impossible? It seems you know the reason? Flander looked at him with confusion. He was clear about Dai Mubai's strength, and he had also heard of Jiuhao's chaotic cloak hammer technique. It was precisely because he understood that he felt Jiuhao's power was a bit abnormal. Flander's words drew everyone's attention to Xiao Wu. Who wouldn't be curious about someone who could knock Dai Mubai away with one strike? That seems like my diamond body. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. You didn't see wrong? It's not that Flander doubted Xiao Wu, but this news was just too shocking. He knew about Xiao Wu's diamond body. Remembering that yesterday old Xiao came to find him and mentioned that he had taken Jiuhao as a disciple and passed the diamond body to him. The soul skill had just been taught, and he already learned it? Isn't this a joke? Of course. How could my soul skill be mistaken? Haha, good disciple. You are amazing, Xiao Wu asserted, then immediately laughed heartily without caring about his image. Learning a self-created soul skill in less than 2 days, what talent could compare? He just wanted to ask who else. It really is the diamond body. Xiao Wu's affirmation left everyone in shock. What kind of talent is this? In the arena, only Tang San and Xiao Wu were somewhat calm. Although Jiuhao learning a soul skill in just 2 days was surprising. They were almost used to it. After all, it was just learning a soul skill, not creating one. Jiuhao had even created 2 self-made soul skills. So what was there to be surprised about? In the arena, Dai Mubai staggered to his feet, holding his chest, blood flowing continuously between his fingers. Jiuhao's meteor hammer is not that easy to receive. Didn't you see the cold light shining on that spike? Are we still fighting? Jiuhao asked. This time I lost, but you only relied on the power of the weapon. It doesn't count as true skill. I will get my revenge for this battle eventually. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, still unconvinced by Jiuhao. All right, then I'll wait for you. Next time, I want to use a weapon. Jiuhao nodded calmly. Next time he would be able to beat him with his fists. All right, this battle is won by Jiuhao. You 2 come down first. Next battle, Tang San against Xiao Wu. After the battle ended, Flander stepped forward and said, Good. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the stage, standing opposite each other in the open space. Xiao Wu, be careful. This time I will use all my strength. Tang San reminded. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded, looking serious. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with confusion. What's wrong? Wasn't Xiao Wu always excited to jump up at the mention of a battle? Why is she reacting like this now? Strange. Tang San felt that both Jiuhao and Xiao Wu were acting oddly today. First soul skill bind. Third soul skill. Instant speed. Facing Tang San's blue-silver grass bind, Xiao Wu directly activated instant speed, and in the next moment, she was already in front of Tang San, her legs coiling around him like venomous snakes. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track. Tang San vividly remembered Xiao Wu's waist bow and didn't dare to touch her at all. He quickly moved his hands to divert her fair, long legs, constantly dodging and rapidly creating distance. Run, can you escape? Xiao Wu flashed again, chasing after Tang San like a shadow. Venomous spider web. Just as Xiao Wu's legs were about to entangle him, Tang San unleashed his third soul ring ability. At any other time, he might not have been so decisive in using the venom, but with Xiao Jiuhao present, he was not afraid of Xiao Wu being poisoned. Tang San spread his hands, and green-blue-silver grass shot out from his palms, wrapping around Xiao Wu while protecting himself. Spiral pill. Xiao Wu held a basketball-sized spiral pill in her left hand, using it as a shield while her body spun like an arrow towards Tang San, completely ignoring his venomous spiderweb. I dodge. The venomous spiderweb was pierced through, and Tang San's expression changed as he quickly dodged. You can't escape. Xiao Wu was in mid-air, her body lying flat and spinning 360 degrees like a windmill, her toes just grazing Tang San's neck. Immediately after, a sticky soul power emanated from her toes, and her other leg climbed up. First soul skill, waist bow. With a delicate shout, boom, Tang San felt a whirlwind before his body slammed solidly onto the ground. I lost. After a moment, Tang San got up from the ground with a sense of loss. Although this scene had played out many times before, he still felt a bit disappointed. Sure enough, I am still too weak. I have never defeated Xiao Wu. Very well, I have a clear understanding of your strengths. Next, I will formulate a detailed training plan for you. You all must be tired today, so go back and rest. Training will officially start tomorrow morning. Flender came before the group, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The quality of the students recruited this time was quite good, and he was very pleased. No, he should be extremely satisfied. Ha! Finally no training today, that's great. Upon hearing the dismissal, everyone became happy, especially Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who jumped up with joy. Tang San, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Knock, knock, knock. In the evening, the moon in the sky hid behind the clouds like a shy girl. Jiuhao was lying on the bed resting when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Have you thought about what you want to say to me? Opening the door, he saw Xiao Wu's figure faintly illuminated by the moonlight. I've thought it over. Xiao Wu's gentle voice almost made Jiuhao's heart soften. Chapter 76. The Showdown 3. When Xiao Wu approached, Jiuhao noticed she was carrying a small package, looking like she was ready to run away from home. Little rabbit is going to run away. Jiuhao pretended to be calm, turning back to the dormitory to wait for Xiao Wu's explanation. Jiuhao, actually, I wasn't lying to you yesterday. I really can obtain a soul ring by myself. The dormitory was not lit, and only a faint moonlight shone down, making it difficult for Jiuhao to accurately see Xiao Wu's expression. But there's one thing you might not know. The reason I can obtain a soul ring by myself is because of my identity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu was about to confess. You're not human, are you? Jiuhao asked calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu gasped. You really found out. Initially, she had come with a sense of luck, but not wanting to deceive Jiuhao any longer, she prepared to tell him the secret she had hidden deep inside. She had already decided that after revealing her identity to Jiuhao, she would leave that very night. She could no longer stay here. In one night, she had realized that she liked Jiuhao and wanted to be with him. However, if he discovered that she was a soul beast, he would definitely not accept her. Yet, deeply in love, Xiao Wu found that she could not and did not want to deceive Jiuhao. She had to confess everything. If Jiuhao couldn't accept her identity, she would leave alone. But she felt there was little hope for that. After all, she had already packed her belongings. Jiuhao chuckled lightly. And then, after you tell me your identity, you plan to just leave? Yes, since you've discovered my identity, I don't want to bring you trouble. Jiuhao, I'm leaving. Xiao Wu gazed deeply at Jiuhao, her face filled with reluctance and affection. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized she loved Jiuhao even more than she had imagined. After countless days and nights spent together, how many times had he fed her, laughed with her, and accompanied her? When she truly wanted to leave, all her feelings burst forth, transforming into overwhelming love. Jiuhao stepped forward, gently hugging Xiao Wu, feeling her body tremble slightly, and softly said, Do you think I care about your identity? Xiao Wu is just Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is my Xiao Wu. Jiuhao. You. Xiao Wu looked up in shock. Could he really not care? Xiao Wu, let me tell you, you can't escape from my palm. In the future, just grow up obediently. When you're grown, you'll be my wife. Don't think about escaping. As he stroked Xiao Wu's back, Jiuhao's face was filled with a broad smile. At that moment, he knew he had won the gamble. Who wants to be your wife? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, her face turning red with shame. But deep inside, she was filled with wild joy. He really didn't care about her identity. What? You don't like me? Jiuhao's hand paused, his tone becoming stiff. No, I like you. Xiao Wu blurted out. And only after saying it did she realize Jiuhao was teasing her. You just love to bully me. Xiao Wu turned away, appearing angry yet delighted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come here. Tonight, I'll hold you while you sleep. Jiuhao embraced Xiao Wu's body, pressing the advantage. As they approached the bed, Xiao Wu asked, Jiuhao, since you know my identity, why are you still willing to be with me? You might not know, but someone like me is very dangerous in human society. Once my identity is discovered, I'll face endless pursuit, ultimately ending up dead. Don't worry, with me here, I will protect you. Jiuhao pulled Xiao Wu in and tucked her into the quilt. Being pursued is because of weak strength. Once I become strong, who will come to kill whom? Since he chose Xiao Wu in the first place, he was prepared for this, including coming to Shrek Academy. which was all for that immortal herb. Okay, let us work hard together. Once I reach level 70 and enter maturity, no one will be able to discover my identity. At that time, I will become a real human, and I will give myself to you. Seeing that Jiuhao really didn't care about her identity, Xiao Wu sighed in relief, and her love for Jiuhao deepened. If only she were not so young, she might have already taken the initiative to approach him. All right, it's late now. Let us sleep early. Holding Xiao Wu's soft body, Jiuhao closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiuhao and Xiao Wu walked side by side to the playground, both beaming with smiles, catching everyone's attention. Hey, brother Jiuhao, you really are something. Ma Hongjun jogged over, glanced at Xiao Wu, and gave a thumbs up in praise. Get lost. Keep talking nonsense, and see how I deal with you. Jiuhao laughed and scolded, raising his fist in a threatening manner. Xiao Jiuhao, are you okay? Seeing Jiuhao back to normal, Tang San sighed in relief. Yesterday, he had been too busy with Flinder's matters and hadn't had time to pay attention to Jiuhao, so he was quite worried. It's nothing. Just a little accident yesterday. Don't worry. Jiuhao smiled and patted Tang San's shoulder, feeling warm inside. It's truly great to have such a brother around. After that, the group chatted for a while. At this moment, Jiuhao keenly noticed that although it seemed everyone was gathered together, chatting energetically, a closer look revealed that the scene had already been divided into two groups. One group consisted of him, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, while the other group was made up of Dai Mubai and Oscar. In Oscar's humorous antics, the two groups appeared connected and harmonious. Regarding this, Jiuhao maintained an indifferent attitude. After all, he only spoke with his own people. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, one was proud and aloof, as if he were the king of heaven, showing no interest in conversation. As for Oscar, Jiuhao realized that he had indeed been deeply poisoned. Just seeing Oscar reminded him of those flamboyant, bearded impostors. Shuddering, Jiuhao quickly turned his head away, not daring to look, fearing he might get pulled in. After a while, Flinder and Xiao Wujia appeared on the playground. I have prepared your training plan. Flinder wasted no words, standing in front of everyone and beginning to speak. Your bodies are at the peak of their potential for improvement, and effective training is necessary to fully unleash that potential. Therefore, I have set a long-term task for you, running. Everyone, run 20 laps around the village first, and if you don't finish by noon, you won't be allowed to eat. Jiuhao, Dai Mubai, stay behind. Flinder waved his hand, signaling that they could start. Yes. At the moment they heard about running, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt despair. They reluctantly took the lead and called for Tang San and Xiao Wu to follow. Jiuhao looked at this scene in silence, thinking, running. Do I really need you to teach me? Dai Mubai, come with me. I will give you special training. Your performance yesterday was truly disappointing. After Tang San and the others ran out, Flinder turned back, speaking coldly. Let's go. Xiao Jiuhao, come with me. I will train you. Xiao Wujia came to Jiuhao's side, patting his shoulder as he spoke. Yesterday, Jiuhao had left too quickly. He hadn't had the chance to confirm the situation regarding the immovable body of Diamond with him, so it was just right to confirm the specifics now. The two arrived at a secluded courtyard in the academy, surrounded by large training equipment, clearly Xiao Wujia's own training area. Chapter 77. Oscar's thoughts. Xiao Jiuhao, come on. Use the immovable body of Diamond. Xiao Wujia looked at Jiuhao with an excited expression. Jiuhao seemed helpless, but was actually delighted as he rolled up his sleeves. His muscles bulging. A layer of untraceable golden light shone on his skin. Sure enough, I knew you had entered the threshold. You are indeed my disciple. Good, good, good. Xiao Wujia exclaimed 3 times in a row, showing how excited he was. Only by personally experiencing the difficulty of horizontal training could one truly understand its challenges. Teacher, I have met the requirements. You should give me the next self-created soul skill. Jiuhao looked forward eagerly at Xiao Wujia. After all, what was the point of becoming a disciple, if not for this moment? The game position was calling. Not so fast. Xiao Wujia smacked his lips. Your immovable body of Diamond has just entered the threshold. Now is the time to consolidate it. We can't delay your training because of this. Xiao Wujia spoke earnestly, emphasizing that one's energy was limited. Not using such good talent on the immovable body of Diamond would be a great pity. Teacher, you're being unreasonable. Jiuhao said angrily. You once said that whoever doesn't acknowledge it is a grandson. Do you want to act like that? To obtain the body movement soul skill, Jiuhao had no choice but to use his trump card. Xiao Wujia was generous and unconcerned with minor details. Otherwise, Jiuhao wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Good boy. You probably thought of this day long ago. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with a frown, realizing he had been schemed against by his disciple. And where could he go to reason about it? Forget it, you little brat. If I really don't give it to you, you might revolt. So tell me, what soul skill do you want? Xiao Wu waved his hand helplessly. Hee, teacher is generous. Hu Jio happily gave a thumbs up, flattering him. Teacher, I want one related to body movement for evading attacks and escaping. You can only choose one, either flexibility or speed. There is no such thing as having both. I want this kind of soul skill too. Xiao Wu looked at him sideways, thinking this kid was quite crafty. Is there none? Hu Jio sighed in disappointment, saying honestly, then let's improve my body's flexibility. As for speed, we can talk about it later. Previously, I lacked soul skills, but now it's good. The game position isn't enough. What a happy trouble. Then it's the shadow dodge. Once mastered, you'll be agile and can use soul power to create illusory shadows to confuse your opponents. This soul skill is extremely difficult. Even I haven't mastered it yet. You could try it first. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Xiao Wu rummaged around and finally found an old book. He had many soul skills, but few had been truly mastered. Most were gathering dust in the back. Thank you, teacher. Hu Jio didn't care about how difficult it was. No matter how hard it was, he wasn't afraid. How could one talk about difficulty with someone who was overpowered? Grabbing the secret book, Hu Jio found a stone stump and began to study it page by page with a serious expression. Hey, you little brat, it's class time now. Why are you reading? Get up, training is important. Xiao Wujia's big palm came down, instantly making Hu Jio jump up. Teacher, I'm studying by reading. Don't rush me, I'll start training after I finish reading. Hu Jio said innocently. It's class time, class means reading. No problem. Impudent. I'll make you stop being impudent. No training today, we'll do actual combat instead. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wujia then realized that his disciple was just lazy. He had never seen someone so lazy and couldn't understand how he had trained to this level. However, as a dignified soul sage, could he let a kid turn the world upside down? Kids are kids. They are tough anyway, so a good beating would suffice. Oh, bang bang rumble. In an instant, the entire training ground echoed with cheerful screams and intense fighting sounds. Hu Jio felt that becoming a disciple seemed to have put him in a pit. Wasn't he good to live a carefree life? Why should he suffer this at such a young age? As noon approached, Hu Jio dragged his exhausted body, limping towards the playground to gather. The injuries on his body were fine. After all, with the Holy Light's soul skill, as long as he wasn't missing an arm or leg, a soul skill would instantly restore him to his original state, even his spirit. However, anyone who had been trained all morning would inevitably feel tired. But the path was chosen by oneself. Even if he cried, he had to walk it through. Xiao Wu, was running fun for you? How about I run with you in the future? I love running the most. Hu Jio lay on the grass of the playground, weakly asking. Only at this moment did he realize how wonderful running was as a training method. Running is great. It can train endurance and strengthen the body. This training is simply perfect. There is no better training than this. Fun my ass. Come here with a holy light carrot. My legs hurt. Xiao Wu also limped to Hu Jio's side, carelessly collapsing onto him. Brother Jio, save your little brother. Save your little brother. I can't move. From a distance, Ma Hongjun lay directly on the ground, stretching out his hand to look at him, loudly calling for help. Okay, it seems we're bound by fate. Hu Jio's mindset calmed down now. In the field, only Oscar and Tang San seemed fine. Oscar had recovery sausages, and Tang San had a strong body from training since childhood. Hu Jio also didn't get up, holding Xiao Wu and handing her carrot, then tossing another to Ma Hongjun and another to Tang San. Xiao Wu, Tang San, soon we should go ask the dean for the debt he owes us. He still owes us a soul guide device. Seeing Xiao Wu's tired appearance, Hu Jio felt a bit heartbroken. If only she had a storage ring, she wouldn't be in this situation. As for why not give it to Tang San, he forgot. In the distance, Oscar watched as a few people immediately recovered after eating the carrot. A glint of envy flashed in his eyes. As a food system soul master, he was even older than Hu Jio, and in the future at the academy, he would no longer be unique. Although Ma Hongjun had already shown off Hu Jio's recovery effect to him yesterday, seeing it in person made him feel a deep sense of crisis. Don't be fooled by Oscar's silly and funny appearance. He was actually the smartest one and clearly understood the current situation in the academy. Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were close friends who had come together, and their bond was unbreakable. Plus, that little fatty Ma Hongjun couldn't stand Dai Mubai and directly sided with Hu Jiao, forcing Oscar to change his neutral stance and start to align with Dai Mubai. Only in this way could he compete with Hu Jiao's group and find a place for himself. Otherwise, how could he gain the Academy's attention with Hu Jiao, the food system's sole master who completely outmatched him? He had thought this through clearly, no matter how unwilling he was. He had to push Dai Mubai out to confront Hu Jiao and the others, not for winning or losing, but to gain more support from the Academy. I said, fatty, this is self-inflicted. Who told you not to eat my sausage? You used to eat it, and now you're complaining. I won't give you my sausage anymore. Oscar held the sausage in front of Ma Hongjun, teasing him with a grin, even adding a look of grievance, saying, it's just a gross spell. It doesn't affect the effect. Why be so picky? Chapter 78. Flinder's training Hehe. Xiao Ao, can you have a bit of self-awareness? With your disgusting spell. Who would eat it if there was no other choice? At this moment, Dai Mubai limped onto the playground. He wouldn't be polite to Oscar, as a prince. He only needed to be polite to the teachers in the academy. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Oscar's expression changed instantly, then returned to normal. Not letting anyone notice. Arrogant and ignorant fool. Haha, Oscar, this is what Boss Dai said. With Brother Jiu here, I will never eat your disgusting sausage again. You can keep your sausage for yourself. Ma Hongjun jumped up from the ground, proudly declaring, If you don't want to eat it, fine, my sausage is delicious. Oscar took a bite of the sausage, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Cough, cough. At this moment, Flinders suddenly appeared on the playground, and even Tang San and Hu Jiao, who had sharp eyesight, didn't he notice how he showed up? It seems you all completed today as tasks. Very good. Nodding in appreciation, Flinders' next words shocked everyone present. Now there is one last task. Once completed, you can rest. The task is very simple. Come to Shrek, you are a team, partners, teammates who can rely on each other. Now it's time to test you. Oscar, come out and prepare your sausage. Yes, Oscar replied excitedly. Dai Mubai's expression changed. This scene felt familiar. Hu Jiao also realized that they were going to make them eat sausages. However, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun had no reaction because they had never thought about such a bizarre task. Sure enough, Flinders' next words confirmed Hu Jiao's guess. The task is simple. You just need to eat one of Oscar's sausages. I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. Oscar chanted his spell proudly, his voice getting louder and louder, as if afraid others wouldn't hear him. This guy is definitely trying to disgust us. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was feeling nauseous, Hu Jiao clenched his fists, thinking that this beating was unavoidable. Dean, why do we have to eat Oscar's sausage? Tang San's expression was a bit strange. He didn't want to eat such a bizarre sausage either. What's wrong? Do you all not want to eat? Flinders' gaze sharpened, and the pressure of a soul sage burst forth, overwhelming everyone. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life more important or face more important? When you can only choose one, which will you choose? Although Oscar's soul spell is a bit disgusting, the recovery effect is very good. During your time at the academy, he is one of you. You will train together. If you cannot reach a tacit understanding with him, you will waste the best supporting partner. At the same time, this is also a training of your mentality. If you can't even do this, how will you survive in the soul master world in the future? To survive, you must do whatever it takes. Don't say it's just eating a sausage. When life is in danger, you should be prepared to eat mice, cockroaches, and earthworms. Tang San lowered his head. He felt that the dean was right. If they couldn't overcome such a small difficulty, how could they become strong in the future? Dean, just as Tang San was about to agree, Hu Jiao interrupted him. Dean, I think what you said is right. For survival, we do need to do whatever it takes. For our lives, let alone mice, cockroaches, and earthworms, I could even eat dirt. But, Hu Jiao raised his voice right now. We're not fighting for survival. Are we really going to eat his sausage for a future possibility that may or may not happen? I feel that, Dean. This is disrespectful to us. In fact, you are insulting us. Hu Jiao stared at Flinder. His aura, though weak, showed no fear. How could he be made to eat Oscar's sausage for such a ridiculous reason? Then what if I insist that you eat it? Flinder looked at Hu Jiao calmly, his aura pressing down fiercely on him. Hu Jiao activated his transformation skill, his body instantly growing larger, enduring the pressure while firmly saying, Then I will drop out. I will drop out too. It's just a lousy academy. What is so great about it? Xiao Wu came to Hu Jiao's side, holding his hand, sharing the pressure with him. Tang San also came to Hu Jiao's side, silently sharing the burden. Teacher, also don't want to eat. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said with closed eyes, but he didn't dare to step forward to Flender. Instead, he shrank back, looking rather ridiculous. Among those present, only two people did not move. That was Oscar and Dai Mubai. Oscar's face was completely dark at this moment, his gloomy eyes showing no concealment. Hu Jiuhao and the others actually preferred to drop out and confront the dean rather than eat his sausage. He felt insulted. If looks could kill, Hu Jiuhao and the others would probably already be dead. On the other side, Dai Mubai's expression was not much better, because he faced the same choice last year. But at that time, he chose to accept it. But because of this, Dai Mubai felt extremely jealous. Why did they dare to confront the dean? I accepted it. Why don't you? He could not do it. He did not have Hu Jiuhao's courage. If he had Hu Jiuhao's courage back then, would he have run to this shabby Shrek Academy instead of enjoying being a prince? Furlong, what are you doing? They are still children. Can't you speak to them properly? Just as Hu Jiuhao was about to merge with Xiao Wu's martial soul, Xiao Wu appeared. He quickly stepped in front of Hu Jiuhao and the others, blocking Flender's pressure with a silly smile while advising them. What am I doing? Ask them what they want to do. They even refuse the tasks assigned by the academy. If they aren't educated, they won't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Flender said angrily. Want to drop out? Do you think Shrek is a place you can come and go as you please? Xiao Jiuhao, Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Flender is training you. Can he really harm you? Quickly apologize to the dean, and this will be over. Xiao Wu kept giving Hu Jiuhao a look while turning his back to Flender. Unfortunately, Hu Jiuhao seemed not to see it, still staring defiantly at Flender. You think you're so great, Flender. Go ahead, try touching me. If you touch me, it's one thing, but do you dare to touch Tang San? Flender, I'll make you uncomfortable sooner or later. Chapter 79. Subduing Ma Hongjun. Flender had miscalculated. He thought he could easily suppress a few kids, just like he did with Dai Mubai back in the day. But he didn't expect Hu Jiuhao to be so tough. And Xiao Wu and Tang San decisively stood with Hu Jiuhao to confront him. He just wanted the new students to obey. This year's incoming students are all top geniuses. And geniuses are proud. Isn't it reasonable to suppress their self-esteem a bit to facilitate teaching? But little did he know, in Hu Jiuhao's eyes, Oscar's big sausage was equivalent to a root. Although it wasn't real, that's the feeling it gave off. Letting him eat someone else's root was absolutely impossible. When he watched fanfiction in his previous life, he found it strange why those travelers would eat someone else's root without hesitation. And not only eat one, but also ask for more. Now, after experiencing such a scene himself, Hu Jiuhao realized he couldn't do it. He seemed too pretentious and unwilling to compromise. Now Flender was in a difficult position. It wasn't just about eating sausage anymore. But Hu Jiuhao and the others wanted to drop out. He regretted a bit. If he had known they would be so tough, why use this method? It's impossible to let them drop out. I haven't taken in such excellent students at Shrek for many years. They must stay. Today, none of you completed the task, so no lunch for you. Xiao Wu, keep an eye on them. Let's see who dares to eat. With a cold snort, Flender left, his departure somewhat awkward yet carefree. So what if they don't eat sausage? They'll still be suppressed by me. Let us see who dares to eat today. I'll slap them. Oscar and Dai Mubai. What does that have to do with us? We can complete the task. The two felt wronged. It clearly wasn't their fault. If someone should be punished, it should be Hu Jiuhao. It was unreasonable. They dared not express their anger in front of Flender, so they could only vent it on Hu Jiuhao, the instigator. They always dared to be angry with Hu Jiuhao. After Flender left, with Xiao Wu angrily explaining, Xiao Wu finally understood the whole situation. Of course, in Xiao Wu's words, Flender was depicted as an evil demon king who bullied them future titled Doluos, and they, defiant to the end, ultimately defeated the evil demon king. This kind of adaptation left Xiao Wu dumbfounded. Could it be that Flender was really that evil? In the end, it was Tang San who couldn't stand it and impartially clarified what had just happened. Hey, it's just a sausage. What's the big deal? A real man should be strong. Xiao Wu puffed out his chest, putting on a strong man-esque expression. Look, you've angered the small-minded Flender now. You'll suffer later. Thinking of Flender's small-mindedness, Xiao Wu shrank his neck, feeling a chill on the back of his hand. Hopefully, Flender didn't hear that. Teacher Xiao, you've never eaten my big sausage. Oscar's pitiful voice struck a fatal blow to Xiao Wu. This is easy to understand, right? As a real man, you must have the spirit of not fearing pain or hardship. How can you treat a minor injury with sausage? Xiao Wu forced a defense while stroking his crew cut. but I've seen you running to teacher Xiao Xin all the time. Dai Mubai coldly added. Get lost. That S just me maintaining a relationship with old Xiao. Not for treatment. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai and Oscar, furious. You little brats, daring to undermine me in front of my students, you're finished. All right. You all must be tired after a morning of training. Go back and rest. Remember, absolutely no lunch. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Xiao Wu waved his hand, signaling to disperse. Jiuhao, you were so powerful just now. You dared to confront the teacher. I admire you. After Xiao Wu left, Ma Hongjun ran up to Hu Jiao, flattering him. Of course, my little Jiao is powerful. Unlike you softies, you actually hid behind. What a shame. Xiao Wu proudly linked arms with Hu Jiao. After that night's confession, she and Hu Jiao had officially confirmed their relationship. How could she not be proud of how impressive Hu Jiao was? Sister Xiao Wu, but that S my teacher. How could I dare to contradict him? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed about his earlier behavior. Forget it, little Ma was also forced to do it. I needed help to speak up just now. Not bad. Very courageous. You're a man, I acknowledge you. Hu Jiao patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Given the situation just now, it surprised him that Ma Hongjun could shout from behind. After all, that was already considered contradicting the teacher. Haha, I knew it. Jiuhao knows me best. Hearing Hu Jiao's praise, Ma Hongjun's face lit up. Following someone as promising as Hu Jiao, he would surely prosper in the future. Let us go. Let us sit in my dorm. Since I acknowledged Ma Hongjun as my little brother, I'll let him taste some sweetness so he knows how right it is to follow me. Watching the few of them leave with their arms around each other, Dai Mubai and Oscar behind looked quite displeased. They were clearly being excluded. Unconsciously, the two exchanged glances, silently coming together, mimicking Hu Jiao's actions, and left in the opposite direction with their arms around each other. In the distance, Hu Jiao sensed the scene behind him and curled his lip in disdain. Little Ma, do you know why, despite being the same age, my soul power level can be so much higher than yours? In the dorm, Hu Jiao played with Xiao Wu's fingers, saying lightly. Xiao Wu's hand was as pure as lotus root, with a baby-like pinkness on her fingers. Her fingertips were soft and squishy, very pleasant to touch. Treated like this in front of so many people, Xiao Wu shyly lowered her head. Lacking the fierce demeanor of Sister Xiao Wu, Jiuhao, why even ask? You, Sangu, and Sister Xiao Wu, who isn't a genius with extraordinary talent. I just have a mutated martial soul, which has improved my talent. How can I compare to you? As he spoke, Ma Hongjun felt a bit inferior. His trash martial soul, claiming to be a phoenix, was actually quite similar to a common chicken. Because of this trash martial soul, his youth had been wasted. Would you believe that my innate soul power was only level 2? Hu Jiao sneered. What does talent matter? Can talent decide everything? What? How is that possible? Hearing that Hu Jiao only had second-level innate soul power, Ma Hongjun stood up in shock. Can second-level innate soul power cultivate so quickly? So fast that he can't even see the end? There's nothing impossible. Just look at this. Hu Jiao pulled out a light red carrot, revealing a hint of a scheming merchant's expression. Next to him, Tang San watched this scene in silence. Back then, it was because of this that he ended up in tremendous debt. Chapter 80. The obedient Xiao Wu, come on, eat this carrot, and you'll know how joyful cultivation is. Hu Jiao, like a devil, lured Ma Hongjun towards the abyss of temptation. Then I'll eat it. Ma Hongjun was frightened by Hu Jiao's expression, nervously grasping the carrot. Hesitating to take a bite. Eat quickly, don't dawdle. Do you think I can harm you? Seeing Ma Hongjun's timid expression, Hu Jiao frowned and reprimanded him. Oh, just eat it, just eat it. When Hu Jiao got angry, he was quite intimidating. Ma Hongjun was startled by him and hurriedly grabbed the carrot, taking big bites. Cultivate. At Hu Jiao's command, Ma Hongjun obediently sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. A quarter of an hour later, Ma Hongjun completed a phase of meditation, opened his eyes, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Brother Jiao, you're now my real brother. No, even closer than a real brother, big brother. I've finally waited for you. Ma Hongjun's plump body instantly sprang up, pouncing in front of Hu Jiao and hugging his thigh tightly. Hey, you kid have quite the discerning eye. Hu Jiao looked at Ma Hongjun, who had a face full of admiration, feeling quite pleased with himself. Another one has been fed by him, hee. Brother Jiao, I feel like eating your carrot makes cultivation as fast as driving. Now, I finally understand this is true cultivation. Ma Hongjun shamelessly flattered him, making Hu Jiuhao feel very comfortable. It seems you have found the true meaning of life, and my efforts in nurturing you are not in vain. However, you know there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Brothers are brothers. But this carrot still requires payment. Hu Jiuhao smiled at Ma Hongjun, finally showing his true intentions. Right, Xiao San and Xiao Jiuhao have such a good relationship. Closer than real brothers, and yet they still have to pay for it. You should be grateful for this opportunity. Such a huge chance doesn't come around often. Beside them, Xiao Wu chimed in. Ma Hongjun looked up at Tang San, who nodded with a wry smile. Although Hu Jiuhao only asked him for 1 silver soul coin. After years, he couldn't even remember how much he owed, only that it was a lot. But Brother Jiuhao, I don't have any money, Ma Hongjun said with a mournful face, looking pitiful. Due to the defect in his martial soul, all his money was spent on wild grass brothels. And he only dared to go to the cheapest places. Now, how could he have money to buy carrots for cultivation? Seeing that you're pitiful. I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? I'll allow you to keep a tab. Just pay me back slowly, no interest. At this moment, Hu Jiuhao felt he was being very generous. In this time of rapidly rising prices, to not charge interest, indeed, he was too kind. Great, thank you, Brother Jiuhao. Ma Hongjun looked up in surprise, but then he remembered he hadn't asked the price yet. How much is it for each one? Not much, not much. Just 1 gold soul coin for one. This is already a bargain. If it were someone else, I'd definitely sell it for 100. Hu Jiuhao raised a finger and said with a smile. Whether it was about money or not didn't matter. He mainly enjoyed the feeling of being a creditor. Tang San owed him, and so did Ma Hongjun. TSK. Being a creditor felt pretty good. Hearing Hu Jiuhao's price, Tang San beside him was filled with emotion. This is what brotherhood is about. Selling 1 gold soul coin to others, but only charging him 1 silver soul coin is practically giving it away. Good brother. Brother Jiuhao. I'll buy it. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was right in front of him. He couldn't give it up. It was just money. He could save it by going to those places less often and use it for cultivation. Once his cultivation level was high, he would show off in front of that lecherous tiger and see if it dared to look down on him again. All right, you take these carrots and cultivate slowly. When you run out, come find me again. By the way, this cultivation carrot lasts for only 1 hour. Remember to take it on time. Hu Jiuhao pulled out a bunch of carrots from his storage ring and reminded him with a smile. Ma Hongjun wrapped the carrots in his clothes, cradling them like treasures, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Having made a deal, it was time to practice the illusory shadow dodge soul skill. After acquiring the soul skill, he hadn't had time to study it, and now was just right. He guessed that by the evening, there would be a good show to watch. Before that, he needed to finish mastering the skill. In the dormitory, Hu Jiuhao was seriously studying, while Xiao Wu leaned beside him, keeping him company. The fragrance of books and the beauty beside him made for a leisurely moment. An hour later, Hu Jiuhao stretched and happily looked at the in front of him. On the 9th, the icon for illusory shadow dodge was shimmering brightly, and the progress bar was continuously providing him with skill insights. With illusory shadow dodge and indestructible body, I can finally engage in direct combat in the future. A real man has to face off head-on. Once the illusory shadow dodge skill was mastered, his agility would be greatly enhanced, practiced to a high level. He could even sense the wind before it moved and create illusions to confuse the enemy's vision. Used well, it could produce excellent results. Looking at the field with, Hu Jiuhao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After so many years, he finally filled all the skill slots. It wasn't easy for these skills. How much suffering had he endured? How much effort had he put in? And how many grievances had he suffered? Xiao Jiuhao, are you done reading? Beside him, Xiao Wu groggily opened her eyes, awakened by Hu Jiuhao's movements. Don't sleep anymore. Let's go out for a stroll. We've been at the academy for so long, and we haven't properly looked around. That is unacceptable. Although it was said to stroll around the academy, it was actually also to gather intelligence for the evening's actions. You should know, a grand show might be about to unfold tonight. What is so interesting about this broken academy? Why don't we go play in Soto City? You said you would take me to see the Great Soul Arena. As soon as it came to playing, Xiao Wu immediately perked up, no longer feeling sleepy. The Great Soul Arena, ISNT urgent. I'll take you there when I have time. Today, I want to start cultivating the illusory shadow dodge skill. Hu Jiuhao made up an excuse without blinking. The Great Soul Arena could be visited anytime, but missing tonight's good show would be a pity. All right then, I'll listen to you. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes in disappointment, but still obediently nodded. After being forced to reveal her feelings by Hu Jiu, she gradually began to listen to him. He was human, she was a beast, and Hu Jiu didn't reject her after knowing her identity, which deeply moved her. Unconsciously, Hu Jiu had already taken an important place in her heart, to the extent that she could disregard her own life for him. Perhaps this is what human emotions are. Chapter 81. Flander gets beaten at night. The stars in the sky were bright. Hu Jiu lay on his bed, fully activating his enhanced senses technique, constantly sensing the movements in the academy. In his hands, he held a delicate jar, a precious item he had bought for a high price, called Love Drunk in the Mundane World. Just as Hu Jiu was getting impatient waiting, suddenly his brows relaxed, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. In his perception, a deeply hidden, almost imperceptible domineering aura was rushing towards Flander's residence at an astonishing speed. This aura paused for a few breaths, and then vanished at high speed towards the back mountain of the academy. Soon after, Flander's aura appeared, chasing after the almost disappearing aura. Seeing this, Hu Jiu hurriedly stuffed the jar into his storage ring and continuously used teleportation to catch up, completely disregarding the consumption. During the teleportation, he activated his transformation skill, altering his calf muscles, and his body transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly pursuing the two auras. He had to hurry. It was a rare sight to see Flanders in such a situation, and today he had to catch up in time. Fortunately, in his perception, when the two auras had run about 5 miles, they finally stopped, allowing him to catch up slowly. At the same time, he noticed another aura in a different direction. Xiao Wuji's aura also appeared, and if it weren't for Hu Jiu's quick reaction, he would have almost collided with him. Come out. I have already discovered you. Meanwhile, Flanders stopped in the forest with a serious expression, a pair of enormous black wings unfurling behind him. As a spirit saint of the agility attack system, he was surprisingly outpaced, which was simply unbelievable. Just as Flanders finished speaking, a tall figure dressed in a black robe that concealed even his face appeared before him. I am Flanders. May I ask why you summoned me here in the middle of the night? Do you have any guidance for me? Guidance, you could say that. I came to find you not for anything else but to spar a bit. It's been a while since I last fought, and it's just the right time to stretch my muscles, the visitor said indifferently. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and suddenly a black light emerged, coalescing in his hand into a large hammer. Simultaneously, 9 spirit rings slowly floated up from beneath his feet, enveloping his figure within the spirit rings, especially the last spirit ring, which faintly emitted a red color amidst the black. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A powerful and domineering aura gradually rose, overwhelming Flanders and instantly making him feel breathless. Titled Law, How, Your Highness Haoyan. Flanders swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his body. Damn it. When did I accidentally offend this big shot? This is bad. Oh, there's another one. Come out too. What difference does it make between 1 and 2? The visitor glanced toward Xiao Wuji's direction and said lightly, Uncle Hao is so imposing. Hu Jiu admired Tang Hao, who, despite his tattered attire, emanated the aura of an extraordinary master, feeling envious. The next moment, Xiao Wuji revealed himself, and as soon as he appeared, he activated his mighty bear spirit. Looking at Tang Hao with a vigilant expression. Boss, what's going on? When did you provoke a title de loi? Flanders ignored Xiao Wuji and respectfully bowed to Tang Hao, saying, I have seen your highness Haoyan. Hiss. Now Xiao Wuji understood. It's actually this person. No wonder the boss is so respectful. He can't afford to be careless. Xiao Wuji also placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully bent down, saying, I have seen your highness Haoyan. No need for excessive courtesy. I am here to cause trouble. Tang Hao waved his hand, with the Haoyan hammer standing firm beneath him. I don't know when I offended your highness. As they say, ignorance is no excuse. Your highness, I didn't intend to oppose you. Flanders said with a bitter face, feeling very wronged. I've been very careful. I've been hiding in Shrek for over 20 years. How could I have provoked this esteemed person? If you bully the weak, the strong will naturally come to your door. Enough talk. You are destined to be beaten today. Don't say I'm bullying you. I want to use my martial soul. If you can last a stick of incense under my hand, I'll turn around and leave without a word. Otherwise, you will have to help me with something. Tang Hao retracted his martial soul, and his spirit rings vanished. Surname Tang, Tang San, I understand now. At this moment, Flanders suddenly realized how he had offended this person. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything overly excessive today. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether he could leave intact. All right, enough nonsense. Let us fight. You, get aside, otherwise I'll beat you too. Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wu, who was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly, hurriedly releasing his martial soul and retreating, fearing that this person would notice him. Boss, oh boss, this trouble is of your own making. It has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Xiao Wu inexplicably felt a surge of excitement, which made him feel ashamed. Why was he happy when his boss was getting beaten? Bang bang, zumba zumba, kak. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, and the sounds of screams muffled grunts, and collisions intertwined, forming a beautiful melody. TSK, so tragic, too tragic, I can't bear to look. In just a few seconds, Jiuhao watched like it was a movie as Flanders was beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, even his beloved glasses flying off. I really want to join in. Hitting someone barehanded must feel great. This thought flashed through Jiuhao's mind, but was quickly discarded. After all, Flanders was a teacher at the academy, and Jiuhao respected his elders. He couldn't entertain such thoughts. After several seconds, Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Well, I've vented my anger. Now it's time for you to work for me. Tang Hao's lips moved slightly, and a faint voice emerged that even Jiuhao, with his heightened senses, couldn't hear. Yes, your highness Outyan. However, Flanders and Xiao Wu seemed to hear it, respectfully responding with smiles they couldn't suppress. Uncle Hao, why didn't you let me hear it? You're so secretive, not at all generous. Jiuhao looked frustrated as he watched Xiao Wu help Flanders leave, thinking, I want that benefit too. Come out, little ghost. How long are you going to hide? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze swept toward Jiuhao's concealed position as he said lightly, Hee, Uncle Hao, long time no see. Little San, and I missed you so much. Why did you take so long to appear? Jiuhao said with a silly smile as he ran out from his hiding place. With his level of cultivation, it was impossible to hide from a titled law. If Flanders and Xiao Wu hadn't been focused on Tang Hao, they wouldn't have missed him either. Miss me? When you were tricking Little San, why didn't you think of me? Facing the enthusiastic Jiuhao, Tang Hao's expression didn't change, but he asked with an unfriendly tone. Heavens, Uncle Hao, can you be reasonable? If it weren't for my help, do you think Little San could reach level 30? It's all because I helped him. Jiuhao exaggeratedly pointed at himself, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Hey, you little rascal, you're too clever. Tang Hao finally couldn't hold back, his expression softening as he lightly scolded with a smile. Of course, Uncle Hao, look. This is the good wine I prepared for you, yearning drunk in red dust. I spent a lot of money on it. I wanted to honor you for a long time. Jiuhao grinned proudly as he quickly took out the wine jar and approached like a sycophant. Chapter 82. Flanders bleeds. It can be said that without Tang Hao teaching him the chaotic wind, he might not have been able to smoothly handle Xiao Wu. Does he really think that anyone can conquer the little rabbit? How is Xiao San doing? Tang Hao didn't ask Jiuhao why he wasn't surprised by his strength or why he'd dare to follow him here. At his level of cultivation, there aren't many things that pique his interest, and apart from Ain and Xiao San, what else is worth his attention? Xiao San is doing well. He often thinks of you, especially in those early years. He would be gloomy every time he returned home. But he is very understanding and knows you have your own matters to attend to, so he doesn't blame you for leaving without saying goodbye, Jiuhao said. This poor child. A faint guilt flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, but he quickly became resolute again. His matters are not yet finished. Jiuhao, please take care of Xiao San for me, and don't tell him I'm here. I still have some things to do, and I will meet him once I'm done, Tang Hao instructed. Don't worry, Uncle Hao. With me around, no one dares to bully Xiao San. Jiuhao patted his chest confidently. Of course, he would take care of him, especially since today, Flinder got beaten badly. I heard you really like to create your own soul skills. I came here in a hurry this time and didn't prepare anything. But I'll keep an eye out for you in the future and give you something next time we meet, as a reward for helping me take care of Xiao San. After finishing the last sip of wine, Tang Hao nodded to Jiuhao and turned to leave. Be careful. Uncle Hao, Xiao San and I will miss you. Jiuhao waved to Tang Hao, reluctant to let him go. Tang Hao didn't look back, just paused slightly before quickly leaving. Creating soul skills. Indeed, my thoughts were not in vain. There are finally benefits. A hint of joy flashed through Jiuhao's heart. Having a title will help him find soul skills. How much face is that? Although he received benefits from Tang Hao, Jiuhao still had some criticisms of him. Ain's death made him so dejected. If Tang San hadn't awakened his twin martial souls, he might have continued to be depressed. One could only say that this behavior was not very manly. If it were him, he would have handed Tang San over to a trusted person to help raise, and then walked the path of revenge alone. How much power could a titled Delaw, who disregards everything just for revenge, unleash? Of course, these thoughts were only in his mind. He was just a small soul master, and the other was a titled Delaw. He had no right to judge. Moreover, he had received benefits from him, so one should not forget gratitude. The next day, on the academy playground, Flinder appeared in front of everyone with a pig-ass head face. There was no other way. Being beaten by a titled Delaw was almost a blessing, and he didn't dare to use healing, only waiting for it to slowly fade away. Who is this? Why is he wearing the Dean's clothes? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, but she was holding back laughter. Yes, she did it on purpose. Teacher, what happened to you? Ma Hongjun also shouted, but his voice carried concern. Cough, cough, don't make a fuss. Today, Teacher Zhao will lead your training. Tang San, Jiuhao, Xiao Wu, you three come with me. Flinder feigned authority, not explaining the pig head incident. How to explain? Last night, favored by a titled Daw, or accidentally injured while walking. Yes. Everyone held back their laughter and responded loudly. Flinder led Jiuhao and the others. In the direction they were walking was actually towards Soto City. Dean, where are you taking us? Xiao Wu hopped around, looking left and right, a bit puzzled by Flinder's behavior. Jiuhao, on the other hand, seemed to be pondering. This stingy old man must be planning to fulfill his promise after being beaten. Just follow along. You'll know soon. Flinder's tone was a bit stiff. He was about to take out his beloved collection, and he was feeling heartbroken. However, he had no choice. Opportunities to curry favor with a titled Delaw are rare. In his view, currying favor with Tang San is equivalent to currying favor with Lord Tang Hao. Xiao Wu, don't ask. Just look at the Dean's pained expression and you'll know he is preparing to return our soul guide devices. Soon, you'll also have a soul guide device. Jiuhao teased. He wasn't afraid of Flinder anymore. With Tang Hao backing him up, what was there to fear? In Jiuhao's view, as long as Tang San was around, Tang Hao would always be his strong support. Really? When did the Dean become so generous? Xiao Wu looked up in surprise and then whispered in Jiuhao's ear. Isn't he quite stingy? Xiao Wu's little whisper couldn't escape Flinder's ears. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, pretending not to hear, and he turned around to retort. Xiao Wu, you might have some misunderstanding about me. I have always been very generous. As soon as these words were spoken, Flinder was met with 3 synchronized eye rolls. Even Tang San didn't believe such a statement. Soon, Jiuhao returned to Flinder's little shop. Just as Jiuhao had guessed, today I brought you here to fulfill my promise. Since I promised to give each of you a soul guide device, I will not go back on my word. From now on, don't say I'm stingy. Flinder's gaze swept over everyone's faces and finally stopped at Tang San. This time it's mainly for him. Dean. We agreed that I want a 10 cubic storage soul guide, nothing else. Jiuhao said excitedly. 10 cubic, how many carats can that hold? Me too. I want a storage soul guide, 10 cubic. No, I want 50 cubic. Xiao Wu raised her small hand and said with a big heart. No. Where's there a 50 cubic? Even the 10 cubic one is only one. You all decide among yourselves. Flinder shook his head repeatedly. He wished he could have 50 cubic as well. Only one? What about the rest? Jiuhao looked at Flinder suspiciously. This old man probably doesn't want to part with it, right? But it's fine. It's rare for him to spend money once. It's best to stop while the going is good. I remember there's also an 8 cubic one, Flinder said without blinking. Oh, then Xiao Wu and I want the 10 cubic and the 9 cubic. Dean, don't be stingy. Jiuhao glanced at Tang San. We will remember your kindness, right? Xiao San? The Dean is a great person. Tang San said without hesitation. In his heart, Flinder was really good to them. Not only helping them hunt soul rings, but also giving them soul guide devices. How could that be bad? Chapter 83. Oscar's request in the end. Jiuhao got what he wished for, obtaining a 10 cubic wrist device and a 9 cubic exquisite necklace from Flinder. This shows that the old man still has good stuff in his hands. Xiao San, what soul guide device do you want? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Flinder softened his tone when facing Tang San, managing to squeeze out a smile on his usually serious face. Flinder's obvious attitude didn't surprise Tang San. He thought it was because of the master. After all, It was the master who brought him to Shrek and even gave Flinder a letter. I dare not refuse the elder-esque grace. Whatever the dean gives, I will take. Tang San said respectfully. Damn. Jiuhao almost cursed upon hearing this. Xiao San. Oh Xiao San, when it comes to being cunning, no one can compare to you. Since you said that, how could Flinder not give you good things? What a good child. Look, you all should learn from Xiao San. You're still bargaining with me, an elder. Flinder looked at Tang San with satisfaction, then glanced at Jiuhao with deep meaning. The dean is right. From now on, I should learn more from Xiao San. Learn how to be cunning without showing it. In this regard, Tang San is the master. Let me think. Xiao San already has the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, and the Storage Soul Guide is not lacking, so I'll give you something more practical. How about this Shura mask? Saying this, Flinder took out an ugly mask from the counter. Staring at the mask, everyone felt a fierce aura rushing towards them. This Shura mask comes with a mental deterrent skill. If it encounters someone with weaker mental power, it can make the person stiff and unable to move. Even if the opponent has higher mental power, it can still make them dazed, but it is ineffective against soul saints and above. It's quite a nice little gadget. What a good item. It even has its own skill. This mask is truly a treasure. Jiuhao looked enviously at the Shura mask in Tang San's hands. Although it's ineffective against soul saints and above, how many are stronger than soul saints? This flaw seems trivial to Jiuhao. Thank you, Dean. Tang San clearly understood the value of the Shura mask and couldn't put it down after receiving it. All right, the promise I made to you has been fulfilled. We should go back to class now. Flinder looked at Tang San's expression with satisfaction. This investment was worth it. The few of them returned along the same route, and by the time they reached the academy, it was nearly noon. After lunch, training began. This time, Flinder mainly had them take turns battling. Jiuhao, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, except for Oscar. Of course, when facing weaker opponents, the stronger ones would be given some restrictions to achieve better training results. During this time, Flinder and Xiao Wu would also offer guidance, teaching them how to seize opportunities in battle and maximize their advantages, among other things. After a session of guidance, Jiuhao and the others gained a lot and had new insights into how to fight. In the afternoon, after training ended, Oscar approached the group with a pitiful expression. I envy you battle-type soul masters. You can have a good fight, unlike me, who can't fight and needs others to protect me. How pitiful. Huh. That's because you lack ability. Look at my little Jiuhao. He's also a food-type soul master and fights even fiercer than us, so you can only blame yourself. Xiao Wu proudly said, while hugging Jiuhao's arm. Yes, it's all my lack of ability. If only I had Jiuhao's skills. Oscar's eyes subtly flashed with a hint of joy. Then he looked at Jiuhao and the others enviously. By the way, I just saw you all using that soul skill called Spiral Pill. Can food-type soul masters also use this soul skill? Of course. This soul skill was designed by Jiuhao for himself. Can food-type soul masters use it? Didn't you see? Xiao Wu looked at Oscar disdainfully. Envious, right? My little Jiuhao created this soul skill years ago. This was created by Jiuhao, and it was created years ago. How is that possible? Oscar looked shocked. His shock was genuine. He thought this soul skill was something they learned from somewhere without knowing it was actually created by Jiuhao. Creating one's own soul skill is no joke. A soul skill, if used well, is equivalent to having an additional soul ring skill. In this world, having more soul skills means more advantages. Many soul masters spend their entire lives without even hearing about self-created soul skills, let alone having one. Yet Jiuhao created a soul skill years ago. What incredible talent that must be. For a moment, Oscar's eyes were filled with envy, even a hint of jealousy. But his expression was subtle, flashing by so quickly that no one noticed. Moreover, everyone was already stunned by the news from Xiao Wu, especially Dai Mubai. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, only he knew how precious a self-created soul skill was. Even the royal family. Self-created soul skills are the most valuable secrets, and even he has not encountered many. Unfortunately, he has no talent in creating soul skills. To avoid dragging down his cultivation, he never devoted time to creating soul skills. It would be better to use that time to improve his soul power, because once his level increases, he can naturally hunt for soul rings and gain soul ring skills. Why bother with the laborious and thankless task of creating a soul skill? There's nothing impossible. Those who are determined will succeed. As long as you work hard, you can also create your own soul skill. Jiuhao smiled lightly at Oscar, his eyes full of encouragement. Oscar's little thoughts were obvious to Jiuhao, who could see through them clearly at a glance. However, how could he simply teach a self-created soul skill to a stranger? Dream on. Sigh. I don't have your talent, Jiuhao. You know, we food-type soul masters have the hardest cultivation among all systems. To improve my soul power, I've occupied all my spare time. Where would I have time to create something myself? Oscar's face was filled with frustration. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he looked at Jiuhao with keen interest. Jiuhao, my dear brother, since this soul skill was created by you, could you teach it to me? I have no attacking ability at all. If I encounter an enemy, I can only be at their mercy. If I could also have a self-created soul skill, at least I would have some self-defense capability, right? Oscar shamelessly called him brother. Imitating ma ongjun. Isn't it just a title? Isn't it just lowering his head a bit? For a self-created soul skill, he doesn't care about his pride. Chapter 84. Conflict begins. Oscar is undoubtedly smart. He first used Xiao Wu as a breakthrough point to inquire about the origin of the spiral pill, then expressed shock at Jiuhao, the creator of the spiral pill. Next, he highlighted his own pity as a food-type soul master without attacking ability, and finally shamelessly requested Jiuhao to teach him, expressing his desire to learn. This subtle calculation is impressive. Jiuhao immediately looked at Oscar with newfound respect. He remembered that Oscar was only 13 years old. No wonder he could win over the talented daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With his sharpness, what couldn't he succeed at? Unfortunately, Jiuhao would not indulge him. Why should he teach him the spiral pill? Just because of his face? At the beginning, for a soul skill, he had respectfully asked the master and even voluntarily offered to provide a year's supply of carrots for training, and he was still rejected. And now, also for a soul skill, he became Xiao Wu's disciple. One must know that in this world, a person can only have one teacher in their lifetime. There's a saying that goes, once a teacher, always a father. This reflects the deep relationship between a teacher and a disciple. Since becoming a disciple, Jiuhao has consciously provided his training carrots for Xiao Wu's use. Why? Because self-created soul skills can be passed down. Oscar, on the other hand, wants to learn the spiral pill without giving anything in return. Is that possible? Not to mention anything else, just by being beside Tang San. If he hadn't provided some key techniques that allowed Tang San to successfully create the spiral pill, he might not even have taught Tang San. Little San, if you encountered someone plotting for your soul skill, what would you do? Facing Oscar's request, Jiuhao did not answer, but instead turned to Tang San and asked, if someone covets the ancestral skills of others, kill them. Tang San said coldly, his face serious. A good self-created soul skill can make a family thrive. This is a consensus in Doluo continent. In Tang San's heart, a self-created soul skill is equivalent to a cultivation method. In his previous life as a Tang sect disciple, if an outsider wanted to learn their sect's techniques, aside from joining the sect, all others would be regarded as enemies. The Tang sect's method of dealing with enemies is also quite simple. Kill without mercy. When Tang San said this, everyone present except Jiuhao was dumbfounded. It was just Oscar asking Jiuhao to pass on his soul skill. If he didn't want to, he could just refuse. Why was Tang San so full of killing intent? Tang San, Xiao Wu hesitated as she looked at him. After so many years together, Tang San had always been a very easygoing person in her eyes. Many times, she had bullied him to the point of making him look silly, and he would just smile helplessly in response, his temperament being exceptionally good. But now, his sudden display of killing intent left Xiao Wu confused. As if she didn't recognize him at all, Jiuhao gently squeezed Xiao Wu's hand. He knew this would happen. Oscar, did you hear what Tang San said? Let me give you a piece of advice. Some thoughts shouldn't be taken lightly. The consequences can be very serious. Jiuhao cast a disdainful glance at Oscar and scoffed. If you don't want to teach, then just don't. Why scare me like this? My heart nearly jumped out. Oscar, in a comical manner, held his heart with both hands, starting to annoy people again, looking quite foolish. But deep down, he was filled with an immense anger and jealousy, not only towards Jiuhao but also towards Tang San. He didn't expect that simply wanting to learn a soul skill would provoke such a strong reaction from them, especially at the moment when Tang San's killing intent washed over him, making him feel like he was suffocating. Hey, don't take it too seriously. Little Ao is still young and doesn't know the rules of the soul master world. Don't hold it against him. Dai Mubai pretended to be magnanimous as he patted Oscar on the shoulder and laughed while explaining to Jiuhao. Dai, go. What rules are there in the soul master world? Did I really say something I shouldn't have just now? Oscar looked at Dai Mubai curiously, with an innocent expression. In the Soul Master world, because of the characteristics of self-created soul skills being able to be learned and passed down, everyone is very cautious. There is serious vigilance against those who want to learn soul skills, and it could even turn into enmity because they might think you want to usurp their soul skills, especially among big families. Dai Mubai explained to everyone. He looked down on Oscar's previous behavior, thinking that a country bumpkin was indeed a country bumpkin, not even aware of this. The superiority of being from a big family was evident at this moment. So that's how it is. I really didn't know there was this rule. Oscar looked at everyone with an innocent face, raising his hands in explanation. I just saw Xiao Wu and Tang San could use the spiral pill, so I thought it could be shared casually. Forget it. Take care of yourself. Jiuhao waved his hand disinterestedly, gave Tang San a look, then took Xiao Wu's hand and turned to leave. Behind them, Ma Hongjun obediently followed. Whether Oscar knew the rules of the Soul Master world or not, Jiuhao didn't care, as long as it didn't come back to bite him. As for the rules of the Soul Master world, what did it have to do with him? Teach if he wanted, or not teach if he didn't? Based on his mood. Originally, Jiuhao thought today's matter would just pass. However, he didn't expect Oscar to be so bold. After training the next day, Oscar was mocked by Ma Hongjun for his ridiculous sausage being inferior to Jiuhao's carrot. Oscar blurted out, "What's wrong with my incantation sounding bad? Just look at Jiuhao's. Do you think it sounds good? If it did, why has he never recited it?" Jiuhao, who was playing with Xiao Wu, narrowed his eyes. This was the third time. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes. Even if Jiuhao was magnanimous, he was angered at this moment. The first time, Flender had them eat sausages, and Oscar had proudly recited his incantation while making disgusting gestures, making Jiuhao want to beat him up. Yesterday, Oscar had asked him for the spiral pill soul skill, which made Jiuhao feel disgusted. And today, he was not only attacking him with his incantation again. With a thought, Jiuhao's body suddenly expanded as he activated his transformation skill, vanishing and reappearing right in front of Oscar. "What gave you the illusion that you could provoke me again and again?" He grabbed Oscar by the neck, his palm large enough to lift him effortlessly. "Ha ha!" Oscar kicked his legs in the air, his hands frantically hitting Jiuhao, struggling to breathe, turning his face the color of a pig's liver. "Jiuhao, what are you doing? Xiao Ao is our companion. How can you treat him like this?" Dai Mubai roared, his evil eyes turning white as he instantly appeared in front of Jiuhao, grabbing his hand. Fortunately, Dai Mubai wasn't foolish enough to attack Jiuhao at that moment. He only wanted to pry his hand open. Otherwise, the white tiger would be in danger. "Companion? That's yours. I have never recognized him." Jiuhao sneered, glancing at Dai Mubai, applying more strength while still not loosening his grip. "Don't mention him. I haven't recognized you either." This sentence Jiuhao did not say aloud. Chapter 85. Punishment. Brother Jiuhao, there's no need for this. Xiao Ao just has a big mouth. Don't be impulsive. From the moment Jiuhao grabbed Oscar's neck and lifted him up to Dai Mubai coming to mediate, only a few breaths had passed, leaving Ma Hongjun unable to react at all. By the time he did, he rushed forward to mediate. Ma Hongjun felt that Oscar's brain was getting worse lately. Anyone could see that Jiuhao was the leader of their group, so why provoke him? Now, he must have angered Brother Jiuhao. Oof. Jiuhao coldly snorted, pushing aside Dai Mubai, who was still grappling with his hand, and heavily threw Oscar to the ground. Then he raised his foot and kicked him several meters away. He could disregard Dai Mubai's face, but Ma Hongjun was different. As someone who had just joined their group, he had to give him some face. "You want to know what my incantation is, right? Then I'll tell you. My grandpa has a big carrot. How about that? Are you satisfied with this incantation?" Jiuhao sneered at Oscar, full of disdain. "If you have no ability, do you think you can resort to crooked paths? Is it useful? You cough cough. You dare hit me?" Oscar gasped, his face filled with fear and anger. How could he dare? This was the academy. Didn't he fear the teachers? Dare? Didn't you see it? Let me give you a piece of advice. Some people are not ones you can provoke. If they're the next time, it won't just be a kick. Jiuhao, you are too petty. Xiao Ao was just joking. Is it necessary to take it so seriously? Dai Mubai looked at him seriously, his eyes filled with anger. This Jiuhao was truly too arrogant, not even putting him in his eyes. After all, he was a senior who had been here for several years. That's right, I'm that petty. Jiuhao raised his head, taking this evaluation as a compliment. He was not only petty, but also vengeful, more narrow-minded than a woman. Anyone who made him uncomfortable, he would make them feel worse. I will report this matter to the dean honestly. You can wait for your punishment. Dai Bai was infuriated by Hu Jiao's nonchalant attitude, his eyes filled with malice. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat him, he would have argued with him. Dai Gu, there's no need for that. It's just a small conflict between classmates. Why escalate it to the dean? If the dean finds out, neither brother Jiu nor Xiao Ao can escape punishment. Ma Hongjun urjidanshusli. Ma Hongjun was very clear about his teacher's temper. He couldn't tolerate any nonsense. If he really found out, the consequences would be serious. He might even get expelled. Dai Gu, this is our student's matter. Telling the dean is a bit excessive. Tang San also came forward to persuade Dai Bai. Hey, what's wrong with you? It's just a fight. Back then, my sister Xiao Wu was unbeatable in the academy, and no one dared to tell the teachers. They said that those who tell the teachers are cowards. Are you a coward? Xiao Wu raised her head, puffed out her chest, and made a face at him. Xiao Wu, don't say anything. When Tang San saw and heard Xiao Wu calling him a coward, Dai Bai became even angrier. But when he thought about their respective strengths, he managed to hold it in. If you want not to tell the teacher, then let him apologize to Xiao Ao. Dai Bai looked at Tang San, his tone firm. Tang San replied, let Xiao Jiu apologize? That's impossible. He hasn't forgotten that back at Nodding Academy. Hu Jiu would often threaten to hammer people. Why should we apologize? Although Xiao Jiu made a move, it was Oscar who was being reckless, and he brought it upon himself. Xiao Wu said defiantly, then I'll tell the teacher. All right, what's there to say? If he wants to report, then let him report. At worst, I'll just beat him up too. Hu Jiu grabbed Tang San, who still wanted to speak, and said casually, are you threatening me? Dai Bai's eyes flashed with malice, and he could no longer hold back. With a roar, he charged at Hu Jiu. That's more like it. If there's a fight, let's all join in. No one should say anything. Hu Jiu laughed heartily and charged forward, fists raised. Dai Bai was in a state of martial spirit possession, while Hu Jiu was in a transformation state. The two fought like warriors, directly exchanging punches and kicks without using any soul skills. Don't fight. You guys don't fight. Xiao Wu excitedly rushed forward to join the fight. Watching her kick one way and another, it was as if she was ambushing Dai Bai alongside Hu Jiu, completely ignoring the idea of mediating. Tang San shook his head, feeling exhausted. Then, he shouted loudly, using ghost shadow misty steps to rush forward. Stop fighting. The teacher will be here soon. Tang San was genuinely trying to break up the fight, but it seemed he was only trying to pull Dai Bai away. Ma Hongjun wanted to mediate as well, but he didn't dare to step forward, only shouting from the sidelines for them to stop. Oscar also wanted them to stop, but as a food system soul master, he was powerless to help. A quarter of an hour later, are you convinced? Hu Jiu looked down at the lying Dai Bai with pride, giving him a kick. Hey, are you convinced? Xiao Wu also put her hands on her hips and kicked him proudly. I'm not convinced. You guys are unreasonable. Dai Bai gritted his teeth and shouted, probably too angry, and suddenly fainted from the rage. You guys are really bold. It's only been a few days, and you dare to fight in the academy? Who gave you the courage? The next day, Hu Jiu, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others lined up, and Flinder, furious, raised his mustache, spitting words that made everyone hang their heads, unable to lift them. Dean, I was attacked by them. Dai Bai said stubbornly. He started it. Hu Jiu pointed at Dai Bai. He hit Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao cursed at me. Stop. Everyone run around the village. Come back when you realize your mistakes. Flinder shouted, and a unique pressure of a soul sage emerged, forcibly suppressing the arguments among the group. Everyone obediently listened and ran off. Flinder's aura was too intimidating, making it scary to stay there. After they left, Flinder held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Haha, boss. Now you know it's not easy to manage talented students, right? Xiao Wu teased from the side. These little brats, none of them are easy to deal with. Flinder sighed, feeling a mix of happiness and trouble. Each of these students had excellent talent, but because they were geniuses, they were too proud. Even that seemingly honest Tang San was not easy to deal with. Hey, I don't know what the boss is worried about. They're all monsters. Since they're called monsters, how can they not have a bit of temper? Besides, since they have so much energy, just throw them into the Great Soul Arena. Once they see the cruelty inside, they won't have the heart to think about anything else. Xiao Wu chuckled, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Isn't that a bit too much? They're still just kids. Flinder's eyes brightened, saying something contradictory. Xiao Wu replied, those shameless little brats. Chapter 86. The Great Soul Arena after the punishment ended. Flinder gathered them together. Considering that you recognize your mistakes this time, I won't pursue responsibility. Go back and rest for a bit. Tonight, I'll take you to a fun place. Flinder looked at everyone with a friendly face, his small eyes full of cunning. This can't be good. Seeing Flinder's expression, everyone shivered. They had made such a big mistake. How could the dean let them off so easily? Tonight, it won't be that place, right? Jiuhao thought for a moment and instantly had a guess. After lunch, Jiuhao was pulled by Xiao Wu to his training ground to practice his indestructible diamond body. Ever since Xiao Wu became his teacher, Jiuhao's days had not been so easy. It was better before. He used to rely on the automatic leveling panel to help him improve. Hard work didn't match the speed of the automatic leveling. And aside from the time he was creating his own soul skill, he spent the rest of the time slacking off. No one was managing him. So he didn't focus on training at all and spent all his time goofing off with Xiao Wu. But after becoming Xiao Wu's disciple, Jiuhao's days of suffering began. Whenever Xiao Wu knew he had free time, he would bring him over for extremely grueling training, leaving Jiuhao with no time to slack off, which was truly unbearable. Especially after seeing Jiuhao's high talent for practicing the indestructible diamond body, he intensified the pressure of training. Anyway, Jiuhao's fourth ring soul skill was a full restoration skill. Even if he got hurt, he could recover with one skill. Even if one skill wasn't enough, then just use another. The indestructible diamond body, as a skill cultivated through hard training, was meant to be developed through hardship. Not using such great training talent was simply a waste. So, no matter how much Jiuhao complained, he could never escape the fate of being molded by Xiao Wu. Teacher, I can't take it anymore. If you hit me again, you'll beat your precious disciple to death. Jiuhao cried out in despair as he looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu held a wooden stick as thick as a wrist and kept swinging it at him. No matter how much Jiuhao dodged, he couldn't avoid the blows. Haha, good disciple. Hold on a little longer. You'll reach 1,000 soon. Don't worry. Teacher knows how to control his strength. I won't hurt you. Xiao Wu cheered for Jiuhao while continuing to strike with the stick. Suddenly, just as Jiuhao was about to reach his limit, his movements suddenly paused, his feet twisting into a strange shape, surprisingly dodging Xiao Wu's stick for the first time. Xiao Wu frowned and reached out again. This time, his speed obviously increased, leaving a shadow of the stick in his hand, almost making contact with Jiuhao's skin. But at that moment, Jiuhao's body moved as if defying the laws of physics, slipping away like a boneless worm, easily avoiding the strike. Teacher, you can't hit me now, right? Jiuhao's triumphant laughter rang out, and he was overjoyed inside. It turned out that just now, his evasion skill had finally successfully broken through to level 1. In that instant, a sudden understanding of how to dodge attacks appeared in his mind, causing all his muscles to tremble and then reorganize, making his reactions suddenly faster. Just now, with those 2 strikes from Xiao Wu, his mind hadn't reacted yet, but his body had already moved instinctively, dodging the attack in a strange way. Xiao, what's going on with you? Quickly tell me. Have you mastered the shadow dodging technique? Xiao Wu wasn't a fool. He quickly reacted after a moment of surprise. Yes, teacher, I have mastered the shadow dodging technique. Jiuhao smiled broadly. Teacher, hit me again and see if you can land a hit. Hey, are you looking for trouble, little brat? Come on. Let me help you out. Don't think that just because you've learned one soul skill, I can't do anything about you. Slap. Xiao Wu couldn't care less about being happy. His movements sped up, and this time, no matter how Jiuhao dodged, the stick accurately struck Jiuhao's body. Teacher, stop. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The familiar pain from the stick made Jiuhao jump. Haha, good kid, you've got some skills. After the training ended, Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao with satisfaction. In just a few days, Jiuhao had not only mastered the indestructible body, but also the shadow dodging technique, something even he had team mastered. This talent left Xiao Wu pleasantly surprised. Jiuhao, I still have many soul skills here. How about I teach you the shockwave as well? Your attack methods are still too few. Xiao Wu looked at Jiuhao happily, ready to take out the soul skill. Teacher, hold on. Let us not learn any new soul skills for now. I feel that 2 soul skills are already my limit. Once I fully understand them, I'll learn new ones. Don't give me more for now, so I don't get distracted. Jiuhao resisted the temptation and repeatedly waved his hands to refuse. He wanted to learn new skills too, but his slots didn't allow it. His panel had a flaw. Once a skill was placed, it could never be removed. At this moment, Jiuhao regretted being greedy for Tang San's hidden weapon techniques. If he hadn't taken that skill, he wouldn't have to watch the skills right in front of him, but be unable to learn them. Well, that's fine. I'll give it to you later. Xiao Wujin nodded in satisfaction and praised. I didn't expect you to be quite steady. Of course, as a disciple, I always act prudently. How can I not distinguish between what is important and what is not? Hu Jiu raised his chin proudly, accepting Xiao Wuji's praise calmly. Get lost. If you were steady, I would have to supervise your training. Xiao Wuji laughed and scolded, pretending to kick Hu Jiu. At night, after Hu Jiu and the others finished dinner, they naturally gathered on the playground. From their battle team, it was clear that the scene had divided into two groups. One was led by Hu Jiu, along with Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. The other was led by Dai Mubai, with Oscar beside him. The two teams stood together, each playing their own games, showing no signs of interaction. They were thoroughly at odds. When Flander arrived and saw this scene, he was momentarily stunned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. But he quickly returned to normal. Follow me. I'm taking you to a good place today. As if he hadn't seen the scene before him, Flander cleared his throat and left with a serious expression. Behind him, Hu Jiu and the others exchanged glances and then nonchalantly followed Flander's lead. Once they left the academy, Flander's speed immediately picked up. Without even using soul power, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and his body soared far ahead. His posture was both graceful and swift. Chapter 87. Dai Mubai with negative points as they walked. Hu Jiu realized he had guessed correctly. Flander was clearly leading them towards Soto City. Soto City was not far from Shrek Academy. In less than an hour, they arrived at the south gate of Soto City. The night in Soto City was even more bustling than during the day, with vendors everywhere offering an overwhelming variety of food and entertainment, especially for Xiao Wu. It was her first time seeing such a lively scene. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly moved closer to check things out, running from one place to another. If Hu Jiu hadn't been familiar with her habits, he might have almost lost her. Seeing Xiao Wu's naive excitement, Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Xiao Wu, let us go. Hu Jiu shook his head helplessly and quickly pulled Xiao Wu back. Otherwise, she would really get lost. Xiao Jiu, let us wander around here for a bit. I didn't expect Soto City to be so lively at night. There's so many things that weren't there during the day. Even being pulled back by Hu Jiu, Xiao Wu's enthusiasm didn't wane. Her little head bobbed left and right, and her scorpion braid swayed rhythmically behind her. All right, I'll bring you here to play every day in the future. Hu Jiu affectionately patted Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, thinking about when to let it down, as loose hair would look better. Okay, but we still have some time, so let us sit over there for a bit. Flander, leading the way, stopped in front of a tea stall and said. The seven of them gathered around a simple table, and Flander stingily ordered them a cup of tea foam. Principal, seriously? You're treating us to this? Hu Jiu frowned at the tea foam in front of him, instantly losing any hope of drinking it. Xiao Wu beside him looked the same, wrinkling her nose at the unwashed stains on the teacup and quickly distancing herself. Stop talking nonsense. Having this is already good enough. To train you all, what else could I offer? Flander didn't care as he took a sip. I brought you here mainly to go to that place. He pointed to a huge building not far away, speaking in a serious tone. Everyone looked in the direction Flander pointed, and a building towering over 100 meters loomed in the night like a giant beast, with lights twinkling on it, obscuring the exact details. Principal, what place is that? Tang San asked curiously. The Great Soul Arena. Flander replied flatly. Ah, so that's the Great Soul Arena. I heard it's really fun inside, right? As soon as she heard this place, Xiao Wu immediately became interested. Hu Jiu had told her before how fun it was, igniting her curiosity. Fun? Hee. Saying it's fun isn't wrong, but to have a good time, it also depends on whether you have the ability. Dai Mubai chuckled as he looked at Xiao Wu, eagerly anticipating whether these so-called geniuses would be scared out of there once they got inside. Oomph, you with your bad eyes are saying I have no ability? You forgot who threw you down twice, didn't you? Xiao Wu made a face at him, teasingly saying, You, oomph, I won't argue with you. There are many stronger people than me in the Great Soul Arena. If you have the ability, beat them all. Dai Mubai's dual-colored pupils flashed with a hint of anger, but considering his weaker position, he could only force himself to endure. All right, let me introduce you to it. That is the Great Soul Arena, and your task is quite simple. You must earn the Silver Soul Badge before graduation. Dai Mubai, you explain the situation inside to them. After glancing at the clearly arranged seats, Flander assigned this task to Dai Mubai. It seemed he still hoped for Hu Jiu and his group of students to coexist peacefully. Yes, Principal. Upon hearing this order, Dai Mubai was overjoyed. What does this mean? It means the principal valued him. Otherwise, why would he leave this opportunity to him? The Great Soul Arena, as the name suggests, is a place where soul masters battle. The level of a soul master or the number of soul rings cannot represent a person's actual combat power. Only through real battles and the results obtained from the Great Soul Arena can one show their true strength. The Great Soul Arena has a total of 8 levels of badges, which are Iron Soul Badge, Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. These 8 levels of badges are universally recognized across all Great Soul Arenas on the continent and are also a symbol of strength. In the Great Soul Arena, after winning a match, one will receive an Iron Soul Badge and 1 point. When the points reach a certain level, one will be promoted. So, how are the points calculated? Tang San asked curiously. It's simple. Winning a match earns 1 point, and losing a match deducts 1 point. If you can win 5 consecutive matches, each subsequent win will earn you 2 points. Once you achieve 10 consecutive wins, each win thereafter will earn you 100 points. To advance from the Iron Soul Badge to the Copper Soul Badge requires 100 points. And from the Copper Soul Badge to the Silver Soul Badge requires 1,000 points. You can calculate it slowly. What a complicated calculation. After stopping, Dai Mubai pondered for a moment before understanding. Little San, you're overthinking it. Jiuhao chuckled, patting his shoulder. As long as you can keep winning. What does it matter about the rules and calculations? Why think so much? Huh, you think you can keep winning? You're dreaming. I'm not afraid to tell you. Do you know how many points I have now? I participated in 16 matches, won 4, and lost 12, so my points are -8. Keep dreaming about winning. Dai Mubai looked at Jiuhao with disdain. No matter how strong you are, you might not be better than me. Why is Dai Mubai so confident? It's because there's a rule in the Great Soul Arena. Opponents must be of the same level, and of course, challenging higher levels doesn't count. Within the same level, there can still be significant differences in combat power. Jiuhao is currently a level 41 Soul Master. If he's lucky, he might encounter an opponent of the same level. But in most cases, he is likely to face opponents at the late stage of the Soul Master rank, around levels 48 or 49. Moreover, Dai Mubai is most confident about the fact that Jiuhao is a food system Soul Master. If he could defeat Dai Mubai, it's because he is a higher rank, but how about against a combat-type Soul Master of the same level? Just relying on that spiral pill? Just relying on that hammer technique? Oh, right. It seems weapons can't be used in the Great Soul Arena. So, can Jiuhao really expect to keep winning just with a spiral pill soul skill? Is that possible? Whether I can win, I don't know. I just know that I won't let my points drop into the negatives. Jiuhao said with a faint smile. The amusement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Besides, I'm a food system Soul Master. Fighting is not my specialty. Are you really going to compare combat power with a food system Soul Master? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 88. Disguise you can't even beat a food system Soul Master. You can't beat a food system. Jiuhao's words echoed in Dai Mubai's ears repeatedly. For a moment, various emotions surged within Dai Mubai. Humiliation, anger, a jealousy. Am I really just a useless dog with no home? Is this my fate? No, I refuse to accept it. I don't believe it. Dai Mubai roared internally, and his resolve became firm. Jiuhao, I will definitely defeat you. Dai Mubai suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Good, I'm waiting, Jiuhao said, surprised that Dai Mubai hadn't lost his cool under his sharp tongue. At that moment, he realized he might have underestimated him. After all, he is destined to be a battle god. How could he be easily defeated? However, to defeat him, that is forever impossible. With his training speed, he can now suppress Dai Mubai by 1 rank, and in the future, he can suppress him by 2 ranks. He would never have a chance to turn the tables in this lifetime. Let's go, it's time. When we get to the Great Soul Arena, I'll tell you what to do. At this moment, Flanders stood up and said to them. Looking up, they realized that the Great Soul Arena had already lit up brightly, and many people were crowding in. Many faces bore excited and expectant smiles. Boss Dai, I heard you can gamble inside, right? Recently, because of buying the cultivation carrots from Jiuhao, Ma Hongjuan's pocket was cleaner than his face, and he didn't even have money to solve his martial soul problems, which made him feel uncomfortable. So, in his desperation, he thought of gambling. Gambling can only be done in the main soul arena. Don't even think about it. I advise you, it's best not to think about those things. Be careful not to lose your pants, Dai Mubai warned Ma Hongjun lightly. Well, I was just asking. Ma Hongjun sighed in disappointment. He knows the drawbacks of gambling. As someone who often frequents shady places, He is quite informed and knows that the Great Soul Arena is not a charity. The waters there are very deep. He was just asking out of curiosity. Little horse, are you short on money? Hu Jiu looked at Ma Hongjuan's absent-minded expression and instantly realized that this guy was holding back. Brother Jiu, what do you think? Ma Hongjun looked at him with a resentful expression. If it weren't for buying Hu Jiu's cultivation carrots, would he be like this? Hu Jiu felt a chill from Ma Hongjuan's gaze. Fatty, don't look at me like that. It's just money. I have it. Take it first, if it's not enough. I have more here. Hu Jiu took out a handful of gold soul coins from his storage wristband and handed them over without counting. We can't let the kids suffer. Brother, you my real brother. Don't worry, when I have money in the future, I'll definitely pay you back double, no, 10 times. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled as he took the gold soul coins and patted his chest, assuring him loudly. Want to have money? It's not that simple, Ma Hongjun. In the Great Soul Arena, as long as you win one match, you can earn 10 gold soul coins. So if you want to make money, just fight with all your might. Hearing their conversation, Flander raised the corners of his mouth and turned to tell them an exciting piece of news. Upon hearing that participating in matches could actually earn gold soul coins, not only was Ma Hongjun excited, but even Tang San secretly clenched his fists, filled with a belief in victory. Short on money? Ma Hongjun is fine. He just started buying Hu Jiu's carrots, so he doesn't owe much. But I'm different. After 4 years, even if I count 1 gold soul coin a day, that's over 1,000 gold soul coins. With such a large sum, where can I pay it back? But here I see hope. As long as I win every time, as Lil Jiu said, I can pay it back eventually. If necessary, I can just participate in a few more matches. Just as they were about to enter the Great Soul Arena, Hu Jiu suddenly pulled them back. Wait, is this how you guys went in before? What? Is there something wrong with going in like this? Dai Mubai stopped, not understanding what Hu Jiu was saying. Guys, look at our conspicuous figures. If we win a few matches in the Great Soul Arena, we attract others' attention instantly. After Hu Jiu's reminder, everyone immediately realized. Yes, they were all quite young. The oldest, Dai Mubai, was only 14, not too big, not too small, so it wasn't a major problem. Oscar was similar. Although he was young, he had a beard, making it hard to tell his real age. But Hu Jiu, Xiao Wu, and Tang San were different. The three of them looked like half-grown kids, and no matter how they tried to act older, it wouldn't work. If someone discovered their true ages and soul power levels, not to mention whether it would cause trouble, Hu Jiu just didn't want to draw too much attention. Therefore, having such high talent is a drawback in this regard. Even participating in the Great Soul Arena isn't convenient. Sai, what a hassle, Hu Jiu said with a worried expression. The crowd. Never have we seen such a shameless person. At this moment, they had a new understanding of Hu Jiu's audacity. Well, Hu Jiu is right. I didn't consider this thoroughly. It seems your training plan will have to be put on hold for a while. Flanders nodded, acknowledging Hu Jiu's statement. There was no other choice. At Hu Jiu's young age of only 11, he had already reached the level of a rank 40 Soul Master. Along with the rank 31 Xiao Wu, rank 33 Tang San, the mutated martial soul Ma Hongjun, and the innate full soul power Oscar. Even Dai Mubai was a rare genius. If the Great Soul Arena took notice of them, even he, a soul sage, might not be able to protect them. It's important to know that the Great Soul Arena can be considered a special force, arguably the largest force outside of the two empires and the Spirit Hall. However, the Great Soul Arena had always remained very low-key, and with the two empires in conflict and the Spirit Hall in between, they had no time to pay attention to the Great Soul Arena. If the Great Soul Arena discovered and took an interest in these exceptionally gifted students, what could he do? Therefore, Flanders would rather give up on letting them enter the Great Soul Arena than allow them to face any danger. Director, that's not necessary. We just need to disguise ourselves, Hu Jiu said with a faint smile, pulling out a red carrot and explaining, this is my second soul ring ability. You've seen its effect. It can change a person's body shape and appearance, even disguise martial souls and soul rings. But it can only alter the appearance of the martial soul and soul ring, not the soul ring's abilities. As for the effect of this soul skill, others were still shocked by the peculiar effect of Hu Jiu's second soul ring ability, while Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. If he used Jiu Ji's carrot to transform himself into a handsome guy, would he not have to spend money to attract women in the future? After all, when a person is handsome to a certain extent, many women are willing to pursue him. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun put on a silly grin and hurried over to Hu Jiu. Jiuge, how much is this carrot? I'll buy one, no, I'll buy 10. Get lost. Hu kicked Ma Hongjun away. He knew exactly what this fat guy was thinking, wanting to use his soul skill effect to attract women. Impossible, unless he took him along. Otherwise, there was no chance. Did he not have this thought? He had long had it. Besides, wasn't there Xiao Wu? With such a beauty by his side. He wouldn't even look at those ordinary girls. Moreover, damn it, he was only 11 years old. His body wouldn't he allow it?